Chapter 491. Jun Zhe's expression instantly grew serious. Although the level of corrosion wouldn't cause significant damage to the exterior armor, any mechanic with even a modicum of common sense wouldn't do such a thing. Mixing inferior gun oil with wax putty. While the immediate impact wouldn't be significant, it was like a toad on your foot. Even if it didn't bite, it was still disgusting. Before Jun Zhe could react, Su Li and Xiao Shuguang had already passed by the numerous injured and headed for the equipment repair area. The fully deployed mechas were strapped to the maintenance racks, and busy pilots and maintenance personnel were working overtime to replace the mechas. As the damaged parts were replaced, two people immediately rushed over, simultaneously giving an epic lung-pounding performance. Jun Zhe swore that for a moment, the pilot's face darkened. If that person hadn't been Su Li, he would have been beaten long ago. Su Li frowned. He picked up another piece of wax and sniffed it gently, only to discover that the newly opened wax didn't have a distinctive smell. The scent of low-quality gun oil was very faint, barely noticeable amidst the richer wax. If they weren't for their keen noses, they wouldn't have been able to detect it. After all, after waxing, the strong smell dissipates after just 2 or 3 days of exposure to the sun. The gun oil's composition was unknown, and it was highly likely contaminated with other substances. If there truly were other ingredients, then the other party's intentions would be questionable. The two men separated, each of the drones beginning to investigate. As they sniffed more and more drones, Su Li's face darkened. "Call Heyu over here and immediately test the wax mud." Su Li's words made Jun Zhe clearly realize something was amiss. The bustle outside hadn't subsided yet, the roar of the audience still resounding through the air. But in the maintenance department, the mecha girls, realizing something was amiss, frowned. "Who performed the waxing before the battle? Where did the supplies come from? Check all the incoming and outgoing records for me. Every can of wax mud must be traced." "Yes." The two mecha girls on guard scurried away. A moment later, the blue and white mecha girls maintaining security appeared outside the maintenance warehouse. Martial law enforcement. From now on, all personnel are allowed in, but not out. With the order issued, the armed mecha girls deployed immediately and spiraled into the air. They didn't ask any unnecessary questions. Su Li's expression spoke volumes. Is that the Dawn Legion? That's Su Li's life. And Longzhou's life. But at this very moment, the wax clay specially supplied by the Dawn Legion has been tampered with. Heyu hurried over with his equipment and quickly inspected the external armor of the mecha girls in question. But as the test report came out, Heiyu's face darkened completely. "Master, this is an inferior gun oil. While it smells similar, it's a highly corrosive material composed of multiple complex elements. Fortunately, the competition has just begun. If the protective wax clay is exposed to sunlight to a certain degree, it will react with this material. What are the specific consequences? The consequences are that the mecha girl's external armor will be destroyed at an extremely fast rate. The defensive power they can provide may not even be as strong as that of the mobile armor." The faces of all the mecha girls present darkened. Being unable to outlast the action armor meant that this paper-thin defense would completely lose its protective effect. In intense combat, they would fall apart without even being attacked. The thought of their bodies being completely exposed instantly made them feel uneasy. Besides, the fumes produced by their vaporization are also extremely corrosive to electronic components. They are primarily composed of zerg acid. Su Li stood there in silence, his face darkening. This was only the first match, and because the waxing had only been on for a short time, there were no serious consequences. What if it was the second or third match soon? The long interval would allow the material to fully penetrate the external armor. He suddenly remembered 537's cheek, which had been completely burned by the acid, and felt a surge of rage that he could no longer suppress. "On high, check. Everyone, draw blood and collect basic information. Mark it clearly, and hand it over to Ruozi. I need answers as quickly as possible." Han Hai responded, and quickly began dispatching personnel according to Su Li's instructions. The unusual situation in the maintenance depot was completely sealed off. Those outside were still unaware of what was happening here. Su Li immediately informed Gao Mingrui and Eve. When they arrived, their expressions were equally grim. It's easy to avoid an open attack, but it's hard to guard against a hidden one. Whether it's the Divine Grace sect or the Enterprise Federation. They left without a word, but they also left them with too many unresolved issues. These people are too diverse and chaotic. In many cases, they lurk right next to us, making it impossible to guard against them. The screening process is like peeling away the threads of an onion, and there's no room for impatience. Just focus on your competition. I'll oversee this matter. Gao Mingrui's gloomy expression clearly indicated he was on the verge of exploding. But the enemy's actions were understandable. As the pinnacle of Longzhou's combat power, the Dawning Legion had long been a thorn in the side of the others. They had assumed they would target Dawning Legion personnel deployed abroad. But who could have imagined they even had pawns on Lingsui's star? Those who founded nations on religious beliefs are truly lunatics. Because such an action would only embarrass the Dawning Legion, it wouldn't achieve much. At most, if the mecha girl was seriously injured, they would call off the competition. They would detect this conspiracy. Such a petty act was most likely orchestrated by a corporate confederation. However, the specific person in charge is from the Divine Grace cult. I'd like to take this opportunity to conduct another thorough screening of all personnel on Lingsui's star. Gao Mingrui raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. It wasn't that he felt it was inappropriate. Something like this had happened within the team, and a thorough investigation was warranted. However, with most of the military already gathered here, a forced interrogation would reflect poorly on him. What are your plans? Su Li shrugged. Let Rosie come. Don't they yearn for the kingdom of God? Then give them a miracle. A victory in the first battle. How could there be no banquet? Yi's expression changed, and she silently took a step back. Having experienced the poison of arrogance, she still had some concerns about it. Does everyone have to be present? I mean, Gao Mingrui is old, and might not be able to withstand another embarrassing moment. Su Li looked at Yi's expression, and felt his anger simmer. Actually, only one of the two commanders needs to be present. If Commander Gao isn't available, Governor Xia can take over. Yi rolled her eyes. Is that what I mean? Thank you so much. Chapter 492. In the bustling square, the retractable stands had been retracted. A large number of people lingered in the square, still gazing at the replay on the large screen, still lost in a sea of jubilation. The images of Lightning's bright red mech charging again and again were rendered with special effects, as if it would pierce through the screen and descend upon the crowd in the next second. The glaring red flashes had everyone talking about her with uncontrollable gusto. In a corner of the square, Lightning stared at the small bottle in her hand and swallowed. The last time she did something like this, she was exiled to Guanghua Star and nearly perished alongside a Slaanesh in the final stages of the Insect King's reign. And now, she was forced to resume her old ways. Master, is this okay? What are you afraid of? This time, I gave you special permission. Will we go to another planet after I poison you? Su Li thought for a moment, and shook his head. No, Commander Gao won't drink it this time. I asked Ruozi, and she personally controls the dosage. It's not a big deal. Just go ahead and poison him. I'll take care of any consequences. Lightning didn't show any excitement when she heard this. You'll take care of it? The last thing she wanted was for Su Li to shoulder all the blame for her. Is it really okay this time? Master, even though Commander Gao won't drink it, there are still many Legion commanders in the square right now. Are you not going to mingle anymore? If word gets out. Su Li glanced at the long table beneath the golden tree. It was filled with Legion commanders, many of whom he barely recognized. It doesn't matter. I don't know them well anyway. Lightning nodded heavily. Even though she tried to straighten herself, she still looked incredibly sneaky. She tiptoed forward, her hand gripping the pancake trembling slightly. For some reason, following orders made her heart race even faster than secretly administering drugs. Su Li grabbed Lightning's collar and pulled her back. In just 2 steps, she had already attracted widespread attention. If she continued this, most people would have witnessed it. Even the other mecha girls wouldn't have been able to do that. With Lightning's success, his mecha girls had become the center of attention wherever they went. As for him, it was even more of a challenge. Xiao Shuguang, come here and pour the potion in this bottle into that giant container. Do you see? Xiao Shuguang, wearing a mask, took the bottle from Su Li and scurried straight over to the container of mixed liquor. In front of the soldiers, she uncorked the bottle and poured it directly into the container. Without a second thought, she didn't hesitate. The soldiers didn't care. To them, anyone who could attend the banquet was their family. What was wrong with a little maid adding a little topping? They had countless cocktail bases. A small amount like that wouldn't even affect the flavor. They could understand the girls' compulsion to participate. Su Li frowned slightly at this. It seemed that it wasn't just the mecha girls who needed to be more vigilant. Even the soldiers had to be on guard. If anyone, no matter who, could add something to the liquor, what would happen? What if it was poison? Little Shuguang hurried back, but as she passed the barbecue stall, she suddenly froze. The smell of the charcoal-grilled insect legs was like tiny, invisible hands scratching at her heart, tugging at her fragile body, making her unable to move. Suli patted Lightning beside him. You should go too. Take little Shi-1 with you. Champion, enjoy your banquet. You deserve it. Master, what did you just call me? Lightning's eyes widened, barely believing her ears. Suli observed her pretentious expression and rubbed her head with amusement. Go. My champion. Enjoy your banquet. Lightning narrowed his eyes in enjoyment and said cheerfully, Then I'll go. Watching her run away, clutching her trophy, he suddenly realized that she was still the same person she had always been. She couldn't bear to part with the honor she had earned. Besides that, she was as greedy as ever. Have the troops keep a close eye. We don't know if the information about the maintenance depot has leaked. We can't give the enemy any opportunity to exploit it. Hanhai nodded slightly. We deployed them. Special personnel are monitoring all food processing locations. That's good. Let them work harder. As long as they get the answers, we'll give them whatever feast they want. As the setting sun's afterglow filled the sky, the square's colorful lights gradually lit up. Colorful signs illuminated the entire square. On the large screen, a scrolling clip of the Mecha Girl's spectacular kills played. What a shame! It was so close. If only my gun had been more accurate. Me too. I hesitated for a moment when turning, and the opportunity slipped away. The pilot sighed heartily at the big screen. The live battle is one thing, but seeing it from a third-party perspective is another. They can study the competition videos repeatedly to identify mistakes in their own strategies, tactics, and piloting skills. A competition is a competition. But for the fighters, on the battlefield, every mistake could cost them their lives. Continuous improvement is the foundation of survival on the battlefield. You shouldn't have signed up for the first round. When you meet Lightning, you don't even have a chance to run. 32 kills. She nearly took out a third of the team by herself. Are all SS rank Mecha Girls this formidable? No, probably not. It's just that her top speed is a bit too extreme. Let's focus on our own shortcomings. The technical gap can't be made up either. You know, even though she's extremely fast, we already chosen a battlefield that's not suited to her speed. If you're talking about a true attribute difference, I don't agree. It's just that we're just not as skilled as her. But this is too depressing. 32 kills. What does that even mean? I tried to replicate Lightning's moves, but sorry, I can't do it. Just thinking about it makes my head boil. My brain can do it, but my hands can't. I should have signed up for the later rounds. Maybe I could have made it into the top 10. Don't even think about it. Later? By the time those maids get back, let alone the top 10, even the top 20 would be a blessing. The Mecha Girls looked at each other, mumbling to themselves. Yes. And then, there's the Maid Corps, that team of SS rank bastards. So, do they really have a chance to shine in this competition? By the way, I heard many of the Maid Corps were once C-rank Mecha Girls. That's right. Almost 4/5 of them were. Chapter 493. The Mecha Girls were silent. They knew all too well what a C-rank Mecha Girl meant, and they knew even more clearly how much resources were needed to rise from that rank. They finally understood why someone in a legion would spontaneously form a so-called mate group to stand out from the crowd, but now, they realized they were wrong. It wasn't that they were trying to stand out from the crowd, but that from the very beginning, they had been Su Li's true elite. Over 200 SS rank Mecha Girls ready to die for him. What kind of a concept was that? Just imagine how many Mecha Girls, with the combat power of an elder, could have been there before. Now, there were over 200 of them gathered around Su Li, and that number was still rapidly increasing. This is the real-life version of a soldier dying for his friend. Nonsense. I have a commander like him, and I risk my life for him too. You can sacrifice your life now. After all, he's your commander now. The machine girl picked up the glass and downed the wine in front of her in one gulp. I don't just want him to be my commander, I want him to be my groom. Eat a few bites of food. You drunk so much from just one glass of wine. Don't even think you're from our 3rd division. It's shameful. A faint purple hue rose in the machine girl's eyes. She stretched out her arms, hugged her teammates, and chuckled through hazy eyes. After nearly everyone drank the wine, Ruozi finally controlled the hidden toxins and erupted. Champion! I'm the champion! Sister, open your eyes and look. I know you're sleepy, but you can't be this sleepy. Lightning stood on one leg, holding onto a small tree with one hand, and placed the trophy on her head, insisting that the tree in front of her open its eyes, and see the glittering brilliance of her trophy. The entire square was visibly in chaos. People were dancing, practicing martial arts, going crazy in the middle of the street. People were overfed, drunk, and climbing electric poles to turn off the lights. Su Li had never imagined that Yi Hua had a dream of becoming a kung fu master. Watching her unassuming horse stance, practicing martial arts forward, her lips pouting as she dubbed herself, he felt his worldview crumble. Xiangzi sat on top of her, pulling her ponytail like a joystick, as if he were operating a mecha, his other hand furiously pounding her back. Yu Rong pinned Li Tianlang against her lap and spanked him furiously, as if she had finally seized the opportunity to give this troublesome child a good beating. I'll teach you to be disobedient. I'll teach you to be disobedient. Goodbye, Mom. I'm sailing away tonight. Li Tianlong's singing became sung out of tune. But it must be said that even now, the two of them were in perfect sync. The sounds of their spankings matched the tune. No one could resist the poison of Slaanesh. If the poison of arrogance could arouse desire, then the poison of Slaanesh was a completely enhanced version. Captain! I love you! Salahio! Captain Yu, why do you smell like this? Su Li carefully stepped over a mech nibbling on grass, his expression blank. He was sincerely glad for the mech nibblers that there were no dogs on the base. Furthermore, the people were well-mannered and didn't urinate or defecate anywhere. Junzai stood at the fountain, using telekinesis to control countless fine needles, silently and rapidly collecting blood from each person. Ruozi stood beside her, each blood-filled tube suspended in front of her, which she would toss into her mouth along with the tube. Despite the large number of people in the base, the speed of collection and analysis was equally impressive. Perhaps the only drawback was the constant wandering around. A faint purple mist began to dissipate. To prevent any escapees, Ruozi directly spread the poisonous mist throughout the base. The toxicity gradually intensified, and everyone in the square fell into a brief silence. Su Li stood there, staring blankly at the faces in the purple mist, each one gradually pulling their lips apart. He found it strangely creepy. They fell silent. Those who liked to imitate dogs stopped. Those who liked to sing stopped. The once bustling square fell completely silent. Everyone stood in the purple mist, their faces adorned with maniacal smiles. Su Li finally witnessed the way Slaanesh controlled people. Even he, who wasn't caught in the illusion, could sense the extreme joy on their faces. It turns out that the content of dreams can be controlled. Everyone has their disappointments. But it must be said that this fantasy and dream, filled with lust, is the most captivating way to immerse oneself and lose oneself. Amidst the faint purple mist, Eve stumbled forward. Her pale blue hair danced in the wind, and the whip she always held in her hand was nowhere to be found. Seeing her about to fall, Su Li quickly reached out to steady her. Her eyelashes fluttered, and a purple mist filled her pale blue eyes, adding a hint of hesitation. Su Li? You smell a little fragrant. She raised her delicate nose to Su Li's face and sniffed gently, a faint blush spreading across her face. Governor, would you like to sit down and rest for a while? Her slender fingers poked at his chest, tapping it again and again. She parted her red lips and whispered softly, Where? On your body? For a moment, Su Li felt a cold sweat break out. Looking at the exceptional Eve before him, he swallowed, not harboring any erotic fantasies. If he woke up and remembered, he would most likely be hanging from the highest floor of the communications tower. Governor, let me help you sit down for a while. He carefully grasped her fumbling hand and helped her to a bench to the side. He could clearly sense that Gao Mingrui was atop the tower, watching the events in the square intently. Perhaps he was holding a telescope, carefully observing his interaction with Eve. He truly wished he were also in a poisoned state, so he could fight the Zerg in a fantasy world. At least it would be much easier than facing a poisoned Eve. He waved to Jun Wei, who quickly ran over and took Eve from him. But to their surprise, Eve suddenly flung Jun Wei's hand aside. She stood up from the bench, pushed Su Li onto it, and straddled him. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead, and Su Li leaned back as he watched the beautiful face approach. A pleasant yet chilling scent reached him, and he felt a sudden warmth in his ears. Ling Xiao. I miss you so much. Chapter 494. The sudden mention of the name startled Su Li slightly. Dust-covered memories flooded Su Li's mind like a floodgate opened. That enormous figure seemed to come alive in his memory once again. It wasn't a single person. How could it be? Perhaps, among the mecha girls, there was also one named Ling Xiao. Forgetting to resist for a moment, Eve pressed herself against him, wrapping her arms around his neck. Her pale blue hair brushed against his nose, tickling him with a pleasant scent. Her sweet, orchid-like breath echoed in his ears, a hint of coquettishness. Mom! Su Li gasped. The amount of information he could glean from those few words was truly overwhelming. Mom? How could he possibly be a mom? Touch him, He only have a huge handle. Sleepy, long legs straddled him, the tight, standard-fitting skirt perfectly accentuating her flesh. Her long, light blue hair flowed down her smooth back like silk, emphasizing her curves even more dramatically. Junwei stood by, sweat dripping from her forehead with anxiety. But as a mecha girl, could she really attack the governor? She could only reassure herself that the governor was simply poisoned and had mistaken her for someone else, and had no intention of taking advantage of her master. But her hands couldn't stop themselves, clenching their fists. She kept thinking about knocking her out with a punch, but what should she do? Also, why did the name Ling Xiao come up again? For a moment, she was completely torn, wavering between continuing to listen and finding a way to get her down. Sister, hit her. At the very least, pull her down. Otherwise, when she wakes up, how can she explain this? Jun Quan was fanning the flames, but before he could finish his words, his head went dark. He turned around and hugged the electric pole beside him, rubbing his cheek against it. His expression was so ecstatic, he'd definitely mistaken the pole for Su Li's waist. Jun Shou breathed a sigh of relief at Jun Quan's smirk. After giving Ruozi a thumbs up, she quickly walked over to Eve and tried to help her down. It would have been fine if she hadn't, because once she did, Eve held on tighter. Su Li was still brainstorming. Ling Xiao is Eve's mother? Eve is over 200 years old, so how old would her mother be this year? Ruozi hadn't deliberately manipulated Eve's dreams, which meant that within her divine kingdom, a deeply sincere bond existed between her and her mother. The sudden roundness pressed against his face so hard that it almost stifled his breath. Jun Shou no longer cared about her reserve. She moved forward, grabbed Eve's head, and pulled it back with all her might. But Eve's head seemed welded shut, her chin pressed against Su Li's, her arms clinging tightly to him. Su Li struggled to push her away, feeling his cervical vertebrae creak under Eve's increasingly powerful arms. If she continued to push him like this, he feared he would become the first pilot in history to die in such a tragic manner. Since his promotion to Super S-Class pilot, he hadn't felt such intense pressure for a long time. Hurry, hurry, get me out. Junyu also strode over quickly, inserting 2 fingers directly into Eve's nostrils, picking at both sides and pushing back. After her nostrils had been stretched twice their size, Eve finally let go. Ling Xiao, you're annoying. I'm already a grown-up, and why are you still pinching my nose? Su Li looked up to the sky and took a deep breath. Facing Eve, who was still sitting on him, he reached out to push her away, but the slender waist and long legs before him made it impossible for him to move. Thankfully, Junyu finally freed his hands and hugged Eve from behind, setting her aside. At this moment, Eve was no longer her usual decisive self. She looked like a little girl looking for her mother to act coquettishly. Besides the deep purple in her eyes and a blush on her face, she looked much more lively than usual. However, her current state was inconsistent with her age. It's true, no matter how old you are, your mother is always your mother. Su Li rubbed his neck, and for a moment, he felt as if Ling Xiao was waving at him from a distance. He turned his head and looked at Wenjing, who was holding a camera not far away, and his throat moved up and down involuntarily. That's too much. It's okay for you to just stand up there and watch, but you even recorded it. Su Li's gaze darted back and forth between Wenjing and Shiwa, then raised his eyes to look at the half-body leaning out of the upper echelon of the communications tower. No, you guys at the top all play it like that. He felt once again so out of place compared to them. He might have lost his mind, choosing to be in this place at this critical moment. Whatever dirt Gao Mingrui wanted to find on Shiwa, he shouldn't have brought him along. If this were to ever come to light, would he still be alive? Sister Wenjing, this is a bit unkind. Wenjing smiled carelessly, waved her hand, and said nonchalantly, why are you shy? You already entered this world, you should get used to it. When your lightning first poisoned me, my Lao Gao stood on the rooftop pretending to be the military flag. Her people filmed it in high definition. If you really mind, I can blur it for you. The vein on Su Li's forehead throbbed. If he had known this would happen, he should have never set Eve down. He's never been a leader in his life. Wenjing glanced at Su Li's expression and gently covered her mouth. How about you sit down? Su Li hurriedly shook his head. Your Majesty, we found them. 3 people in total. 1 from the logistics support team, and 1 from the procurement department. The last one is him. Ruizi's delicate hand slowly pointed to the long table. There sat the deputy commander of the 34th Legion. Wenjing's expression changed slightly, and she put away the video recorder. As the operation against the Divine Grace cult unfolded, they had secretly eliminated most of its members. Repeated shuffling hadn't completely eradicated the enemy, Instead, as the shuffling deepened, unexpected individuals emerged. She glanced at Su Li and whispered, "Let's hold off on dealing with him for now. Let him go." Su Li's body stiffened for a moment, then slowly nodded. The deputy commander of a legion is a member of the cult, and the soldiers under his command might not be clean either. Now that his identity is known, perhaps letting him go will help unravel the whole story. He turned to Ruozi and said, "As for the other two, once we uncovered all the potential intelligence, let them disappear." Chapter 495. The next day on Lingsue Star, everyone who woke up in the square felt a strange sense of loss. Beautiful dreams always bring a sense of loss. For many who have experienced similar things, such a perfect dream can soothe their constantly tense nerves and allow them to forget the current chaotic situation. The food on the table had long since cooled. In the morning breeze, wisps of mist gently drifted, refreshing but not chilling. Eve sat up in her bed, her expression rarely free of laziness. She had slept soundly. The long-awaited beautiful dream made her subconsciously touch the corners of her eyes. As expected, having woken so suddenly, the emotions pent up in her chest transformed into a deep sense of loss that slipped from her eyes. But it was all worth it. But why did her nostrils feel so unnatural? She wrinkled her nose and felt her breathing become much smoother than before. Sweet dreams, can this be used? She sat on the edge of the bed, reaching out to scratch her light blue hair. A touch of hangover, she felt like she had a mountain of work waiting to be done, yet her body didn't want to move at all. Let's leave it to someone else. Su Li has grown to a level that has impressed her. With the support of Hanhai, 038, and the other mecha girls, he can do a pretty good job. Thinking of this, she lay back down on her bed and covered her head with the pillow. She recalled the kingdom of God she had seen last night. No matter how glorious life may be, it's all just a dream, and last night's dream happened to be exactly what she had always longed for. No wonder Slaanesh always had a way of sucking people in, making them become her slaves without realizing it. Compared to this world of shit, was there anything more beautiful than her own kingdom of God? No. Nothing. No more. That's why those who sink into depravity are so numerous. She sat up suddenly, vaguely aware that something was amiss. In her memory, Eve lifted her collar and sniffed gently. Sure enough, she smelled a hint of tobacco mixed with lubricant. There was only one person in the entire base with that scent. She pulled at her clothes and sniffed around, finding a scent all over her. What had she done last night? Her slender fingers traced circles on her button. It was a real-time recording device. Want to see it? Want to see the footage? If what she thought really happened between her and Su Li, how should she treat him? For some unknown reason, even knowing it would be embarrassing, she found her terminal and loaded the video from last night. As the video played, her cheeks began to slowly flush, then gradually turned hot. Gao Mingrui sat at his desk, going about his daily work as usual. For an elderly person, mornings on Lingsue Star are a rare and relaxing time. Neither too hot nor too cold, the pleasant cool breeze always helps one maintain a high state of concentration. But this morning, he was destined to find no peace. Eve walked in with a sullen face, snatched up his cup, and smashed it to the ground. The cup made a series of clinking sounds, as if condemning the other party's violent behavior. Gao Mingrui watched the cup roll away, unconcerned, as he opened a side drawer and pulled out an identical cup. He raised his eyebrows at Eve and took a sip of tea. TSK. This tea should be drunk hot. If nothing else, it's just clear-headed. Eve narrowed her eyes and placed a flash card on the table. This is the video of you serving as a military flag. Now, hand over my original. Gao Mingrui placed a hand on the flash card, then took out a similar card, placed it on the table, and slowly pushed it over. Eve grabbed the flash card, broke it into pieces, and threw it into the ashtray. Clear-headed? I don't think you're very clear-headed. What little cunning you have, you use it all on your own people. Gao Mingrui raised his eyelids, motioning for Wenjing to come over quickly. Seeing Wenjing approaching, he looked up at Eve and said, "Speaking of heart, let's be kind." Eve snorted coldly. When I filmed it, no one else was involved. Gao Mingrui keenly sensed something unusual in her words. Involving someone else? Is she speaking up for Su Li? Is the sun rising from the west? Normal times, she could say she defended him because she had a good opinion of him for work reasons. But now, even at the risk of her own innocence, defending him again was a bit intriguing. Are you attracted to him? Gao Mingrui was a little unsure, but at his age, he still preferred to speak his mind in front of people he knew well. Bullshit! How could I possibly be attracted to him? Oh, no wonder. You're so skilled at both sitting and hugging, You could be called a repeat offender. I'm not. How am I skilled? I never done it before. You can do it so smoothly the first time. You're truly gifted. Wow, you're truly knowledgeable. The ancients were right. Gao Mingrui. Do you want to die? Hearing this, Wen Jing quickly stretched out her arms and blocked Gao Mingrui, shielding him behind her like a hen protecting her chicks. Wen Jing, get out of the way. Governor, talk. Talk. Didn't I give you the original video? She tried her best to protect Gao Mingrui, tears welling in her eyes. When she was in Parliament, she lived in constant fear, worried about being discovered, being plotted against, afraid that one wrong step would lead to a catastrophic abyss. Fortunately, none of them made any mistakes, and for decades, they lived in peace and stability, making do. They thought they'd never be able to return home clean, but then, by divine mercy, Su Li arrived, giving them hope of a return. Now they're finally home, but this family is even more turbulent than the Parliament. Deaths that weren't even publicly announced in the Parliament are now on the agenda. Believe it or not, I'll kill you at 3 in the morning, and you won't live to see 5. I don't believe it. When Jing was furious, she almost wanted to turn around and shut Gao Mingrui's mouth. Before you were a Super S-Class pilot, you lived a cautious life. Now that you're a Super S-Class pilot, you think your life is guaranteed. When Jing suddenly felt that this elevation in life level wasn't necessarily a good thing. If he kept talking back like this, he might end up living even shorter than planned. Do you have the guts to stop the pilot from protecting you? Come out, let's practice solo. Do you think I'm stupid? Chapter 496. Su Li stood at the office door, holding the intelligence Ruozi had compiled, neither going in nor out. The room's soundproofing was actually quite good, but it couldn't withstand the 2 men shouting at the top of their lungs. They were clearly at the pinnacle of power, yet they didn't understand the saying, right is more important than the loudest voice. It was probably Eve's fault. After all, women are always more emotional, more crazy, more hysterical. And men, on the other hand, are just a little more stubborn. Sometimes, you really can't blame him for arguing, because that's all he had left. He firmly believed that Eve couldn't kill him, and that was exactly what happened. Even if Eve was furious, she couldn't bring herself to actually strike. Master, are we going in? Lightning's eyes were filled with confusion. She still clutched her trophy, revealing the depth of her obsession with it. Su Li rolled her eyes and said, "You go in if you want, I won't." Lightning hesitated, then lowered his voice, "Master, Commander Gao is old, dodging here and there, and he's injured his back. You're still responsible for the backlog of official business. You're involved in this, too. If you go in now, their farce will be over." Su Li was stunned. Was this still his idiot Lightning? Did he see things so clearly? Then have you ever considered that now that their farce is over, it's time for my farce to begin? Su Li swallowed, glanced at the documents in his hand, and still, with all his heart, knocked on the door. The argument in the room ceased instantly, and then Gao Mingrui's relieved voice shouted, "Come in." Su Li pushed the door open and walked in. Gao Mingrui was holding onto the table, his face flushed from walking around it. Eve's originally slightly flushed face darkened rapidly the moment she saw him. The only person in the office who looked calm was Wen Jing. She looked as if she wanted to cry but couldn't, clearly still having trouble accustomed to this situation. "Leaders, you're working out. Have you ever seen anyone working out like this?" Gao Mingrui snorted, annoyed at Su Li's teasing. He glanced at Su Li, his meaning clear. He was taking the blame for him. "You touched my breasts, touched my legs, and smelled my sweet scent. You taken all the benefits, and you're still trying to slap me? You truly have no conscience." Su Li's face darkened, and he rolled his eyes. "How daunting. Can you give this experience to someone else?" The deceased Zhang Guoyang really enjoyed being whipped in the face by Eve's riding whip. Curry happens to have a spare. "If you need one, I can clone a few." He glanced at Eve, confirming she didn't have her riding whip with her, and breathed a sigh of relief. After what happened last night, he suddenly realized he couldn't quite look the governor in the face. He used to keep his gaze low, mostly focused on her boots, only looking directly into her eyes when they were talking. But now, he couldn't help but glance at her eyes, and the rest of the time, his gaze wandered all over her body. She had changed into a black shirt today, which made her complexion appear even paler. And that paler complexion only accentuated the blush on her face. It reminded him of her soft whispers and coquettish behavior last night. Su Li suddenly felt his mouth dry. "Governor, the leg has been compiled." "No, I mean..." Puff. Gao Mingrui couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of tea. He didn't bother wiping his mouth, staring at Su Li with wide eyes and giving him a thumbs up. He had a bit of his youthful demeanor. He'd been just as shameless back then. When he was pursuing Wen Jing, Eve's face flushed even redder. She snatched the document from Su Li's hand, pretending to have heard nothing under the guise of reading it. But the way she reached out to tug at her skirt betrayed the fact that she listened closely. Su Li had never felt the morning air on Ling Sui's star so scorching. Even his breath carried a hint of heat. Lightning leaned against the door, glancing at this and that, feeling as if he inexplicably missed something. So, what exactly happened after she was poisoned yesterday? Did she really just sit there for a while? Or was it true, as Gao Mingrui said, that she had fallen in love with him? Lightning's eyes swept over Eve's face. Lightning felt the blush on her face was glaring. "Governor, why are you so red?" Her tone was unkind, like the wife catching her mistress. Eve hadn't actually looked at the documents in her hand. There were only a few people in the room, and everyone's eyes were fixed on her, making her feel uneasy. Furthermore, there was a gaze roaming up and down, like an X-ray machine, which made her feel subconsciously embarrassed. Lightning's words completely unleashed a firestorm of anger. "Kneel down! I haven't settled the score with you for poisoning you yet." Plop! Lightning slumped to her knees at the doorway, even the trophy she held in her hand losing its fragrance. She looked aggrieved. This time it wasn't. "Didn't you say it was an order?" And this time, it was under the light of dawn. "No, it wasn't me," Eve snorted. "I'm talking about last time. Last time, it was an accident." "Accident?" Her voice suddenly rose. "You made a fool of yourself by saying accident, and you let our Commander Gao stand atop the communications tower like a fool, acting as a flag bearer for hours." Eve slammed the table. "Do you realize the devastating impact your actions have caused? Forget about everything else." Commander Gao's lips cramped trying to simulate the sound of a flag fluttering. "And even now, you haven't given a reasonable explanation for this. If it weren't for your military achievements on Guanghua Star, you'd be waiting for my punishment." Gao Mingrui's face darkened visibly. "Clearly, the disappearance of all the evidence doesn't mean the matter is over. You'll have to pay for what you've done." Although everyone present knew about this, repeating something everyone knows over and over again seems rather inconsiderate. Do you know that for an elderly person, their waste is incredibly valuable? He held on for hours in the freezing cold, relying solely on his core strength. If it weren't for those hours, I wouldn't have known he'd broken through his genetic barrier. Su Li was completely stunned, so the first half was Eve's, and the second half was Gao Mingrui's. Now that Eve is finished, shouldn't we drag him out and bring him up too? Has he done anything wrong? It seems not. And you? You're still young and a jerk. What good pilot has a bunch of jerk girls following him everywhere he goes? You're the commander of a corps, and yet, you created a troop of maids within your own corps. What are you trying to do? A harem? The sudden shift in focus left Su Li stunned, almost unable to react. Chapter 497. No, you guys are talking about your own business. Why are you bringing me into this again? Su Li was stunned, wanting to retort, but speechless. What they said was absolutely right. In all of Mecha Island's history, no pilot has ever owned more than 3 mecha girls simultaneously. Compatibility alone is a hurdle that cannot be circumvented. Even renowned pilots are extremely cautious when choosing their mecha girls. You can't simply covet a mecha girl's high stats and choose one that doesn't suit you. But finding a mecha girl that perfectly suits your needs isn't easy. The same is true for mecha girls. A good horse deserves a good saddle. While it's absolutely true, it's not as easy as one might imagine. Centuries of tradition have been broken by Su Li. Sometimes, Eve really wanted to let him try out every mecha girl on Mecha Island one by one, to see if he truly had no bottlenecks and could control any mecha girl. But these thoughts died in the cradle as soon as they emerged. We had to give the other pilots a chance. After all, he couldn't hold up the defense line on his own. Eve narrowed her eyes, a look of hostility. What's wrong? Why aren't you talking? Look me in the eye and repeat what you just said. Su Li's throat moved. Commander, are you working out? The next sentence I said. Please take a look at this intelligence summary. Did you just say that? Su Li nodded frantically. Yes. That's what I just said. Commander Gao can testify to that. He glanced at Gao Mingrui, who was hiding behind his desk, and saw his eyes light up. I testify, he said. This leg has been assembled. The sudden backstab caught Su Li off guard. It's better to let my friend die than to let me die, right? All right. Old Gao has taught him another lesson. He's such a jerk. He rushed in to help. He shouldn't have listened to Lightning's instigation, but if he regrets it now, what good will it do? Su Li didn't even have time to react in shock before Eve grabbed him by the collar and pressed her whole body against him. Gazing at the face so close, that familiar set washed over him once again. Those pale blue eyes were filled with a complex mix of emotions, yet the chilling coldness was unmistakable. Do you want to touch me? Suli felt a cold sweat break out at this blunt question. In his peripheral vision, Wenjing smiled like a fox, while Lao Gao craned his neck, tilting his head to listen. Is it nice to touch or not? Is that a question? The feeling of being strangled seemed to return. He instinctively saluted and tremblingly said, reporting to the leader, no, I didn't dare touch. Eve blushed, realizing their current position was extremely inappropriate. She let go of Suli's collar and raised her hand to straighten his shirt, but then felt the gesture was a bit too intimate. She quickly stepped back. But for some reason, that simple step back made her feel a little lost. For the first time in her life, she panicked. You, how could you not dare touch? You dared so much. You even explored a bug's nest, and yet there's still something you don't dare to do? Suli had never been pressed so hard by a woman in his entire life. His mind suddenly trembled, and he followed his instinct. Then I'll touch you now? As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire room fell completely silent. Lightning's eyes widened. He couldn't believe his ears. What's going on? The wife is still kneeling here. And you want to touch her? Gao Mingrui swallowed. How could he say Suli resembled him? This guy was the disciple surpassing the master. There was no comparison. The youth's drive was crystallized in that moment. He didn't just want to be a leader, he wanted to be the leader. As soon as the words left his mouth, Suli broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't even dare to meet Eve's gaze. He could only lower his head and focus his gaze once more on Eve's boots. Standard military boots. Kicking someone would hurt. His gaze unconsciously rose. Even in her flesh-colored stockings, her legs were startlingly white. If that leg flew up and hit him, should he stand firm, or let the force of the attack cause him to fall? As he watched, the white leg slowly rose and rested beside his. Suli, ? Gao Mingrui, ? Lightning, ? Eve's voice rang out, somewhat impatiently. Are you going to touch it or not? Suli glanced up at Eve's blushing cheeks and swallowed. He spit it out himself, then kneeled down and licked it. He didn't want to touch the leg, but mainly to ensure his words were consistent with his actions. He reached out his hand, trembling slightly, and wiped the raised leg. Have you touched it? Yes. All right. Submit a detailed report on touching the leg before 3 p.m. 30,000 words. Eve finished speaking and walked out of the office without looking back. With a slight slam of the door, the rest of the office erupted in panic. Is that okay? Then why, when I was younger, did all those colleagues who pursued Eve come back empty-handed? Gao Mingrui was stunned. Even if she pinned Suli down and whipped him with a horsewhip, he wouldn't have found it strange. But things just didn't go as he expected. I told you to touch me now, and you lifted your legs? Are you possessed? Are you still the Eve I knew? He quickly emerged from behind his desk, circled Suli several times, even leaning in close to sniff him. It didn't make sense. This smell was all over a mecha mechanic. Except his face looked a little more energetic, his eyes a little brighter, and his driving skills a little better. But the problem was, he never piloted Eve before. Why? A lousy pilot with so many mecha girls was so appealing to Eve. This sudden, outrageous move completely stumped Gao Mingrui. Not only him, but Wenjing too. Lightning screams echoed through the room. Master! Master, wash your hands. I suspect the governor is ill. No. Quarantine immediately. You're ill too. You're not the master who loves and cares for me. Who are you? I know. You must have traveled through time. She stood up, clutching her trophy, grabbed Suli's neck, and began shaking him frantically. Get out. Get out. Give me back my master. My master would never touch another person's legs. Suli's scalp went numb. Shaking violently from lightning, he felt life was bleak. There's something about touching legs, and there's also a detailed report. 30,000 words, and due before 3 p.m. He checked his watch during a moment of lightning. He still had 6 hours until the deadline. Chapter 498. So how exactly should I write this crappy leg-touching report? The shaking stopped abruptly. Lightning's eyes widened, and he cried out, wow! His master had changed after all. He wasn't a time traveler, he was the real person. So-called love, it turns out, is like a firework, dazzling, existing, and then, with a bang, vanishing into nothingness. When Jing blinked, maybe. The feeling after touching? Suli was torn. He had written movie reviews in school. Honestly, this was his first time writing about touching someone. How could he write about it? Fair, delicate, smooth, warm, with well-defined muscles and plenty of elasticity. If I had known, I should have pinched her a few more times. At least when writing about it, he could give it some depth, instead of using such bland words. Perhaps he should go back to university and take some literature courses. At least he should learn some flowery rhetoric, like the captivating silky sheen that, touching it, felt like caressing a young girl's tender heart. His own heart rippled with it, like a boat on a lake, each sway intoxicating. Sully scratched his head, looking at the intelligent summary Eve had casually tossed on the table, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Forget about being intoxicated. It seemed the governor couldn't offer any guidance on these documents at this moment. He glared at Gao Mingrui, who seemed to enjoy watching the fun and making trouble. He felt that he couldn't stay on Lingsui's star any longer. If it weren't for the competition in a few days, he would have packed up and run away right now. Gao Mingrui came around from behind the table, quickly walked up to Su Li, and grasped his hands. With an expression of unprecedented solemnity, he said to Su Li, "For the millions of people of Longzhou." Su Li was stunned. How could this even be relevant? Just the millions of Longzhou people? Capture her. Capture the supreme leader of Mechanical Island. Bring her closer to Longzhou. Promote the common development and prosperity of the two tribes. Su Li, the organization has high hopes for you. You must remember the organization's cultivation of you. Always stay true to your original aspirations, and unite with your colleagues. In recent years, the organization may not have been as supportive of you. But I have to say, I have nothing to say about you. Give me the team you want. Give me the wife you want. You even have descendants now, so go ahead with peace of mind. If anything unexpected happens to you along the way, your family will be properly taken care of by the organization. Su Li glanced down at Gao Mingrui's hands. The warmth they felt made him instinctively want to pull his hands away. You old man, you just tricked me a minute ago, and now you're setting me up again. What nonsense. If there's an accident, the organization will take care of the family. So you also know that capturing Eve is a high-risk undertaking. Commander Gao, this important mission requires your personal involvement. Gao Mingrui quickly shook his head and said earnestly, Commander Su, you're wrong. Throughout the past 200 years, you're the only one who's been able to touch Eve's legs. You truly set a precedent. You're the one who takes on this mission. Su Li was anxious. What do you mean, I'm the one who takes on this mission? If I weren't here to help you out, would I be so indifferent? Gao Mingrui grinned, indifferent? I see you're touching her quite enthusiastically. Besides, isn't this a good thing? It's clear the governor is interested in you. Otherwise, why would she let you touch her legs? She could even extract your bone marrow. She might as well have sucked my bone marrow. His head ached at the thought of having to write a 30,000-word summary of the leg-touching incident. Write this summary for me. Gao Mingrui bared his teeth, a look of helplessness on his face. I didn't touch it. I didn't feel anything at all. How am I supposed to write it? Lightning stood there in a daze, tears streaming down her cheeks. She looked from Gao Mingrui to Su Li. Her mind was in a complete mess. What was going on? Pursuing imperial orders to pick up girls. Compared to the millions of people in Longzhou, what was a wife to her? In novels, many people cried over their wives being sold to brothels for a few taels of silver. Not to mention the national cause today, love is mortal. She wasn't going to hold on to her position for much longer. A trace of fear suddenly crossed her face. Master, you won't send me on some fatal mission, will you? Probably not. After all, we've been friends for years. We met in humble beginnings, sharing joys and sorrows. Are you planning to lock me up in a dark room? Banish me to the cold palace? Starve me 9 meals a day? No way. I'm a glutton. If you keep bringing me food, the governor will find out. She was momentarily faced with a difficult decision. Or, why not exile me to the frontier as the Genuine general? The kind that can't return to the capital without imperial decree. Su Li was speechless. What? You still want to lead the troops back? One look at Lightning's expression, and he knew she was already brainstorming furiously. It's even at this critical juncture. Don't panic. On the mechanical island, Eve's steps had become much lighter. She walked quickly toward the breeding room and opened the door. For the first time in over 200 years, her heart was beating so violently. Eve took 2 deep breaths before reaching the mechanical tree. After its roots parted, a hidden door parallel to the ground was revealed. The door slid open slowly, and she stepped inside. As she descended, tiny stars lit up along the walls. They followed Eve along the technologically advanced walls, finally running ahead of her at the end of the stairs. They transformed into intricate, bright patterns on the ground, illuminating the entire underground space. An old mecha, somewhat different from the mecha girls, sat motionless on a tall chair. It rested its chin lightly on one hand, as if in a deep sleep. Eve gently placed her hand on its armor. The biting coolness spoke of the difference between its life and the mecha girl's. It was essentially a clunky lump of iron. No matter how fine the oil or wax, it couldn't withstand the ravages of time. Pale patches of rust had already covered its entire frame. At least as far as Eve could tell, it had endured for at least 500 years. She slowly knelt beside the mech and pressed her cheek against it. The biting coldness soothed her slightly burning cheeks. Mom. I don't know if I met the person in my life I can trust. But if even he isn't, then I don't know how many more years I have to wait. Chapter 499. Silence reigned in the dark room. The old mech gave her no answer, its energy long since exhausted. Everything vanished with the handover of the mecha tree. All that remained was this shell. Eve gently stroked the mecha before her, her eyes filled with nostalgia. Ling Xiao, I dreamed of you yesterday. You were so real. This is the first time I touched that so-called virtual image of you. It had the same texture as your real self, like a living mecha. Over 200 years. You've been sitting here for over 200 years. If I return the mecha tree to you, will you still stand up and hug me? Eve lowered her head, staring at the illuminated lines on the ground. In reality, these weren't lines at all, but rather a series of superimposed star maps. Over the years, they had traveled to so many places and experienced so much, not just dodging insect plagues and seeking allies for resistance. They were also searching. All the mecha girls knew what they were searching for, but they didn't know what it was exactly. They had once thought they were searching for allies to fight the Zerg, for their future, for a partner they could trust. But they had found all of these along the way. They had gained everything, and then lost it all, so they set out on their journey once again, a journey without a destination. When they encountered civilization again, they forged a new pact with it. But over the long years, Eve could sense that Mother's heart was always empty. Everything they sought belonged to them. Mother had never possessed it. What exactly are you seeking? Why did you become the founder of the Mecha Girl clan? For so many years, you had countless opportunities, yet why haven't you told us anything? Her question was destined to remain unanswered. Eve's gaze shifted to the right. On the ground before her feet lay a massive metal plate. Strange symbols covered it, making it impossible to decipher its contents. It didn't exist in the Mecha Girl records, nor in any civilization system. There wasn't even any way to decipher it. Many elders before her devoted considerable effort to studying the text on this metal plate, but without any theoretical or practical support, deciphering it was impossible. Generations of elders labored tirelessly, yet they could not make sense of it. In the end, they could only dismiss it as a casual scribbling by the overlord. Eve was the only one who disagreed. She had seen her mother repeatedly making alterations to the metal plate. It seemed to have become her only pastime. Until the last few decades, it seemed to have forgotten it. The night before it was to be delivered to the mechanical tree, it locked itself in a dark room and carved its final words on a metal plate. Everyone knew what it left behind, but no one knew what they meant. They were like its confession, its diary. They recorded every detail of its existence, yet no one could know what it had written. Not even the mechanical tree knew. Let's put aside these sentimental topics. Let me tell you, the man I met this time, while a bit of a jerk, is a truly excellent driver. He's also responsible, though a bit reckless, but that's because he's young. If he were a few dozen years older, he'd be much more composed. He's so bold and determined now. This is the first time I met someone so compatible with me. We found our footing again. It was a little difficult, but we managed to stand firm. We were about to throw everything at the table and abandon humanity. But then he showed up, giving me hope. Yes. It's him. I told you. He, too, has a mechanical tree. Eve chattered on and on, like a child clinging to its mother. The star map on the ground swayed and shifted, splitting and merging, demonstrating the mystical transformations of the universe. But this wonder, enough to amaze astronomers, went unnoticed by the people in the room. One couldn't see it, and the other simply didn't have the energy to see it. Eve wasn't a child anymore, so she wasn't interested in things that kept moving around. Come watch the competition with me. I tell you, this is absolutely a rare sight in the history of mecha girls. Aside from the original pilots, we haven't seen such a brilliant pilot in ages. She pulled out her terminal and projected the game footage into the air. Virtual images darted through the air, echoing in the vast dark room, accompanied by immersive sound effects. A tear slid down her face. Eve raised her hand and gently brushed it away, looking up at the mech's face. Those bugs were of some use, weren't they? Slaanish's kingdom has allowed me to see you. To see you alive. Don't you have any regrets? Aren't these things you carved on the tablet your regrets? But why didn't you tell us everything? Instead, you chose to bear it all alone? Her voice echoed in the dark room, hollow and helpless. Just hide it. Take your secret with you, and hide it forever. Inside the capsule, Suli hugged his head, eyes wide open, completely empty. Besides fair, tender, and delicate, there weren't even any other words on his report. Little Shuguang swayed closer, glanced down at the title, and frowned. Suli, is it difficult to write a summary of leg touching? Suli subconsciously covered her handwriting, fearing it might lead the child astray. Little Shuguang glanced up at Suli suspiciously, wondering why covering up just a few words was necessary. She'd been studying hard these past few days, and combined with her own memory, she already mastered it. It's just fair, tender, and delicate. Those words were completely empty. Did you write about a human or a robot girl? Robot, a robot girl. Little Shuguang gave him a look of moron. It had to be said that this face, so similar to Eve's, was truly too much of a rip-off. For a moment, Suli even thought it was Eve herself supervising the work. Start with the mecha. By observing the muscle contours, you can determine the direction of the mecha's adaptation. By feeling the joints, you can also provide feedback on the body's rotational modules. Isn't that what you taught me? Suli's eyes lit up. That's right. Who says touching legs is just touching legs? He's been a pilot for so many years, he could detect endocrine disorders just by placing his hands on a leg. Not to mention a clogged oil pipeline. Just a test report, easily 30,000 words. He glanced at Xiao Shuguang approvingly, his hands vanishing into a shadow as he began typing furiously on the keyboard. Chapter 500. When Eve saw the experience report in front of her, she felt completely unwell. She was deeply puzzled as to how Suli, such a straight man, could have so many mecha girls. She had given him the opportunity, but he still wouldn't back down. Could it be that she really needed to take the initiative? Was he playing hard to get? Eve examined his bewildered face and glanced at the report in his hand. Are you sure this is the report you want to submit? Faced with Eve's doubts, Suli nodded confidently. Yes, that's right. A full 35,000 words, definitely exceeding the standard. You? Eve stretched out her finger and tapped Suli, then let it go helplessly. It detailed everything he had conjectured and argued about her physical condition after that touch. He even extended it to the principles of mechanics. But as a mecha girl, did she need a human to explain the specific operating principles of her mecha? It was clear that he had gone to great lengths to minimize his own emotions. Throughout the entire article, he didn't mention anything that needed to be mentioned. It was all about his genuine concern for her health. What? A mecha girl over 200 years old deserves to have its circuits deteriorate? Doesn't she do her regular maintenance? He placed the report on the table and rubbed her brow. According to the plan, except for the mecha girls assigned to missions, have all the remaining mecha girls returned to Lingsue Star? Yes. The mecha girls and pilots who participated in the competition will return to their designated battlefields after their repairs are complete. The mecha girls currently deployed on the battlefield will be rotated back. Suli wasn't sure why Yi brought this up, but when he thought about how she and Gao Mingrui had both agreed to the competition proposal, he couldn't help but feel a pang of suspicion. These two must have been planning something. The teen competition wasn't originally intended to be such a big deal. It was just a live broadcast, meant to clarify their team's true strength while also reassuring the people of Longzhou. However, the grandiose arrangements made by the two clearly caught Suli off guard. The arrival of a group of Legion commanders in particular left him baffled. If they were seeking advanced training techniques, they could have easily sent a few elite pilots to train with the team. There was no need for a Legion commander to attend in person. Although most of the people present were deputies, their presence would still have a significant impact on the Legion's internal affairs. Furthermore, it seemed that Eve and Gao Mingrui were particularly concerned with the movements of the Dawn Legion. They're looking for a time difference. What kind of time difference? A time difference between the rotations of the Dawn Legion's mecha girls. Another move? Suli tightened his grip. He wasn't a warmongerer. Facing a race as unreasonably ruthless as the Zerg, any sacrifice was understandable in order to secure the land necessary for their survival. But fighting a fellow human, the corporate federation, was deeply unpalatable. They won't give up. So we need to give them an excuse. Eve leaned back in her chair, her pale blue eyes fixed on Suli's. In fact, for humans, disunity is the root of all unrest. Sin stems from desire, and with desire comes self-possession. There's no end in sight in the long fight against the Zerg. Now that Ruozi's breakthrough to the Emperor level is imminent, we don't have much time. She stood up straight, her slender finger pointing toward the distant starry sky. Out there, in the vast universe, there are many Emperor-level beings. The birth of each Emperor-level being means the redivision of the star field. Therefore, for the existing Emperor-level beings, such behavior is intolerable. Will they attack us? Su Li had never considered such a possibility. He had thought that as long as Ru Zi could safely break through to the Emperor level, they could rest easy and sweep everything away. But now, it seems that the enemy they will face is far more powerful than they imagined. Eve shook her head slightly. I'm not sure. Because I never seen an Emperor-level being. But we can't gamble on that possibility, right? Besides, don't you think the Enterprise Federation's retreat was too smooth? Gao Mingrui's calculations certainly played a role. But all businessmen are dishonest, and there are many clever people in the Enterprise Federation. They're not just good at lying and framing people. They actually have many backup plans. Over the years, Long O and them have become intertwined. The interests involved are too complex to explain in a moment. As soon as they issue an order, we can disrupt our conventional ammunition production line. Their control over the lower levels is already evident. If they leverage the Divine Grace Cult's network, then no matter how far they travel, their every move within Longzhou will be clearly monitored. Su Li's brow furrowed. I'll have Eve speed things up. Eve shook her head. The crux of the matter has never been this. The key is that they still need us to withstand the pressure from the Zerg. So their retreat can actually be considered a compromise. But you must remember, even without the Mecha Girls, the corporate federation will never be weak. All this conservatism and dormancy is a form of concealment. The base you see speaks volumes. Even within a base that served merely as bait, a wealth of achievements were on display. It's easy to imagine that what you saw has likely already become a reality. They likely have many backup plans. Ferocious, controllable behemoths. Or commandeered special forces divisions. Or a wide variety of high-tech weaponry. The Divine Grace Cult's Divine Punishment Army is only a tiny fraction of them. As the former de facto controllers of the Human Council, they are far more powerful than we imagined. Don't be misled by the intelligence. If their planet is truly covered in space stabilization devices, it likely doesn't mean they're afraid, but rather that they're using their fear to their advantage. This excuse is a covert attack while pretentiously building a plank road. So, at least at this critical juncture, the Dawn Legion's ability to show its prowess appropriately will have a significant deterrent effect on them. Are you trying to force them into a desperate situation? No, we want to force them into revealing their backup plan. Eve smoothed her hair. The 7 main battle legions have completed their mobile deployment. No matter where the defenses are disrupted, they will rush to support them immediately. At the same time, I also need the Dawn Legion to establish a rapid response team, led by key mecha girls, to be on standby. She slowly walked in front of Su Li, leaving him with her back. The war is about to truly begin. Chapter 501. Sayas, the 16th Legion's frontline. Beyond the defense line, the Queen standing at the bow suddenly let out a shrill alarm. They had immediately received a brainwave transmission from a specific direction. They interpreted it, and relayed it to their handlers. It was an ambiguous plea for help. The Queen, using her own specific frequency, issued a desperate rescue order to all Zerg. The battle on the battlefield had just ended. The Queen had only just stabilized the Zerg swarm, and had yet to apply pheromones. As the brainwaves continued to be released, all the Zerg that hadn't been recruited suddenly became restless. The Legionnaires, already accustomed to the new combat mode, were swept away by the tidal wave before they could even react. They didn't even have time to cry out in surprise before their bodies were pierced by the segmented legs. The flash of gunfire flashed, and bullets rained down on the insect armor, sending up showers of sparks. The rotary cannons mounted on the action armor barely posed a threat to the medium to large species before them. Those summoned to the front lines to clean up the battlefield were chatting and laughing one moment, then drowned by a wave of insects the next. Not even a ripple rose. The commander urgently ordered a retreat. Mechas quickly advanced, guarding the rear of the main force, and fiercely collided with the insect swarm. The Queen at the bow roared again and again, her pheromones spreading with her brainwaves. This finally stopped the insect swarm, buying more soldiers time to retreat. Orders were issued one after another through the terminal. As expected of a battle-hardened regular army, they regrouped with incredible speed, forming a battle formation while fighting and retreating. The Queen turned around in panic, realizing that the owner of the brainwaves was far more powerful than she. Even she had nearly been caught in the constant stream of brainwaves. If the mark engraved in her soul hadn't suddenly illuminated, she would have already turned around and bit her trainer. And there was more than one voice. Quick report. An abnormality has occurred. A high-level queen is suspected to have appeared on planet Seth. Late King level the number. The number is unknown. The messages were quickly compiled and relayed to the Combat Command Center. After a quick analysis of the situation, the staff dispatched a mobile team aboard a transport ship, speeding towards the direction of the brainwaves. But the direction from which the signal was sent had already been overrun by the Zerg swarm. Everywhere they looked, it was a dense mass of insects, layered upon layer, with no trace of the queens to be found. A forced assault would only result in the deaths of all members of the mobile team. They stood atop the ship, moving back and forth over the swarm several times, but could find no trace of the queens. Desperate rescue? What could have caused a late-stage king-level queen to emit the brainwaves of a desperate rescue? They had been advancing on Seth for some time. It's not impossible that late-stage king-level queens existed on Seth itself. But the simultaneous appearance of so many was somewhat unbelievable. Quickly retreat. Brainwave signals have also been detected in the area behind us, which we already explored. The mobile team leader was stunned. It took them nearly 20 minutes to reach one of the locations, and before they could even locate the queen, they were forced to turn back? Something's wrong. We're seeing brainwave signals from late-stage king-queens all around us. They're coming for us. As the chief of staff spoke over the comms channel, cold sweats broke out on everyone's backs. The queen is on the verge of collapse. She's lost the ability to control the swarm. Rescue the base immediately. We need to hold our ground and wait for help. The flurry of orders made the mobile team leader clench his fists as he stared at the surging Zerg swarm before him. We already reached the location. Can't we just cover it with artillery fire? Let's at least try. There was a moment of silence on the comms channel before the chief of staff's voice came again, then one round of artillery fire. If all else fails, retreat as quickly as possible. The mobile team gritted their teeth and ordered the mecha girls to deploy their heavy artillery, unleashing a barrage of shells on the densest Zerg swarm. A round of artillery fire, the shells whistling, slammed into the heart of the Zerg swarm, creating a massive blast. Instantly, Zerg limbs flew everywhere, and a vast cloud of dust rose, completely enveloping the center. When the smoke and dust cleared, a dense swarm of Zerg was revealed, leaving a deep sense of despair in the hearts of the people. The Zerg swarm was too dense, and their dozen or so heavy artillery pieces alone could not inflict any damage. Quick return. Latest intelligence. The one sending the signal wasn't a late-stage king. It was the Zerg king. It was the Zerg king. Everyone, return to base, board the ships, and evacuate. Everyone, return to base, board the ships, and evacuate. Command after command echoed. In the combat command room, the Legion commander and numerous staff officers wore solemn expressions. An early-stage insect king was no longer a formidable opponent for even an SS-rank mecha girl. Forget insect kings. Even a single king-rank queen was enough to put a main legion in a difficult position, even with its defenses. And now, on this small planet, several insect kings had appeared. How could this resource-poor planet produce so many insect kings? No one knew the answer. But they knew that if they didn't evacuate quickly, everyone would die here. Among the main legions, S-rank mecha girls were rare, and as for SS-rank mecha girls, it was thanks to the Dawn Legion that they had a permanent SS-rank mecha girl stationed there. This unconventional combat capability must be used effectively. In the operations room, everyone's faces paled. Immediately arrange for evacuation. Have the frigates on high alert. If a swarm of insects is detected attacking us, issue a warning immediately. Before he could finish his words, a piercing voice echoed through the operations room. Commander, look up at the sky. Countless fireballs, trailing long tails, streaked across the sky. They struck the frigates, piercing them instantly. A massive explosion echoed through the sky. The B-class frigate, which had just ascended to a certain position, was directly struck by the fireballs and disintegrated in the sky. A series of explosions echoed, and everyone watched helplessly as the frigates exploded in dazzling fireworks in the sky before disintegrating into fragments. It's the Archer bug. There are Archer bugs in space. The staff officer's exclamation went unnoticed. Their gaze remained fixed on the sky above. That dazzling fire was not just a frigate, but also the foundation for the safe evacuation of the entire Corps. Their hope of escaping alive was gone. Chapter 502. Report to the commander. Our signal has been completely cut off. Before the signal was cut off, we had already contacted all the deployed mobile teams. Why was the signal cut off? Even without the frigate as a relay, what about the high-frequency communication facilities we built? It was blown up. The commander of the 16th Army said nothing. If the sudden appearance of the Zerg King was an accident, then the destruction of the communication tower was undoubtedly a human error. The pale blue Legion level shield rippled, and the strong acid fired by the sky-high archer worms was rapidly depleting the shield's energy. They had no way to escape. Under such a dense barrage, not a single ship could take to the air. His fierce gaze swept across the faces of everyone present. At this moment, his eyes were filled not with despair, but with utter pain and resentment. He hated the Corporate Federation and the Divine Grace sect. He hated them for stabbing him in the back at such a critical moment, but he was also heartbroken, because he had an entire legion at his disposal. These brothers and sisters he'd been with day and night were afraid they would all die here. He wasn't a fool. If he couldn't see at this moment that all this was planned long ago, he could just die. It was just a pity. Because of the signal interruption, he couldn't deliver this intelligence. The 16th Army commander suddenly remembered something and glanced at the Chief of Staff. Go! Find the mecha girl from Lung Chui Star. Find the trainer. Let her go. Take the queen away. No matter what, make her deliver the information. Tell her I suspect the Corporate Federation is behind all this. We, the 16th Army, can fight to the death and not retreat a single step, but this information must be delivered, no matter what. The Chief of Staff stood up, saluted, and ran outside with his adjutant. The Dawn Legion's mecha girls were incredibly recognizable. Even in a crowd, they were instantly noticeable. Their black and red uniforms were so dazzling, it was impossible to ignore them. Furthermore, with the Queen's massive presence, she was practically always nearby wherever she was. The two men quickly ran toward her, watching as she reached out to caress the Queen, soothing her. From a distance, he began to shout, whisper, communication has been interrupted. The Legion commander suspects it's connected to the Corporate Federation's backdoor plan. He ordered you to leave with the Queen and deliver this information, no matter what. The mecha girl, whisper, frowned upon hearing this. You want me to desert? Desert with the Zerg King surrounding the base? The Chief of Staff finally approached, gently stroking his chest. I'm not deserting, but this information is crucial and must be delivered. The Archer Zerg are deployed directly overhead. None of our ships can successfully launch. At this moment, we can only rely on the Zerg space shuttle technology to break through the void tunnel and transport you first. This is a military order, and I beg you to obey. Whisper looked up at the sky, watching the orange acid pour down, and knew the other party's words were true. Such a dense spray of acid would be a pipe dream for even the smallest D-class assault ship, let alone a frigate exploding midair. Whisper, hurry! While we can distract the Zerg for you, go deliver the information. This is definitely no coincidence. Just as we ascertain the Zerg Emperor's message, the communication tower is blown up. We don't have time to search for the traitor. Once the Zerg Emperor recovers, we'll face countless Zerg hordes. The Chief of Staff leaned over to Whisper's side, his words etched with barely concealed urgency. His adjutant went even further, grabbing Whisper's hand. A steel blade pierced Whisper's chest. She felt a chill on her back, followed by a sharp, piercing pain. The blade darted across her body at breakneck speed, its tip visible from the front with each thrust. The thrusts were expertly executed, and with each thrust, he subconsciously rotated to widen the wound. Whisper opened her mouth, about to say something, when a mouthful of bright red blood spurted out. She looked at the Chief of Staff and his adjutant in disbelief. Their faces were filled with anxiety, but their eyes held a chilling madness. We must send them out. It's best if we can bring back reinforcements. Whisper, I beg you to leave some kind of fire for the 16th Army. He spoke with one voice, but his hands never stopped. The adjutant blocked everyone's view, but in the blind spot, the Chief of Staff's knife never stopped. Blinding red dripped down the hilt. The Queen Insect realized something was wrong and pierced the Chief of Staff with one leg. But it was too late. She roared to the sky and bit the adjutant beside Whisper into her mouth. She looked down at Whisper's condition and saw blood oozing from her mouth and nose. A pool of blood had formed under her. It was obvious that she was no longer alive. Humans, kill her trainer. She may be a trainer, but she was more like a comrade. She knew how much effort she had put in to join the Dawn Legion. Every time she sweated profusely, every time she wiped the blood off her body, every time she cried in a corner where no one could see her. She knew it all. To make a good impression, this mecha girl, who wasn't particularly fond of laughter, couldn't help but smile whenever she saw someone. When asked why she persisted in such a meaningless endeavor, she replied, if my smile can bring even a little warmth and encouragement to others, then that's meaningful. She was self-reliant and never self-pitying. Even though she was a shy girl at heart, in the eyes of others, she was always so strong. When she passed the assessment, the smile on her face was so genuine that even she, a bug, couldn't help but be infected and smile along with her. But why? Why was she being killed by the very people she swore to protect? She had worked so hard, and she had finally passed the Dawn Legion's assessment and obtained the module to upgrade to an SS-class mecha girl. She was clearly preparing for great things. This was not the destiny that should belong to a warrior. At least not a reasonable destination. She lifted the chief of staff on her leg and walked a few steps to the front of the building. With one of her legs, she tore down the outer wall of the combat command room. Even the steel plates embedded within were ripped apart by her violence. Looking at the stunned officers and soldiers inside, she lifted the chief of staff on her leg, her 4 pairs of compound eyes glaring at the Legion commander, and spoke in a somewhat broken Longo dialect. "I think you owe me an explanation." Chapter 503. A bloody corpse was hoisted high up. For a moment, he thought the Zerg had charged in. He instinctively grasped the pistol at his waist. But when he saw the corpse hanging from its articulated legs, and the Queen's ferocious gaze, he was stunned. The Queen wore the insignia of the Dawn Legion on her upper body. The large emblem reflected a dazzling light, leaving him somewhat bewildered. "Tell me, why did he kill the Dawn Legion's instructor?" The Queen's voice startled the 16th Army commander, and his gaze involuntarily flickered to the Chief of Staff's face. A faint, maniacal smile still clung to his pale face. Even in death, that ferocious grin hadn't faded in the slightest. Why? Why else could it be? Complex thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning and thunder. The glaring sunlight through the shattered hole in the wall brought not warmth, but a piercing chill. "He's an enemy spy." The 16th Army's commander spoke the truth feebly. But what good would it do? The SS-rank mecha girl, the Legion's last hope for help, had been so easily destroyed by the enemy. Was there any chance their entire Legion would survive? That's right. The entire Legion. He swallowed hard, forcing himself to face the behemoth before him. "Hurry! Break through the void passage and return to tell Commander Sue everything. I, John Lin, have let him down. I let the Dawn Legion's mecha girl perish here because of my negligence. I can die. All those around me can die on this battlefield. But I hope you can bring us reinforcements. Leave even a tiny spark of life for our Legion." As he spoke, he knelt down before the Queen before him. John Lin was a man of steel. Besides heaven and earth, he had only ever knelt before his parents. But today, for the lives of tens of thousands of soldiers in his Legion, he knelt again. Even if it was to a mere insect. He wasn't sure if the Queen understood him, but when he looked up again, the massive figure had completely vanished from sight. John Lin stood up again, staring at the sky outside, and roared angrily, "Hack your ancestors." He turned with a sullen expression, looked at the staff in the office, took off his military cap, and slammed it to the ground. "I'm only saying this once. If anyone in this room is a spy, I'll give him a chance to kill himself. Outside this room are tens of thousands of our brothers in arms. I don't care how steadfast your beliefs are, or how bright the future you envision. But you absolutely shouldn't, gamble with the lives of your brothers. What gives you the right? What gives you the right to think that your illusory desires can override humanity? That you can emotionlessly wield your butcher knife against your brothers, those you shared life and death with? You're the only ones born and raised, and the rest of us were born from nothing? Damn it! In my army, even the Chief of Staff and his adjutant are other people's men. Who in this army is ours? Officers in the operations department, if any of you are spies, stand up. If you have a SH*T, stand up." His furious voice echoed through the room, and the staff fell silent. No one spoke. John Lin's turn, furious gaze swept over everyone present. "All right. No one admits it, right? Since no one admits it, I'll treat you as my own. Now, pass on my military orders. High-level mecha girls carry the signal relay equipment and restore communications across the battlefield. My 16th Legion, even if it's a nest of spies, will fight a decisive battle for me. I don't know if there's any support. I don't know how long we can hold out. I'm not going anywhere today. I'll just sit here and keep a close eye on you. If all the soldiers die, then you'll take over. Don't worry. If you die, I'll follow." In the room, everyone was moving again. Outside, one S-class mecha girl after another quickly deployed, carrying large signal relay base stations on their backs, and sped off towards various locations on the battlefield. The rain of fire continued to pour down. As the protective shield fluctuated, John Lin drew his service pistol and pointed it at the numerous staff officers who were relaying orders and formulating battle plans. On Lingsue Star, high up in the communications tower. In the command room, on the star map, blue dots of light went out one after another. The mecha girl spoke rapidly, reporting one abnormal situation after another. The entire command structure was fully operational as soon as the situation arose. Governor, the Skynet system has multiple flaws. We've lost the contact beacons of 9 legions so far. This can only be caused by the frigates serving as relay stations losing contact, along with the signal towers on the surface being destroyed. Report, the number of legions missing their contact beacons has now risen to 10. Eve stared at the star map before her and slammed her fist down on the table. She wasn't blind. She could see the blue dots of light extinguished across the battlefields. Are there any more people? Are they still alive? No, I don't know. We haven't received any calls for help. They just vanished from the star map. Su Li frowned, standing behind Gao Mingrui. He stared intently at the star map before him, seeing that all the teams that had lost their communication beacons were concentrated in the southern battlefield. He guessed wrong. He assumed that even if the Corporate Federation took action, they would choose a location near the flame blue galaxy. Unexpectedly, they chose the southern battlefield. After a moment's reflection, he understood why the other side had made such a choice. They were going to tip the balance of victory back, using the Zerg to slow them down, forcing them to reduce their control over the planets in the buffer zone between the two sides. Suddenly, Ruizi's voice echoed in his mind. His expression changed, and he tugged at Gao Mingrui's sleeve, relaying the intelligence Ruizi had relayed to him. Upon hearing this, Gao Mingrui immediately took 2 steps forward. Early or late-stage Zerg queens have appeared on every planet. They seem intent on surrounding our development base. You're talking about them? Impossible. Eve turned her head and spoke rapidly. According to the Zerg's own habits, they wouldn't gather in such high density. Not even Zerg queens, let alone Zerg queens. And they appeared on every planet? There's absolutely no way so many Zerg queens could appear in the entire star field. Su Li thought so too, but the news was relayed personally by the queens under Ruizi's command on each planet. The brainwave signals and pheromones couldn't possibly be adulterated. So where did all those Zerg queens come from? Chapter 504. The number of extinguished blue points of light on the star map continued to increase. In just half an hour, over 20 points of light had gone out. The 7 legions prepared for emergencies were no longer sufficient. In addition to the 7 legions on the mechanical island, various formations of the Royal Guard had already passed through the mechanical island's transmission channel and rushed to the scene at a breakneck speed. Everyone knew that speed was of the essence in war. Su Li, however, could only stay in the command room, watching Gao Mingrui and Eve coordinate the deployment of each formation. The virtual video conference brought together all the military leaders, from the general staff to the logistics department. Dispatch the fleets to redeploy. Split the 2 space fleets in the Southern Theater Command into 4 parts. While ensuring their own combat capabilities, deploy frigates to lay signal relay lines for each planet. Carrying a sufficient number of satellites, I will deploy a mechanical island phantom to unify the entire information network. Then our military will further coordinate the combat plan, ensuring that at least the smallest number of people are used to solve the biggest problem. Eve frowned slightly. She glanced at the senior officials of the United Front Work Department, then turned to look at Su Li behind her. What she hated most was being told what to do. What do you mean by the smallest number of people to solve the biggest problem? The abacus was so calculating that the beads bounced off people's faces. Su Li looked at the star map in front of him, his expression suddenly strange. On Guanghua Star, the 72nd Legion's base, recently deployed there, was also destroyed. The other planets were still being developed, and he didn't know the specific situation. But Guanghua Star was different. Since they had evacuated, there had been no queens on the planet. Therefore, he planted the same seeds from the small tree on Guanghua Star, requesting only 1 legion to station there. First, with the presence of the small tree, Guanghua Star would be safe from Zerg attacks. Second, even if a high-level Zerg descended, the small tree would immediately warn. But in his mind, the small tree swayed its branches, without a trace of warning. This meant that if there were reports from Guanghua Star, then all the signal loss, and the Queen's warnings were likely false. Sure enough, a moment later, Ruizi's warnings echoed in his mind. On Guanghua Star, news of the Queen's early queen also appeared. Governor, these insect kings might be fake. As the video conference ended, Su Li immediately reported his suspicions. I already planted tree seeds on Guanghua Star, but an insect king level queen has also appeared. This is fundamentally impossible. The mechanical tree had no warning. You mean, your mechanical tree had no warning? Eve turned to look at Su Li, then exchanged a glance with Gao Mingrui. Gao Mingrui nodded and quickly addressed Su Li. Without further delay, you must immediately coordinate the Dawn Legion's personnel on Lingsue Star to board the ship and head for Saya's star. Your combat mission is quite demanding. First, stabilize the current situation. Second, help the 16th Legion escape its current predicament. Third, there's more than one Legion stationed on Saya's star, including the 34th and 35th Legions. Their deputy commanders are also here this time, so go with him. Su Li glanced hesitantly at Gao Mingrui. His eyes behind his glasses held a strange gleam, as if he were about to tell him something, or at the same time, urging him to assemble and depart quickly. Say there's no time to lose, yet he's letting me board the ship, and the deputy commander of the 34th Legion, a man already confirmed to be a member of the Divine Grace cult, actually let me leave Ling Sui's star alive. And let me go with him? He nodded thoughtfully, saluted, and hurried outside. The Ling Sui star mech girls were already ready for battle. Thousands of them lined the square, each one with their heads held high and their chests puffed out. A Class B frigate hovered in midair, its hatch slowly opening. The Dawn Legion's military appearance is truly rigorous. So many men, yet they still stand in such neat formation. Even routine tactical maneuvers, like boarding a ship, are accompanied by extremely swift movements. Even during this rapid march, there's not even a hint of disarray in their formation. This demonstrates Commander Su's mastery of leadership. Su Li nodded slightly, standing on the bridge, seemingly accepting the flattery. Before we rush to the front lines, I hope Commander Su will visit our base first. There are tens of thousands of soldiers there. If we truly encounter the Insect King, every step we take could save a life. His words deeply moved Su Li. If he hadn't known his identity from the start, who would have associated him with the word spy? He looked at him intently, suddenly realizing that some people, after repeated lies, tend to take them seriously. He saw anxiety, worry, and even a hint of resentment towards Su Li in his eyes. It seemed he shouldn't bother with pretense, but rather let the mech girls board directly, saving every second possible. The ship roared, and the heavy hatch began to close. The entire frigate slowly began to rise. Su Li winked at the pilot's seat, and Yihua raised his eyebrows, his lips curling slightly. The upturned corners of his mouth weren't just on Yihua's face. In hidden corners, they appeared on the faces of many others. The pilots and mech girls of the Dawn Legion. Most of them are here. In the cabin, a middle-aged man with glasses, a fierce look in his eyes, adjusted the equipment before him. If the frequency was adjusted slightly, the machine before him would emit extremely high-frequency brain waves. At that time, that damn frigate, that damn Dawn Legion, would be reduced to a dazzling display of fireworks under the acid of the Archer bugs, adding a touch of brilliant fireworks to the dazzling starry sky. On the bridge, the deputy commander sat behind Su Li, his head bowed. He pretended to adjust the brim of his hat, using the shade to mask the madness in his eyes. But that scorching gaze was impossible to ignore. It was almost there. It was almost there. The crew had boarded, the hatches had closed, and the entire frigate had begun to lift off. As long as they broke through the first jump gate, only death awaited them. He sat in the pilot's chair beside the bridge, following Su Li. He observed Su Li closely. He only looked a little more energetic. I wondered what was so remarkable about him, that the cult's leaders wanted to eliminate him. What detailed battle plan? Did you see that? He sat beside him, so openly. The distance between them was so great that they could reach each other with just an outstretched hand. He hadn't even let his pilot sit with him. Where did he get his confidence from? He himself was so weak. Chapter 505. At this distance, if he had drawn the bayonet from his waist, he could easily pierce his throat. His gaze swept across the ship, and he could see the mecha girls, each in a solemn pose, standing at various positions on the bridge, alert for any sudden incident. But they were too far away. So far that even if he had stabbed Su Li dozens of times, they wouldn't have had time to rush to his aid. His heart was moved. For a moment, he wanted to draw his weapon and slash him with a swift blow. But he held himself back. Because Su Li's death wouldn't solve a major problem. What they wanted was the annihilation of the entire Dawn Legion. What could a powerful legion do? After a single leap, they were completely within the radiation range of the front line. Once there, the free-floating Archer bugs would be attracted to the signal. Fighting in space without a powerful fleet escort, relying solely on a single frigate, would be a complete joke. He glanced at Su Li beside him, the joy in his chest almost uncontrollable. In order to rush to the rescue, he chose not to split up his forces, but instead packed thousands of Dawn Legion mechas into this tiny iron coffin. What an arrogant and conceited decision. Even he knew that one should never put all their eggs in one basket. But Su Li before him hadn't done so. The youngest Legion commander in Longzhou's history was a complete fool. A fool who didn't even understand risk sharing. He would pay the price for his arrogance. The price was half the Dawn Legion, and his own life. Why haven't you taken action yet? Sully turned his head and looked at the stunned deputy commander of the 34th Army beside him. As he spoke, he kept his gaze fixed on the man before him. It must be said that his mental fortitude was exceptionally strong. Even at Sully's questioning, his body only trembled slightly, and it was impossible to tell without careful observation. What did you say? He hurriedly retracted the enthusiasm in his eyes, and became cautious again. Sully pinched his chin, his eyes fixed on the man before him. His thin, narrow mouth trembled slightly. Sully suddenly leaped up and slapped him in the face. The massive slap, instantly shattering his cheek, was so powerful that one could hear the crack of his cheekbone. The man was flung into the air by the slap, but the seatbelt held him back in his seat. He tilted his head and spat out broken, blood-soaked teeth. He stared at the blood slowly seeping onto the carpet, his head pounding. Saliva mixed with blood rolled down the corner of his mouth. After the slap, he couldn't feel his cheek at all. I say, why haven't you taken action yet? That's right. You received a new mission, haven't you? If my guess is correct, besides my life, your master wants the lives of most of the mecha girls in my Dawn Legion, right? Where did you set the ambush? How many men did you mobilize? Forget it, there's no point in asking you. He waved to the side, and Ruazi immediately came over. She reached out her slender fingers, slashed his wrist, dipped a drop of blood into her mouth, and brought it to her mouth. The deputy commander watched Ruazi's actions with a blank expression, still lost in the daze brought on by that slap, unable to extricate himself. He couldn't understand why he was fine one moment, and then completely stunned the next. Is this man a demon? How did he know he wanted to kill him? Was it his keen battlefield instincts? But he clearly hadn't expressed any murderous intent. How could the other party even sense that? He lifted his eyelids and tremblingly looked at Sully before him. His eyes were cold, as if he were looking at a dead person, and they made him feel as if he were sinking into an icy cave. He had seen Sully's eyes like this before. At public trials before, he had stood on the podium like this, his eyes lowered, gazing at the prisoner kneeling below. Some gossipers called it dragon's contempt. He used to scoff at it, but he never expected to experience it now. The coldness and endless indifference mingled within it made him feel as if even existing was a sin. Ruazi transmitted her newly analyzed memories to Sully, which only intensified the coldness in his eyes. It turned out that the so-called Insect King disaster on various planets was a complete hoax. But it wasn't entirely a hoax. Interrupted communications, a raging insect swarm. If the correct response wasn't taken immediately, facing the relentless onslaught of the Insect King, it would surely result in heavy casualties. Furthermore, the brainwaves released by the Insect King would attract not only the Sagittarius insects roaming the universe, but also the Insect Kings roaming the universe. If the Insect King was truly attracted, the rage of being tricked would be enough to transform her into a nightmare for everyone on the planet. Sully grabbed the 34th Army's deputy commander by the head and dragged him to the edge of the bridge. With a glance from him, Ruazi quickly relayed the arrest order to the mecha girls. In less than 5 minutes, they were all brought to the deck, including the man coordinating the equipment. The deputy commander looked surprised. Even with his cheeks swollen and the pain pounding in his brain, he couldn't help but be shocked. After all, some of these people were hiding in secret compartments of the ship, shielded from all scanning equipment. How did the mecha girls accurately locate and capture them? Sully saw through his confusion, but he made no effort to explain. Part of this was due to Ruazi's memory exploration, and part was due to Yihua's familiarity with ships. As the biggest problem on the mechanical island, she was completely focused on ships. She was practically fluent in the layout of conventional warships. Just a quick walk inside would reveal the modifications and renovations. No one knew better than Yihua where to hide. In front of all the members of the Divine Grey sect, Sully violently crushed the deputy commander's jaw. He crushed his limbs, leaving him to wriggle on the ground like a maggot. All those tightly bound felt a chill run through their heads. The next second, the mecha girl behind them imitated Sully's actions. Carry them down and hang them over the side of the ship. Use the best medicine. We must save their lives. A death like this would be too easy for them. Chapter 506. On the battlefield of planet Seth. Dazzling flames painted half the sky red. Unlike a blazing cloud, the glaring red light was flowing. Without the queen, he couldn't even pinpoint the direction of the brainwaves. The Blue Legion level shield was beginning to falter, as if it would shatter at any moment, but the artillery below remained undeterred, frantically loading shells and bombarding the designated direction. They had received no orders to retreat. On a planet like this, they had no escape route. The armed transports that had followed the mobile team out became everyone's only hope. Determination etched itself on the soldiers' faces, and their shouts, mingling with the roar of the artillery, echoed throughout the battlefield. Under the onslaught of these brainwaves, the Zerg seemed to be energized, their combat effectiveness increasing by more than 1.5 times compared to before. Can we even switch sides? Commander, if we keep holding on like this place will be a sea of fire. We can't hold on any longer. We only have one set of backup shields left. If we use them now, we'll lose our last defense. Zhang Lin naturally saw the current situation. But they didn't have the conditions to switch sides. Without communication restored, any attempt would be irresponsible to the forces outside. They could retreat, but what about the many elites deployed on the battlefield? They had already received orders to retreat. If they returned and didn't see their team, what would they do next? Lost in the insect swarm, their fate was imaginable. First squad. First squad. Got it, please reply. Second squad. Got it, please reply. Third squad. Third squad. Got it, please reply. Zhang Lin pressed the communication device over and over again. Dozens of S-class mechas, carrying communication relays, had risked their lives rushing in all directions. But as time passed, he still couldn't contact his team. They must have been held back by something. But due to the lack of communication, Zhang Lin had no idea what they had encountered. Commander, we need to evacuate. If we hold on any longer, we'll be sitting ducks once our shields run out. Do you see that? That's a shower of acid. Once it falls, it'll splatter where it lands. Just a few dozen rounds into the base, and those soldiers are finished. The staff officer shouted at the top of his lungs, but then he shut up. Zhang Lin pressed his gun against the staff officer's forehead. Retreat? The people outside are fighting, and the people inside are fighting too. Those soldiers in the artillery regiment, in their action gear. A's stormtroopers. They're fighting tooth and nail. What right do you, a mere idiot sitting in the command room, have to clamor for retreat? I think you're tired of living, you bastard. If you survive this battle, get out of my regiment. The staff officer's face paled. All right. I'm in the command room, but I'm quitting now. I'm going to fight. I'm an A-rank pilot, after all. I can't afford to be called out of the regiment. I'm going to die on the battlefield right now. He straightened himself and quickly walked to the gap in the wall, but stopped. He turned and gave Zhang Lin a final military salute. Old man, you must survive. With that, he embraced his mecha girl and leaped down. A massive mecha instantly unfolded, charging the swarm of insects outside. Zhang Lin glared furiously, his body trembling slightly. Can we retreat? Not even a single step. As long as the base remains, the numerous dispatched action teams will have a foothold. In the operations room, the staff officers' faces paled. A moment later, figures emerged one after another. Captain, without communication, we staff officers are useless. We're going to. It would be good if we could relieve some of the pressure on the base. One by one, they approached the breach and leaped down. In this battle, every mecha girl became a force that could determine the outcome. A massive figure appeared outside the room again. The enormous form of the queen insect emerged, and a roar reached the sky. You're back? How's it going? Any news of reinforcements? The queen didn't respond to Zhang Lin's anxious inquiries. She simply flexed her limbs, swiftly maneuvering to the mountainside and releasing her pheromones toward the Zerg on the battlefield. Some of the Zerg's information systems began to malfunction. They hesitated for a moment, then began to shift direction, forming one fragile line after another and advancing toward the vast Zerg tide. Although the impact was minimal, it was the maximum she, a king-level warrior, could achieve. Zhang Lin wasn't sure if any reinforcements would be forthcoming. He gritted his teeth and once again called out to the various action teams. Aside from the ticking sound, only a rustling rustled through the communication channel. He stood in front of the building's breach, watching the black mech charging through the swarm of insects. He couldn't help but tighten his grip on the intercom. Team 1, read on. Team 2, is there anyone still alive in Team 2? All members of the mobile team, we're still holding the base, waiting for you to return home. He called out again and again, only to receive eternal silence. Zhang Lin slowly lowered the communication device. Although he knew that only constant communication would ensure he could contact his team the moment the mech arrived, the constant and frequent contact had made him tired of the repeated disappointment. Finally, despair settled on him. Swish, swish. Command, please reply. Squad 1 is encountering a swarm of archer bugs in the southeast. Requesting support, requesting support. They're all elite. They're all king-level elite. The coordinates and direction. Zhang Lin suddenly jumped up from his chair and dove for the military radio. I'm here, Squad 1, I'm here. Evacuate immediately. Heavy artillery support will arrive in 2 minutes. Repeat, evacuate immediately. Heavy artillery support will arrive in 2 minutes. The radio fell silent again, but the sight of Squad 1 seemed to give him a shot of confidence. His team was still there. They could still go home. Squad 2, please reply. The radio fell silent again. Zhang Lin quickly contacted the artillery regiment and, after relaying the specific coordinates, slung the radio over his shoulder, fearing he missed the call due to a moment of negligence. The rustling sound began again. Zhang Lin stared at the radio with hope, his earphones firmly pressed against his ears. A woman's cold, calm voice rang out from within. She said calmly, "We're here." Zhang Lin raised his head and saw dozens of figures suddenly appear in the sky, plummeting toward the battlefield. The black and red mechas each had a distinct design, but their uniform livery, adorned with golden plaques on their chests, announced their identities to everyone on the battlefield. The Dawn Legion has arrived. Chapter 507. They were like meteorites from outer space, slamming fiercely into the center of the battlefield. The 5 mecha squads had a clear division of labor. The assaulters charged forward swiftly, clearing a patch of the battlefield with ease. The defensive and support mecha squads followed suit. They became a battlefield meat grinder, rampaging through the center of the Zerg swarm, teeming with medium and large species. Every sword swing was impeccably precise, every spear thrust guaranteed to strike the Zerg's brain. They pressed forward, never pausing since crashing into the battlefield. Everyone marveled at the Dawn Legion's individual combat prowess, but they rarely witnessed the Dawn Legion's team combat. And Zhang Lin witnessed it firsthand. He finally became the 2nd Legion commander, after Lin Tianan, to witness the Dawn Legion's team combat firsthand. He had never imagined that combat could be so visually pleasing. He had seen it in promotional videos before, but at the time, he had simply assumed it was embellished. But now the facts were before him, and he had no choice but to believe. Even facing the swiftly advancing elite, they showed no fear. Hooks and chains shot out rapidly, wrapping around the creatures before being firmly grasped by the defensive mechas. For assaulters could kill the elite with a single blow. The elite that had shattered the entire Legion's formation didn't even survive 5 breaths in their hands. With their actions, they silenced all doubts. What's wrong with 85 people? They numbered no more than 100, but on a battlefield of this scale, they were unmatched. Black and red figures transformed into streaks of light, dashing at breakneck speed while performing dazzling maneuvers. Compared to them, the other active mechas on the battlefield resembled clumsy giants, lacking any apparent agility. Dazzling ammunition chains blazed from the muzzles of their machine guns, forming a barrage that completely blocked the Zerg sight. These agile black and red elves transformed into complete war machines on the battlefield. Every means, every skill, became fundamental to defeating the enemy. An armed transport ship soared through the air. Just as Zhang Lin thought it was serving as a communications relay, the vessel, with unparalleled force, plunged headfirst into the Zerg swarm, its tail whipping around and crushing vast swathes of the worms into a pulp. Zhang Lin, shock! He raised his finger in shock, unable to contain his expression. Is this how the action team kills the enemy? Is this how the armed transport is used? He even saw the queen on the ship, her hands stretched out, clinging to the railings, her face etched with terror. Her open mouth, a roar slightly distorted by the tail swing. It was clear that the armed transport was deployed to clear a path for the mechs. Over 80 mechs sprinted along the cleared path, reaching their designated position in a flash. Their formation instantly dispersed, splitting into 5 directions to intercept the incoming mech swarm. Each squadron, 17 members strong, formed a sturdy barrier, forcibly withstanding the massive attack of the mechs. The dense swarm of mechs was terrifying and filled with despair. But in front of the mechs of the Dawn Legion, they seemed like paper. No matter their size, the difference between a single blow and a few more was a matter of slashes. Every pilot on the field was stunned. They felt the pressure suddenly ease. After dispatching each enemy, they discovered that the once despairingly numerous insects had turned and headed in another direction. They wanted to chase them, but the moment they took flight, they froze in shock. Is this truly something a human could do? Weapons swung out, leaving after images. On the transport, several mechs swooped down and, on the cleared battlefield, precisely located the device emitting brainwaves. They deactivated it and carried it back aboard. Rant after roar echoed from the ship, and the insect swarm on the ground ceased its rampage at breakneck speed, converging in a specific direction. The pressure on the base suddenly eased. Zhang Lin tugged at his mech and quickly ran to the opening in the room. Just as he was about to imitate his son and jump, he was grabbed by his sleeve by his mech. Be steady. You're a Legion commander after all. Legion commander? Who? I'm not. I resign. I'm going to the Dawn Legion to be a squad leader. The mecha girl glanced at her master with some disdain and said unhappily, they probably don't want a pilot with a beer belly. After all, with your size, you can't do many difficult maneuvers. The shield, on the brink of collapse, held on with all its might. The bombardment from the shooter bug ceased completely as the signal was shut off. The squad leaders exchanged a glance, then led their teams aboard the armed transports and sped towards the next marked point. They fully adhered to their own style, swift as the wind, focusing on blitzkrieg attacks. The Queen of the 16th Legion was about to follow, but paused after a moment's hesitation. The battlefield lay in ruins. Mech after mech, drenched in Zerg blood, retreated step by step towards the base, tightening their defenses. The silent radio began to blare again. Communication between the various units had finally been fully restored. Command received, please reply. Second Squadron is on its way back. We're on our way. Don't come back. The battle is over. Go to the corresponding coordinates immediately for support. The pilots of the Dawn Legion have already arrived. Have the Dawn Legion arrived? How many of them are there? Excluding the crew, there should be only 85. 85? The exclamation from the communication channel made Zhang Lin feel slightly better. It seemed he wasn't the only one who found it incredible that they had sent 85 people to support them. But then, his relief faded. Over the communication channel, the captain of Squad 2 continued, is the situation here so serious? They dispatched 85 people? That's 85 people. Commander, are you still alive? Zhang Lin? What nonsense! If he's not alive, what is he talking to? He's the real frog in the well. He knows less about the absolute core of the Longlo main force than one of his own squad leaders. It seems Lang Suishing and his team are indispensable. I just wonder if the Dawn Legion's internal competition will go on as scheduled after this unexpected situation. Chapter 508. On the frigate, Su Li narrowed his eyes as he stared at the cabinet-sized instrument before him. Back then, Aka Industries had lured the Zerg to the human homeworld with a high-frequency transmitter. While there had been precedent, no one realized how deeply they had researched this very thing. Perhaps they couldn't repel the Zerg with brainwaves, but the guys at the Corporate Federation had plenty of ways to provoke them. The instrument wasn't complicated. What was complicated was the brainwaves and Zerg pheromones mixed in with it. And yet, over the years, the Corporate Federation had certainly decimated the Zerg. Your Majesty, these pheromones are very complex, and the brainwave instructions and directions are unclear. Hey, you fiddled with the brainwave transmitter twice, frowning. It's not complicated, and the cost is extremely low. They always seem to resort to these despicable tactics, to trick us today, to trick us tomorrow. These people are rotten to the core. Watching everyone studying the machine before them, Yihua also came over. Although this frigate hadn't been modified by her, it wasn't from their Lingsue star. Even if it was wrecked, she wouldn't feel bad. It's been a while since I've driven a ship. My hands are itching. Brother, we already dispersed most of the sisters. I looked around and found the closest one is 3 hours sailing time. If all else fails, we can ask the June sisters and my sisters-in-law to help us get the ship and the crew there. What do you think? Su Li shook his head. We're not going to help. Yihua's eyes widened upon hearing this. Not going to help. My dear brother. If we're not going to help, why are we running so fast? We're not even playing. We come all this way, and you tell me we're not going to help. Qiangzi tugged at Yihua's sleeve and grabbed her hand. Yihua's tone suddenly changed. Captain, do we have any special plans? The sudden gentleness in her voice made Su Li's hair stand on end. Speak nicely. Since the Corporate Federation has made a move, how can we not fight back? Before, we were in the Alliance, so we could only let them do whatever they wanted. Now that it's all broken apart, who is he trying to show off to? Does Longzhou owe him anything? Yihua blinked, thinking that Su Li had never let anyone do whatever they wanted. But none of this mattered anymore. What's important is what he's about to do. Brother, you're absolutely right. We don't owe him anything. If they dare to try to offend us, we'll fight them back. But we received orders to rush to our aid. Does this count as disobeying orders? Su Li gave Yihua a deep look, his piercing gaze causing him to involuntarily twist his body. You're amazing. You've grown up. You know it's possible to disobey orders. Yihua patted his chest. Brother, just tell me. As long as I can fight to my heart's content. Forget disobeying orders, I'll give you my life. Don't worry. Commander Gao has given new instructions, allowing us to act as we see fit. Those 4 simple words instantly made Yihua's heart blossom. These were simply the most beautiful 4 words she had ever heard. They made her tremble with excitement, more so than words like together forever, never abandoning each other, never parting until death, and never parting until death. This lunatic at heart, if he were to behave himself, he'd probably be insane. How many D-class assault ships are still on board? 3 more. Leaped towards the fire blue galaxy. Yihua's eyes lit up. Su Li glanced at the instrument in front of him and reached out to stroke Ruozi's long purple hair. Playing with insects? He was the expert. Release your pheromones. Mobilize as many archer bugs as you can along the way. We'll accompany them and have a big game. Ruozi nodded gently and turned to walk out of the bridge. Under Yihua's somewhat surprised gaze, Ruozi, exposed on the deck, unfolded her insect form. She gathered her poisonous mist, and a massive insectid suddenly materialized on the frigate, its serpentine form wrapping around it and enveloping most of the vessel. The bright yellow armor on its articulated legs shimmered with a lavender sheen, spreading with an invisible wave. The archer worms, scattered across this star field by the Zerg giant ship, immediately received the command from the Zerg Emperor. 1, 2, 3. As the ship sped forward, more and more archer worms stretched their bodies, opened their mouthparts, and emitted silent hisses, gathering around the ship. As the leap channel opened, Ruozi dragged the ship into the void tunnel. From the unclosed spatial nodes, archer worms, one after another, plunged headfirst into the void tunnel, closely following the ship's advance. On the frigate, the remaining mecha girls stared in amazement at the dense swarm of Zerg behind them, cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. This was a team composed entirely of elite species. Although the archer bugs' defenses were weak, their attack power was extraordinary. Their range was immense. Even on a planet, their acid spray could strike ships still in space, let alone the fact that they were already in space. Gazing at the dense swarm of archer bugs behind the ship, Yihua could clearly feel her body trembling slightly. Even with her exceptional piloting skills, she would never be able to steer a ship through such a dense swarm of archer bugs. Unless it was a modified ship. Brother, dear brother. You really are an all-rounder. She turned to glance at Su Li and felt that he wasn't even human. If there really were gods in this world, they'd probably look like Su Li. He could play with mechas, he could play with insects, he even played with trees. I heard that even his hobby was playing with steel. She couldn't understand. Was there anything in this world he couldn't play with? Longzhou's thousands of years of civilization were truly remarkable. There were those who played with mud, birds, clocks, watches, and even those who played with snakes in their beds. This unconventional tradition, so obscure, seemed to have never been lost. She turned to look at Ruozi, who seemed to want to completely envelop the frigate, and shuddered. As his own brother, I'm only a bit taller than others, Yihua gasped. If only he weren't the one who could lead the army, but after all these years, I only managed to be a mediocre ship driver. The only thing I achieved is finally finding someone to drive me. There's no comparison. When I was in my 20s, I was still obsessed with ship theory, while he was in his 20s. She turned her head to take another look at the dense swarm of insects, and suddenly felt like she'd been born into the wrong family. Chapter 509. Fire Blue Star, New Parliament Hall. As the battle plan was launched, a small reception began. Let's toast to victory. Cheers to victory. The melodious clinking of the glasses, ethereal and distinct amidst the loud cheers of the counselors, seemed to carry not just the aroma of the wine, but also their naked desires. Merchants are always the most astute, skilled at maximizing profits with minimal effort. Speaker, I'm sorry, but this operation was already planned before you took office. The military counselor laughed heartily. He didn't need to focus on the success of the high-frequency signal transmitter. It was merely a matter of thousands of iron boxes, and the lives of the personnel deployed. Even if they destroyed just 1 or 2 conventional legions, it would be a huge profit for them. As for attacking the Dawn Legion, success would be best. Failure wouldn't matter. A great reward always brings out the brave. Money can shake everything in the world, including faith. In the past, the corporate federation, fearing the Divine Grace cult, maintained a tight grip on military power. This would remain true in the future. Even the Divine Grace cult's own Divine Punishment Army would, frankly, be no match for the corporate federation's regular armies. They used to have mecha girls, but now they have a large number of cyborg warriors. The military counselor looked at the speaker with a hint of amusement. Even if the Dawn Legion launched a massive retaliation, He would not be the speaker who held the high position. Did an environmentalist really think that position was so easy to get? As he ascended to that position, many counselors saw signs of him forming cliques. But it didn't matter. After this, he killed 2 birds with 1 stone. All those connected to him would be swept away by the enraged Long Joe. He rubbed his stubbled chin and laughed heartily. See? With just a little cleverness, he could wield Long Joe's power. Even if his own side took the initiative, it wouldn't be a big deal. If the speaker wasn't enough. He raised his glass and toasted the vice speaker from afar. The long dining table was laden with food. The speaker, holding his glass, smiled heartily. He was unfazed by the wine offered to him, openly congratulating him, but secretly offering him a farewell. After all, he didn't know who Sully was coming to take over, but he certainly wasn't coming to take him over. Senator Lister, thank you for your hard work. You played a significant role in the success of this operation. The plan against the Dawn Legion was the finishing touch. But since it's already been done, why not see it through to the end? The military counselor shook his head slightly. Speaker, you don't understand. Even a cornered rabbit will bite. A few small plans to disrupt the situation on the front lines. As long as everyone sees that the Longlow front is unstable, and that they are massively increasing their forces, our strategy will be successful. At the very least, let the forces in the buffer zone between the 2 sides see that we are still the unshakable coalition. The speaker smiled. Praise the council. Senator Lister from the military also smiled. He murmured in agreement, praise the council. People are always realistic. After briefly accepting the speaker's compliment, he turned around, straightened his suit, and headed towards the other tycoon approaching. This person was a significant figure. You know, all the materials used to transform his military's soldiers were provided by this person. A pilot from a certain country, now worth the equivalent of 100,000 Federation currency. Female pilots are more expensive because they have more functions. Dear Denson, I think your visit this time must have brought us new business. Yes. The man smiled so brightly that the fat on his face piled up. This is indeed a big deal. I got 50 female pilots. If you're willing to take them all in, I can give you a 10% discount because of our relationship. Brother, I hope the cargo, this time, is a bit more rounded. After all, those with bowed legs and fake wide hips always look baggy after taking off their clothes. The fat man's eyes widened in surprise, as if he had met a lifelong confidant. Oh my God, I understand you so well, brother. But cargo is cargo. You know how scarce female pilots are these days. Whether they have wide hips or fake ones, they're still women. Honestly, if the price difference wasn't so small, I want to have surgery on my male pilot. The 2 men smiled at each other and huddled in a corner. The screen of the terminal in his hand lit up, and as he flipped through pictures one after another, he could hear a few comments from time to time. Everyone was immersed in the atmosphere of the cocktail party. On the rustic sofas, thick cushions and attractive women were always visible. From time to time, a council member would walk by, grab a handful, as if selecting merchandise, and after a frown, pull the person into his arms. They knew their place very well, and so they readily displayed their beauty. In the turf of the corporate federation, there was no such thing as playing hard to get. They simply valued instant gratification. For these women, there was no such thing as a quick fix. They understood that the tycoons before them were, at heart, businessmen. They could spend lavishly, but they wouldn't trust anyone with their wealth and lives. The blondes, with their wavy blonde hair and blue eyes, always wore a pungent perfume. Their thick eyeshadow and false eyelashes created a wave-like scene. Their figures were still quite attractive. After all, there were always people willing to go under the knife. So, it wasn't uncommon for small branches to bear fruit in such occasions. Of course, in some shady places, there were rooms designed to satisfy peculiar fetishes. As they indulged in sensual pleasures, their behavior grew increasingly unbridled as they drank more and more. In such occasions, everyone tore off the veil of modesty. They liked to act like good people in front of others, but no one ever said that behind the scenes, they couldn't fully unleash their animalistic nature. For these beasts, sniffing each other's butts was the primary means of establishing diplomatic relations. A shrill alarm pierced the sky. The once chaotic hall suddenly became utterly silent. The speaker, holding his glass high, glanced out the window. In the distant sky, streaks of fiery meteors rapidly magnified before his eyes. Here they come. So fast, they didn't even wait for the pigs to finish their celebration. A hint of a smile crossed his lips, and with a thunderous strike, this was the lord he wished to follow to the death. Feeling the slight vibration coming from the ground, he gently sipped the wine in the glass. Although it tasted bitter, he could also taste sweetness. Chapter 510. When the ship finally broke through the space node, the flame-blue galaxy was already in sight. Countless archer worms passed by the ship, their massive bodies suspended in the vacuum of space, their carapaces undulating like waves, each movement propelling their massive bodies forward. Through the portholes, the mecha girls watched in amazement as the worms flew by, swallowing involuntarily. Sully observed the hideous worms before him with great interest. The last time he had seen them was on the planet where the arrogant creature resided. The black carapaces split into countless pieces, their unique structure allowing them to travel through space. They varied in size, but were generally around 100 meters long. Then orange-yellow lines streaked across their bodies, shimmering like streams of light. That was the glow emitted by the highly concentrated acid in their abdominal cavities, driven by the constant pulsation of their venom glands. They advanced slowly past the ships, bypassing one spatial stabilization device after another, their abdomens visibly brightening. The azure planet before them was so captivating. Even in the vast universe, dazzling pearls, like the fire-blue planet, are rare. Often, one would have to traverse several star regions to find one or two such beings. As they shared their positions one by one, the dense swarm of archer worms raised their heads high. Their abdomens visibly swelled, and as the orange light gathered, the lower halves of their bodies were bathed in light. One after another, spheres emitting orange light were ejected, shooting straight towards the fire-blue planet before them. On the fiery blue planet, the streets were instantly jammed with traffic as countless fireballs appeared. Countless people looked up to witness this spectacular spectacle, pulling out their devices to record this unprecedented astronomical phenomenon. "Mom, look at the shooting stars. I have a wish. I hope the school explodes." The child closed his eyes tightly and made a wish, only to be slapped on the back of his head by his mother. "Even if the school explodes, you can still take online classes at home." Then I hope the internet goes down." Passers-by chattered, pointing at the streaks of fire in the sky. Many drivers pulled over and peered in. The public was ignorant, but among them were some former soldiers. They immediately recognized the orange-yellow light. It wasn't fireballs, but the acid of the shooter bugs. Inside a dilapidated wooden house, an old soldier with both legs broken saw what was happening through the window, and immediately let out a hoarse cry. However, his legs were broken, leaving him unable to move. His prosthetic limbs had been deliberately taken away by the caregivers and locked in a closet. He was completely unable to move, and could only scream at the top of his lungs, hoping to be heard. But the disabled old soldier was not welcomed. He was relegated to the most remote house, where even after shouting himself hoarse, no one heard his warnings. The first volley of acid slammed heavily onto the ground. It splattered everywhere, burning deep pits in the ground, and the venomous spray also burned everything it encountered. Large pits, flashing orange, appeared one after another on the ground. The acid that fell on the houses dissolved them at a visible speed. No structure, whether made of polymer or old reinforced concrete, could withstand the acid's erosion. A man was struggling in the bathroom when he suddenly felt a cold draft on his back. He turned around numbly, only to find the wall behind him completely blank. Looking out, he could see most of the city block. The toxins released by the acid as it corroded objects perfectly resolved the difficult decision of whether to wipe his butt or pull up his pants first. He took a single sniff before collapsing to the ground, losing his last chance to pull up his pants. As ball after ball of acid slammed into the ground, the crowd finally panicked. They realized these were not magnificent treasures, but the side of the Grim Reaper. Pedestrians and traffic were in disarray. Countless people jostled each other, trying to find shelter that would effectively block the fireballs. They madly rushed into the buildings, only to be shocked to find that even the structures themselves were dissolving. On the road, vehicles careened recklessly, their selfish nature instantly reaching its peak. Even when pedestrians crossed their path, drivers didn't slow down at all, sometimes even flooring the accelerator. A single volley from the archer bugs brought doomsday to reality. The acid's unique structure prevented the planet's defensive weapons from responding immediately. However, the well-trained soldiers immediately rushed to their positions and began organizing a counterattack. In the council hall, everyone's terminals suddenly rang. Many were still caught up in the whirlwind of extravagance, unable to recover. But the bloody reality brought them all to a cold sweat. Who activated the high-frequency transmitter? Doesn't he know this isn't an enemy area? Find him! I want to see him dead! Lister roared with a ferocious expression. He knew someone must be jealous of his victory, colluding with other factions to use the archer bugs to eliminate him. Where are the main fleets? Are they all dead? So many archer bugs gathered, And they're completely indifferent? Get rid of them now. Otherwise, if the Insect King is attracted, we'll all be dead. Report to the counselors. The two main fleets have been stopped by the Archer bugs. They reported the situation on the scene. The number of Archer bugs on the outskirts of Fire Blue Star has reached a staggering tens of thousands. Tens of thousands? Lister screamed, like a slut being strangled. Bullshit! A high-frequency transmitter can only summon a few hundred, at most. You're telling me tens of thousands? The main fleet patrols the area near the Flame Blue Galaxy every day. How could there be such a terrifying number of Archer bugs? Doesn't the commander of his main fleet even want to work anymore? Doesn't he even know how to count? The subordinate, also a military counselor, wiped the sweat from his forehead and immediately handed the terminal over. Lister took one look and gasped. The video showed a dense mass of orange dots stretching across the galaxy, stretching as far as the eye could see. What on earth is the main fleet for? How did so many Archer bugs appear? Make a video call. I want this by **** to explain to me if he's using all the military funds to support women. Chapter 511. A cold sweat ran across the face of the autonomous fleet commander. The sheer number of the suddenly appearing Archer bugs was completely beyond his comprehension. These Archer bugs were far from the dull, inert creatures he usually exterminates. Instead, they seemed to be commanded and guided from afar. He actually saw discipline in the swarm of bugs, seeing them deploying their forces right before his eyes. They even released their acid in a step pattern to ensure fire suppression. He had never seen or even heard of such Archer bugs before. The ship's shields rippled endlessly, like a stone thrown into a lake. His ears were filled with cold, mechanical sounds, telling him over and over again that the shield's energy was rapidly depleting. The terminal beeped again and again, but he had no time to pay attention. All his energy was focused on dealing with the onslaught of the bugs. How ridiculous. The first time a bug swarm had appeared in space. Detour. Squadron 3, the mothership cluster, infiltrate to the right. Even at the cost of your lives, we must stop the Archer bugs' attack. Squad 2, proceed to the designated coordinates and form a pincer attack with Squad 3 to pincer that portion of the Archer bugs. No matter what, do not allow them to escape your firepower. Columns of acid continued to erupt, and tens of thousands of Archer bugs engulfed the two main fleets. Blinding beams of energy pierced the darkness. The power of the main fleet's single salvo was devastating. But what no one expected was that the Archer bugs, which normally would have been sluggish when separated from the Zerg giant ships, nimbly dodged the ship's attacks as if their Ren and Du meridians had been opened. Captain, they dodged. The observer's eyes were filled with disbelief. This was even more incredible than seeing their girlfriend fooling around with someone else. Escaped? What the hell? Roll the ship sideways. Focus all energy shields on the starboard side. Prepare the broadsides, blast them all to dust. Roll the ship sideways, full rudder left, and tilt 15 degrees to starboard. All units coordinated, charging the broadsides, locking onto their targets. Once charged, fire freely. Above the flame blue planet, two mothership clusters broke away from the main force, forming a massive horn in front of them. The corporate union's logo shone brightly on the giant mothership, gleaming with silver light. The behemoth's muzzle barred itself, pointed in unison at the Archer bugs, and began unleashing a torrent of energy beams. Sully had never seen such an extravagant attack. It was as if energy storage was free. The massive main gun unleashed a dazzling beam of light, sending ripples through space, as if even space itself was being torn apart by it. But it had to be said that this expensive equipment advantage was still quite effective. Many Archer Zergs were pierced through their bodies, because they couldn't dodge in time. If there were a Zerg mothership, its own defenses could have taken most of the pressure off the Archer Zergs. But Sully didn't have a Zerg mothership. Seeing many Archer Zergs begin to suffer casualties under the enemy's pincers, he had no choice but to order them to engage in rapid maneuvering. Sinking a mothership would undoubtedly be the ideal outcome. But Sully wasn't so greedy. He simply wanted to maximize his gains. And he would seize every opportunity to learn. Subdivide the existing squadrons into teams of 100. Mobilize 10 teams to first disperse the flanks, seizing the opportunity, and have the reserve forces arrive in time. Separate the fleets and infiltrate them meticulously and swiftly. The most effective way to disrupt their salvos is to infiltrate their center. Ruazi's brainwaves spread out, picked up by numerous Zerg. They quickly formed their groups, and, following Su Li's instructions, suddenly accelerated and charged into the flanks. Every ship in the fleet, including the mothership, visibly began to hesitate. Su Li had no experience in large-scale space operations, so he left the control of the operational details to Ruozi. He only offered suggestions at specific times. Fortunately, while he didn't understand, he wasn't a complete fool. Furthermore, he had a seasoned captain by his side. Yi Hua stood aside, listening to Su Li's understanding and assessment of the battle situation, feeling even more frustrated. Pull. Pull. Just like when we're on the ground. As long as we maintain sufficient maneuverability, it'll be easy to further expand our victory. Su Li turned to look at Yi Hua, who was standing to the side. Is my deployment correct? Yi Hua gave him a thumbs up. Correct, absolutely correct. Brother, maybe you shouldn't be a pilot. You should be a fleet commander. No, I can't command the main fleet. Su Li frowned. Ships are different from mechs, and even more so from these Zerg. At least in terms of responsiveness, a ship's full potential depends on a well-trained crew. But each of these individuals is an independent entity. To operate them smoothly, you need to have a direct understanding of the responsiveness of each component of the ship. Piloting a mech is easier. Honestly, I can't stand the thought of my orders being mishandled, leading to them being forever on the line. Yi Hua's eyes lit up. This is a kindred spirit. He never flown a ship before, yet with just a glance, he could intuitively identify the objective factors involved in ship operation. It shows his talent goes far beyond that. For a captain, coordination between departments is truly paramount. Sometimes, seemingly unrelated orders are simply meant to correct mistakes made in previous adjustments. Why did she leave the fleet? Isn't it because there were too many incompetents? One person's slowness can delay the entire division's response. You know, opportunities are fleeting. And delays are even more fatal. Not only was her own orders inaccurately executed, but she was also constantly asked to change them. Just ask yourself, who on the battlefield would give you so many chances? Those ships, to put it mildly, sounded majestic and imposing. But in reality, they were nothing more than iron coffins suspended in space. One mistake could mean shipwreck and loss of life, with no chance of escape. She rubbed her hands at the dense swarm of archer bugs outside the ship. This wasn't like a regular fleet swarm. These archer bugs, while a bit shrewd, were truly a superior unit. No, they were solid, independent, small warships. This wasn't a swarm at all. This was a swarm of warships, capable of responding to the commander's decisions instantly. If she could command such a fleet, then she had no idea who in this utterly deplorable galaxy could rival her. Chapter 512. Captain, I like to familiarize myself with the specific structure of a shooter worm. Yi Hua leaned against the porthole, her face distorted by the strain. She gazed at the monstrous forms of the shooter worms with burning eyes, suddenly feeling that they possessed a unique beauty. As she spoke, saliva even dripped from the corners of her mouth. For a moment, Su Li felt as if she had seen lightning. No wonder her commander loved playing with worms. From another perspective, she didn't just want to play with them, she wanted to pilot them. Gazing at the seemingly endless swarm of shooter worms, Yi Hua was captivated. These weren't just worms, they were the fleet she cherished, the fleet she commanded with ease. When the worms' bellies bulged slightly, she felt as if they were countless little girls lifting their skirts towards her. That scene was simply magnificent. I want it. I want a fleet like this too. Commander. Brother. Can you build one for me too? Su Li pondered for a moment, then slowly nodded. This idea wasn't impossible. With just one queen who understood the command terminology of ship systems, a fleet meeting Yi Hua's requirements could be assembled. However, queen training took time. To truly master the ability to control archer bugs, one had to reach at least the level of a queen. And if the queens under Z's command wanted to break through the level of a queen, they themselves would have to be queens. It had to be said that Yi Hua's words had opened the door to a new world for him. If he had control of such a large army of archer bugs, with a period of systematic training, then, in conjunction with Gao Mingrui's strategy, not only could he pin the Enterprise Federation in the Fire Blue Galaxy, but he could even destroy them outright. But now, even though the shooter bugs seemed countless in the starry sky, they were still not enough. Some were used to contain the two main fleets, while others were used to conduct a continuous bombardment of the area where the Parliament was located, primarily on Fire Blue Star. Long-range strikes couldn't accurately hit and decapitate the enemy, but at this stage, whether or not they were decapitated was of little significance. He simply wanted to panic, to instill fear in the people, to once again cast doubt on the government that the corporate federation was so proud of. The fleet issue can be put on the agenda. After returning to Lingsue Star, you can select a person you like and systematically train her in ship commands. Once Ruozi reaches the Emperor level, you can begin preparing the fleet. However, for now, you should focus on completing the tasks assigned to you. Yi Hua heard this, and immediately stood straight and saluted. What could be more powerful than a commander who gives you everything you ask for? Forget about launching a flagpole. Even if she were to be launched from a ship, she would have slipped into the cannon barrel herself. Don't worry, Commander. I'm a real expert at artillery. She pounded her chest and returned to the frigate's cockpit. A flash of light passed by Su Li's side, and the June sisters appeared, supporting each other, their faces pale. Continuously sending the mecha girls to various planets had drained their energy. The ship is about to enter the control area of the space stabilization device. Why are you back? Didn't I tell you to stay on Guanghua Star and wait for me? Jun Shou shook her head slightly, but she clutched Su Li's sleeve weakly. She said nothing, but the determination in her face spoke volumes. On the fire blue planet, as the archer bugs advanced, defensive weapons finally opened fire. The people fled in panic. The sudden appearance of massive, ferocious figures from the sky made their knees buckle, and they lost all strength to flee. After all, they had only seen those notorious bugs in educational videos. The naughty child's wish had been fulfilled. 4 or 5 archer bugs, having broken through the interception, smashed through the school's floor. In their rage, they unleashed a torrent of acid, destroying half the school. The ferocious bugs' bodies rubbed against the masonry, making the hard masonry as fragile as foam board, piercing through them with their legs. They crawled through the school, collapsing surrounding shops as they rampaged. The piercing wailing of air raid sirens echoed throughout the city. The Rapid Response Force, piloting D-class single-person assault ships, quickly arrived at the scene, only to be swept away by a stream of acid as the archer bugs reared their heads. The immense potential energy caused the wreckage of the ship to slam into the building, collapsing dozens of stories, with a piercing explosion. Reinforcements, we need reinforcements. Blinding beams of light flashed from all directions, but even the tiny energy weapons, even if fired at the shooter bugs, would be deflected by their shells. We need high-powered weapons. What's the point of these puny guns? What's the federal government thinking? Where are the soldiers? Big Black was raging hysterically. The officer nearby swallowed and pointed at the still smoking ruins. Chief, he's probably there. I'm not blind. I'm talking about more support. More. Backup is coming. The officer pointed upward, his legs trembling. But it's enemy support. One after another, archer bugs descended from the sky, slamming heavily to the ground. They swung their heads to adjust to gravity, quickly adjusting themselves. They raised their heads and began spewing acid straight ahead. In their minds, anything that could obstruct their vision must be destroyed. Blinding beams of energy and ammunition chains flew across the sky above the city. From time to time, archer bugs were shot down, unable to dodge. Their exploding bellies unleashed a torrential downpour of acid rain across the area. Acrid poisonous fog filled the air. People escaped the acid rain, but not the spreading toxic fog. Many people fainted as they ran. Cries and screams filled the air. The streets were jammed with cars, and sirens blared in unison. Those contaminated by the acid howled in agony. The toxin contained within swiftly ended their suffering. Even the corpses were completely corroded, leaving only a human-shaped mark on the ground. The main goal was to send the bodies to the west without even having to bury them. Above the parliament, an energy shield enveloped the entire building. The members stood high in the parliament hall, gazing at the tragic scene on the streets below, each wiping the sweat from their foreheads. Lister's face was pale. Half an hour ago, he had been brimming with pride, but now, he couldn't be complacent. For his mortal enemy, with his head held high, nodded to everyone. Though he said nothing, his meaning was clear enough. He had been the one who had advocated for the immediate installation of this energy shield. Chapter 513. Don't be complacent. Didn't you notice they were maneuvering in our direction? Don't worry. The shield I installed is about 5 times stronger than a typical Legion-level shield. Even if it were blasted by tens of thousands of archer bugs, it could withstand a salvo of fire for half a day. Moreover, I prepared 5 sets of these shields. Senator Lister, instead of worrying about the shield's strength, you should focus on managing your own troops. I think everyone needs an explanation from you about how they located us. Explanation? Lister's face paled. What explanation could he offer? He himself was completely confused. Lister looked at his political enemy. He was absolutely certain that everything was his opponent's doing. If not, why would he keep harping on him? Without the high-frequency transmitter and the pheromones of the Insect King, how could the Sagittarius bugs locate the fire-blue planet and dispatch tens of thousands of them? Were his own men hiding something from him? How could he not know that this high-frequency device could transmit signals so far? If it could indeed transmit so far, did that mean that the planets in Longzhou were also facing the same impact? Lister's mind raced, trying every possible way to exonerate himself. But what he could never have imagined was that the transmitters he had sent out to the planets on the front lines had all been removed. And the transmitters within Longzhou's sphere of influence had been completely ineffective. As he had expected, the sudden situation on the front lines had caused some casualties among the various Longzhou legions. However, Longzhou did not remain silent as before. They dispatched the Dawn Legion and Su Li, and gave them orders to act at their own convenience. The weight of these 4 words was incredibly high. This meant that Su Li didn't have to consider all the plans Gao Mingrui and Eve had made against the Enterprise Federation. It was clear that the Enterprise Federation's move had already struck at the very core of Longzhou. We didn't attack you simply because we didn't want to inflict unnecessary casualties. So, boiling a frog in warm water. But now that the Enterprise Federation had rashly attempted to upset the balance, they were adding fuel to the fire. Although this development was deliberately guided and pressured by Longzhou, such a shady tactic was truly disgusting. Su Li could even imagine how happy and cheerful they would be at their celebration banquet. Now, they had had enough. The number of Archer bugs that had infiltrated Fire Blue Planet was not large. After all, a large portion was needed to contain the 2 main fleets. But even a few thousand would be enough to reduce the city where the Parliament was located to a scorched earth. The frigate did not penetrate the atmosphere. It hovered at the maximum range of conventional detection equipment, quietly waiting. Yi Hua calculated the coordinates over and over again, taking all factors into consideration. Then, a dozen mecha girls loaded a specially designed spear into the launch track. Captain, shall we launch now? No, wait a moment. The enemy needs to experience hell on Earth a little longer. Inside the Parliament, every member wanted to crowd against the windows, watching everything outside. The inside and outside of the shield seemed like 2 completely different worlds. On one side, green grass and golden splendor reigned. On the other, scorched earth spread, filled with a pale yellow toxic fog. The building, half corroded by acid, crumbled, and the breeze carried the toxic fog. Unable to enter the shield without identification, the civilians pounded against it with all their might. They had no desire to enter the wall. They simply longed for shelter within it. But the high-ranking council members watched silently as they pounded against the indestructible energy shield, then collapsed to the ground under the erosion of the poisonous mist, leaving behind only cold corpses. The acid corroding the bodies of these untouchables will cause some damage to the shield. Who designed this garden? We told you from the beginning to build the wall outside the shield's range. Now, the high-pressure wall is inside, completely failing. A councilman cursed, watching a sheer bug scurry past outside, instinctively shrinking in fear. Where's the army? Why haven't they arrived yet? With so many bugs, what good can those with only small guns and cannons do? Lister was a little impatient, but to cover up his inaction, he still said, they're on their way. Atop a high tower on the street, Qin Feng, wearing a gas mask and a one-piece protective suit, accompanied by Su Yi, quietly gazed at the mortal hell below. Not enough. Still not enough. The Legion commander is still too kind. Shouldn't these beasts be exterminated? His face was filled with confusion, seemingly simply curiosity. After experiencing certain things, people tend to go to extremes. Qin Feng was like that. But he didn't think there was anything wrong with such extremes. Sui gazed at the scene below, feeling a little worried. After this incident, the connections between the various units would inevitably be much tighter than before. Silent infiltration would likely be impossible. Qin Feng glanced back and understood Su Yi's intention. He waved his hand calmly. It doesn't matter if it gets intense. The Legion commander wants conventional troops. And among those, there aren't many who can withstand our encroachment. Instead of worrying about that, just record what needs to be recorded. Later, you lead your men to personally capture the tongues of the 2 enhanced humans. Sui nodded, saying nothing more. He suddenly felt that Qin Feng and Su Li were actually similar in some ways. But when asked to put it into words, he couldn't put his finger on it. From the edge of the city, a dense swarm of oddly shaped single-person aircraft flew over, blocking out the sky. They looked like a disc with 2 holes, missing, but their speed was comparable to that of the mecha. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He pressed a button on his protective suit, completely changing his body temperature. He lay quietly in the shadow of the tower, raising his observation equipment. It had been a while since he arrived on Fire Blue Planet. But he had never even glimpsed the slightest glimpse of their cutting-edge technology. And now, he finally had a chance to observe them up close. So, much of the research at the Guanghua Star Base was just a smokescreen. They actually already developed it. This is a small, single-piloted spacecraft, sacrificing a high-powered energy cannon in exchange for extreme agility and exceptional endurance. He muttered to himself, but his face lacked the excitement of having uncovered the enemy's secrets. Because he had discovered, all their research had been aimed at humans from the beginning. It seemed they had never considered using their cutting-edge technology to dominate the Zerg battlefield. Chapter 514. The disc-shaped aircraft rapidly engaged the enemy. Behind them, armed transports finally arrived, hovering in the air and engaging the archer bugs. Sturdy, powerful humanoid soldiers leaped from the transports and began maneuvering rapidly toward the battlefield. Each of them stood at least 3 meters tall, most of their limbs mechanically modified. Their immense weight caused each step they took to create a deep crater in the ground. They no longer possessed traditional limbs, appearing not much different from the undead legion. However, their movements revealed that they retained a complete consciousness. They were not the product of systemic programming. Giant hand cannons were embedded in their arms. Their massive bodies, whether entirely made of metal or clad in metal armor, gleamed in the sunlight. Each soldier carried a massive box on his back, presumably a portable energy source. Beams of energy shot out from the hand cannons, the high-density pulses easily piercing any obstruction in their path. Striking the archer bugs would dissolve their armor. Qin Fang narrowed his eyes, watching their battle forms unblinkingly. Coordinated attack, covering fire. Their massive bodies were incredibly agile. Their appearance resembled more the standard bionic mechas of the Divine Punishment Legion than the cheap wares of the Undead Legion, only scaled down. Had they broken through the limitations of neural connections? He couldn't see the warriors' expressions, for their faces were hidden behind full-coverage gas masks. Qin Fang recorded every detail, his brow furrowing ever deeper. The combat capability assessment was above average. Each soldier could handle smaller species. Their weapon systems were superior, capable of dissolving the armor of elite king-level archer bugs. If deployed in sufficient numbers, they could deliver a powerful blow even against a swarm of bugs. The power unleashed by those seemingly small hand cannons was beyond Qin Fang's wildest dreams. The defensive power of the Mecha Girl's armor was proportional to their level. Based on the power currently demonstrated by their hand cannons, they could easily penetrate the exterior armor of an S-level Mecha Girl, damaging the girl herself. This discovery sent a chill down Qin Fang's spine. The corporate federation wasn't without its goodies. It wasn't without its top-tier combat power. They weren't the lost cause he imagined. This lean camel was many times more formidable than he imagined. Technological research and breakthroughs are never a one-day endeavor. Perhaps they already been conducting targeted research since the early days of the Mecha Girls. The hand cannons, in particular, looked similar in appearance to the heavy artillery deployed by the Mecha Girls. He finally understood why Eve and Gao Mingrui always took their time. Because they were incredibly good at hiding. Even after Su Li captured batch after batch of council members to cover the walls, these things never showed up. He glanced toward the Parliament Hall. If all the council members hadn't been trapped this time, these troops would likely have been hidden even deeper, impossible to detect. No, in fact, there were many clues. For example, the bionic mechas of their Divine Punishment Legion. Take, for example, the undead legions they created. What they throw out is never the most advanced. Qin Fang now even feels that the enemy's warehouses or hidden bases hold even more valuable items, undisclosed. A soldier's head was doused in acid. Dazzling smoke rose as the armor slowly dissolved. The quality of the steel even offered some resistance to the acid. The massive body froze, then slowly collapsed. Qin Fang adjusted the magnification of his equipment, but still couldn't clearly discern the precise structure within. Tell our men. Do some research. Sui rolled his eyes, finally remembering how he resembled Su Li. Always trying to research something. Do you understand? This is enemy territory. Not your home. It's someone else's property. You just say you want to do it. Build one and let me see. A 3-meter-long thing, and with brainworms as tiny as it is, are you sure you want to put it under a weight that life can't bear? You're not going. Then I'll go by myself. Sui rolled her eyes. You're still going? My life has just begun. What if the Lord is dissatisfied and kills me if I let you go? No need to go. I'll contact the Lord and have him control the shooter worms to dig a hole and hide a few for you. Qin Fang finally lay back down. By the way, I want that frisbee too. A complete one would be best, but if that doesn't work, a few broken ones will do. Sui finally understood what it felt like to be paralyzed. He wanted to say, I can't do it. But he was afraid Qin Fang would leap from the building. He had no bugs at hand, and he himself was only a king-level elite. How could he command the archer bugs? Besides, you could make them spit, you could make them dig holes, that was fine. But asking them to pick up plates was too much. They were bugs. They weren't dogs. He glanced at Qin Fang sideways. Suddenly thinking he might simply be wearing a human skin, Sui turned his head back. A stream of flying disc-like craft darted through the sky at a dizzying speed, their sheer number and dazzling speed making one gasp. The tips of the flying discs could fire beams as powerful as hand cannons. Under such intense attack, the archer bugs were already showing signs of fatigue. After all, each burst of their acid needed to be concentrated. When they puff up their bellies, they become fixed targets for the flying discs in the sky. Let's retreat. On a battlefield like this, a living person would be extremely out of place. No, I need to record more parameters. The brainworm can record the parameters. My duty is to ensure your safety. Then you can accompany me to record for a while. Sui ignored Qin Fang's unreasonable request and grabbed his collar. Let go. I'll watch for a moment. Brainworms don't have a thorough understanding of military parameters, so they can't keep detailed records. Don't worry. They can't, but they're smart enough to imitate. Qin Fang narrowed his eyes, looking at Sui through his gas mask. If you mean whoosh? That's fine. I'm much more proficient at mimicking sounds than they are. Do you want to hear what ancient sports cars sounded like? I'll show you. It went like, ah. Thump, thump, thump. Sui was stunned. He couldn't believe that in such a critical situation, Qin Fang would actually send him a courtship signal. Chapter 515. On the ship, Junshou suddenly spoke excitedly. Master, the space is loose. She raised her little face with a hint of joy. The shooter bugs had destroyed the surface space stabilization device. Although they were nearly exhausted of energy, after a period of rest, they had clearly recovered a lot. Though they didn't say it explicitly, the eagerness in their eyes showed that they could handle a powerful surprise attack. Moreover, there were still 100 mecha girls left on the frigate, more than enough for a surprise attack. Yi Hua was stunned and stood up from the driver's seat. If it was a full-scale surprise attack, then her trajectory calculations would be in vain. But then she thought, launching the flagpole was far less exciting than carrying it and inserting it herself. Captain, can I carry the flag? Suli turned, looking at the eager eyes of the mech girls beside him, and couldn't help but laugh. The enemy has already unleashed new weapons. Be extremely cautious. If things get out of hand, take care to protect yourselves. Understood. A unified military salute rang out. Suli straightened himself and glanced at Ruozi, who was still outside the ship. Then let's go! We can't let our friends continue to fight alone. The next second, 100 mech girls and pilots stepped forward, linking hands and completing their connection. The June sisters were stationed in the center of the crowd. A pale blue energy spread and radiated to everyone. Over 200 figures vanished from the ship, reappearing high above the flame blue planet. One after another, the black and red mechs deployed, and at Su Li's command, they sped downwards. Su Li instantly connected with Ruozi's mind, and commanded the remaining archer bugs to launch a blanket bombardment at the Council's energy shield. Ion shields loomed at their sides, and the moment they appeared, they were detected by the fire blue planet's air defenses. As the mecha girls rapidly descended, countless fine chains of ammunition trailed behind them, like long tails of flame. Amidst the whistling wind, lightning and the June sisters merged, and the entire mecha exploded in the air before disappearing. Fire meteors continued to fall from the sky. The defense system constructed by the Corporate Federation was on the verge of collapse. While they were not exposed, they might still be able to play a role. However, if exposed, this defense system would be immediately targeted by the archer bugs under Ruozi's command. Lord, you only have 1 hour. Ruozi's voice echoed in his mind. Suli twitched his lips. An hour was plenty. The streamlined armor cut through the wind, the intense wind pressure propelling the mecha forward. A spear, gleaming with a cold light, plunged into the battlefield. A faint flash of light pierced the air, and the dodging flying disc was cleaved in two. The pilot, trapped within, didn't even have time to react before he shared the same fate as his own aircraft. The army, having been battling the archer bugs with equal force, had just seen hope of victory when they were caught off guard by the sight of nearly 100 figures falling from the sky. Why are they here? A crackling sound echoed from the parliament. Everyone looked in its direction, then simultaneously gazed outside. For a moment, everyone took a step back. The dark red figure might shock them, but it certainly didn't scare them. But among the nearly 100 dark red figures, one hovered in midair, carrying a custom-made flagpole nearly 100 meters tall. A black gold dragon flag fluttered in the wind. As the flagpole waved in the hands of the mecha girl, it swept their proud flying discs to the ground like a swat at a fly. Dawn! Dawn Legion? As the 4 words were pronounced, all the parliamentarians shuddered. It wasn't that they were cowards, but the Dawn Legion always followed their own rules. What about so-called unspoken rules, so-called political crimes, so-called preferential treatment for prisoners? In their eyes, there were no such things as prisoners. Just unarmed enemies. Even after the torture, they still couldn't escape the fate of being plastered on the wall. They didn't treat them as people, just blood-colored paint. But this blood-colored paint needed to be replenished every once in a while, otherwise the mountain wall would fade. Why are these killers here? Why? Where's the space stabilization device? Why are they here? Aren't they supposed to be changing guards, playing a game? Questions emanated from the depths of their souls, yet no one was destined to answer them. A gold and red mech, crowned atop its head, stomped heavily on a humanoid warrior, as if crushing a mouse, and tiptoed to ring the ground to ensure he was dead. Those golden eyes, piercing the blue barrier, remained dazzling. It gave the crowd a thumbs-down sign, and the propulsion engines behind it instantly erupted in a brilliant burst of heat. Faster! 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 I can handle it faster! Yi Hua's voice echoed over the communication channel. As fierce as I drive a ship, Qiangzi, I love you. Xiao Chong shook his head, further intensifying his command output. The black and red mech circled in midair, its massive palm grasping the oncoming disc. After dissipating the force, it spun around and flung it back out. The speed it flew at was far greater than its own power. Su Li watched helplessly as the disc disintegrated into a streak of light, collided with his teammates, and exploded instantly. His brows twitched involuntarily. This kid, he's truly hopeless. If you want to play with the disc, go home. You made so many members of parliament watch you treat their own new weapon like a disc. That's going to make them lose their minds. We're here to show off our might and teach them a lesson. Are you trying to undermine someone's confidence like this, expecting me to give you a thumbs up? A black gold flying disc loomed, and he dodged it with a sideways movement, instinctively snatching it into his own hands. Through the transparent glass cover above, he could clearly see the pilot's terrified expression. It seemed he had never imagined that the speed and agility he prided himself on would be so insignificant in the eyes of others. Lightning weighed the disc in his hand, then flicked his wrist, sending it spiraling through the air. Under the horrified gazes of the parliamentarians, it collided with the protective shield, exploding violently. Su Li curled his lips. These selfish bastards were just as usual. They didn't even have the shield's identification code for their own soldiers. It seemed his plan to wipe them out with the disc had failed. Chapter 516. High atop the tower, Qin Fong watched the flying disc pass a dozen meters away, and gulped. Swords and guns are blind. Better get out of the way. Su Yi, expressionless, grabbed his collar and swiftly leaped down from the height. His muscles were ripped apart the moment he landed. The next second, he clutched Qin Fong, touched the ground, and sped towards the nearby sewer entrance. A pale yellow poisonous fog filled the streets. Through the lenses of his gas mask, Qin Fong could clearly see the battle in the distance. Miscalculated? Su Yi jumped into the sewer and, after restoring the manhole cover, asked, "Miscalculated what?" Qin Fong grinned. After observing the air pressure in the sewer, he gave up on removing his gas mask. "I misjudged the Dawn Legion's capabilities. But I'm certain that an ordinary legion would suffer a heavy loss when faced with such an enemy. I thought I was used to the Dawn Legion's unusual abilities. After all, you've been trained, haven't you?" Qin Fong paused, realizing that he hadn't piloted his mecha for some time, ever since his legion was destroyed. But we can't hold everyone to the same standards as the Dawn Legion. Su Yi slowly turned his head, using the light of his cold light stick to speak earnestly. Your current position is beyond your imagination. Your paranoia and madness have earned you the right to sit here. But please understand, the Dawn Legion standards are the same as those of Longzhou, Mechanical Island, and the Zerg. There are no exceptions. Qin Fong, face yourself and your position squarely. If you fail to adjust in time, I will gladly devour you and replace you. I thought you already understood that this world isn't as beautiful as you imagined. As a warrior, you should understand that surrounded by powerful enemies, it's either you or me. If those teams fail to meet the standards of the Dawn Legion, they will lose their significance and be eliminated by the world. If you don't think you need to catch up, then perhaps you should go home and have a child instead of courting a male Zerg like me. Qin Fong, when did I ever court you? Su Yi's face was serious. when you imitated the sound of a sports car. At least in my inherited memories, that's the sound we female Zerg make when courting. Qin Fong nodded earnestly and headed deeper into the tunnel. This sound mimicking skill will never be used again. Deep in the tunnel, connected to the Zerg nest, dense clusters of brainworms scattered across the battlefield, acting as Yi's eyes. Her body trembled involuntarily. As the golden and red mecha defeated enemy after enemy, her body trembled with excitement. Killing is the act that most pierces the human heart. At this moment, extreme violence seemed to become art. Techniques on the field are just techniques. On the battlefield, however, they all become life-saving skills, and the foundation for victory. The thrusters backfired, and the ion shield briefly activated, shielding her from the intense barrage of fire from behind. The golden and red mecha rolled over, crushing the augmented soldier on the ground. As it rose again, it dragged its spear with it, striking with a lash. The powerful recoil instantly launched the spear upward, and she grasped it. A volley of gunfire shattered 3 flying discs. Several brainworms dragged a single augmented human, straining their strength, but their legs only left a few scratches on the ground. The object remained motionless despite its massive bulk. The shattered fragments of the flying disc, driven by inertia, pierced the augmented human's body. Sparks flashed, and the brainworm scattered. Then, the fragments exploded violently. The augmented human was shattered. A swarm of brainworms swarmed over him, dragging his fragments underground. The debris on the ground revealed that these augmented humans had become half human, half mechanical monsters. If it weren't for the fact that the human brain had so far been impossible to replicate, their brains would likely have been replaced with high-performance processors. Perhaps it wasn't that the human brain couldn't be replicated, but rather that humans couldn't control the existence of this mechanical life. After all, there's a living example in reality. The mecha girls. They can essentially be considered mechanical life forms. In the cockpit, Lightning's body rhythmically moved, the curve of her back twisting faster and faster as the movements of piloting the mecha became more complex. In a state of intense spiritual fusion, Suli could sense every indicator of her body, and even more so, the excitement within her heart. She could go even faster. She was a mecha named Lightning, destined to transform into a bolt of lightning on the battlefield. She deftly dodged the shooter bugs on the ground, skewering the soldiers, attacking them one by one. The overwhelming force made her increasingly eager. As the mecha heated up, the adaptability of its various components steadily increased. "Master, I'm ready. Ready for another ultimate charge." She let out a high-pitched cry, swung her spear, and hurled the string of candied haws at the shield. Then, with a flash of gold and red, a silver spear pierced the 100-meter barrier and stabbed fiercely into it. Visible ripples formed. With extreme speed and immense power, the spear tip even forced its way through the shield before the stunned gazes of all the counselors. Feeling the enveloping sensation of the spear tip, Suli pulled the joystick, and the entire mecha retreated at a rapid speed. After retreating 3 times the distance, it suddenly accelerated again and stabbed fiercely at the shield. The cold mechanical sound echoed through the council hall. The shield's current strength is rapidly decreasing. Only 60%. 59%. 58%. The council members' hearts were in their throats. They couldn't understand why a high-powered defensive shield, capable of withstanding a barrage of archer bug acid, couldn't withstand the enemy's barrage of attacks. Each attack was consuming an average of 1% of their energy. Is the enemy still human? Or perhaps, he's just a monster in human skin. The modular mecha, nearly 200 meters tall, had become their nightmare. They could almost see their own blood flowing down the tip of her spear. Isn't that gold and red hue stained by the blood of their compatriots? A warm current flowed through their trouser legs. Forget 3 sets of shields. Even at this rate of attack, even 20 sets wouldn't be any use. Chapter 517. Fear began to spread within everyone. It was as if the towering mechas were striking their very hearts. With each crash, the cold mechanical sound was like a death countdown. Why? Why provoke the Dawn Legion? This was the question swirling in everyone's mind. The enhanced human legion charged frantically. They were indeed powerful, and they caused immense trouble for the Dawn Legion. At least among the S-rank mecha girls, they could offer an effective counterattack. And the flying discs whizzing around in the sky were a real nuisance to the mecha girls. But they had chosen the wrong enemy from the start. Every mecha girl and pilot in the Dawn Legion was required to master at least 3 types of tactical equipment. Among the most popular among the mecha girls were the grappling hooks and the portable external rocket pods loaded with missiles. As one flying disc after another locked onto them, missiles, trailing a dazzling trail of flame, shot out from the pods, speeding towards their respective targets. And then, There were those annoying grappling hooks. Originally a charging device for rapidly closing the distance between them, they were now using them to hit flying discs and augmented soldiers. A single grappling hook could pierce through the bodies of 2 or 3 augmented soldiers. The grappling hook simply ripped the flying discs apart and shattered them with a single blow. The mecha girls didn't resort to excessive display. Their swung greatswords showed their opponents respect. Each swing of their long legs allowed them to kick augmented soldiers like balls. The mecha girls' incredibly powerful hand cannons were nimbly dodged, and even if they managed to avoid them, they would be blocked by the ion shield. Don't be too superstitious about your equipment. They always firmly believed in this creed, so on the battlefield, they constantly displayed evasive maneuvers never seen before in any other arena. This wasn't a siege, it was a true purge. When the mecha girls discovered the unstable energy pods carried by the augmented humans, they immediately whipped them toward the shield. Seeing them explode on the shield, the mecha girls couldn't help but frown. As mechanical beings, they were extremely sensitive to energy intensity. The strength of this energy shield was exceeding the standard. A hint of impatience flashed in Yihua's eyes. She had struggled to carry a large flag, hoping to imitate Su Li, and plant it on the roof of the parliament building. But if she couldn't break the energy shield, what good was she doing? She leaned against the flagpole, letting the flag flutter. The entire mecha stood in front of the shield, coldly observing the building within. Among the throng of people, she unexpectedly spotted quite a few familiar faces. The panicked expressions on those faces shifted with every lightning strike. Her trembling body resembled a little girl cornered by strong men. A malicious smile played at the corner of her mouth. "Old Zhang, don't you recognize me? This is Yihua. Why are you being so distant? I came all this way to see you, and you're turning me away. Chui Qinghuan? Or Chui Chengman? Don't you want me to sign a contract with you? Come on, open the door, and I'll let you touch my legs right now." She swung the flagpole, sweeping it around, sweeping away the surrounding augmented soldiers. The metal parts creaked as the immense force swept across them. She laughed heartily. Although she had reached the door, she was blocked outside and couldn't get in. But the feeling of being hit right on my doorstep was truly an indescribable joy, from body to soul. Why are you all so sad? Haven't you heard that it's a joy to have friends visiting from afar? Don't you love to laugh? Why aren't you smiling anymore? Are you paralyzed, or are you overcome by despair? Is mom cancer? Dad terminally ill? Or are you impotent? Everyone with a gloomy face probably has a blocked exit. Come on, open the door. This flagpole of mine cures all ailments. One stroke, and your back will no longer bend, and your legs will no longer ache. I'll stick you like a human stick. At least you'll be living a decent life. I've finally seen through it all. You're all treacherous creatures, playing dirty all the time. Most of you are crooked. Yihua cursed, suddenly feeling guilty. She was so used to being the mouthpiece that she had completely forgotten her pilot was sitting right behind her. She glanced back, feeling somewhat guilty, only to find Xiangzi gazing at her with admiration. I'm mainly filled with righteous indignation. I come all this way, and they use their shields. They can't even get close to me. What a bummer. Bauer, you're incredible. I never seen someone curse so differently. Are there more? As Xiangzi spoke, Yihua's eyes shone brightly. This is life, a life of winning. She had endured past hardships and misunderstandings, finally reaching the pinnacle of her life. She had a boss who let her do whatever she wanted, gave her everything she wanted, and showed off whenever she wanted. She had a pilot who let her curse as much as she wanted, warming her heart and lungs. She felt her life elevated in that moment. What do you want to hear? Elegant, vulgar, or a mixture? I'm not bragging. I'm the best at cursing people differently. I could stand here and curse for 3 days and 3 nights. Xiangzi frowned, causing Yihua's heart to tremble slightly. He hesitated. Then I guess you won't be able to enjoy it this time. Just when you were getting all mad about cursing, the commander said we have the last half hour left, and we'll retreat after the battle. So go ahead and show off. Take the mech, and leave it to me. Yihua lowered his head, and when he looked up again, his eyes were clear of any hesitation. Open the damn door. You motherless bastard. Do you have any manners? If I had known, I have let your father spray you against the wall. Su Li paused in his lightning charge. He tilted his head to glance in Yihua's direction, truly unaware of Xiangzi's current state of mind. Yihua was cursing with abandon this time. She wasn't even content to just stand there and curse. She followed the evasive glances of the council members in the building, appearing in the shield wherever they saw her, like a lingering ghost. Oh, she's quite talented. Yihua's shameless voice echoed over the communication channel. Thank you, Commander, for the compliment. We in the Dawn Corps are all elites, and every sister is multi-talented. I'm just a bit of a novice. My utmost respect, my utmost respect. Lightning, with white smoke billowing from his head, suddenly felt a sense of crisis when he heard this. Master, I don't seem to be that talented. Suli grinned and patted Lightning's butt. You're quite versatile too. You're fast, you eat a lot, and there's one thing that really sets you apart. Lightning's eyes lit up. I have such a unique trait? Yeah. Very unique. Have you ever seen a mecha girl with a brain injury still able to fight on the battlefield? Chapter 518. June Quan chuckled softly during the mental connection. But then she covered her mouth. That's truly unique. My combat power is incredibly strong. Lightning turned her head back, deeply agreeing with Su Li's statement. Her combat power was honed through countless days and nights, bit by bit. She knew she had significant weaknesses in other areas, so whenever she trained, she pushed the intensity several times higher than others. Whether it was injuries or wear and tear, every key to her movements required her to be perfectly aligned with Su Li's control. To facilitate his control, she even expended countless efforts to mimic Su Li's driving habits in crisis situations, anticipating his maneuvers, and artificially increasing her core's computing power. The state of human-machine integration relies on mutual coordination. Both they had achieved a high degree of harmony, both mentally and physically. It was only natural that their combat power would be off the charts. Su Li listened to Lightning's words, the teasing on his lips faltering. He used his mental energy to stroke Lightning's crimson hair. Yes, my Lightning is the strongest mecha girl. Otherwise, how could she have won the team tournament? Hold on. My life depends on you. Lightning let out a deep cry of approval, crouching again, the massive mecha once again raising its spear. Inside the shield, the council members' faces paled. They couldn't understand why the sheer bugs weren't attacking the mecha girls. Weren't they supposed to be mortal enemies? Why were they ignoring the massive mecha girl before them, instead joining them in attacking the precarious shield? Lister, what on earth have your men been researching? They actually caused the Zerg to abandon attacking the mechas? Lister's face was completely pale, drained of all color. He was completely helpless in the face of the current situation. Besides urging the various armies to continue their offensive, he had no other options. Where are the Divine Grace Cult's Divine Punishment Legion? Why are there no bionic mechas in sight? Are they all dead? They're all concentrated in a more remote area. It would take at least 2 hours for them to arrive to support them. Back then, you were worried about the Divine Grace Cult, so you moved them further away, right? They didn't even have warships. Now you remember the benefits of the Divine Punishment Legion? What about the other branches of the military? Is our cutting-edge technology destined to be skewered like meat? Are all the researchers working on it for so many years just to get by? The person being questioned raised his head and shouted hoarsely. He shouted at the top of his lungs. Isn't it your fault for cutting research funding? And what about those mecha girls on the front lines? The mutation was clearly under control, yet you still chose to activate their modules and abandon them on the battlefield. If we had them as a shield, at least we wouldn't be so passive. Bullshit! What can those rubbish do? Don't forget how those dozens of mecha girls on our home planet were easily dispatched. So, this is the Dawn Legion's superior combat power, and what does it have to do with our military? The chaotic scene was filled with an irritating atmosphere. They seemed to never understand the meaning of moderation. Even as the powerful enemy approached, they continued their usual clamor. Zhang! Are you having an affair with that flag-carrying mecha girl outside? Councilman Zhang was dumbfounded. What? Did he need to close the shield and let her in? He had given up, sitting woodenly in his chair, quietly waiting for the shield to be breached. He listened to Yihua's endless scolding, while glancing at his colleagues in the room. After the 2 wallpapering incidents, only half of the familiar faces remained. Too many people had fallen from power because of the wallpapering incidents. But some stubborn one seized every opportunity and resource to move up the ladder. He was one of them. This time, he was probably doomed. After all, Yihua didn't have many people he could name. So he was definitely not going to escape. Those cordial greetings were like the king of hell calling out his name. The clear wine in the glass shone with an amber hue, and the sunlight filtered through it, casting brilliant spots of light on the table. The mottled texture reminded him of himself stuck to the wall. The speed the machine girl could achieve with a single swift swing of her hand rivaled that of a speeding train. At that speed, crashing into the mountain wall would only result in a splatter of flesh and blood. He shuddered, suddenly realizing that the legs of the woman beside him weren't as supple and tactile as he imagined. He gulped down the wine, feeling a flame trickle down his throat. His mouth numbed, and a bitter taste lingered. Open the door. Open the door. I see you're home. No, he's not. Councilman Zhang had never wished more than now that he could just vanish into thin air. Outside the shield, Yihua finally freed his mouth and took a deep breath. A sudden silence fell on the battlefield, rife with curses, causing even the archer bug to raise its head. But then, her voice rang out again. I don't care to criticize you. If you have any dignity, you should know that when others treat you like human beings, you should act like one out of respect. You put so much makeup on women's faces every day, yet I don't see you reveal any inner beauty. Your character is poor, and your initiative is poor. You truly spent your entire lives striving towards despair. The phrase touching the scene brings back memories only applies to two of them. Can you use the water in your brain to water the green tree in your heart? Who are you talking to? You're so eager to jump around. Didn't you just want us to come? Now we're here. Why don't you open the shield? Damn it, you have two balls under your eyebrows. All you can do is blink and not see. I'm putting this out there. If you don't have the guts to come out and fight, just stay in your own little corner and behave yourself. You don't even defend your own defenses, and now you're using some high-frequency transmitters to mess with other people's? You're tattooing a frog on a tadpole, showing off. She waved the dragon flag, hitting the shield with a bang-bang-bang sound, each blow sending shivers down her spine. She glared at the numerous council members in the building within the shield, pointing at them one by one with her flagpoles. Why are you idiots always so relatable? Inside the black and red mecha, Yihua breathed a sigh of relief. This kind of thing had become addictive. Especially when she was blocking someone's door and scolding them, and they didn't dare to talk back. She turned her head, her bright eyes fixed on her pilot. Xiangzi gave a thumbs up without a word. He had discovered that Yihua and himself were very complementary. He wasn't very good at talking or cursing. That last shortcoming had been made up. Chapter 519. Suli manipulated the lightning to retreat swiftly, her feet sparking brilliantly as they struck the ground. She supported herself with one hand to absorb the force of her rapid evasion, then leaped up and unleashed her spear again like a dragon. Golden energy enveloped the spear, coating it with a golden ion film. With each strike of lightning, the ion film expanded dramatically. The archer bugs, relieved of the pressure by the organic girls, spewed acid at the shield with even greater vigor. It wasn't that Suli didn't want to annihilate them, but he simply didn't have the strength to do so at the moment. Due to the shortage of archer bugs, the enemy's main fleet in space was still engaged in a bloody battle. An hour was far too short. He didn't even have enough time to pack up. The energy shield was weakening. He immediately shouted, Yihua, watch your timing? Don't worry, brother. Leave it to me. Swinging his spear overhead once more, his golden red figure blended into the acid spray from the archer bugs. The moment it attached itself to the shield, the spear transformed into a streak of light, arriving in an instant. As the counselor stared in astonishment, the already precarious energy shield shattered into fragments by the single shot. A shrill scream echoed through the council hall. They sprinted frantically away from the windows, hoping to avoid the mecha girl's attack. The backup shield takes 5 seconds to activate, and those 5 seconds were more than enough time for the mecha girls to accomplish a multitude of tasks. Time seemed to have stopped for a moment. The gold and red mecha took a stride, sweeping its spear across, shattering the custom-made glass with a single blow. Her massive hand reached into the building, grabbed something, and the entire mecha tilted back and spiraled into the air. Yihua, hovering behind him in the mecha, exerted force with both hands and hurled the flagpole. The flagpole, carrying the military flag, pierced through the building from the top, piercing nearly 5 floors of the floor. The fluttering military flag fluttered above the parliament, its dragon-shaped figure carrying an unparalleled aura of dominance, making it difficult to look directly at it. Yihua was delighted. She felt completely liberated from within, from the inside out, by this act alone. Madman? She was a madman. What madman wouldn't want to plant their flag in the enemy's headquarters? She looked at the fluttering military flag, then at the struggling figure in Lightning's palm, and suddenly felt that this was truly too difficult a decision to make. She wanted to plant the flag. She wanted to capture the people. For a moment, she scratched her head, feeling unsatisfied. 5 seconds was too short. If her traitor had deactivated the protective shield before them, none of these council members would have escaped. What a shame! There was no more time. She hesitated, looking at the figures in Lightning's hand, only to see him open his palm, revealing the dozen or so people he held. For me? Well done. Take them and enjoy. Yihua's whole body trembled with excitement at the words. She carefully accepted the dozen figures Su Li handed her, and prodded their severed limbs with her enormous fingers, finding their screams so melodious. After cursing for so long, she finally heard some responses. However, she didn't like these responses. We, the Dawn Corps, are a righteous army. Do you understand? I never believed in so-called delayed justice. How can delayed justice still be called justice? It's just the bloody truth. What I want, what we demand, is always fairness, justice, and openness. People who do wrong always pay the price. You have done wrong, and you must bear the consequences. Members of the Legion, on behalf of the Dawn Corps, I hereby read the verdict upon you. Please be advised that the crimes committed by you, members of the Legion, are as follows. First, you are guilty of undermining the United Front. Execution by firing squad according to the law. Second, you deliberately deployed a high-frequency transmitter to lure the Zerg into attacking our base. This is a war crime, and you are hereby executed by firing squad according to the law. Third, you used a high-frequency transmitter to lure the Zerg to the Flame Blue planet, causing devastation. You owe an explanation not only to the Dawn Corps, but also to the civilians who died as a result. As Yihua read out the charges, everyone in the mecha's palm began to scream hysterically. No, it wasn't me. I didn't do anything. I really didn't do anything. I'm just an ordinary counselor, without any real power. This is him, Lister. It has nothing to do with us. A cold look lingered in the black and red mech. Didn't I say during your celebratory drinks that it had nothing to do with you? That icy voice sent the counselors reeling. Even if lightning had broken their arms and legs, the excruciating pain couldn't mask the chill in their hearts. They trembled and shuddered, but not because they knew they were wrong. It was simply a fear of death. Looking at their hideous faces, Yihua suddenly felt somewhat dull. Some people, some qualities are innate. Dealing with these creatures, neither human nor ghost, reason will never work. She wasn't here to force good women into prostitution, nor to persuade a whore to change her ways. She simply held them in her arms, dividing the council members among the numerous mecha maidens. Then, facing the newly rising shield, she clenched her palms tightly. The lives of my Longo soldiers, I'll take your lives to pay the interest. As Yihua spoke, the mecha maidens raised their arms, and slammed down on the blue shield. Dazzling blood bloomed, dotting the blue shield with bloody flowers. Yihua stared directly at the terrified faces within the building, his palm slitting his own throat. On the battlefield, all the enhanced human warriors had been wiped out. The dense swarm of flying discs in the sky was also swept away. In a remarkably short time, the nearly 100 mechas before them had annihilated 2 entire divisions of troops. The ground was covered in blood, and wisps of smoke rose from the wreckage. The archer bugs continued to tirelessly spew acid, corroding the surrounding buildings. The golden red mecha raised its spear, and slammed it heavily onto the ground. Heat rose from its body, and the dried blood turned into foam, fluttering in the wind. Golden eyes stared at the council members, the tip of the spear raised high. I want my military flag to fly forever above the council. Su Li's voice was emotionless, as if he were merely reading a notice, not asking for anyone's opinion. If it stops fluttering, then you'll pay with your lives. Nearly 100 black and red figures darted through the ruins, one after another standing behind Su Li. Steam rose from their bodies, and the sharp edges of the great swords they held in their hands terrified everyone. Those weren't just 100 mechas. They were nearly 100 killer gods, plucked from hell. The throats of all the council members trembled. They knew there were far more than 100 such killer gods. There were thousands of them on the battlefields everywhere. In the future, there could be tens of thousands. Chapter 520. This was no enemy they could defeat, especially when he disobeyed everyone's established rules, and instead established his own. If anyone less capable had attempted this, they would have crushed him with a single finger. But they had missed the chance to crush him with a single finger. Resentment, anger, resentment, fear, all these complex emotions mingled together, nearly tormenting the counselors to hysteria. In their eyes, a Legion commander wasn't a particularly high position. What truly irritated them was that when he ascended to the position of Legion commander, they had all subtly given him a legionary boost. Because the Alliance at the time was striving to forge a military god, they hadn't interfered too much. But now it seemed their initial inaction and nagging had become the straw that broke the camel's back. The military god had been forged, but it belonged to someone else. A blue glow enveloped the mecha girls, and in the next instant, those nearly 100 killer gods vanished from the battlefield, leaving only devastation. He's a dog that can't be tamed. One day, he'll turn against Long Zhou. How dare he? How dare he invade our heartland and publicly humiliate us counselors? Why? Why not completely destroy the Dawn Legion? What about Lister? He holds all the Union's secret lines in his hands. Counterattack. We need a counterattack. He's on the shield. Judging from his size, it's probably that thing. The speaker took a sip of his wine and raised his slender fingers. Lightning's massive hand swept across the hall, sweeping away everything in it. Even the tip of the giant finger brushed against his nose. Yet, he sat in his chair, motionless, in stark contrast to the other counselors present. His words left a lump in the throats of the council members. It was then that they truly noticed the speaker's demeanor. He was neither humble nor overbearing, his eyes devoid of a trace of fear. From beginning to end, he exuded a sense of composure. The slight impatience between his brows made them suddenly feel as if they were seeing a familiar figure. They studied him for a long moment before realizing that the middle-aged man before them was a blond, blue-eyed, genuine Unionist. This realization brought a sigh of relief. "Speaker, Your Excellency." He slowly closed his eyes, listening to the address he had heard countless times, and for the first time, he heard the genuine meaning in it. The speaker opened his eyes and placed his glass on the armrest of his chair. "Everyone, the most urgent task is to eliminate the remaining Archer Zerg. Post-disaster reconstruction is urgent. After all, no one wants to work in a place like this." He slowly raised his glass to the crowd. "I propose that we toast to our survival. Everyone is exhausted today. I hope that after a glass of wine, you will go home and rest well. I will come up with a reasonable plan for the future work within 3 days. Mr. Speaker, we..." He raised a finger to his lips. Sudden changes can cause thoughts to scramble and brains to become a mess. "Everyone, please sit down and have a calming drink. Our new troops have arrived. After they eliminate the Zerg, you can return." Outside the shield, neatly armed columns of troops rushed in. They carried standard military equipment, but their mobility clearly revealed a well-trained team. With only their standard equipment, they engaged in a back-and-forth battle with the elite king-level archer bugs. As everyone watched in silence, they risked their lives to forcibly lead a large number of archer bugs away from the main battlefield of the Parliament. But in corners unnoticed by them, archer bugs pulled out one enhanced human body after another, along with fragments of flying discs collected from the battlefield, and handed them to the troops. The soldiers affectionately touched the archer bug's armor, then dragged the remains one by one into the sealed carriages, which were completely covered with special materials. They said goodbye to each other and drove off in different directions. The archer bugs roared, spitting out the last of their acid to create a fake battlefield. Then, swinging their massive bodies, they flew high into the sky. Aboard the ship, Ruizi's massive form suddenly shrank. She commanded the archer bugs to assemble toward Lingsue's star, then launched a space jump along with the ships. The Enterprise Federation's main fleet was finally free. In their eyes, forcing back the archer bug army with the sacrifice of only 2 motherships and several smaller vessels, like B-class frigates, was undoubtedly a great achievement. But for the counselors on the ground, that short hour felt longer than half a lifetime. Even with no trace of the Zerg left, they still didn't dare to remove their shields, fearing a counterattack from either the Zerg or Suli. They no longer had the heart to caress the woman beside them. Each of them found their hands trembling uncontrollably. Suli was becoming increasingly unreasonable. If the Dawn Legion continued this tyrannical, they truly didn't know what to do. In the past, Suli at least had a list of names and arrested people accordingly. But now, he just scooped up whoever he could find. This was completely unpredictable. Would it be any use not participating in the planning, not offering any resistance? When they swung a slap in the face, they didn't bother to present evidence or facts. They just focused on judging who was unlucky. Perhaps what they lacked wasn't combat power or technology. It was a true man of destiny. Many council members looked at the speaker, who sat in the high seat with a composed demeanor. Originally, no one took a guy in charge of environmental protection seriously. But today, they suddenly saw something special in him. His composed demeanor, crisp trousers, and even his turtleneck sweater gave him an air of formality. Furthermore, not everyone present had seen Lightning's hand brush against his nose. While everyone panicked and dodged, he sat firmly in the speaker's chair, not moving an inch. It was as if he was certain Lightning's finger wouldn't hurt him in the slightest. A glint flickered in most people's eyes. Perhaps this was God's gift to them, the chosen one of the Business Federation. Chapter 521. Galmingrue looked at the battle report Suli submitted, and his frown completely relaxed. He realized he had been aging for a long time, and he found it difficult to fully comprehend the thoughts of young people. When he was Suli's age, he couldn't think so much. He certainly didn't have such immense power. "Wenjing, did I do something wrong?" Wenjing was slightly taken aback, but before she could reply, Gao Mingrui continued, maybe it's because I'm old. These days, I can't stop thinking about retirement. Su Li, this guy, keeps a low profile, yet always manages to surprise people, mobilizing the Sagittarius bugs and heading straight for the flame blue galaxy. This wasn't a risk, but a testament to his extreme confidence in his own abilities. I suddenly feel a sense of regret that I didn't participate in his life. If I had discovered him sooner, perhaps. Wenjing gently put down her water glass. Perhaps he wouldn't have become the military god we all know today. Gao Mingrui paused, the words on his lips, unable to come out. You used to be so good at chatting. I'll never chase you. His lips moved, and he carefully considered his words. Tell me, should I quit? Through the window, he could clearly see Su Li striding down the street. His figure was easily recognizable. Wherever he went, the pilots who encountered him would immediately stop and salute him. Even the marching troops would stop and watch him go. This kind of centripetal force only existed within the military. If he were to leave Lingsue Star and enter Tianshu Star, Tianquan Star, or somewhere like that, the people would erupt in extraordinary enthusiasm. Thanks to the publicity and promotional efforts of the publicity department, as well as his personal charisma, unconsciously, his influence, his arrogance, and his recklessness struck a chord with all the young people. The enthusiasm for military enlistment, after the alliance split, intensified daily. Recruitment used to be once a year, but now it's almost 4 times a year. The rapidly expanding military transformed the entire Dragon continent into a war machine, and its internal unity was unprecedented. There was no fighting between factions. As Su Li grew, the old guard's desire for conflict shifted to the younger members. Everyone knew that after Gao Mingrui stepped down, Su Li would take power. And they never considered seizing Su Li's power. They saw things more clearly than anyone else. In the past, the Mechanical Island stood for Dragon Continent. But now, the Mechanical Island stood for him, Su Li. Gao Mingrui narrowed his eyes, staring at Su Li as he walked straight toward the communications tower, leaning back in his chair. Not to mention, behind him stood a high-level queen. A single one of them is as powerful as an entire army. Not to mention the queens with prefixes, of which he has 2, and the rest are roaming the planet of Lingsue. What army could resist the allure of a coordinated attack with queens? When they were enemies, they were ferocious and terrifying. But now that the former enemies have become allies, queen puppets are everywhere on the streets. A vast swarm of elite king-level archer worms now swarm around Lingsue, replacing the fleet and forming a dense interception network. Now, not even a criminal's warships, not even their underwear, can escape this star region. Gao Mingrui couldn't help but smack his lips. He could even imagine the reaction of the people in the Enterprise Federation. They retreated? For at least a year, they wouldn't be able to make any major moves. His only regret was that the Enterprise Federation had revealed so little. But it didn't matter. With a year's time, the entire Enterprise Federation would probably have changed its name. Thinking of the video Qin Fong said back, even Gao Mingrui, a man with a refined background, felt a chill down his spine. Those images of worms crawling around in the cave would surely horrify the public if released. This type of infiltration was unprecedented and unheard of. Now, whenever he saw someone wearing a turtleneck sweater, he wanted to rip open their collar and peer in. See if there's that scar. He almost stopped himself from thinking, or else, on this planet of Lingsue, where mecha girls are everywhere, his reputation would be ruined. The office door flung open, and Eve entered, beaming with joy. Su Li's battle report had clearly refreshed her. Gao Mingrui stared at her turtleneck sweater, and subconsciously shifted his posture. He couldn't understand it. In the outpost location, with a constant temperature of over 20 degrees Celsius, wearing a turtleneck sweater? You're probably a heretic. Eve crossed her arms, feeling Gao Mingrui's gaze lingering on her neck. She frowned and subconsciously adjusted her collar. Why, this sweater doesn't suit me. Gao Mingrui quickly shook his head. It does. It suits me perfectly. It's crisp white, loose-fitting, but very flattering. And it's office hours now, so why are you dressed so casually? Eve shrugged. I know it's work. You're wearing a military uniform. Wenjing rolled her eyes and tugged on Gao Mingrui's ear, gazing outside. One glance, coupled with Wenjing's expression, convinced Gao Mingrui. This outfit looks really good. It suits your temperament perfectly. I wonder if someone's eyes just stopped blinking when they walked in. Hearing this, Eve awkwardly smoothed the hair that had fallen by her ear. She had deliberately tied her hair up and put it up today. She looked more refined than usual. Before leaving, she even checked the mirror. Gao Mingrui watched her sit down in a chair, legs crossed, and a twitch of his lips twitched. It's true that the allure of a woman over 200 years old is something not everyone can fake. Should I say she's experienced, or should I say she's well informed? She's cool and capable, lazy and uninhibited, and gentle and charming. Gao Mingrui swallowed and turned his gaze towards the door. He wished Su Li could just grow wings and fly up. TSK, TSK, TSK. This young grass, seeing the old cow and her specially dressed up, wondered if her leaves would sway with excitement. Is this the damn sense of ritual? Chewing on a piece of young grass, and even trying to find a way to wear a battle uniform. He tugged at his baggy uniform, feeling that when it came to professionalism, Gao Mingrui should be ashamed of himself. When Jing chuckled softly, equally curious about Su Li's expression upon seeing Eve in her casual clothes. The door knocked in anticipation of the three. Su Li opened the door, and immediately saw Eve leaning back in the command chair. Her long, slender legs were exposed, glossy and full of shine. The high-neck sweater dress, which should have been loose, looked incredibly slimming. Under the natural light, her pale blue hair, even to the roots, shimmered, and the corners of her lips, a faint smile. Su Li narrowed his eyes, subconsciously stepped back, and pressed the hilt of the knife at his waist. Chapter 522. Gao Mingrui and Wen Jing. Eve, who had been preparing for a long time, even wearing light makeup, said, Su Li didn't draw his sword after all. He suddenly remembered that all the brainworms were under his control. Looking at the different expressions on the faces of the three people in the room, he patted his scabbard and said with an embarrassed yet polite expression, Sorry. It's mainly because the governor is so beautiful. I lost control for a moment. When Jing covered her face. This guy didn't even flatter me. Who lost control? Was he subconsciously trying to draw his sword? Can you be more obvious about your hostility? She glanced at Eve, and saw that her once rosy cheeks were turning a little red. She nudged Gao Mingrui beside her. She couldn't continue to watch the fun. If she continued, when Eve's wrath unleashed, everyone present would be in danger. Gao Mingrui remained motionless, his gaze darting back and forth between the two of them with great interest. It had to be said that the micro-expressions on their faces were now extremely rich. It was as if their eyelids were fighting with the corners of their eyes, and the corners of their mouths were vying for dominance with their lips. It was truly captivating. So captivating that Gao Mingrui wished he could record it with his terminal, and enjoy it frame by frame. The two people's facial expressions were enough to evoke a wealth of associations in his mind. You're back? You're back. This extremely simple exchange contained all the resentment and awkwardness. Eve walked forward with a forced smile and unbuttoned Su Li's tightly buttoned shirt. This gesture not only demonstrated her magnanimity, but also indirectly brought the two closer. However, such an intimate gesture was not appropriate given their current status. Was she a little too impatient? Gao Mingrui nodded thoughtfully. Not really. After all, considering Eve's age, it was perfectly normal for her to just push him over. But the question was, did you have to lift him up to unbutton the top button? He glanced at Wen Jing. After all his years with her, he hadn't noticed any such tradition among the girls. Watching Su Li standing on tiptoe, Gao Mingrui felt a sense of relief. It was more relaxing than a glass of iced sour plum soup on a scorching summer day. Was this a simple greeting? Every word, every gesture, held hidden dangers. He nudged Wen Jing's hand with interest, staring intently at the two men before him, watching how Su Li would fight back. But the latter, far from panicking, grabbed Eve's uniform, which was about to fall from her shoulders, and helped her put it back on. I'm sorry to have worried you. The understatement seemed to strike at Eve's softest heart. Who's worried about you? I'm just afraid you'll lose the Dawn Legion. Not really. They're still growing rapidly. Although the archer bugs were the main force in this assault, their unleashed combat power was obvious to all. Eve took a step back and let go of Su Li's collar. Don't blindly praise me. Let's get down to business. The unusual situation on the various planets on the front lines has been quelled. All major legions have suffered losses, but fortunately, they're not too severe. We need to focus on strengthening our pilots. The entire military has a detailed plan. All legions are ordered to begin trial training according to the Dawn Legion's training model. Do you have anything to add to this training method? Su Li breathed a sigh of relief. He was least afraid of discussing serious matters. That's why they say that experience brings wisdom. Awkward situations can be resolved with business matters. I do have some ideas. Are there any ways to enhance the core computing power of the Mecha Girl? If you're talking about Lightning's brain problem, I can only say there's no solution. And it's not a big problem at the moment. After all, even the pilots of the Dawn Legion can't achieve a 200% improvement in the Mecha Girl. Their computing power is basically sufficient. Logically, they should be able to handle simple commands more easily, without creating redundancy. Then Eve rolled her eyes. You're different from others. She tilted her head slightly, looking at Su Li's face. There was a hint of scrutiny in her expression. She had always wondered how someone's hands could be so fast that they left afterimages. Had they been practicing since birth? Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Su Li's fingers, slender and powerful. As she watched the video, she imagined more than once what it would be like to perform such an operation herself. After all, in her 200 years of life, she never seen anyone's hands create afterimages. Then I have no other suggestions. Su Li's gaze wandered. Eve's sweater was pure white, with intricate patterns and textures. It looked fine, but he couldn't help but sense an aggressive aura in the governor's gaze. After glancing at her features, he felt unsure where to place his hands. He hadn't even been this nervous the first time he faced the lightning. What should I do if my boss tries to take advantage of me? His gaze swept over Eve's long legs, and he swallowed involuntarily. Even the antennas on the communication tower aren't this straight. Not far away, Gao Mingrui smiled brilliantly. He looked at Su Li's bewildered hands, as if he had seen the most interesting thing in the world. Aren't you very mobile? Just move. Who's stronger, a 200-year-old witch or a natural-born demon? Just move and you'll know. He suddenly remembered his youthful years, and couldn't help but sigh again at how wonderful it was to be young. Unlike now, even an old onion has begun to wither. Outside the door, Lightning was crouched against it, his face filled with caution. Jun Quan was lying on the other side, his small face narrowed with large eyes, as if facing a mortal enemy. Sister Lightning, your position as the first wife is in jeopardy. You face a difficult decision. On one side is your mother clan, and on the other, your own beliefs. Heaven has bestowed upon this person a great responsibility, and you. How about we rebel? Lightning clenched her fists. Life like this was unbearable. The thought of having to file a report before sleeping with her master in her arms drove her nearly insane. That lengthy report? Was it something a good mecha girl could write? Jun Quan stared at Lightning in disbelief. He had never imagined such words would come out of her mouth. For a moment, she was overjoyed. Isn't it just a rebellion? She wanted to rebel for a long time. Sister Lightning, tell me your plan. Lightning's eyes flashed with a cold gleam. As soon as you open the door, I'll rush in. With my speed, I'll take my master and run. Jun Quan listened with interest, quietly awaiting the next words. But after a moment, her eyes lit up with confusion, and then? Just run away. Are you stupid? You can't attack the governor. Jun Quan glanced at Lightning, only to find him glaring at her like she was idiot. It had to be said that being looked at like that by Lightning was quite stressful for her. Chapter 523. Is there any point in arguing? When you call a fool, she'll jump up and tell you, you're the fool. She's much smarter. Just as she can't understand Lightning's train of thought, Lightning can't understand her either. Sister Lightning, this isn't right. Isn't it? Jun Quan counted his fingers. First, if we just run away, won't we become deserters left all alone? Our military merits will be frozen, and we don't have much savings. Not only will we be wanted, but we won't even be able to eat a full meal. Second, our vast army, without the master, its soul, will fall apart. What a loss. This is the team the master has painstakingly built, and we're just going to throw it away. Things like this require a gradual approach, meticulous planning, recruiting powerful allies, and then forcing the queen to abdicate. She'll have to acknowledge our legitimate and orthodox position. Then we won't rebel. It's too much trouble. It's much more troublesome than me going to bed and filing a report. This sudden turn of events left Jun Quan somewhat bewildered. What's the connection? You're the one who's saying the opposite, and you're the one who's bothered. So, you're not even remotely interested in the position of first wife? Sister Lightning, we mecha girls don't have the saying that a mother's status is determined by her sons, but first come first served is still important. Rules must be established. After all, without them, there's no order. Don't you agree? Then why do you keep thinking about sneaking away? Jun Quan, Who says fools aren't smart? They always hit the nail on the head. It goes without saying, this ally is useless. I thought he was a fool, easily fooled, but who would have thought I'd be left speechless? What's all this fuss about? Is there anything more important than having enough to eat? Yes, there is. Lightning's eyes widened, and he said earnestly, no more. Never again. Back when I was in the club, I went hungry 9 times out of 3 days. The most I ever ate was the instant noodles the master stockpiled. Later, he took me to the inspection team for free meals. I still remember the smell of the lubricant provided by the armed mecha girls. Free meals? He even took her for free meals? For a moment, a feeling of envy or annoyance filled her heart, making her feel incredibly unfair. June Quan stared at Lightning in astonishment. She had never heard of such a tragic experience. No wonder she was so obsessed with food. Every day besides training, she would go to eat. But this is the position of the queen. Isn't it more delicious than a few meals? When the food is served, you can pick up your chopsticks first and choose whatever you want. Don't you want this, right? Lightning spread his arms nonchalantly. I already have it. June Quan paused, his lips trembling. But after the governor becomes the master's mecha, you no longer have this right. TSK, would you fight with a fool for a braised pig's trotter? June Quan, She suddenly realized that she might be the fool. Would he fight with her? Would Suli fight with her? She had always had what she wanted. The two had known each other from humble beginnings, and along the way, the bond they had forged was unfathomably deep. She suddenly understood what she'd been resentful of, the ever-present, almost invisible boundary between herself and her master. The bond between them was far deeper than she imagined. She stared directly into Lightning's eyes, which were filled with a firm grasp on Suli. It turned out that she was the true fool. A fool who didn't even know what she wanted, only knew how to demand. Sister Lightning, is it too late for me to be a little foolish now? Lightning glanced up at June Quan, further undermining her confidence. Silly child, you never been smart. The sudden radiance of the home star pierced June Quan's eyes, making her want to cover her eyes. The world was turning increasingly topsy-turvy, slowly becoming something she no longer recognized. Everyone had changed, even Eve, now bent over to nibble on the tender grass, but she was still the same young woman. Not even the thrill of the battlefield had altered her in the slightest. For a moment, her chest ached. She looked at Lightning with a look of sorrow. She had always thought she was one of them. But she hadn't expected that she was the minor boss sent by the enemy. Why else would such ordinary words, coming from her mouth, have such a heartbreaking effect? She even vaguely imagined Lightning claiming credit for his actions against his sisters. So you're just beating my sisters to pieces. Sir, I'm one of you, right? No, perhaps from the very beginning, everyone, including her sisters, had been ignored. Even Eve was nothing more than a braised pig's trotter. Things like love really do come first, come later. No wonder most of the 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 in novels don't end well. A cold hand silently pinched June Quan's ear. June Shou, who had arrived out of nowhere, ignored June Quan's soft cry of pain and pulled her aside. Why are you still here? Have you forgotten that it's your turn to look after little Shuang today? June Quan grinned, covering her ears, her face aggrieved. Sister, she's fine. Why does she need someone to keep an eye on her? Fine? You actually set a time bomb like this is fine? June Shou stood at the doorway, his voice rising involuntarily. Oh my god. Do you know how many mecha girls went through routine maintenance after the war? Do you know that just because you left your post, she sneaked off to the maintenance warehouse? Run away if you want. What could possibly happen to her on Lung Chui Star? June Shou's eyes widened. Is this a safety issue for Xiao Shuguang? The problem is, she's wearing Eve's face, holding another mecha girl's external armor, and sniffing furiously. What would it look like if others saw this? People are gossipy, and if Eve heard about it, she might not pretend to be blind. If Lung Suishing's propaganda department wasn't tightly controlled by its own people, she could imagine seeing all sorts of rumors circulating that very day, not just the next. Shocked. Governor Eve would actually do such a thing. Shocked. The governor is suspected of having an illegitimate daughter. Shocked. The governor's illegitimate daughter is actually having an affair with a mecha girl. Just thinking about this string of headlines makes June Shou's head buzz. The door opened from the inside. Eve squinted her eyes, watching the mecha girls making noise outside, her fingers clenching involuntarily. Oh right, if it weren't for the June sisters quarreling, she would have almost forgotten that there was a miniature version of herself besides Suli. So the question is, what does he want to do by carrying this smaller version of himself around? Chapter 524. Suli, inside the room, felt a cold sweat break out. In reality, oftentimes, what you do isn't important. What matters is what others think. He turned around and gave Suli a somewhat ambiguous look. There were many clones back then, but why did he choose Eve to keep with him? If there wasn't a deeper meaning behind this. Who would believe it? The moment he saw Eve's expression, Suli understood that the facts didn't allow him to argue. He immediately stood up and walked quickly to the door. Lightning, how many times have I told you not to eat all the time? Why are you still snacking after dinner? Lightning squatted at the doorway, his 5'7" frame huddled into a tiny ball, subconsciously hiding the spicy strips at his hand behind his back. No, I didn't eat them. I was just smelling them. Give it to me. I'll take it away. Your exhaust's been glowing red lately, and you're still eating this junk food. He squeezed in front of Eve and winked at Jun Shou, who grabbed Jun Quan's ear and teleported. Lightning was left hesitantly placing the spicy strips in Su Li's hands. This girl, eating a spicy strip, he could smell it from across the room. Even Eve's cold fragrance couldn't mask it. Give me the pig's trotter in your other hand. I'll just sew it. Did you feed the pigs those 3 jars of rice? So it's sewed. Eve leaned against the door, languidly watching Su Li's performance with narrowed eyes. The more she tried to hide, the more she had something to hide. Seeing Su Li pushing and pulling away with Lightning, she calmly said, "Stop. Have you finished your work report?" Su Li rolled his eyes, his frozen body slowly turning back. This woman could change the subject on her own, but he couldn't. Looking up at Gao Mingrui, who peeked his head out from the doorway, Su Li couldn't help but feel furious. He killed bugs, fought on the battlefield, endured hardships, and even experienced a time travel and rebirth. What else was there to fear? If this old man hadn't been here, he would have at least saved some dignity. Not to mention touching her legs, he dared to go any higher. His gaze swept over Eve's breasts. They say small breasts are abhorrent, but judging by her size, that statement was clearly an overgeneralization. At least for some people, that statement wasn't accurate. I wonder what else I need to report, Governor. Eve waved at Su Li, retreated into the office, and sat at her desk. Let's talk about that little Dawn that Jun Shou mentioned. Su Li's expression straightened. Little Dawn? Her name suggests we consider her a team icon. After all, the governor is often busy with military duties, and can't personally direct the work of the Dawn Corps. So, we've taken in a clone identical to you, to constantly motivate ourselves and keep moving forward. Gao Mingrui's mouth twitched at this. Serious nonsense. You just spout it. Lightning, hiding behind Su Li, stood only 1.78 meters tall, with only his head visible. He nodded frantically. That's the governor. We didn't even bring along all those little lightnings, little Jun Shou, and great Jun Wei. Eve was so surprised. This sudden answer left her at a loss for words. If Su Li's statement was unilateral, then his intentions might still require further investigation. But the problem is, since Lightning, whose core was damaged, has already said so, how can she refute Su Li's unfounded sinister intentions? Then what's the point of sniffing the mecha's armor? It's to determine the location of the damage, because the best way to detect leaks is by smell. She seems to have an intense obsession with mechanical repair, and is currently working overtime, almost forgetting to eat or sleep. Perhaps this is also influenced by your genes. She has an instant understanding of this area, and is extremely talented. Oh! Eve raised her eyes, as if she had never imagined that her genes could have such a function. Seeing that her master's flattery had taken effect, Lightning immediately pressed the issue. It's true. She's already learning to repair the mecha from the master. In less than 2 weeks, she can already handle simple problems. So, you're saying we might have a master repair technician in the future? Su Li's face was serious. Of course, maybe a modification master. She doesn't have the conventional thinking of ordinary repairmen, and is extremely bold and innovative. Bang! Eve slammed the table so hard that the thunder in her chest trembled. Do you really think I'm blind? Is she modifying it? She's filing the mecha's feet with a file. She says the modified shape is more aerodynamic. Do you know how miserable the mecha is after it's been modified? Su Li was stunned. He had never heard of this before. Eve's chest rose and fell rhythmically. I lived for over 200 years, and this is the first time I heard of a mecha girl suffering from paronychia. Are you trying to make the enemy laugh? A member of the Mechanical Island Guard, killed in battle by a toe being stepped on by the enemy? Su Li's expression changed instantly. Shu, the Dawn Legion has also been repaired? Eve rolled her eyes. She'd like to. But weren't you guys out on a mission? That's good. No, I mean, the situation is under control. Feeling Eve's cold gaze, Su Li swallowed and looked directly into her eyes. Don't worry, Governor. I will strengthen my precautions to prevent anything like this from happening again. Eve didn't comment on the matter further. She released more than a dozen large boxes from the space in her mechanical tree. The huge boxes piled up layer upon layer, almost filling up half the command room. The specially designed box effectively shielded it from energy fluctuations, but Su Li could still tell at a glance that it was filled entirely with source crystals. This is the recently harvested source crystal. Keep it safe. I don't have much to offer you regarding the cultivation of mechanical trees. But when you have nothing else to do, visit the island more often and interact with the mechanical trees. Has your island begun to solidify? Su Li frowned, concentrating on the small tree in his mind. Although its size continued to grow, the rate of increase was not significant. Aside from the two sudden increases in size after capturing EE and the first time it harvested source crystals, even harvesting the cores of the insect kings didn't cause any drastic changes in its size. Its growth seems to have stagnated. Gao Mingrui, standing nearby, heard this, his eyes gleaming. A soldier who doesn't want to be a general isn't a good soldier. Isn't this just perfect? With all the talk, here comes the opportunity. Chapter 525. At least in his opinion, this was Eve's renewed invitation to Su Li. If that wasn't right, then it was quite a bit worse. Stand still? Eve leaned forward, resting her forehead against Su Li's. A warm sensation made his face flush slightly. The refreshing, orchid-like scent made him want to retreat, but a pair of iron hands gripped his head tightly. This feeling of restraint was like when he first met Lightning. Even though he was now a Super S-Class pilot, he still felt a bit outmatched by Eve, who was an SSS-Class pilot with the added bonus of the Mecha Island. Well, there really hasn't been much change. Have you communicated with it? Eve couldn't offer advice on Su Li's mecha tree's growth, as their respective developmental paths diverged. If Eve's mecha tree was a vast breeding factory, then Su Li's was a more advanced entity. Although both mecha trees possessed the ability to control queens. But there's no doubt that the Mechanical Island's mechanical tree is far inferior in terms of controlling the queens. It solidifies all the queens, using them as a means of reproduction. To put it bluntly, the entire Mechanical Island is composed of the queen's bodies, fueled by energy. Su Li's mechanical tree, on the other hand, has yet to solidify the existence of a single queen. Instead, it uses a contract-like mechanism to bind the queens to its chariot, ensuring shared success and shared fate. The Mechanical Island's mechanical tree undoubtedly has the advantage of producing a large number of troops at this stage. However, in terms of autonomy and growth potential, Su Li's mechanical tree is undoubtedly superior. I communicated with it, but it seems equally unclear about its future. Su Li was speechless whenever he thought of the little tree in his mind. This thing would never work on its own unless he was pricked. All day long, it was constantly being told to take this or that, but what happened after he took it out? Besides being ripped raw, no significant changes were apparent. Beneath the increasingly lush tree roots, the so-called big treasure was still the size of a grain of rice. Forget about generating a mechanical island, there wasn't even a glimpse of a screw. On the other hand, the stockings and miniskirts in the mall were never out of stock. Every now and then, when he was in a good mood, he'd give out a few high-level module fragments during the raffle, satisfying Su Li's anticipation. But it's fair to say, the wool always comes from the sheep. It's a master at deceiving itself. It's doing everything it can to deduct his energy points. Governor, does Mecha Island have any excess S-Class modules? We, the Dawn Legion, have accumulated a great deal of military merit. Do you think you could spare some? How many would you like? Let's start with 300 sets. After this team competition, we can give them out as prizes to the Mecha Girls, who have performed exceptionally well. 300 sets? If used properly, we could produce over 500 SS-Class Mecha Girls. What do you want? Take all your military merit, and give me whatever you want, right? Not 300, at most 100. 250 doesn't sound good, how about 251? I said 100, and that's 100? Although your Dawn Legion has made outstanding military achievements, Mecha Island's production capacity is fixed. Every Mecha Girl on Mecha Island urgently needs upgraded modules to complete their upgrades. Although Mecha Island is no longer producing new Mecha Girls, the current production capacity only slightly alleviates the demand for modules. It will take at least 3 years to fully support the Mecha Girls. And that's even if your Mecha tree continues to produce. Eve frowned and glared at Su Li. What do you need so many SS-level Mecha Girls for? The Dawn Legion's Mecha Girls are now generally capable of SS-level power. The infiltration missions against the Corporate Federation and the Divine Grace cult don't require Mecha Girls. The Dawn Legion is already fully loaded for combat missions out there. Given this, you're still obsessed with upgrading? Are you planning something else? Su Li's eyes furrowed as he heard this. I'm not planning anything. I'm simply afraid of insufficient firepower. If there's anything I can upgrade, I'll use it. There's really no way around it. However, the Mechanical Island has crafted a batch of high-strength weapons using parts of insect bodies, which will be assigned to the Dawn Legion first. While their level increase is currently difficult, these high-strength weapons can, to a certain extent, make up for the lack of combat power. Eve's heart trembled as she spoke these words. Insufficient combat power? Nearly 100 mecha girls raided the enemy base. Although the archer bugs were the main force, they were able to hold their own against the enemy's enhanced human army without losing a single casualty. Could this be considered insufficient combat power? Have you ever seen mecha girls from any army go out into battle fully equipped with tactical gear? She had carefully watched the live footage of the Dawn Legion's battles. The sight of them bombarding the enemy with missiles, forcibly locking onto their grappling hooks, and swinging their great swords like baseball bats was shocking even to her. This was also why she was certain that the corporate alliance would not make any major moves within a year. At least until they found a way to counterbalance the archer bugs and the Dawn Legion, they would not attack again. They already fled to Fire Blue Planet, and this guy, under orders to take advantage of the situation, chased them down and planted his flag on the roof of their parliament. This wasn't just a simple act of disrespect. It was a complete taunting. And yet, they hadn't done anything yet. At least the flag was still flying above the parliament, and no one dared to touch it. The original plan was to take it slow and steady, letting the frog in the boiling water boil. But since they were restless, it was understandable that they were showing off their skills. But it was obvious that this time, they were showing off a bit too much. I thought Su Li would show them the Dawn Legion's methods, but who could have imagined that he would roll up his sleeves, exposing his entire arm, and even elbow someone in the face, asking if it was audacious. Is it audacious? Is it audacious? It was so audacious that Gao Mingrui's eyes were twitching. The once distant plan to return to the home planet was now openly on the table. Even the advanced corps was already preparing. As the home planet in the rear, it was undoubtedly the perfect location for the various corps to undergo a complete transformation and adaptive training. Moreover, both the mecha girls and the people of Longzhou held a deep-seated yearning for that place. Oh, I forgot to tell you. The small tree on Lingsue Star is blooming. Su Li heard this and walked to the window, peering out. Above the square, golden blossoms quietly blossomed on the giant golden tree, nourished by insect corpses. Chapter 526. The fleet sailed through the vast starry sky. Unlike before, this time, the fleet was surrounded by a dense swarm of archer bugs. The 5 nearby planets had initially wavered, but as the competition progressed and the battle flags flew at the parliament, their stance completely shifted. Longzhou did not seize all the planets it once held, nor did it accept their humble pleas for annexation. It simply dispatched troops and seized control of several crucial spatial nodes in the vast expanse of space. Su Li arrived at Tianshu Star for the first time. This planet, once home to Gao Mingrui and the center of power for the entire Longzhou region, was where all the powerful forces in Longzhou now converged. On Lingsue Star, the second match had already begun. But he could only sit on the ship, watching the live broadcast through the terminal. As the ship slowly approached the harbor, he adjusted the brim of his hat and slowly stepped out with Han Hai. The high-tech airport was bustling with people. Robots pushed shopping carts through the crowd. He and Han Hai were standing on the conveyor belt. Before they had even gotten far, they saw a man in black holding a large sign with a large S on it. Master, did he scold you? Jun Quan dragged his suitcase, looking at the large S with a look of resentment on his face. Did he call you a slut? Su Li and Han Hai, Sometimes, Su Li wished she could shut Jun Quan up. If she weren't so unrecognizable, only a fool would have brought her along. Han Hai, also wearing a mask, smoothed her golden hair and took 2 quick steps toward the man in black. After verifying his identity, she gestured for Su Li and Jun Quan to proceed, pulled aside the cordon, and followed the man in black out. Several inconspicuous hovercrafts were parked at the exit. As Su Li approached, he caught a whiff of the distinct scent of specialized steel. These vehicles may look inconspicuous, but the steel alone is sufficient to withstand most firearm strikes. The airport is located directly south of the city. To enter the city, one must drive for at least 2 hours before entering the city's defenses. Tianshu Star is a highly developed planet. At least the scenery outside, in terms of level, is significantly superior to that of Lingsue Star. The primeval forest, covered in a variety of tall plants, felt like stepping into a natural oxygen bar. Su Li didn't fully relax, but the scenery outside was truly delightful. No wonder people loved to wander around and explore. Especially when a myriad of bizarre little creatures appeared outside the car window, one couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the creator. Why such a long car ride? Can't I just teleport directly there? It's just a checkup. Why go to such lengths? Han Hai covered Juan's mouth with his hand and gave her a hushing look. Although the car was fully enclosed, it wasn't home after all, so some caution was advised. If it was just a simple checkup, There was no need to come all the way to Tianshu Star. The purpose of coming to this planet was more to meet certain people. People whose weight, even in Gao Mingrui's eyes, was immensely important. Jun Quan pouted with discontent, imitating Su Li's gaze out the window. The hovercraft was moving at breakneck speed, and after passing through the forest, it emerged into a vast plain. The endless expanse of farmland stretched as far as the eye could see. In the center, a tall building stood, its side flashing with slogans. Having children is good, it adds treasure to the family. If you want a comfortable life, 3 children are better than 2. If you don't have children, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. If you don't raise them, you'll have no one to support you in your old age. If you're pregnant, you must give birth. More calcium will keep your child healthy and give you a head start. You can't stop it. Su Li looked at the slogans. It seemed that since the Great Migration began, the entire Longzhou region had embraced a wave of encouraging childbirth. He couldn't help but think of Qin Yaoyao. He had passively responded to Longzhou's call. He had never imagined marrying and having children. Who could have imagined that his first child would be born through scientific means? Whenever he thought of this, he inexplicably felt he owed Qin Yaoyao something. But he didn't know how to make amends. This kind of consensual relationship was, in essence, a muddled mess. Cars circled the road again and again, as if to leave a lasting impression on everyone passing by. The road was designed as a circular passage. No one could leave until they had read all the signs. Jun Quan took a deep breath, his large eyes filled with doubt about the human bloodline's inheritance. 4 or 5 births are considered good. Is government reimbursement really that good? Master, are humans essentially childbearing machines? In just 100 years, half of that time is spent sleeping. Young people can't do it, and old people can't do it either. In the age of eugenics and good parenting, in just a dozen years, you're going to have 4 or 5 children. Time's boomerang will one day pierce me. Su Li shrugged, said one word, and then shut up. Jun Quan scratched his golden hair, feeling even more bewildered. Han Hai, who had never paid any attention to her, had stopped her from speaking, and now his master's words were so unclear. Is there some magical power in this Tianshu Star? Why did he feel as if he was still the same? Nothing had changed. You should watch the matches. Summarize your experiences. None of the comrades in the Dawn Legion are easy to deal with. If you don't want to embarrass yourself, you better study everyone's fighting styles carefully. Han Hai placed the terminal in Jun Quan's hand. On the live broadcast, the red-tasseled, black and gold mech activated a flash, instantly dispatching 8 opponents. Her skills were becoming more and more refined. In a very short time, she could even adjust her movements significantly, instead of passively waiting for the enemy to collide with her weapon as before. Everyone was growing, and growing at a very rapid rate. Looking at the battlefield Han Ying had chosen for herself, Su Li nodded with some satisfaction. If lightning is best suited to a reckless style of attack, then Han Ying is exceptionally agile. Her varied techniques and the flexibility of her body allow her to maximize her strength. It must be said that this was quite different from her usual image. It's just that her pace was a little too fast. In the terminal, the sound of voices mixed with the audience's roar, echoing through the carriage, wave after wave. Chapter 527. In the cockpit, heavy breathing continued. Sweat dampened the strands of hair on her forehead. Only when she took control herself did she realize the difference between having a pilot and not having one. Especially after her inherent skills were activated, even if she exerted all her strength to control them, the effect wasn't as perfect as she had imagined. She should have controlled the angle of her strike more perfectly. Looking at the 2 blades in front of her, nearly piercing the center of the cockpit, a lingering fear crossed Han Ying's face. She exerted all her might to correct the angle to directly above the cockpit. This was playing with the lives of her comrades. Our contestant Han Ying delivered a fierce attack. It's clear she's mastered this strike with the utmost mastery, sending and receiving with the utmost ease. As expected of an SS-rank mech girl, such a sharp and decisive strike makes even someone as experienced as me feel short-sighted. Was that still a ray of light? It simply pierced my very heart. The spectacular final kills played repeatedly on the big screen. The enthusiastic cheers in the venue rose in crescendo. Cao Cao's unreserved praise made Han Ying blush slightly. Only she knew that if this strike had been even slightly off target, the opposing mech girl and her pilot would have perished instantly. In the opposite cockpit, the mech girl and pilot swallowed in unison as they stared at the twin blades piercing the cockpit overhead. Horrifying? No, more of a sense of loss at having lost hope of advancing. The competition was a battlefield, and besides, they were warriors themselves. Excellent tactics. We admit defeat. They didn't hesitate, allowing Hong Ying to withdraw her swords before waiting for rescue. But they were clearly not discouraged. Instead, they gathered together to discuss how to resolve such a situation on the battlefield. They had experienced battles on Guanghua Star. While such surprise attacks were rare, her speed could still be effective against greed. It was like lightning and the June sisters combined. At that speed, perhaps everything else became less important. Just like Hong Ying before them, stealthy, her movements completely undetectable. Even her attacks were so elusive. There was no solution, unless they used weapons of mass destruction to cover the vast area where she might appear. However, doing so would be tantamount to taking their comrades with them. Perhaps, against such an enemy, self-destruction was the best option. Perhaps if we lowered our center of gravity a little, even if it meant exchanging injuries for injuries, it would still be beneficial to buy the others a chance. Our controls are still a little slow. If we could better align our skills, perhaps we have more ways to react. Practice more. No success comes easily. The two men stared at the black and gold mech before them, their gazes involuntarily glancing behind her. They had failed, but they had the impression there were definitely more than 8 mech girls hiding in the dense forest. A grappling hook shot out from the shadows of the forest, instantly latching onto the black and gold mech, which was still drawing its 2 blades. A blinding flash of fire lit up, and the hook at the front of the grappling hook spun rapidly, firmly locking onto Hong Ying's outer armor. Immediately afterwards, a black and red figure, stripping off its camouflage, suddenly emerged from the dense forest. The force of the hook caused Hong Ying to stumble. She struggled, spinning and swinging her 2 blades, one slicing at the hook, the other slashing downwards, slashing at the oncoming mech. The continued acceleration, coupled with the force provided by the hook, caused the 2 mechs to collide fiercely in just 2 seconds. The blades clashed wildly, and within a few seconds, the attacker swung his blades repeatedly, engaging Hong Ying's short blade in close combat. The hook's rope was also made of alloy, but it still broke under Hong Ying's powerful swing. The broken rope lashed against the mech, sending out dazzling sparks. But neither of them cared about this minor incident. Hong Ying quickly retreated, trying to gain distance, but the opponent pressed hard, slashing with one blade across her head. The other blade, swirling in her hand, gave her a moment's delay before stabbing her in the waist. Unable to draw her sword to block, she twisted her body, using her external armor to deflect the blow. Raising both blades, she clamped the opponent's long sword, then launched a powerful kick straight into the opponent's abdomen. Oh my god! 2 SS-class mecha girls clash. This is the first time I've seen 2 SS-class mecha girls fighting since the tournament began. I just want to ask you, can you still see the swords in their hands? Cao Dao's roar echoed across the arena. The intense fighting made most people hold their breath. They were really fighting. Every strike was deadly, aimed at the vital points. Both SS-class mecha girls were agile models. However, the other mecha girls seemed to focus more on maneuverability, while Hong Ying's was almost at the limit of control. She couldn't distance herself from the other mecha girl. After each collision, she would use her mobility to quickly close in again. This shortened Hong Ying's reaction time. In many cases, some of her usual maneuvers were difficult to execute. Complex operations meant complicated commands. Given her opponent's extreme mobility, it was difficult for her to complete the command input in such a short time. Hong Ying, give up. 032 dodged Hong Ying's blade with a sideways slide, raising her knee to strike her wrist. The short sword flew out of her hand, and just when she thought she had won the match, Hong Ying grabbed her knee joint and pushed outward, breaking her balance. The 2 mechas instantly locked together, rolling wildly on the ground. Hong Ying grabbed the steel fork, and taking advantage of her own roll to the top, she drove the fork handle straight at 032's chin. After she dodged the attack by tilting her head, she raised her hand and retracted the fork, stabbing the sharp tip into 032's shoulder. A blinding flash of lightning flashed, and a wisp of green smoke instantly rose from her arm. Hong Ying, riding on 032's body, grabbed her knife-gripping hand with her free hand and rolled forward to the left, clamping it tightly between her legs. With a sound of metallic deformation, 032 finally lost her fighting power. Cold sweat rolled down Hong Ying's cheeks, and her arms trembled slightly. The extreme control of the mecha had already made her body feel exhausted. Her vision swept across the dense forest before her. Without even stopping to rest, she rolled to her feet, retracted her short knife, and took 032's long sword. A strange light flashed in 032's eyes. She suddenly understood the difference between herself and them. After all, in her mind, a mecha was just a mecha. The movements were rigid, imbued with a mechanical beauty. But the mecha girl beside suitably gave her a direct lesson. It turns out that most human movements can be applied to real-world combat. This ground roll, coupled with a cross armbar, was a move she had never used before. It turns out that the fighting techniques she practiced in daily training can also be reproduced almost perfectly, one-to-one, using a mecha. Chapter 528. She collapsed helplessly in the mecha's cockpit, watching Hong Ying's retreating figure, her mind racing with thoughts. Should have known this long ago, hadn't she? From the moment she first met Su Li, she had sensed a unique agility in lightning. She thought it was just a special case. But now she realized it was ultimately her own stubborn, inertial thinking that held her back from further progress. SS rank? She might be the first SS rank player eliminated from the competition. How could she accept this? But what was the point of not accepting it? She replayed Hong Ying's actions over and over in her mind, and after a moment, a wisp of white smoke rose from her head. Is this really something a mecha girl could pull off? Balancing her mecha to complete a roll in a fraction of a second, while simultaneously locking onto her arm and severing it? Were your commands executed without the slightest delay? Can your core withstand the impact of such a powerful command? Furthermore, before achieving the arm bar and severing her arm, she had just crippled her other arm with a steel fork. It takes a tremendous amount of coherent ideology to force a mecha to perform such complex and anthropomorphic operations. After a moment of profound silence, the arena erupted in thunderous cheers. Cao Cao wiped the sweat from his bald head, momentarily at a loss for words. Was this a mecha girl match? It looked even more exciting than a desperate human fight. Previously, he could be considered a complete amateur in mecha combat. He was a fluent talker, speaking whatever came to mind, and stirring the atmosphere at will. But ever since he acquired his own mecha girl and became an expert, he realized how superficial his previous commentary had been. To the uninitiated, these highly accomplished moves seemed merely fluid, a riot of violence and aesthetic pleasure. But to the expert, they were breathtaking. In the past, Su Li's ice-skating turns with lightning would have made him slap his thigh in amazement. Now, looking down, he realized that his legs had been covered in bruises. All from pinching himself during these two matches. No, they're not human. They're all not human. Cao Cao's shout echoed the feelings of the pilots present. Amateurs watch for the excitement, experts watch for the details. But the key point was, the details, right before their eyes, made them gnashing with hatred. In the audience, everyone's eyes widened. Have you learned it? Yes, I understand. Can you replicate it? Then ask my hand. What's the point of me asking it? Will it answer me? Then what makes you think it will answer me? Is that just rolling on the ground? That's the fate of the pilots present, running and jumping in a mech, wielding a sword, swinging a shield. With systematic training and enough time, it's possible. But controlling a mech, moving freely like a human. They just want to cry out, I can't do it. Up on the podium, Gao Mingrui clutched the vial of quick-acting hard pills tightly, his face pale. The intensity of the competition had clearly exceeded his imagination. He only heard that during Su Li's matches, people would always faint on stage, in front of the TV. Now he experienced it. The endless stream of unconventional moves from the cyborgs had made him forget to breathe, so it was understandable that his heart skipped a beat or two. After a moment, he suddenly took a deep breath, as if coming to his senses. He quickly opened the vial, and poured the entire bottle of heart-saving pills into his mouth. His face flushed again, and he gently touched his chest, feeling his heartbeat stronger than ever. He looked down at the bottle, confirming he hadn't taken the wrong medicine, before picking up the cup and taking a sip of water. A lot of cyborgs. If everyone was at Su Li's level, there wouldn't be any more cyborgs. If every cyborg could be like the ones around Su Li, then he wouldn't have anything to worry about for the future. He glanced at Eve to the side, her rosy face, and slowly narrowed his eyes. These two are so frustrating. One feels he has too many girls, and since he's the boss, it's hard to take action. The other is trapped by his status and age. He appears carefree, but he's like a pretentious little girl who's never been in a relationship. All these days, he's only stretched his legs and flirted with her mouth. The only progress he's made in stretching his legs was due to Ruozi's poison. If this continues, when will they finally achieve a happy ending? Wait until he's laid up? Eve paid no attention to Gao Mingrui's gaze. She simply stared at the arena, feeling the longing deep within her grow stronger. She was already an SSS-class mecha girl, her combat power reaching the pinnacle of the Mech Island's understanding. Although the Mecha Tree's absorption of the source crystals had triggered a deeper evolution, no one knew if there was a higher level above SSS. If so, how could she reach the next level? Would she trade for the Insect Emperor's core? If he piloted an SS-class mecha girl, he could unleash the combat power of an SSS-class mecha girl. But what if he were the one piloting it? Eve's eyes gleamed with a strange light. She had fantasized about having her own pilot. But in over 200 years, such a pilot had never existed. Until he appeared. He was truly an exceptional pilot, arguably the most exceptional pilot in the entire known world. Perhaps his only drawback was that he had too many mecha girls. She frowned and gritted her teeth. 7 of them, she had willingly given them to him. The June sisters are fine. But Hanhai and 038, 2 civilians, he didn't spare them either. Do you love mecha girls that much? Don't you like to push your limits? You drove the fastest, the most agile. You even took in mecha girls bred from human brain cells. And you drove 5 of them. You're a stamp collector. You even took the civilian heavy tanks under the covers, forcing them into tireless battlefield madmen. And you took 038 along, constantly seducing him with uniforms. She smacked her lips, her brow furrowing slightly. Ha, you bastard. You didn't even spare any bugs. You're such a troublemaker. How come you have no ambition? You really don't want to improve. Looking at the kill scene scrolling through the big screen, Eve felt her thoughts race. As the top mecha girl on the mecha island, she naturally could perform anthropomorphic operations. However, if someone were to control her, would she be able to reach the next level without a higher level module? Chapter 529. In the largest hospital on Tianshu Star. None of the nurses were even slightly alert, wishing they could pretend to be on the flight module of the Jet Girl. Hospitals, a place already bustling with people, were now even more packed. The regular wards were overflowing, and the intensive care unit had twice as many staff as usual. What's going on? What's going on? Are you saying our work isn't busy enough? A nurse had dark circles under her eyes, looking a little dazed. She numbly brought her spoon to her mouth, eating for a long time without noticing it was empty. Stop complaining and hurry up and eat. We estimate we'll have 8 or 9 more special cases like today's in the next 2 weeks. 8? 9? Head nurse, I'm about to collapse after 2. You're telling me it'll happen 8 or 9 more times? No, I'm a nurse. I don't really have much of a relationship with the King of Hell. I'm not even qualified to be an angel, okay? The young nurse stared blankly at her head nurse, wanting to cry but unable to. Where is this? This is Tianshu Star's intensive care unit. It's a place reserved for only the most dedicated medical staff. I thought I just had to do my job diligently. After all, caring for the elderly isn't a hassle. But watching their patients frantically treading on the brink of death is unbearable for any medical professional. How about we install a signal jammer? The head nurse quickly devoured the food in her hands, shoveling it into her mouth without a trace of dignity, while constantly pouring water from the cup. She didn't even have a chance to take a sip of the hot soup, because she didn't know when the next emergency would come. She had been working here for many years, and had only seen a situation like today's once in her entire career. And this time, it was Lung Suishing's first match. Install a signal jammer? That's a good idea. But the question is, does she dare to pretend? Watch your bowl. You've taken so many sips, and not a single drop has reached your mouth. In the nurses' station, many people, like them, took time to recharge themselves. Everyone seized every opportunity to rest. Some even laid down on the floor while eating. A large group of medical staff rushed past the nurses' station, their speed almost like a 100-meter race. The wheels of the small cart seemed to smoke. Hurry! Bed 37 has fainted again. The head nurse threw away the buns in her hand, stood up, and followed the main group to Ward 37. In all honesty, if it was Ward 38, she could have rested a little longer. On the bed, the elderly man's eyes were closed, his frail body covered with various testing instruments. Age spots spread from his face to his neck. Tearing open his hospital gown, they were clearly visible across his upper body. A group of medical staff surrounded the bed, some applying equipment, others sifting through his eyelids. The head nurse quickly followed the doctor's instructions and began preparing the medication, injecting the injection into the reagent bottle at breakneck speed. After all this back and forth, half an hour had already passed. Watching the old man's eyelids flutter, opening a fraction, the medical staff felt as if they had won a great victory, and many even sat down on the floor. It was too agonizing. The old man's body and organs had already reached critical mass, unable to withstand any further strain. But despite countless instructions to strictly follow the doctor's orders, the old man never heeded a single one. In the next bed, an equally aged man watched with fascination, his laughter chuckling like a worn bellows. Old Zhang, are you alive again? Of course. I absolutely must. Even if the King of Hell wants to take my life, it depends on my consent. His weak voice made the medical staff's faces grim. Do you agree, if they hadn't been quick-witted? They have just dragged you away without caring about your agreement. Mr. Zhang, you can't handle any more stimulation. I'm going to turn off your TV right now. Take some pills, and let them cool down. There's a replay of the game. It'll be nice to watch it once we're feeling better. The old man waved his hand weakly. Bullshit. I don't know if you can get better. Get out of here. You're blocking my TV. Mr. Li, who was in the bed next to him, waved his hand. Get out. Well, I say you're just wasting your time. If we could just send him away, we'd be relieved. What's all the trouble? The attending physician's face paled. How can that be? You're all Longzhou's humorous, our last remaining treasures. Saving you is our duty. Seeing everyone's lives getting better, you need to take good care of yourself so you can see more. I'm watching right now. Get up. The match is almost over, and your skills have declined significantly. Next time, I'll give you 10 minutes. Any more than 10, and you'll be out of luck. The medical staff were paralyzed. 10 more minutes, and they're giving up trying? God knows how much they sacrificed over the past few days. None of these elderly people are worry-free. They fainted from excitement while watching the live broadcast, and they refused to listen. After watching the live broadcast, they watched the replay, and after watching the replay, they watched the recorded broadcast. After one game was over several times, a new one began. Was that watching a game? It was just a frantic dance on the brink of life. Their fragile internal organs must have been mustering their last remaining strength in a desperate struggle these days. Those failing organs were still secreting adrenaline. Their physical condition hadn't improved much, but their complexion had visibly improved. This person had barely woken up, and he already had the energy to curse. Look, after watching until their energy was exhausted, this group of people would be completely sent home, unemployed. Old Zhang, just bear with it. What's wrong? You old bastard, can't bear to leave me? No, that guy's already on his way. Can't you even give him a break to see him? What? He's got 3 eyes. I dedicated my life to the country, and I'm still waiting for him. Old Li was both angry and amused when he heard this. You old bastard, do you have any sense of propriety? Old Zhang's dry eyelids trembled, and he struggled to move his neck, willing himself to move his head to catch a glimpse of the TV. No sense of propriety. I gave everything on the battlefield, and this is all I have left. And these bastards wiped it all away. How can I behave properly? At the very least, act like an elder. Old Zhang turned his head slightly. Those clear eyes seemed to hold mountains within them. That Gao Mingrui is still a worthless piece of shit even when he's old. How old are we? We're all paralyzed in bed, barely able to move, and he wants us to teach him? Let me ask you, old man, can you still teach? What else can you teach him? Coordinated depth, interspersed strikes, or 3-3 formation cover assaults? You don't think that just because you published a few textbooks, you're a real professor, do you? Old Li waved his hand. I don't think so. I just really want to see what kind of people the new generation of Longzhou are. He pointed to the TV in front of him and said with a smile, after all, not everything in it is true. Chapter 530. Su Li was guided by the staff and walked inside. As he passed through the dense crowd, he subconsciously tugged at his mask. The smell of disinfectant lingered in the air, and the hall was filled with people registering and consulting. From time to time, medical staff pushed medical carts inward. The faces of the oncoming medical staff were filled with anxiety. Move aside, move aside. Su Li moved aside, moving aside a cart. A doctor was kneeling over a patient, pressing his chest. A medical staff member beside him was holding the suction mask and pumping. In the time it took to wait for the elevator, 3 or 4 patients had already passed by, each of them looking quite old. The youngest looked to be in his 60s. It wasn't unusual to have patients in the hospital, and elderly patients weren't uncommon either. Even if 3 or 4 had passed in 10 minutes, it wasn't a big deal. But the problem is, every doctor in the past had dark circles under their eyes, which is a bit strange. Su Li touched his nose and asked softly, is the affiliated hospital of Tianshu Medical University really that busy? If so, coming here for a checkup wouldn't be a bother for others. The guiding staff member gave Su Li a strange look, took a step back, and lowered his voice. Indeed, and quite a bit. Su Li was stunned. He was just being polite, but you really thought it was a bother. The staff member, obviously realizing he had said the wrong thing, explained sheepishly. Recently, half of the patients at the affiliated hospital have come in to watch the game. It's not just the first hospital, all medical institutions across Tianshu are overcrowded right now. So, Commander, if you find any medical staff giving you a hard time, please bear with me. After all, Half of the patients here were actually sent in by you. Upon hearing this, Suli subconsciously pulled up her mask. You know, a hospital isn't just about doctors and patients. There are even more people here, the clamoring, uncontrollable families of patients. The elevator door slowly opened, revealing a middle-aged woman tugging at her husband's ear, her face filled with indignation. Watching games, all day long, can't you just give me some peace of mind? You're a father of two, don't you know what's wrong with your heart? If I catch you watching games again, I'll never give a damn. I won't even care if you die. She angrily pulled her husband's ear out of the elevator, startling Suli so much that she quickly took 2 steps back, stopping only when her back touched Hanhai's chest. Hanhai chuckled softly, his fearless master having something to fear. I lived half my life without gambling or whoring. Look, you're also concerned about me watching a game? Don't care? Then stop taking your medicine. Give it to me. Give it all to me. Go back to your game. If your chest hurts again, just die. We're an old married couple, and you're still swearing at me. How much do you dislike me? I don't like you. Do you have any conscience? I don't like you, but I came to the hospital with you. What's wrong? Are you embarrassed? Or do you still think you're the young man you used to be, 21 or 22? What's wrong with me? A man is a flower at 41. I look good. You look good. I'll show you. The middle-aged woman attacked immediately, her movements swift and agile, targeting the man's weak spots. The man dodged left and right, their movements perfectly coordinated, and each strike struck the woman hard. Just this level of tacit understanding, it takes 20 years of mutual support to develop. Hanhai watched the two walk away with a hint of envy before following Suli into the elevator. The intensive care unit requires a special card to access. After the staff swiped their card, the elevator stopped at a floor not listed on the display. They then led them to a designated corridor. After passing through more than a dozen gates and checkpoints, they finally arrived at their destination. As the final gate opened, a vast, expansive hall came into view. The light here was excellent. Countless skylights channeled sunlight deep underground, making it as bright as day and indistinguishable from the surface. The circulating air carried a slight chill, and the oxygen content was noticeably several percentage points higher than outside. In the hall, planted were trees of modest size. In the visible shade, elderly people in hospital gowns sat or lay, each minding their own business. General, move out of here so I can whip your car. Don't panic, let me take another look. Look at you, motherfucker. You're almost dead, and you're still looking. Don't you know that living is a race against time? I'm playing chess with a urine bag hanging from my neck. You need to show it the most basic respect. The conversation between the two old men made Suli swallow his saliva involuntarily. Confirmed, both are passionate. This old man, at first glance, knew he had been in the army his whole life. Foul language is common to almost every older generation of soldiers. They curse the heavens, the earth, the air, not to mention their comrades, and even themselves when they got angry. The figures clearly caught the attention of many of the elders. They glanced back and forth at Suli and the others, and many of them immediately frowned. There were no young people in this place. A new doctor? No, he was filled with a strong murderous aura, almost condensed into substance. Although he was simply standing there, every muscle in his body was on high alert, as if receiving a command from his brain at any moment, his body would react instantly. This was a war machine that had experienced mountains of blood and blood. And the woman beside him, if expected, was undoubtedly a machine girl. The metal ornament on her collar, and her unconscious stance fully revealed her identity as an armed machine girl. Aside from her somewhat unconventional figure, her capable demeanor was quite appealing. Has this old man passed away again, and his family come to pick him up? For a moment, a hint of desolation crossed the faces of all the elders. However, they quickly raised their heads again. Whose kid is this? He's got quite the spirit. You can tell he's been through the battlefield. Yeah, did you see that look? TSK. If my grandson behaved like that, I'd be dead right now. Your grandson? Your ancestral grave won't be able to produce that kind of smoke, so forget it. Suli's gaze wandered around, and he stood there, somewhat bewildered. He couldn't hear the elderly people whispering, but he quickly found his target. An elderly man stood in the smoking area, leisurely smoking his cigarette. Noticing Suli's gaze, he froze for a moment, then recovered and waved to Suli. The latter hurried over and stopped in front of him. Grandpa Chin, are you here for a checkup too? Chapter 531. Still calling me Grandpa Chin? Glancing at the old man's gaze, Suli paused before finally calling out, Grandpa. Hey! My dear grandson. The Qin family elder's words caught the attention of the other patients beside him. Grandson? You old man, where do you even have a grandson? His gaze swept over Su Li, and after a moment, a look of sudden realization crossed his face. You're Su Li? He pointed at Su Li, his eyes filled with inquiry and uncertainty. His withered hands ripped off Su Li's mask without a second thought. His bare face left the elderly present momentarily silent. Hey! Old man, how's my grandson doing? The Qin family elder wrapped his arm around Su Li's shoulders. His powerful arms made Su Li scarcely believe the strength an 80-year-old man could possess. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? I haven't heard Sister Yao Yao mention it. When did you leave Lung Suishing? No problem, nothing at all. I just strained my back while holding the baby during the first game. My great-grandson. You don't know how enthralled he was with the game, how energetic he was. He deliberately emphasized the words watching the game and great-grandson. Whether this was a disparagement of the many elderly people present or outright boasting was a matter of opinion. Ha! You're a politician, you got a lot of rigged words. You're like an old sow wearing a bra. TSK, if you can chat, then chat. If you can't, then go away. You're just an old idiot. It's only because the policies are good that you're in the same ward as me. Who do you think you care about? The old man exchanged barbs with old man Qin, while his gaze darted up and down Su Li's body. Ever since recognizing him as Su Li, his gaze hadn't left his gaze. Solid muscles, a height of 1.78 meters, and a perfectly proportioned figure. He was also quite good-looking. The fierceness in his eyes was something anyone who had been on the battlefield could detect. For a ruthless soldier, this trait was far more important than external factors. One could never cultivate a fierceness in the arena. To reach his current level, one would have had to fight countless battles, each on a significant scale. This was the temperament that only comes from fighting tooth and nail in battle after battle, carving a bloody path. He appeared kind, indeed. But if you stared into his eyes for a moment, you could see the turbulent currents within them. If he pulled his expression down, or even gave a single glance, it would be enough to silence a child's tears. Misjudged, are those people in the propaganda department idiots? A promising general, yet they forced him into being an ambassador. Are you kidding me? Shoo! They say the pictures are for reference only, but you, my grandson-in-law, really opened my eyes. Su Li, He didn't know how to react to the old man's words. You say he's honest? He really is. The problem is, even though he's so honest he said it out loud, Su Li couldn't tell whether he was praising him or scolding him. Pictures for reference only. Is he saying he's flashy and superficial? But his tone didn't sound like that. Old man Qin rolled his eyes. If you have something to say, say it. If you don't, shut up. Talking to you all the time without thinking is such a chore. The old man, unfazed, stepped forward, grasped Su Li's hand, and turned it over. Sure enough, calluses covered his hands. These hands clearly had been meticulously maintained countless times. As a pilot, maintaining hands is a must. But even with such regular care, such calluses could still develop. Even the old man couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Good boy. Really good boy. My granddaughter is 15 years old. Would you like me to introduce you to her? Mr. Liu, that's enough. Your granddaughter isn't even an adult yet. Have some dignity. The old man suddenly became anxious. You have dignity? If you had dignity, you could even hold a great-grandson? Don't think I don't know how many tricks you pulled. I really didn't. Yao Yao has known him since childhood. Don't you agree, my dear grandson? Su Li nodded woodenly. He suddenly felt that he might not be here for a checkup, but rather a forced blind date. He could see that all the elderly people in the hall were moving in his direction. Those on crutches, in wheelchairs. Even the paralyzed, all stretched their heads out, eager to join in the fun. Gao Mingrui was truly ruthless. Was he afraid that if he told me so, I wouldn't come? But in everything, we must always proceed from a practical perspective. He was now working 24 hours a day, and he actually spent less than 6 hours in bed. The rest of the time was spent preparing for military operations, or maintaining mechas. He even had to find time to study military theory. He crammed with the elders on cultural studies, as well as a host of bizarre ethnic knowledge. Where would he find the time to enrich his own emotions? Besides, weren't there a batch of seeds left out there at the time? Su Li silently took a step back. Even IVF wasn't within his scope of consideration. Elders, please don't even mention such things. A flicker of disappointment crossed the faces of the elders. Unlike politicians, these military men found it difficult to ignore blunt rejection. Furthermore, their inherent pride prevented them from forcing others. Unlike politicians, They didn't resort to roundabout means to achieve their goals. Looking at Old Man Chin's beaming face, all the elders cursed inwardly. These days, every super pilot has a collection of seeds stored in a sealed gene bank. But Su Li was an exception, which surprised the elders. It's a good thing you're not indulging in pleasure. No wonder you became the youngest Legion commander in Longzhou history at such a young age. Old Man Lu praised him, and released Su Li's hand. He reluctantly pinched Su Li's arm muscles again, almost prying his mouth open to examine his teeth. I've seen your combat videos. Your fundamentals are extremely solid, and you don't rely heavily on the mecha girl's attributes. That's excellent. You're one of the rare pilots these days. How's it going with the Legion's affairs? Su Li spoke respectfully to his elders. Through the chinks of his hospital gown, he could see the dense scars covering the old man before him. He lowered his head, his attitude even more respectful. There are still many areas where I'm still lacking, but I'm working redoubled. Chapter 532. Good. 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 That's a good answer. But you don't have to be so self-deprecating. I watched videos of you commanding battles. I have to say, your command of small-scale engagements is remarkable. You have quick wits, and when it comes to making decisions, you don't hesitate. This is a rare quality in a general. The old man surnamed Lu patted his hands, and pulled him to a nearby stool. The elderly people around him had gathered around, sizing him up and down, their gazes like X-ray machines piercing through people's hearts. They made him feel a little uneasy from beginning to end. The medical staff's gazes were complicated. They gathered around the elderly people, unsure whether to advance or retreat. Why don't you take a break? Let's just have a normal chat. There won't be too many emotional fluctuations. Disband? It's time to rest. This isn't a game. Faced with the old man's dismissal, the medical staff's expressions grew even more peculiar. They inexplicably felt a sense of both success and failure. It seemed the very culprit that kept them so busy had become the very reason for their slacking off. The elders, one after another, inquired about Su Li's condition, and he answered cautiously. From a distance, it looked like a young man telling a story to a group of elderly children. Your command of large-scale battles is indeed lacking. You're used to charging into battle, a cardinal sin for a general. While it can boost morale, it's undeniable that once you're deeply immersed in the battlefield, you lose control of its details. It's difficult for you to grasp everything happening across the battlefield. Furthermore, in a large-scale battle, a single move can affect the entire system. The slightest mistake could lead to a complete collapse. I studied your strategic deployments in recent battles. It's not a complete mess, but it's also completely incoherent. Upon reaching the battlefield, you handed over command and charged into the front lines in your mecha. While you won, on what basis? Based on supreme personal strength. Warfare is about intelligence, preparations, and supplies. It's never achieved through sheer courage. When dealing with the Zerg, those brainless creatures, your methods and approaches are perfectly sound. But what if they're a high-level, intelligent queen? Haven't you suffered enough at the hands of Slaanesh? Even today, remnants of the Divine Grace cult continue to emerge. You have to understand that the Divine Grace cult wasn't even founded by Slaanesh alone. If she were personally in charge of the entire Divine Grace cult, would you still be here to talk to us? Old Lu, you're being a bit harsh. He's still just a child. The old man paused, clearly realizing that since they weren't related, it was incredibly harsh to say such things right off the bat. But seeing Su Li's thoughtful frown, his heart stirred again. Being able to listen to others is also a virtue. This doesn't really have anything to do with him. It's that against the Zerg, decapitation is the only optimal solution for all military operations. This battle pattern has persisted for nearly 100 years. He's been educated in this way since childhood. Thinking outside the box isn't easy, especially when it comes down to lives. Furthermore, he possesses a unique ability to locate the queen, so his behavior isn't surprising. The elders chatted back and forth, some defending Su Li, others criticizing the current methods and tactics. The majority of the elders in the room were retired leaders from various military units. Each one was an expert in leading troops in battle. Su Li benefited greatly from their words alone. He had indeed been blinded by one thing, seemingly completely misguided. He blindly promoted his own team's strength, believing that as long as it was strong enough, it could easily crush all opponents. Even Gao Mingrui and Yi's many strategies, he only understood them but failed to assimilate them. He couldn't apply them effectively. You have to know that the previous legions didn't have the combat power of the Dawn Legion. Yet, they still formed a massive defense, preventing the Zerg from even a single step forward. He suddenly remembered the team at the outpost. A group of C-class mechs, like nails, firmly anchored in the Zerg-held territory, defending it for 10 years. They didn't possess exceptional combat power, but they had an excellent command system, thus compensating for their lack of strength. Ruozi's intelligence was undoubtedly terrifying. She was the first high-level Queen Su Li had ever encountered. Her strategies, her forbearance, her strategic deployments, everything, had seemed long forgotten. Now, when they were brought up, he felt as if he had been transported back to that battlefield, breaking out in a cold sweat. From the strategic deployments to the destruction of his own genetic sequence, by fighting against the elite in the central battlefield, that battle was the true pinnacle of his life. His bond with all the fearless bot girls around him had mostly begun during that battle. He knew every one of those 200-plus bot girls by name. But what about the current Dawn Legion? He looked up at the vast sea behind him, and suddenly realized how few bot girls he could recognize or name. He suddenly understood what Gao Mingrui had asked him to do. What the hell was this about contributing seeds and matchmaking? What the hell was this medical checkup? None of that mattered. What mattered was that he rediscover his true self, and then completely empty the old men before him. He pulled out his terminal, but before he could even report to Gao Mingrui about his intention to stay on Tianshu Star for a while longer, he saw a message from Gao Mingrui. He had clearly anticipated his every reaction. Su Li put away his terminal, and faced the old man surnamed Lu. "Grandpa, could you please teach me what I should pay attention to when commanding at the core level? I mean, if you were commanding a core level battle." The old man surnamed Lu's eyes lit up. The weight and sincerity of Su Li's grandpa filled his heart. He leaned on his crutch with one hand and waved the other. "Come on. Is calling you grandpa in vain? Let's go to the West District. There's a war simulator there. Let's exchange a few moves, and you'll understand everything." Su Li quickly stood up and supported the old man. The swift movement made the medical staff, who had just relaxed, feel their hearts once again in their throats. "No, can you still calm down? You guys don't want to watch the game anymore, but you're going to conduct war simulations again? You old guys, do you still have the brainpower you once had?" Chapter 533. Looking at the massive war simulation hall before him, Su Li was somewhat bewildered. This wasn't so much a ward for veteran cadres, as it was a large convalescent center. And a convalescent center with a vast scope. This underground complex certainly wasn't built overnight. Just looking at the well-equipped equipment and the traces of time on it, one could tell it had existed for decades. "This is it. Do you know what your grandfather was called back then?" "Back then, he was the Red Fox, the one the Enterprise Federation feared. Which of those lousy military generals hadn't suffered at my hands? Don't accuse me of bullying you. Enter the Dawn Legion's parameters. Your grandfather will fight you with 2 conventional legions." Su Li helped the old man to a seat, and, at his instruction, placed a semi-covering helmet on his sparsely haired head. He walked to the other end, hesitated for a moment, and put on another helmet. "Weather, terrain, time, you choose." The old man surnamed Lu waved his hand, and, with the help of a nearby staff member, entered the parameters for the 2 regular legions. After familiarizing himself with the operation, Su Li followed the old man's instructions, and entered the specific parameters for the Dawn Legion. In the stands surrounding the simulator, a group of elderly people began to take their seats. They were extremely interested in the battle between the 2 men. It was one of the few distractions in their tedious convalescent life. The only drawback was their slow pace, and most of them were still on their way. Old Master Qin frowned, his gaze darting between the 2 men, a hint of worry in his eyes. He was concerned for his old comrade's well-being, and also for Su Li. He wondered what Gao Mingrui was thinking. Was he so confident in Su Li's resilience? Wasn't he afraid that he would be devastated by a series of defeats? The simulator's virtual image suddenly lit up. Across a vast mountainous landscape, troops from both sides began to emerge, rapidly completing their respective strategic deployments. Su Li had chosen mountainous terrain and rainy weather, setting the time for the battle in the evening. A drizzle blanketed the mountainous landscape, bringing a hazy mist and obscuring the battlefield. In such weather, conventional military operations were severely limited. Some tactics used against the mecha girls would be difficult to implement effectively. For example, graphite bullets, which could paralyze them, would be ineffective in such weather. He believed that, with their experience, they could employ all sorts of unconventional tactics. The simulated battlefield environment was incredibly realistic, a stark difference from the equipment at the academy. At least in terms of simulation, it was more than twice as powerful. Han Hai stood behind Su Li, watching him spread out teams of mecha girls like a net, her beautiful eyes gleaming with wonder. The mecha girls of the Dawn Legion were undoubtedly the pinnacle of the Legion's current combat power. Their signature tactic was sudden decapitation. So, Sully dispatched the mecha girls at the outset. The 3 teams of mecha girls were arranged in a staircase formation, fanning out in all directions. Equipped with flight modules, they immediately took to the air and began to soar in all directions. For Sully, the highly maneuverable mecha girls were perfect for armed raids, not to mention that he had no weak troops under his command. If it were just a regular army, as soon as even one squad detected the target, a blanket bombardment awaited him. So, he chose the central center of the map as his spawning ground, intending to gain control from the outset. He had no intention of disrespecting his opponent. 2 different tactics signified the collision of 2 eras. The war between the highly skilled vanguard and the conventional army was about to erupt. The mecha girls were equipped with motion capture systems, and with a sweeping surge through the dense forest, neither army would be able to escape unscathed. In the spectator booths, the elderly men frowned. Though they were old, they believed they could rival anyone in their understanding of tactics and strategy. Sully's choice made everyone frown. He was overconfident in his army. As soon as the battle began, the sound of artillery echoed through the dense forest. A barrage of shells pierced the air like a shower of dust, exploding around his camp. Countless pieces of debris flew, and trees fell. In this incredibly realistic virtual scene, black and red mechas appeared within the camp, firing missiles one after another, blasting heavy artillery shells midair. This sudden attack left Sully slightly stunned. He couldn't understand why the enemy was so ferocious. Even facing the Dawn Legion, whose overall strength was unparalleled, they chose to reveal their position at the first opportunity. The dense heavy artillery array was instantly deployed, and amidst the roar of cannons, the counterattack officially began. On the battlefield, the situation shifted rapidly. This was the first time he had sat in command without participating in the frontline fighting. 2 teams of mechas took orders and launched their attack, speeding towards the enemy's artillery positions. Comprehensive reports streamed before him, and after carefully reviewing them, he was stunned. 3 teams of mechas had gone out on reconnaissance, but had found nothing. This alone made him realize he had committed a cardinal sin in military strategy. Warfare is about intelligence. He hadn't mastered the terrain to a sufficient degree before he rushed into battle, unknowingly playing into the enemy's hands. He had thought he'd chosen the mountains, so the more adaptable mechas could exploit their all-around strengths. But he had overlooked the enemy's in-depth knowledge of the entire map. Nothing could mean the enemy had either dug anti-aircraft defenses, or was hiding underground. What a mistake, and yet, he had offered himself up to being trained. The pinprick of light representing the Dawn Legion's combat power suddenly went out. The 2 mecha squads sent to clear the artillery position had barely enough time to send a message about their ambush before contact was completely lost. Sully's face paled. If this were a real battlefield, it would mean that 34 mecha squads would have lost their lives at this very moment. Han Hai was closely monitoring the course of the war. Just 10 minutes into the battle, Sully had already lost 2 squads. The enemy, on the other hand, had lost only dozens of heavy artillery pieces and piles of high explosives. With just 2 volleys, the enemy had set the artillery position into a self-destructing trap, waiting for Sully to fall into it. She raised her eyes and looked at the helmeted old man across from her. From the very beginning, he had a thorough grasp of Sully's psychology. As if he had opened his eyes, he fired his shells straight at the center of the map, and then, using the exposed position, he trapped and killed 2 more mecha squads. She even saw that the enemy still had a backup plan. Whether Sully sent more troops or chose to hold his ground, he had a corresponding plan. Han Hai's scalp tingled, for she knew clearly that Sully had already lost from the outset of this match. Chapter 534. In the simulated battlefield, commands were beamed through the command terminal. After his position was exposed, Sully chose not to hastily change command posts, but remained firmly in place. Teams of mecha girls were dispatched, capturing hilltop after hilltop, forming a circular defensive perimeter around the entire army's position. Furthermore, the remaining mecha girls were divided into dozens of mobile teams, working in pairs to conduct a thorough search and exploration of the areas they had already occupied on the map. In the stands, many elderly men's brows relaxed. They knew that Sully had discovered his mistakes, and was actively correcting them. This is how the battlefield works. Why are there home and away games? That's because home teams have a huge advantage, whether in terrain factors, and on home turf, thanks to his familiarity with the map. Elder Lu could easily evade the mecha girls' pursuit by taking advantage of caves and other terrain. But Sully couldn't do that. From the very beginning, the old man surnamed Lu had exploited his own clumsiness, and used various psychological tactics to get Sully to start the game as quickly as possible, so he wouldn't have enough time to study the terrain. It had to be said that the effect was quite good. The salvo of dozens of heavy artillery pieces didn't really matter. Whether Su Li was in the center of the field or not, the bombardment had to continue. The goal was to lure a sufficient number of mechas to come detect him, and then capture him in one fell swoop. TSK. The old men looked at each other in bewilderment. Isn't that bullying? But then again, in war, you can't always have a favorable situation. But as they watched the old man's movements, they couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Han Hai was completely numb. How sinister. She now believed the other party's words. Not to mention the generals of the corporate federation, she was convinced that even if Eve sat in this command position, she would be bullied and pound her head on the table. The engineers of the two legions were divided into countless small teams, each led by a mecha girl as the main combat force. They placed a large number of booby traps in the interconnected mountain tunnels. This high explosive, instantaneous detonation device was impossible for a mecha girl from the Dawn Legion, not even Su Li in a combined mecha, to evade. The narrow mountain tunnels left no room for reaction. Not only the mountain tunnels, but also some narrow passes and locations with obvious geographical advantages were densely packed with booby traps. Su Li's inaction gave the other party ample time to deploy everything. But if he had attacked rashly, he would have found a large number of low-level mecha girls, already covered in explosives, waiting in the team's path. It was impossible to advance or retreat. Defense would have become even more passive. But if this dragged on like this, would Su Li, accustomed to blitzkrieg tactics, have the patience to wait and see? Han Hai frowned, wondering how she would fight if she were faced with such a situation. Even from a third-party perspective, she couldn't think of any way out of the situation. And what about Su Li, who was right in the middle of it, bombarding the ground, gambling on a probability problem? They just duck into the mountain tunnels, and even if you ran out of ammunition, you wouldn't be able to make a single ripple. What to do? Just as she was getting anxious, a mecha girl appeared from Su Li's position. Contrary to their usual practice, they didn't make a high-profile appearance, instead completely blending in with the environment. They weren't pushed forward. As elite soldiers skilled in all-terrain combat, they also possessed extremely high tactical proficiency. The massive mechas, using their preliminary reconnaissance, finally selected suitable terrain and launched their ambush. I don't understand the terrain. Then I'll just fight in areas I'm familiar with. In the stands, a group of elderly men smiled faintly. They saw what they wanted to see. Admitting mistakes, being able to quickly adjust one's combat style, and gradually recovering from a disadvantage are fundamental skills for every general. It's like the basic skills of a pilot. Everyone understands them, but when they actually operate them, they discover the immense difficulty. Where did that old Gao Mingrui pick up such a treasure? I don't know. The information says he's an orphan, and his father was the captain of a former operations team in the army. How can a captain of an operations team have such high tactical proficiency? Where did he learn all those strategies and tactics? It looks a bit like old Lu to me. Look, look! I tell you! This little guy and that old fox are the exact same lineage. On the screen, teams of mecha girls were laying booby traps. The entire defense perimeter was left with several gaps, and each of these supposed gaps was filled with booby traps. TSK. That's a bit too deliberate. The idea is there, but the essence isn't there. Old Lu is such a shrewd man, and these traps are his specialty. How could he have fallen for such a crude one? Really? Are you sure? The doubters were immediately silenced. Because even as numerous caves were discovered, Su Li showed no intention of sending anyone in. A mech girl gathered a large amount of damp firewood, piled it at the cave entrance, lit it, and turned on the blower, frantically blasting air inside. This time, it was the old men's turn to get their scalps tingling. The mech girl, armed with a heavy sniper cannon, soared into the air, perched high above the range of ordinary mech girls' weapons, with a comprehensive and unobstructed view of everything in the mountain. As thick black smoke rose from cave after cave, Su Li quickly marked each one on the map. A large number of human soldiers, able to evade the mech girls' scans, were undoubtedly hiding deep within the mountain. So, against the enemy within the mountain, without any certainty about their deployment, this action was undoubtedly the best option. Or perhaps the simulation system wasn't realistic enough, otherwise, he would have added some chili powder. Is this little guy so filthy? Are those people in the propaganda department scumbags? This thing, you're telling me he's the epitome of blitzkrieg, the military god of the new era? What does this disgusting behavior have to do with strategy or tactics? It's okay, right? The current legion is fully equipped. It's just a little smoke, the gas masks are fully capable of withstanding it. Even if they lose enough oxygen, The masks they carry still have oxygen-generating functions. Times are advancing. This kind of method isn't so much about forcing the enemy out, as it is about further investigating each point. Ha! Are you serious? Do you want to see clearly before you speak? Is he investigating? He blew up every smoking spot. The mountain collapsed, completely blocking the cave entrance. No matter how many people are inside, none of them can expect to make it out alive. Han Hai listened to the elder's discussion, his eyes narrowed with a hint of pride. She suddenly remembered all the time Su Li had led the outpost's mecha girls on expeditions, always returning with a full load. It was as if he was hitting someone with a club. Whether it was a human or an insect, his master possessed extraordinary talents. Chapter 535. Heavy artillery began deploying, aiming at each smoking area and launching a staggered bombardment. For a moment, the entire battlefield was filled with smoke, the roar of artillery, and the glaring light of fire. The forces trapped in the mountain weren't many. After deploying their necessary measures, most of them withdrew, anticipating unconventional tactics. Old Lu watched the rising flames and instantly understood what the enemy was planning. The scattered forces had spread to the perimeter of the battlefield. Countless heavy artillery opened fire again, but this time, they concentrated their attacks on the mountaintops. These firepower points were essential for suppressing the larger forces. At this point, the forces, already maneuvering across the entire map, seemed like annoying flies, periodically bombarding the hilltops near Su Li's position. The sound of artillery came from all directions, constantly interrupting the rebuilding of the defensive perimeter. The mecha girls moved back and forth, and although they managed to capture some enemies, the results were minimal. The highly mobile targets were pitifully weak. But it was precisely this fragmented small group that caused Su Li to become overwhelmed. They were truly useless. It was a waste to eat them, but it was a waste to discard them. If they sent too few people, they would be swarmed by the others. But if they sent too many, the enemy would disappear into the dense forest again. Even if they moved quickly, the number of people they eliminated would barely be a fraction of the 2 legions. The dense red dots on the map made it impossible for Su Li to locate the enemy headquarters. Once their surveillance was discovered, knowing there was no escape, the enemy would decisively self-destruct to cut off further investigation. It was clearly just a battle game on a simulator, but as the fight progressed, both sides engaged in real rage. The virtual battlefield took on an even more tragic and heroic quality. Watching the low-level mechas transform into vanguards and self-destruct, Su Li's heart trembled. Although they were all imaginary, Su Li understood that such scenes were played out constantly on the real battlefield. Not all legions had the support of queens. In those legions without queens, not only the low-level mechas, but also the soldiers in power armor were the first to self-destruct. He had 2 lifetimes of military experience, yet he was still no match for the old man before him. But he couldn't panic, because he knew that even his own emotions could very well be part of someone else's plan. Should he learn to divide his forces like him? If he did, once the enemy assembled their forces and advanced directly, he would be utterly defeated. Because he had never been able to determine the location of the enemy's headquarters. And he, on the other hand, was constantly exposed to their manipulation. This feeling reminded him of Slaanesh. Xiaoshu's infallible detection methods had been blocked, leaving him in constant danger without even realizing it. He never wanted to experience that sudden, cold sweat again. What had he overlooked? What details on the battlefield had he failed to grasp? On the map, all the detected units were constantly moving. He was running low on ammunition. Even though the Dawn Legion had the highest specifications of any legion, after deploying so many devices, the ammunition was beginning to run low. Forget about blanket strikes. But even if the mecha girls could stand up to 10 against a moving enemy, facing a self-destruct attack, they could only trade 1 for 1, or even 2 for 1. So far, he hadn't even seen a single high-level mecha girl on the battlefield. This only reinforced his belief that the enemy possessed an elite force capable of defeating them. But these densely packed locations offered potential hiding places. The endless booby traps in the dense forest caused damage to both sides. But judging by the results, Su Li was somewhat overwhelmed. He had thought that while he wouldn't win in a group fight, he wouldn't lose so badly. But reality dealt him a hard blow. Old Lu took his shameless approach to the extreme. He wouldn't even confront Su Li head-on. You possess extremely high average stats, and your combat power is truly unparalleled. But the moment I see you, I'll hug you, and blow you away. If you can't kill me with one shot, if you pass by me, I'll blow off one of your legs. So what if you have extremely high combat power? So what if you have superb control? No matter how fast your hands move, can they be faster than the blast wave? or faster than a high-precision sniper cannon shell, Su Li forcibly emptied his artillery regiment's ammunition. After the last shell was fired, he knew the enemy's counterattack was imminent. One mecha after another charged forward, instantly disrupting the balance of power on the battlefield. The deployed mecha girls had no time to retreat and defend. Su Li had no intention of withdrawing them. He was gambling. He was betting that old Lu was also among the charging mecha girls. As all the enemy vanguards poured into the position, the remaining troops there simultaneously detonated the explosives they had long buried underground, reducing the entire position to rubble. Everyone in the audience gasped. What a shrewd decision, rather die in glory than live in disgrace. You know, such simulated command is incredibly easy to immerse yourself in. Given the slightest chance, who wouldn't want to try and turn the tables? But Su Li's abrupt action shocked the group of veterans. Just like that, dead, together in destruction? It had to be said that this was a wise move to deplete the enemy's elite forces. On a real battlefield, if they could wipe out the enemy's elite forces in one fell swoop, they would also be able to maximize the preservation of their own elite forces. The multiple-choice question was a good one, but this was, after all, a simulated war. With Su Li's death, the war had already come to an end. If old Lu was still alive, then he had lost. Su Li slowly removed his helmet, a look of dejection on his face. He still lost. His desperate attempt to draw the match was in vain. If his guess was correct, the elite unit that had finally emerged, along with old Lu's headquarters, were hidden deep within the mountain's core. They hadn't emerged despite the thick smoke. They must have blocked the passage ahead of time to prevent the smoke from escaping through the cave entrance and exposing their position. It was truly impenetrable. There was no way to defeat them. The cave's layout was intricate, with countless arrangements. Even if only a small force had been present, he would have suffered several times the casualties, and he might not even have seen old Lu. From the beginning to the end, he and him were not on the same level. "Grandpa, you're still going strong, I lost." Old Lu grinned, not even removing his helmet. Come on, come on. My dear grandson, next round. How can a man give up so easily? As usual. You can choose any venue. But please be considerate of me, an old man this time. My eyesight is poor, so choose a time with better lighting. Su Li, observing the old man's obvious interest, chose no objection. He simply selected a map of the plains, studied it carefully, and donned his helmet again. The auditorium had unnoticed, already filled. Chapter 536. In the simulator, both sides once again deployed their forces. This time, Su Li didn't charge blindly. Instead, he chose a conventional strategy, establishing his position from the outset. But he soon realized that, due to his previous defeat, he had fallen into the enemy's psychological trap. The overwhelming attack caught him off guard. His position hadn't even been fully deployed when it was once again enveloped by enemy fire. The mecha girls, receiving the order, launched a swift counterattack, effectively leveraging the Dawn Legion's high mobility and combat power to its fullest potential. The initial setback was quickly reversed. Just as Su Li was about to press on, the screen on his helmet flashed red, and the words "you lost" appeared again. Lost again. If the previous round had been a fairly evenly contested one, then this one, from beginning to end, he had no idea what had happened. Han Hai clenched his fists, and cold sweat began to roll down his forehead. From her third-person perspective, she could see clearly. As the enemy began their bombardment, all their elite forces immediately converged around Su Li's position. Relying solely on basic optical camouflage, they deceived the eager to attack mechs. They infiltrated the position and launched a suicidal attack. Tactics and strategy? No, in this round, it can be said that no tactics or strategy were employed at all. He simply understood his master's psychology from the outset, ensuring he wouldn't rush into an attack. It started exactly like the previous round, and ended exactly like the previous one. It was too quick, and the enemy's tactics were extremely ruthless. It was as if he hadn't even utilized the mechs to their full potential. Her point was that the combat power of the mecha girls shouldn't be sacrificed on the battlefield in this way. But in the enemy's eyes, they were like highly maneuverable mobile suicide devices, the simplest and most convenient tools for surprise attacks. This made her look at the old man with a certain aversion. Moreover, he had defeated his own master twice in a row. Su Li didn't remove his helmet. After 2 rounds of fighting, the enemy didn't even show much command. No, perhaps this was the enemy's true terror. He had used a trick to lure the enemy in, and he had mastered it. But he always fell for it. So what about the next round? If he didn't let the enemy go deep, then he would be completely passive. What good would that do with his superior combat power? A decapitation operation first required the ability to detect the enemy's presence. But after 2 consecutive rounds, he couldn't even locate the enemy's position. The first round failed due to unfamiliarity with the terrain. The second round failed due to overplaying his hand. But more importantly, it was the enemy's psychological manipulation of him. That's why he could use the simplest means to easily locate me, easily lead me out, and play me around like a monkey. Continue? For him, it was never a choice. Sully took off his helmet, glanced at the still excited old man across from him, and said, "Grandpa, do you need a break?" Old Lou smacked his lips, took the medicine the doctor handed him, and swallowed it in one gulp. "My dear grandson, I can still hold on. 2 more rounds. Just 2. He swept his gaze around the entire venue and pointed. "Otherwise, these old guys won't be happy." Sully raised his head, only then noticing that the spectator seats had unknowingly filled with elderly people. "All right, then I'll play a couple more games with Grandpa." He put on his helmet again. This time, he didn't choose a familiar terrain, but instead chose a random map. He even chose a random spawn point. The screen lit up again, revealing a dense forest stretching as far as the eye could see. The primeval forest landscape made him frown. Being led around by the nose for 2 consecutive games wasn't pleasant. The opponent was a renowned general with countless unique skills. If he continued like this, he'd likely learn nothing from him. Therefore, the first step was to discard his habitual thinking and return everything to its original state. Don't understand the terrain? No problem, just play cautiously. If you don't understand your own current state of mind, the opponent will have even less control. Surprisingly, this time, there was no bombardment at the start. The entire scene was silent. The enemy's presence was known, but their location was unknown. In the spectator seats, the eyes of the elderly lit up. Unexpected? He's learned a few tricks. There aren't many like him among the younger generation. How many times did your boy lose? Over 300 times. In the end, it ended in a draw, and he never came again. How about yours? 432. Are you coming again? You said you come next week? But if you do come, could you please be gentle? We're all old. What's there to argue with a child? Is that a fight? People can't teach, but experience teaches, and you learn it once. Then they failed so many times, and none of them have learned. That's because they're stupid. Stop arguing. There are so many people in the younger generation who hasn't experienced hardship. How can they be sent out to fight without hardship? Every child is born by their mother and raised by their father. We're still living in sickly conditions. Isn't it just to leave a legacy for long? Being strict is a good thing. While these virtual wars aren't completely realistic, we can't let them go out on the battlefield and take lives. Let's make a bet. What's the bet? How long can he last? Probably not for long. He's already a mature Legion commander, with his own Legion and military duties. How can he have the time to waste with us? Then let's bet on whether he'll win. There's still plenty of time. If he can't win this time, he can always come back next time. Win? How can he win? The Dawn Legion specs are impressive, but this is a virtual war after all, and the Mecha Girl's attributes aren't very detailed. Besides, we already mastered every terrain included. He was at a disadvantage from the start, and he has all the usual youthful flaws. He's calmer than the others, but how calm can you expect a 20-something-year-old to be? Let's lose 200 games first. Old Lou's energy's a bit off. Who's next? If you're sorry, I'll reserve it. Why should you reserve it? I have kidney failure. I won't live long. I don't know when this artificial kidney will stop working. Well, I'm also suffering from heart failure. All my organs are failing. I'll go first. Outside the room, a man lying in a hospital bed desperately pressed the button beside him with his finger. A shrill beeping sound echoed, and a group of elderly people turned their gazes toward the door. The door opened, and the first thing that entered wasn't a bed, but a large display screen. Bright red text scrolled across it. Stop arguing. I only got my brain left. I'll go first. The elderly people curled their lips in agreement. In the corner, Old Man Chin rolled his eyes and muttered quietly, "Ha! Those lying in bed are awesome." Sully was clearly unaware of what was happening outside. He had completely concealed his team, taking advantage of the terrain and foregoing any defensive measures. Mechs hid in the dense forest, while soldiers, divided into squads, began maneuvering and mapping the forest. The pace of the battle had completely slowed down. The radio was completely silent. With a little exploration, Sully's map gradually took shape. The 2 teams of mechas took off, zigzagging in different directions. He wrote and drew on the map, instantly marking countless possible enemy locations. Someone had to fire the first shot. As a beginner, he had a teacher who taught him step by step. The greatest respect for the teacher was to apply what he learned. He didn't need to think of any new tactics. He simply copied the old man's rhythm and easily exploited the enemy's countermeasures. Sully already knew his weaknesses, so what lay ahead was defeat, continuous defeat. Over and over again, using their strategies and tactics to counter their own solutions, he pressed his pen heavily on the map, circling the last possible enemy position. He ordered the mobile mecha girls to deploy their artillery positions, firing each shot and moving to a new location. The sound of artillery echoed across the battlefield. In the dense forest, old Lu, who had dispersed the troops, gritted his teeth, realizing the difficulty of dealing with a high-powered legion. He was familiar with the map. But even with his familiarity, he couldn't predict the enemy's position without understanding their psychology. The legion he commanded wasn't very mobile, and the continuous artillery fire from all directions was simply a deliberate attempt to confuse the enemy. As the battle reports from outside trickled in, at least in the locations where the legion had been deployed, no trace of the enemy had been found. The highly mobile mecha girls had probably already explored most of the terrain. If no signs of resistance were found outside, Sully would know the specific movements of his headquarters next. Old Lu's eyes lit up, clearly delighted by Sully's change of heart. He immediately ordered a small number of troops to converge and launch a counterattack targeting the direction of the artillery fire. The remaining troops began deploying their forces towards strategic positions in the dense forest. It must be said that he was quite interested. Sully stared intently at the map before him, not at all surprised by old Lu's counterattack. Given his personality, this was likely another attempt to divert his attention. As he removed his helmet, his face was filled with interest. He was clearly in high spirits, so why only play 2 rounds? Was it out of consideration for the elderly players? If there were only 2 rounds left, what would his mindset be like? Was he eager to teach me more, or was he anxious to end the battle? He tapped the table in front of him, suddenly realizing he had fallen into a mental trap. The opponent is not only a general who is good at fighting, but also an old child who can't get enough of playing. Chapter 537. The choice is obvious. Facing old Lu, he felt a sudden sense of enlightenment for the first time. It turns out that mastering the opponent's psychology is, in a sense, a kind of sublimation. If there were only 2 rounds left, he would definitely want to play longer. A legion commander like himself could be said to have no more fun toy in all of Longzhou. No, even that 2 rounds might be a psychological suggestion from the opponent. But no matter what, since he wanted to have fun to the fullest, he would definitely not expose himself. Looking at the map in front of him, which had been explored 3/5, he marked the unexplored areas with a large red cross. He was 100% certain that old Lu was hiding there, and that the bait was definitely just bait. Which points, which high ground, could serve as auxiliary defenses, allowing for both constant observation and rapid support for the bait troops? With just a glance, he circled 7 or 8 points on the map. The order was immediately issued, and the artillery positions on the flank, which had remained silent until then, finally vented their long-simmering resentment. 4 rounds of artillery fire ripped through the hills, scorching the ground. After completing their firing, the entire artillery position did not advance with the main force, but instead continued to maneuver towards a more remote flank. Old Lu must have a backup plan. Sully glanced at the map before him, and in a flash, it all clicked. A-37, A-36, B-41, B-47, he would undoubtedly station heavy troops on these 4 hills, as they were the only way to reach unexplored territory. And to infiltrate silently, he needed a sufficiently substantial decoy. So, in the eyes of these old men, what kind of bait was truly valuable? Sully nodded at the 2 artillery corps in his hands, causing them to instantly speed up their movement. Whatever was happening on the virtual battlefield caused the old men, who had been whispering to each other, to pause in their arguments. They watched the changing situation with wide eyes, filled with wonder and confusion. Especially after seeing the artillery position strangely maneuver to the side, everyone understood Sully's purpose. He wanted to use the artillery corps to bombard the bait. Not only did he accurately strike the high ground old Lu was defending, disrupting his original plan, he even intended to devour the bait. Furthermore, he left no mobile troops or traps along the route to the artillery corps. What was he betting on? He was betting that old Lu would continue to increase his forces, turning the bait into the main force. He was betting that old Lu would abandon his current deployment and go after the relentlessly hopping artillery corps. For a moment, all the old men were silent. If it were them, would they go? The answer is yes, because in conventional battles, the artillery regiment is irreplaceable. It can provide both blanket strikes and long-range strikes against precise targets. Often, the most well-equipped and equipped units in every legion are the artillery regiments. Even the mobile units composed of mecha girls are only gradually replenished to full strength later on. This bait is simply too big, too tempting. For the many veterans present, even swallowing it whole, let alone swallowing it all, would be worth it. Because that would mean the enemy would completely lose their legion-level offensive power. The choice fell to old Lou. If he didn't take the artillery group, his bait, along with the surrounding high ground, would be swallowed whole. If he wanted to take the artillery group, he had to concentrate his superior forces and abandon his existing deployment. Is this a person? Hiss. Cough. Many of the elderly, suffering from lung dysfunction, inhaled rapidly and began coughing profusely. They all turned their surprised gazes to the young man in the chair, their eyes gleaming with wonder. The crushing defeat in the first round was expected, and the crushing defeat in the second was even more natural. But in the third round, you suddenly changed your mind and tried to fight for a draw. How audacious. But it had to be said that his strategic deployment in this round far exceeded their expectations. Am I having a seizure? Is this a hysterical fit? Oldly, give me a slap. Get out of my way. I have cataracts and can't see clearly. No, how did he do it? Each move seems unrelated, yet it's always perfectly timed. Did he cheat? How did he guess old Lou's deployment? And how can he be so sure it was a decoy? So arrogant. If that was old Lou's main force, wouldn't he be handing over his own artillery regiment to someone else? Strange. If he could see everything, that wouldn't be surprising, but how did he assess the situation when he was in the middle of it? Old Master Qin frowned, uncertainly asking, is it possible he knows what old Lou is thinking? Bullshit. How could he possibly know what old Lou is thinking? Tell me what old Lou is thinking. He grimaces all the time. It gives me a headache just looking at his face. We've been together for so many years, and I still don't know what he's thinking. How long has Su Li known him? Just calling him Grandpa twice, and you're already connecting with him? Then quickly tell him to call me too. I won't even play then. I'll give you the chance, I'll just come to you in my dreams. The chatter on the field resumed, the elders whispering amongst themselves, their eyes never leaving the virtual battlefield. Hanai clenched her fists, feeling the smoothness in her palms. Watching the situation on the field and listening to the analysis of those around her, her heart leaped into her throat. 2 consecutive defeats. Although she heard from the elders that this kind of consecutive defeat was common to all new generations, she still sincerely hoped that her master would be unique. After all, in all of Longzhou, there was only one Dawn Legion. And only one Su Li. As the first to pioneer a new combat method, he was undoubtedly the most special in her heart. Win. We must win. How could someone hailed as a military god in this new era keep losing? Jun Quan stood on the other side, his face pale. She also clenched her fists tightly, not watching the virtual battlefield, but instead fixed her gaze on Su Li. Sweat beads appeared on the back of his neck, clearly exhausting this mental exercise. It was far from as easy as one might imagine. As the artillery regiment advanced further and further, the zigzagging squadrons, after gathering 2 companies, launched a fierce attack in the direction of the decoy. The overwhelming force of the attack came like a raging storm. Without waiting for the high ground to intercept, Su Li's artillery regiment launched another blanket bombardment. Old Lou's defenses, left on the high ground near the decoy, suffered another devastating blow. He narrowed his eyes, and ordered the decoy to entangle Su Li's team. He mobilized his heavy troops from hills B41 and B47 and rushed towards the artillery position. As long as his decoy could hold out for a short while, his mecha team could inflict a devastating blow on the enemy artillery regiment. At the same time, from the unexplored area in the direction of C-32, Old Lou's artillery position finally unleashed its fire, unleashing a suppressive barrage on the nearby hills where the decoy lay. This sudden exposure of the target caused Su Li's gaze to shift for the first time on the map. The same position as before made him exclamation mark C-32. For the first time, his brows relaxed as he gazed at the map before him, a hint of a smile on his face. He had found Old Lou's headquarters. It was just behind hills A-37 and A-36, because this was the only spot that was absolutely safe and unaffected by the movement of all forces. Su Li rubbed his hands excitedly. He already lost 2 rounds. It was time to show these old men what a truly high-powered legion looked like. No artillery regiment? As long as he had mecha girls, he had a second artillery regiment of his own, and a more mobile one at that. Inertial thinking is deadly. They were used to using mecha girls for offensive missions, forming an impenetrable wall on the battlefield, but they overlooked the fact that, Once they reached a certain level, they could materialize heavy artillery through armed agreements. In conventional legions, this characteristic of mecha girls was infinitely minimized. But within the Dawn Legion, the artillery regiment wasn't the only role. A large number of mechs began converging toward the center of the battlefield, avoiding the enemy's main advance route and maneuvering in a direction capable of bombarding the entire northwest corner of the map. Thousands of heavy artillery pieces were deployed in less than a minute. Over 500 mechs, strapped to their bodies with explosives, flanked LB-47 and began maneuvering toward the rear of A-36. Amidst the stunned gazes of the elderly, thousands of artillery pieces spewed out dazzling flames. The next second, the red dot representing Old Lou's combat power began to rapidly disappear. He found his position. How is that possible? The nimble old man stood up. He really found it. The route those 500 mechas weren't concealed at all. But, is that even possible? How come every move is exactly like Old Lou's? Isn't that a human? How can he learn so quickly? He fights just like everyone else? No. He's fully integrated the characteristics of his own unit. The mechas in my team can't wield heavy artillery. Inertial thinking kills. Fuck. The more I look at her, the more I like her, and the more anxious I get. It's just a granddaughter. I'll call my son right now, and tell him to have another one. Forget it. My living father. Your son is already 83 years old. I can't have children. Are you going mad again? I'm sitting right next to you. You should fight your great-grandson. He's still young and strong, and can still have children. The audience was in complete chaos. At first, everyone thought he only managed a draw at best. But who could have imagined he actually win? A young, inexperienced youngster, using 2 defeats as a prelude, defeated his teacher in the third using his master's tactics. I'll take the next round. Bullshit, I'll take it. Stop arguing. Didn't you promise old Dong to go? He's completely paralyzed. What's the point of joining in the fun? Nurse, push him back. On the hospital bed, old Dong, paralyzed, trembled with his fingers and arms. The nurse stared at the elderly man in front of her in shock, fearing he might tremble and sit up. Chapter 538. On the battlefield, as the artillery regiment swept the ground, and the mecha girls launched a suicidal charge, the war came to an end. Old Lou stared at the red message in front of him in amazement, not removing his helmet for a long time. Lost? A man over 100 years old actually lost? Lost because of underestimating the enemy and inertial thinking? He removed his helmet and looked at Su Li on the other side. Is this new generation of military god just luck? Probably not. Defeating me with my own tactics, combined with his own understanding, how could it be explained by just luck? The only possibility was that the young man before him had seen through my mind. When did he see through it? When did he realize that I had been giving him a psychological hint? Grandpa, 4th round, are you still coming? Old Lou grinned and scratched his sparse hair. He understood. He understood it all. You kid. You're really smart. Don't come. Let's get someone else. That old guy, Gao Mingrui, is so mean. He kept such a good kid hidden. No matter how many times I told him, he wouldn't let him go. But thankfully, he finally let you out. Old Lou struggled to rise from his seat, his entire body swaying. The medical staff behind him hurriedly supported him. Su Li saw this and quickly stood up to help him, but Old Lou raised a hand to stop him. Just sit there. His smiling face slowly turned serious, and a thick, murderous aura emanated from him. Even though he was just an old man on his deathbed, when his aura was unleashed, Su Li felt as if he saw a sea of blood and corpses behind him. I know that as the commander of a corps, you don't have much time at your disposal, and you still have competitions to participate in on Linjiai Star. This is a major event to promote the prestige of our Lonzhou army, so I won't criticize or interfere. But you must also understand. Each of us old hands has a limited time left. So, during the 7 days here, you must be completely focused and learn everything you can. There's no need to get up, just stay glued to your stool, and don't move a single step. He stared at Su Li with a blazing gaze, then suddenly smiled with a hint of relief. Strategy and tactics are always just the basics. Just like piloting a mech, only by breaking it down and crushing it can it truly become your own. You completed my lesson. What a pity! What a pity! Why aren't you my grandson? Old Lou spat out a mouthful of blood before he could finish his words. The glaring blood splattered onto the operating table in front of him, staining most of it crimson. A swarm of medical staff gathered from all directions, hurriedly lifting the old man onto a stretcher and rushing outside. This sudden change made Su Li's heart tremble, But after seeing the expressions of composure on the faces of the elderly around him, he steadied himself and slowly sat down. Han Hai was still immersed in the joy of Su Li's victory. Seeing the scene before her, the corners of her mouth, raised high, froze. She might not understand the bloodline inheritance between humans, but the inheritance of knowledge and faith was tangible before her at this moment. She glanced at the many elderly people before her, and felt something strange in her throat, tightly constricting it. The excitement of victory had come so suddenly, and faded so silently. Those aged faces seemed etched in her mind. Even though their lives were worse than death, they still dragged their sick bodies on. Unable to walk, unable to eat, relying on medication to stay alive. With no recreational opportunities, no entertainment. The purpose of these elderly people's lives each day was simply to ensure that the knowledge in their heads could be passed down through their repeated teachings. Her eyes moistened. Han Hai glanced at Junquan, standing to the side, intervening for the first time. Lie down and sleep, right here. After waking up, use your synesthesia to share your master's mental fatigue. He probably won't be able to sleep for the next 7 days. Su Li sat on a stool, staring at the still noisy old man before him, and suddenly felt a mountain of pressure. A hospital bed was wheeled to the side of the equipment. He shuddered, stood up, bowed, sat down, and put the helmet back on his head. Old Lu's words had clearly had a significant effect. No one really has much time to waste, especially these elderly people. So they gave up arguing and, after a quiet discussion, arranged the order of instruction according to their physical conditions. Those at the top waited quietly, while those at the bottom rested in their seats. This ensured they were fresh and alert when their turn came. Old children? They were old children, and they were incredibly serious about their work, stubborn and unwavering. Give him 2 medical staff. Even if he's pooping, they'll catch it. Han Hai smoothed the hair that fell by his ear, pretending he hadn't heard. Should this arrangement be attributed to the other party's exceptional regard for their inheritance, or should it be attributed to excessive stubbornness? Nothing else mattered. What mattered was that the teacher was risking his life and doing his utmost. The student should also demonstrate a corresponding level of awareness. Otherwise, why would anyone teach? It wasn't the elder's fault for exaggerating. Su Li's prowess was simply beyond everyone's imagination. This was the first time someone, in front of them, had defeated a general in 3 rounds, even without the home field advantage. The elders who hadn't participated in the match all looked at the Qin family's grandfather with displeasure. As for Qin Yaoyao, who wasn't present, she became a thorn in their side. She truly was willing to let him go. You have to know that these kinds of genetic inheritances are usually passed down through test tube babies, raised in incubators. While it's not uncommon for a mother to carry a child for 10 months, it's still extremely rare at their level. How much they once felt for Qin Yaoyao, and how much they now beat their chests. In the past, they simply viewed Su Li as an exceptional pilot. But who could have imagined that he still possessed such immense talent in tactical command? His official mission was to come to Tianshu Star for a physical checkup. After all, this excuse had been used for decades, and they were no longer bothered to change it. But that didn't stop him from actually getting a physical. How much should he take? The elderly looked at each other, many of them wondering. He's still young, and his physical strength is at its peak. If that's the case, then take more. Who would think this stuff is too little? That old guy, Gao Mingrui, is probably planning something big. What big move could he possibly make? The recovery of our home planet has already begun. While our home planet is of great significance, Tianshu is the most geographically suitable location for our current strategic direction. Not that I'm referring to him. Su Li? Isn't he a top talent? With exceptional martial prowess and mastery of strategic tactics, his future is limitless. The old man lowered his voice and whispered, "Old Gao is retiring." The other old man raised his brows subconsciously upon hearing this. He fixed his gaze on Su Li for a long time. Gao Mingrui's age meant he should have retired long ago. His thinking patterns had become rigid, and the most obvious manifestation was his monotonous behavior. If it weren't for Wen Jing's assistance and guidance, many of his actions would have been easily detected and exploited by the enemy. He should have retired long ago, but, after all these years, they still hadn't found a suitable candidate. Either they were too young and lacked the necessary abilities, or they were too old and had lost their inner vigor. This long-awaited flag-bearer had been trained one after another, but all had failed. Sometimes, the elders even suspected Gao Mingrui of some hidden trickery. Otherwise, why were there so many candidates for succession, but not even one who could stand up to scrutiny? He's a bit arrogant. He attacked the parliament 3 times. 3 times. I admit he's truly exceptional in strategic and tactical talent. After this training, he'll be able to fully command the Dawn Legion. However, not everyone can hold Boss Gao's position. If he insists on going his own way, with his methods, he'll likely destroy the army in a matter of years. I can already foresee what will happen once he takes that position. He already possesses the sharpest sword in Longzhou, coupled with unprecedented power. Wherever the blade points, whatever I see, is mine. Isn't that a good thing? Isn't it an honor to redefine Longzhou's sphere of influence? And isn't that outrageous? Our Longzhou culture is vast and profound, with so many words, and you chose this one. Shouldn't that be considered courage? Are heroes like us going to let others bully us? The old man fell silent. A separate sphere of influence, in his mind, let alone expanding territory, even wiping out those short, unreliable peoples would be enough to deserve a separate sphere of influence. Why bother with redefining the sphere of influence? You know, the Zerg have always been eyeing them, trying their best to squeeze their living space. The defenses have been shrinking constantly over the intervening years. Yeah. It seems like they haven't shrunk in a while. At least their Longzhou territory is slowly growing every moment. So, this is already decided? Isn't it being evaluated? Well, just drain him dry. If all else fails, use a knife to cut him open, even scraping the skin. How come I didn't realize you were such a dirty mind before? Is there a possibility that you didn't get to know me soon enough? Chapter 539. Lung Chui Star. Atop the outpost's high command tower, Gao Mingrui frowned, his entire face creased. If you didn't know better, you think he was having his period. Is it really that sour? Wen Jing pinched a small fruit from the plate and popped it into her mouth. After savoring it, saliva began to drip from the corner of her mouth. She turned away, wiped the corner of her mouth, turned around, and pinched Gao Mingrui's mouth, stuffing the remaining dozen or so small fruits, each the size of a fingertip, into his mouth. Eat it. It's a powerful medicine. Experts say eating more sour foods can prevent Alzheimer's. How does that work? Wen Jing rolled her eyes, uncertainly asking, maybe it stimulates the cerebral cortex? Gao Mingrui stretched his neck and swallowed the fruit, then said with lingering fear, is it possible that it doesn't stimulate my cerebral cortex? It only stimulates my taste buds and my skin? Wen Jing stared at Gao Mingrui for a moment, then nodded, I see. His face was covered in wrinkles. Decades had passed, and he had long lost his former handsomeness. But at heart, he remained the same youthful man he had been for decades. Has the news from Tianshu Star come back? Yes, they stretched the originally scheduled 3-day schedule to 7. It seems some people are quite pleased with our treasure. How could they not be? He defeated Lu Hongtao in just 3 simulated matches. Don't you know how much that old man has in his hands? Gao Mingrui craned his neck. This sudden news shocked him even more than the fruit he just swallowed. What did you say? 3 games? Yeah. Your baby is amazing. Then what about those 100 or so games I lost before? Wen Jing straightened the papers in front of her and twitched her lips. You're just incompetent. Gao Mingrui, He suddenly realized that a woman's mouth really should be sewn shut. It's probably the part of a woman's body that causes the most trouble for men. Looks like he's making good progress. Being able to defeat Lu Hongtao will undoubtedly give him a psychological advantage in the upcoming trials. Regardless, with this group's support, he'll be able to go further. To put it bluntly, you're clipping his wings. You have to understand that what he yearns for most is the vast starry sky, this boundless sea of stars. He wants to carve out a place for humanity and the mecha girls. Even if he dies on the battlefield, at least his heart is free. He never needs to be bound to one place. Wouldn't it be faster to carry a flight module on his back than wings? Freedom? Freedom itself is a false proposition. In this world, there is always and only relative freedom. Besides, how can this be contradictory? Just because you're a leader means you can't lead the charge? Then what about the ancient practice of leading an army in person? Wen Jing narrowed her eyes and said angrily. What about pairing him up with Eve? Gao Mingrui rolled his eyes and threw up his hands. Isn't that obvious? The mechanical island is faster than the flight module. You're like that again? Have you considered the child's feelings? And Eve? She's over 200 years old. Do you understand what over 200 years old means? The oil's dried up? You get angry with me whenever I bring up Suli. Whether the oil's dried up or not is another matter. Let's just say if Suli succeeded, he could have saved himself countless years of detours. Do you understand what it means to be among immortals? Can the troops under his command ever see the light of day? The Dawn Legion doesn't count. The Brain Zerg Legion he controls will undoubtedly be the core of his forces. But this legion is destined to be shrouded in heavy bionic mecha year-round. And what support can Ruozi and Yi bring him? Until the Zerg's inherent image is completely transformed, it will be in vain for them to raise more troops. Furthermore, with Ruozi and Yi around, once they complete their infiltration and replacement of the entire Divine Grey sect. So tell me, besides him, who else can sit in this seat? Gao Mingrui patted the chair beneath him. We may seem to have many options, but our heads are always our butts. We don't really have any choice. Once we made a decision, we must spare no effort to implement it. Only by strengthening our convictions can we go further. These words apply to you, me, Su Li, and Eve. You're not his mother, and I'm not his father. Let's just stick to the facts and avoid any personal feelings. As long as Eve stands behind him, he can act with impunity in Longzhou, enjoying the ultimate freedom. Even in terms of apparent combat power, no one can rival him. Furthermore, with you and me in Longzhou, plus the influence of a group of veterans, he's more than capable of shouldering this responsibility. Upon hearing this, when Jing slammed the documents she had sorted into her hands onto the table. So, from the very beginning, you haven't considered his own intentions. Gao Mingrui was silent for a moment, then a wry smile crossed his face. Don't you understand? Actually, he has no choice. None of us have a choice. If he doesn't take this position, who can guarantee Longzhou's future stability? When Jing frowned. Perhaps, train his child. Am I a fool? Why train a new one when I already have one? Can't I just retire early and travel with you to see the wonders of the world? Why do I have to die in this position? When Jing's mind raced, and she nodded weakly. It wasn't that she didn't envision Gao Mingrui's promises. It was just that she was certain that even if Su Li took this position, Gao Mingrui wouldn't have the time to travel. He'd probably still be stuck in this office, drinking strong tea every day and dealing with the mess Su Li had left behind. The office door opened, and Eve yawned loudly, her light blue hair a mess, as she walked into the office. Even her shirt buttons were askew, revealing her fair skin. Her whole body exuded a sense of laziness. Gao Mingrui shut his mouth. He was a little confused by the aesthetic taste of a 200-year-old woman. At least in his entire life, he had never seen anyone wearing boots on one foot and slippers on the other to work. Those furry bunny ear slippers, far from being cute, seemed utterly out of place. Governor, I know Su Li isn't here, but the point is, even if he's gone, you still have to maintain a minimum level of work stamina. You're easily giving the impression of being lax to your subordinates. Beneath her tousled hair, Eve's sleepy eyes held a hint of annoyance. She yawned loudly, stretched her neck, and scratched her hair again. It's okay. We're all family here. No one doesn't know me. Today's a decadent atmosphere, don't worry. It won't affect work. She stumbled over to her desk and slumped headfirst onto the cushions. Soon, a soft snore could be heard. Gao Mingrui took a sip of his strong tea. Is this the mental state of a 200-year-old mech? TSK. When Jing's words were quite pertinent. He used to think Su Li and Eve could be together, that Eve would be Su Li's greatest asset. But now, looking at Eve's appearance, and the recognition that the military veterans had for Su Li, he suddenly felt that forcing the two together wouldn't be good for either of them. It's better not to strain your 200-year-old waist. If they don't get any help, and then turn into sworn enemies, they'll be shooting themselves in the foot. By the way, Governor Xia, if you were with a certain pilot, would you sign a core contract with them? On the other side of the desk, a pale blue head resting on the cushion stirred slightly, and a white hand, clutching a golden core, tossed it out. The golden core rolled across the carpet, attracting the attention of everyone in the office. It bounced twice gently, then stood still, gleaming in the sunlight filtering through the window. Don't bother me. Take the core and get out. Do whatever you want. Gao Mingrui stared at the core on the ground, momentarily unable to react. This is a mechanical core. You just threw it on the ground? If he had any malicious intent, just whacked it with a few tools, you'd be dead. For a moment, he didn't know whether to lament Eve's carelessness or thank her for her trust. When Jing, standing nearby, was shocked. That was the life and property of the mechanical girl. Was she hungover last night? Or was she high on drugs? Had the high workload scorched her brain? She quickly picked up the core and walked over to Eve's side. Governor? This is your core. Eve slumped over her desk, unresponsive, seemingly completely asleep. When Jing twitched her nose and probed her forehead, finding nothing unusual. Holding the core in her hand, she turned to look at Gao Mingrui, a look of disbelief on her face. What the hell? The core of the mecha girl was just so easily exposed, thrown on the ground like garbage, and left for others to deal with. Old Gao, what should we do? Gao Mingrui slowly walked over to Eve's side, staring at her unblinkingly, his tone rising slightly. How about taking this opportunity to have Junwei deliver the core? As soon as he spoke, Gao Mingrui noticed that her pink earlobe was turning red at a visible rate. This isn't good. Aren't we moving too fast? Besides, didn't we agree with Su Li to test his willingness first? You make a point. Then why not just forget it? Gao Mingrui stared at Eve's earlobe, watching the redness quickly fade. Goodness, a 200-year-old mecha girl is definitely different. You're chasing after her, and you even need Gao Mingrui's help? You're really smart. What do you mean by no breakthrough? Is there no breakthrough? Pretending to be hungover, and using someone else's help to get things done by accident? You're really an expert. So you're taking the profits, and he's taking the blame? Gao Mingrui rolled his eyes. Never mind, suddenly realizing that anything delivered to your door isn't good. Chapter 540. At the Tianshu Star Sanatorium, Su Li was in a state of both pain and joy. Although learning strategy and tactics was a deeply enjoyable experience, he now felt as if his brain cells were dying. He scratched his head while removing his helmet. Over the course of a day and a night, his hair had turned burnt and yellow, falling out in clumps. Even during the all-night battles, this had never happened. Now, sparring with a group of generals, he truly experienced what lightning meant by smoke coming out of your head. A dozen unexpected people appeared before him. Li Tianlang bared his teeth, grinning with exceptional joy. At a glance, Su Li knew what they were here for. Perhaps this was what they called sharing the good and the bad. They seemed completely unprepared for what was about to happen. Li Tianlang raised his hands high, waving them with a smile on his face. This made him feel a little unhappy. Laugh? The more you laugh now, the more you'll cry later. Hey master, I haven't seen you for a few days. Your hair has become quite a bit thinner. As your disciple, I'm telling you this. Even if you look at your youth, you still need to maintain it when it's time. Look at me. He smoothed his flowing hair in front of a group of bald generals. With just one stroke, he successfully aroused the crowd's outrage. Looking at the half-smiles on the faces of the elders, Su Li swallowed his saliva. Xiao Su, this is the backbone of your legion. Good, good. Very good. Clearly a future legion commander. How about this? Since you're here, we can't deny you our respect. Let us, those who have fought against you, take a look at you. Thank you, all of you. Su Li remained respectful. Is this a favor to him? Is he rushing to deal with them? Xiao Chong looked at the elderly men, dragging urine bags and leaning on crutches, without a trace of disdain. From the very beginning, he had sensed a strong military aura from them. Even though some of them were hunched over, their fortitude was undeniable. Even in excruciating pain, they still managed to walk straight. Xiao Chong and the other low-ranking military personnel instinctively saluted. Don't worry about that. We no longer have military posts. Let's go to the room on the left. It's still open. The elderly men walked quickly, impatient. The medical staff, with sullen faces, looked at each senior officer as if they were facing a mortal enemy. Is it ever going to end? They just want to know, is there an end? Don't they know the old men are already at their limit? Xiao Chong quickly stepped forward, trying to help, but was stopped. A little awkwardly, he scratched his head, and could only follow behind the old man, gazing at his back. He wasn't particularly familiar with the elderly people before him. Only a few of their aged faces looked familiar, having seen them on TV shows. But those memories were too distant. After a period of training, Li Tianlang had already taken on the appearance of a soldier. But he was a showy person, devoid of any reserve. Su Li watched him bouncing along as if on springs, and couldn't help but curl her lips. He only hoped he could still be as optimistic as he was now in 2 hours. Old Master Qin walked over and looked at him with concern. Are you okay? No problem, just some sugar. Su Li's face paled visibly. But as the sugar replenished, he gradually began to recover. There's no need to push yourself too hard. Our goal is to help you learn, not exhaust yourself. You still need some rest. Don't worry, Grandpa. It's okay. Jun Quan, standing to the side, widened his eyes at this. It's okay? No. It's absolutely important. Master, when you say this, should you turn around and look? She knelt on the ground, her golden hair dull, and her eye sockets sunken. She had never felt so exhausted playing video games all night before. For the first time in her life, she missed her sister. The elder sister, who always had a cold face towards her, now seemed so kind and amiable. Compared to her own synesthesia and state balance, her stability and amplification were more suitable for the current situation. Old Master Qin looked at Su Li, who was slowly recovering, and couldn't help but smack his lips. He had been paying attention to Su Li from the beginning, ever since he and his granddaughter started playing together. But back then, he had never imagined Su Li would grow to this point. Dozens of famous human generals had taught him everything they knew. No one in the younger generation had ever achieved the honor he had now. No, perhaps being able to teach him was a special honor for these generals. What kind of monster was this? Tactical strategy requires an immense knowledge base, strong mental conditioning, and sufficient intelligence. While knowledge can be accumulated, mental conditioning and intelligence are essential. Strong mental conditioning requires long-term cultivation on the battlefield. The younger generation's failures stem from this very point. But why didn't Su Li stumble in this area? Is it because he'd been different since childhood? However, he had finally bet on a great treasure. Furthermore, his unintentional bet had gotten him ahead of Gao Mingrui, undoubtedly securing a significant advantage for the Qin family's future development. His children had all perished on the battlefield, but fortunately, he still had a granddaughter and, now, a great-grandson. In this respect alone, he was more than capable of surpassing many of the elders present. Okay, hold on a little longer. I'll go take a look around and see how the old guys are doing. Old man Qin walked away slowly, his hands behind his back. The alloy chain around his neck gleamed, drawing attention even from a distance. Han Hai curled her lips. She honestly wondered if the departing old man had any grudge against her master. The elders were clearly serious, each one eager to use all their might against Su Li. Yet, he still hung a photo of his great-grandson, parading before the crowd. Now, they were all risking their lives. Over the course of a day and a night, over 20 generals had vomited blood and fainted. A dozen others, though in better condition, were unable to stand. They had been carried out. She glanced at Su Li, her beautiful eyes gleaming with excitement. 1 out of 3. This record and winning rate were evident in the shocked and enthusiastic looks of the elders. Genius? Genius, right? That's her master. Han Hai bit his lip and slowly walked over to Su Li. Master, do you need to go to the restroom? I can help you. Chapter 541. Su Li was completely numb. Help? What do you want? He felt his brain swirling. Famous generals are famous because they commanded many famous battles. Each of these battles had been replayed countless times. The quick wit and unique tactical vision they possessed were impossible to replicate. Now, facing these men, he not only had to discern the core elements of their strategies and tactics over 2 rounds, but also understand their playstyles and find any glimmers of hope to counterattack. This frantic mental activity was undoubtedly killing him. He had already used every trick in his toolbox. All the experiences of his previous life materialized in this moment. All the familiar battles took on new meaning in the match with the old man. Adding to this the battles he had fought in this life, he suddenly realized that his shortcomings were far from insignificant. Having many shortcomings is not necessarily a bad thing. At least, he could quickly absorb their knowledge, unaffected by his own fixed ideas, and shamelessly absorb and apply it with remarkable speed. And their strategies and tactics didn't conflict with his own past practices. On protracted warfare, on the coordination and collaboration of diverse mobile forces, all those military overviews I read in the past finally became concrete. It turned out that mecha units could actually work so well with power armor. It turned out that in urban combat, a huge disparity in weaponry could be rapidly mitigated. Never underestimate your enemy. Corporate alliances have always had the advantage in equipment. Why are our strategies and tactics so annoying? Is it because we're smarter? The old man in front of him took off his helmet and looked at Su Li. No, it's not because we're smarter. It's because the enemy is arrogant, accustomed to high-level equipment and constant barrages. And used brains will become dull. Of course, this isn't the main reason for their defeat. The main reason is that we never fear death. He stood up shakily. The conviction and spirit hidden in the bones of the Longzhou people. That's the biggest difference between us and them. When a unit is left with only one man, he will never consider living in humiliation. He will only consider dying in glory rather than living in disgrace. And then, there's the ruthlessness etched in our bones. Remember, a true Longzhou man never treats women with contempt. Ren. What's that bullshit about not killing children, women, and the unborn? What's mine is mine. Raise a finger, and I'll kill your entire clan. Afraid of us? Why should they be afraid of us? Because we're ruthless, because we're powerful. Because you can plant your flag in Parliament if you disagree. I taught you everything I know, old man. You promised me. You'll let the dragon flag bloom across the universe. You'll stand your ground amidst the Zerg siege, and never compromise. Su Li nodded heavily. I will. As long as I live, I'll never let the Zerg set foot on our territory. Other Zerg, I mean. His sudden addition made the old man's face look a little strange. He hesitated for a moment before finally saying nothing. He had almost forgotten that the young man before him was truly unique. After all, who in their right mind would play with insects? Luckily, he lived through so many years, and though he was an old antique, he wasn't incapable of adapting. However, if his own grandson played with insects, he'd definitely break his legs. Before he could even move away, another old man had already arrived at the table. Suli was slightly startled, for he noticed that the old man before him was particularly different. After all, none of the old men in the room were still in uniform. Although the old man before him wasn't wearing a uniform either, he had pinned his general's star on his hospital gown. The old man who hadn't left yet saw him approach and quickly moved aside, seemingly displeased with his contact. He glanced at Suli, once again seeming to want to speak but unable to. But before he could say anything, the other old man had already plopped down at the operating table, ready to begin. Can't this guy just pass? Suli is already exhausted. A break for one person won't be a big deal. He looked at the elderly people around him. As he expected, many began to chime in. It's time to let the kid rest. Even a god would be tired after such a long time. That's right. If nothing else, let old Zhang pass. You're talking bullshit. Why do you have to pass me by? What's wrong with my tactics? Can't they kill the enemy? Or can't they earn merit? You've been doing this for years. You look down on my tactics? So what? My rank is real. How dare you call those tactics? Why can't actual battlefield techniques be called tactics? That one sentence left all the elderly people in the hall speechless. Suli stared at the scene before him in astonishment, momentarily bewildered. He glanced discreetly at Han Hai beside him. After quickly searching the elderly man's profile, he placed the terminal in front of Suli. Just one glance, and Suli felt his scalp tingle. War, could it still be fought like this? Old Zhang, you crooked idiots, find someone else to cause trouble. We don't have many talented talents, and Suli is currently the most highly regarded military leader in Longzhou. It's best not to teach him those inhumane tactics. He doesn't have to use them, so why shouldn't I? If someone uses these tactics on the battlefield, will he just sit there and watch them get humiliated? You teach, you teach. Okay. Satisfied, old Zhang sat down at the console, winked at Suli, and then put on his helmet. Suli swallowed slowly before donning his helmet. The terrain was chosen by others. The time was also chosen by others. The other elders let Suli choose, but old Zhang, upon entering, opted for a city night battle. After Suli fully entered the battlefield, less than 5 minutes later, he suffered his first defeat in 3 rounds. He stared in shock at the settlement page before him, then at the mocking emoji his opponent displayed on the public screen. His entire demeanor darkened. You old man, you're really up to date. You even know how to post emojis. So what others said was absolutely right. Can this even be considered a tactic? Even Suli, known for his thick skin, couldn't hold it in. What the hell is this? He's fought 2 lifetimes of battles, and now he's dealt this? He stared at the gigantic modified mecha on the screen, feeling even more dizzy. Chapter 542. A 20-meter-long mecha, carrying a massive steel frame spanning 150 meters across. Wow, it was covered in giant searchlights. Dozens of mechas crept up, flashing their lights across the entire base. He couldn't even see the map. The entire team was just firing aimlessly at nothing, achieving nothing besides smashing a few searchlights. Suli suddenly felt like he'd been holding out for too long, his chest aching. How should we fight this? Isn't street fighting all about careful positioning and engaging in skirmishes? But you blinded the enemy right away. How should we manage this? You say it's not a tactic. It really is, but what kind of tactic is this? You even installed mirrors on the frames to prevent the enemy from copying you, right? In 5 minutes, Suli's fastest defeat was a new record. He finally understood why the elders were so disgusted with old Zhang. This guy was actually an evil cultivator. In this room full of military gods, suddenly something like this appeared. It truly shattered Suli's worldview. The elders in the room looked at Suli's stunned expression, each of them covering their faces. Often, they disdained to be in old Zhang's company. This guy was simply too filthy. His rank wasn't actually what the military wanted to award him. But there was no other way. This guy's military merits were already 1.5 times higher than others. If he didn't give it to them, it would be unjustifiable, but if he did, everyone would feel aggrieved. Who among those present hadn't suffered at his hands? No one wants to play with him. But you can't do anything about him. He earned his rank through hard-earned military exploits. It's true you can't beat him. He always manages to surprise you. Times are advancing, and his tactics are constantly evolving. You have no idea what's going on in his head. Young man, learn from your shame and then be brave. Another fight? Quick! Let your grandpa Wang tell you that your grandpa will always be your grandpa. His cheeky voice made Su Li's lips tremble. Alright. Come on. It's just a searchlight with a mirror, right? He can do it with his right hand. If that doesn't work, he can sling a few high-powered generators on his back. See who will blind the other. Su Li put on his helmet without a word and began to modify his mech. Old Zhang smiled slightly, said nothing more, and simply put on his own helmet. This time, another 5 minutes. Su Li slammed the table and leaped to his feet. His face was no longer pale, and all the resentment in his chest poured out onto his face, turning it a brilliant red. This old man, what a lack of martial ethics. You actually deployed hundreds of high-powered sprinkler trucks and sprayed the entire city with urine? You don't use all those conductive materials. You pumped out all the sewage in the city, filtered it, and then stood upwind and sprayed it all over the city? His high-powered strobe light hasn't even begun to take effect, and the entire army has been paralyzed by the shock. To completely wipe them out, Old Zhang deployed hundreds of extremely slow-firing electromagnetic cannons. The trajectory of the slowly emitting electromagnetic waves is visible to the naked eye, but his team was so stunned by the shockwaves that they couldn't even move. They could only watch helplessly as the electromagnetic cannons snarled at them, blasting mech after mech. You're killing people and destroying their hearts. So he used all the generators he brought on himself. Old Zhang won 2 rounds in a row, his eyes gleaming with pride, his eyebrows beaming with joy, clearly not the slightest bit surprised by the success of his tactics. Hey, win again. My dear grandson. You're talking about your grandfather, right? His eyebrows fluttered so fiercely that Su Li was afraid they fluttered to the back of his head. He took a deep breath and sat back on his stool. The entire venue was in complete silence. That was a genius guaranteed to win in 3 rounds. Could he defeat Old Zhang's undefeated legacy? End this villain's sinister life? For a moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Su Li. That tiny figure seemed to instantly carry the hopes of the entire Longzhou military. Defeat him! Defeat him! If anyone could give them hope, it was undoubtedly Su Li before them. He was an unprecedented genius. He had already fought dozens of men in a row. He absolutely could not fall at this moment. There were only 100 or so surviving military gods in the entire Longzhou. And even those 100 or so couldn't defeat this before them. You must show your true abilities and give him a good smack in the face. Xiao Su, now that you won this round, you can rest. Get 2 days and 2 nights of sleep. We still have time. That's right. Beat him, and you can rest as much as you can. If you can't, then don't sleep. What nonsense! It's already this late, and you're still putting pressure on the kid? Come on, kid, this is your last round. Life or death, just a shudder. Listening to the earnest speeches of the elderly in the stands, Su Li's eyes glazed over. He stared at the elderly man across from him, grinning wickedly, and couldn't understand why, at such an advanced age, he still had no boundaries. Another expert at playing mind games. 5 minutes. He couldn't even maintain a balanced exchange with the other man. Is there no way to counterattack? Yes, but the problem is, by the time you figure it out, the other man still has countless dirty tricks waiting for you. This time it's urine, and besides being conductive, it's more to disgust you. What about next time? The mechas quickly take off and launch ground bombing. In that case, if the enemy spread graphite powder in the air, a large number of mechas would stall and fall. Couldn't they do that? He even spilled his urine. So what else could he not do? And in the dark night sky, the mechas taking off, the trailing flames from their flight modules, would make them sitting ducks. As long as you can control the enemy's thoughts, you can effectively defeat them. But the problem is, you have to control them. He stared into the other man's smiling eyes, seeing only deep mockery in them. Old John smiled. How could life be so easy? My dear grandson, stop struggling. Even if you lose to me, you won't lose your title of God of War. Look around this room. Every one of them has been defeated by your grandfather. There's no shame in losing. There's no shame in admitting defeat. After all, your grandfather is your grandfather. Su Li's face paled. He turned to look at the stands. All the elderly people's faces had turned grim. Whose grandfather does this want to be? Chapter 543. Right and wrong no longer matter. Does winning or losing matter? It absolutely must. It's been said since ancient times that good and evil cannot coexist, and those who practice evil and deviant ways must be punished by all. At this moment, We should all work together to restore order to this world. The power of one individual is ultimately limited. But if everyone's strength is combined, the rules don't allow it. There aren't that many helmets. Suli cast her gaze on Hanhai's face beside her. Her fair, small face was filled with a look of despair. If this happened on the battlefield, the thought of herself covered in urine and being electrocuted until her entire body turned yellow made her feel sick. War is cruel, but no one had ever told her that there were such cruel methods. She suddenly wanted to resign from her military service and return home to farm. Although the mission of war was inherent in the lives of mechanized women, there were thousands of mechanized women, and there was no need for her to be the only one. For the first time in her life, she began to calculate how many military merits she had left. Give me some advice. Han Hai rolled his eyes at Su Li's soft question. She couldn't do it. What advice could she offer? She was merely an adjutant, tasked with taking over command when the reins were lost. The thought of defeating the enemy on the battlefield requiring two groups of men to throw feces at each other made her think the battle was over. Su Li gritted his teeth, scratching his head, and pulling out another handful of hair. Stop pulling, master. I don't want to go back bald. Jun Quan, standing by, was despairing. Seeing her golden hair fall one by one, she imagined herself becoming bald. Therefore, she had no desire for this kind of synesthesia and sharing of burdens. She curled up into a ball, one hand covering her head, the other frantically picking up her hair from the ground, placing it on her head one by one. She was convinced that if she put them back quickly enough, her hair wouldn't notice they'd been driven out of the house. What a good mood. Old John ruffled his thick hair, a look of pride on his face. My dear grandson. Learn from Grandpa. A smile is something that can be transferred. See, it's already spread from everyone else's face to mine. A smile makes you look 10 years younger. Escape the burdens of aging and hair loss. As long as you learn Grandpa's tactics and keep pace with the times, believe me, the entire corporate federation will hate you to the core. Su Li shuddered and decisively put his helmet back on his forehead. He couldn't wait any longer. If he waited any longer, he feared he would lose control, abandon his remaining composure, and rush over to beat him up. All sorts of vicious schemes raced through his mind. In the distant past, there were many vicious men. Every one of their schemes was widely circulated. But it wasn't much help in the current situation. This wasn't a situation where the various legions were forming alliances and expressing their own opinions. In the simulated battlefield, all teams obeyed a single commander. This also eliminated any possibility of division between them. Use poison? Use fire? What strategy should he employ in urban street fighting to inflict a crushing defeat on this guy? He remained on the Legion deployment screen for a long time, not pressing the confirm button. He clearly possessed extremely high combat power, clearly possessed an absolute advantage, the high-powered Legion he had painstakingly built. It seemed he had more than one Legion. Su Li's eyes lit up. Everyone present was Longzhou's trump card. There would be absolutely no spies. So, was it time to play his second card? He experimented with the interface, and was surprised to discover that he could replace the Dawn Legion with an equal number of Zerg troops. The simulated war began. As soon as the two armies appeared, all the elderly people in the spectator seats stared wide-eyed. On the battlefield, those hideous and terrifying insects had once been everyone's nightmare. Is this legal? Yes, it is. After all, he can do whatever he wants on the battlefield, and commanding Zergs isn't against any taboos. Besides, this guy truly has a talent for commanding Zerg. Didn't he subjugate the Queen? A Zerg army is still an army. This battle is going to be interesting. I want to see old John cry. I want to see it too. He's got so many tricks up his sleeve, I don't believe he can be any more effective against Zergs. But to everyone's astonishment, the mighty Zerg army didn't even launch an attack immediately. A large number of fluttering moths took to the sky under the cover of night. And stink bugs quickly seized the upper hand, turning their tails one by one. A few scattered archer bugs quietly took the highest point, pointing their heads towards the city. All of Su Li's Zerg troops didn't even intend to enter the city. The next second, everyone knew what he was up to. As expected, old John immediately fired a graphite bullet into the sky to paralyze Su Li's mecha girl. However, his plan failed because Su Li did not send a mecha girl into the field at all. The fluttering moths fluttered their wings wildly, stirring up a mixture of dust and graphite. Stink bugs, one after another, released a mildly corrosive poisonous mist that began to spread throughout the city. As the breeze blew, the entire city was engulfed in the toxic mist. A simulated battle was, after all, a simulated battle. Even if it was as realistic as possible, it wasn't completely real. Under the cover of night, the thin toxic mist barely registered the attention of the numerous mechs. Its corrosiveness was too weak. As a result, old Zhang received no feedback at all. He continued to maneuver his artillery positions, waiting for Su Li's mechs to take flight so he could unleash a powerful blow. He had it all figured out. This wave of attack would completely cripple Su Li's mechs. He only needed to artificially create rain, and, incidentally, spice it up, to claim victory once again. The entire battle had only been underway for exactly 3 minutes. By the time he completed all the necessary preparations, the remaining 2 minutes were just enough to take him down in one go. A light mist filled the field of view. Old Zhang narrowed his eyes and examined the battle report once more. But after seeing no intelligence on the battle screen, he accelerated the deployment of his mechas and mobile forces. They only needed to maintain radio silence and quietly enter their designated positions, and they would be in the heart of the city, igniting the brightest fireworks for Su Li's defeat, with silent waves of sound spreading across the battlefield. Su Li squeezed his eyes shut. This was the first time he'd been immersed in the Zerg's perspective. It had to be said that neither the flashing lights nor the detonation of graphite bombs had any impact on the Zerg's steady advance. Furthermore, his team, save for a few small-scale sentinels, had ever entered the city. As the fog thickened, Su Li suddenly opened his eyes. Concentration reached target. Chapter 544. In the audience, the elderly looked at each other in bewilderment. They all felt a certain unease. Su Li, after all, had gone astray. They could understand his switching Zerg teams to catch old Zhang off guard. This was undoubtedly what everyone wanted. A Zerg team was immune to most of old Zhang's tactics. With the enemy mechas restricted from attacking, simply sending the team forward and charging in a coordinated attack, or hiding behind buildings and attacking him from behind, could quickly secure victory. The Zerg possessed unique enemy-finding techniques, making it easy to locate old Zhang's exact location. Whether it was Su Li's blitzkrieg, or his maneuvering to slow down the enemy's tempo. There were so many fighting styles. And such a powerful advantage. You manipulated insects to fart? You. Isn't that a deviation from orthodox principles? Or are you, at heart, a perverse cultivator? The moment you were seduced, you exposed your true nature. Old Zhang ultimately didn't unleash his own fireworks. Instead, he and his entire team became Su Li's fireworks. As the archer bugs spewed their highly corrosive acid, the poisonous mist spread by the stink bugs instantly ignited. Dazzling flames spread across the city, taking only a dozen or so seconds. The vast amount of dust hurled by the fluttering moths filled the gaps left by the graphite powder. The intense flames spread upwards, and the rapidly rising temperature caused the graphite powder and dust to condense into a relatively airtight barrier in the air. The fine dust spreading throughout the city detonated, wiping out the entire city in a violent explosion. The turbulent shock wave even blew away most of the Zerg on the edge of the battlefield, causing more than half of Su Li's Zerg army to be killed. Yet, he still won. Because all of old Zhang's teams had already entered the city. All of his tactics relied on the city to be deployed, so he would definitely not be outside of it. Old Zhang stared at the settlement screen in astonishment, almost unable to believe his eyes. But when he saw that the opponent had chosen a Zerg team, a faint smile of understanding crossed his face. Unfair victory? There's no such thing on the battlefield. When he used his flashlights to dodge the mechs, they didn't even say a word. When it came to him, it was only natural that they switched to a Zerg team. Swayed by inertia? Even though they were established veterans, they still made mistakes on simple matters. Old Zhang reflected on Su Li's tactics, took off his helmet, and looked toward the audience. As expected, he saw his old colleagues, each with a look of astonishment. He lost, both due to underestimating the enemy and his own carelessness. He had never imagined that the fog that filled the battlefield could actually be the exhaust fumes of the stink bugs. Admittedly, although he felt somewhat disappointed at his defeat, seeing the expressions on their faces, he had made up for it all. It was a relief. In the mock battle, whether he lost or not, he had actually won. He had disgusted these old men his entire life, and now, teaching an apprentice, he had disgusted them even more. What's that saying? To lure a decent woman into the water is to persuade a prostitute to become a good woman. Old Zhang glanced at the somewhat embarrassed Su Li, and truly experienced the pleasure of dragging someone into the water. Hey, no more fighting. Little Su did a great job, you mastered my true skills. Su Li, who had initially felt his victory was unfair, felt countless gazes piercing him like steel needles upon hearing this, and his slightest sense of guilt vanished completely. This old man, even before his final fight, was trying to draw hatred from him. In all honesty, he wasn't trying to learn any underhanded tactics. He simply wanted to give him a taste of his own medicine. Now, it looked like he won, but he couldn't tell if it was real or fake. He glanced around the audience and felt every eye fixed on him. Those gazes were filled with complex emotions, like a founder of a school watching his own disciple stray and fall into evil. Normally, in this situation, it's time to clean up the mess. He swallowed and stood up shakily. Gentlemen, I can't hold on any longer. Let's rest for a while. He pretended to clutch his chest tightly, startling Han Hai, who hurried forward to support him. But the next second, her hand paused slightly. After 2 or 3 seconds, she came over and supported him. Su Li even heard Han Hai subconsciously sniff him twice. Su Li, It was a virtual battlefield. It was a virtual battlefield. He didn't smell. It was just a fake battle. How could he have gotten to the point where even his own android girl was disgusted? He stared blankly at Han Hai beside him, only to find that he had quietly turned his head away. On the other side, Jun Quan, no longer caring about his hair loss, was sniffing furiously at his clothes, his face filled with vivid disgust. Fine, it's so naked, there's no point in even pretending. He feigned weakness until he staggered out of the simulation hall. Then, he suddenly straightened up and strode towards his assigned dormitory. Han Hai, seeing Su Li still walking briskly, decisively let go of his hand. Su Li stumbled forward and nearly fell to the ground. He stared at Han Hai with disbelief as he let go, feeling like he had taken a ton of damage. Han Hai scratched his head sheepishly before re-grabbing Su Li's arm. Master, I didn't mean to do that. It's mainly because the after effects of this battle were just too much. Too much after effects? If it's that much for you, then for those old men, it's like the sky is falling. You won't take me with you and leave quickly. Do you want your master to be exterminated? Jun Quan, dazed, came sauntering up from behind. The two exchanged glances, then one of them grabbed her arm and began dragging her forward at a rapid pace. Call Commander Gao. If nothing unexpected happens, we might not be able to stay on Tianshu Star anymore. Is this really that serious? Su Li frowned, thinking for a moment, then said, It's like a gifted prodigy, nurtured by the 10 great martial arts sections. After finally achieving mastery, he's seduced by a witch and falls into the demonic realm. Han Hai's expression finally changed. Well, why bother calling? Let's go now. She spun around, grabbed Jun Quan by the collar, and began shaking him frantically. Wake up! Don't faint. Hurry, take us away. Jun Quan, half-dazed, felt like he was on a wobbly roller coaster. He tilted his head and opened his mouth, spewing out all the snacks he'd eaten. Found them. Commander Su and the others are here. A medical worker exclaimed, and the next second, Su Li felt like a train had grabbed his collar. Han Hai carried the Imperial power in one hand and him in the other, and ran across the entire park like flying. Chapter 545. Are you crazy? Su Li leaned against the shadows of the building's corner, watching Han Hai peering out like a thief, surveying the surroundings. She stuck her head into the green belt, pretending to be a tree. Her disguises were never effective. Especially those weapons. Her breasts were visible before her face. Shoo! Master, be quiet. Be careful, we're discovered. Have you ever considered that it was just a joke? Han Hai's body stiffened, and he suddenly felt like his brain might have been struck by lightning, its core damaged. Who was Su Li? He was the commander of the Dawn Legion. Besides the Dawn Legion, he commanded 2 insect kings, several legions under his control, and a queen insect controlled by Ruozi. At least in Long-O, no one would harm him. Let alone the fact that he become a bit disgusting in battle. Even if he truly became like old Zhang, the other elders would probably turn a blind eye. Han Hai's face suddenly flushed. Yes, I'm sorry. There's nothing to be sorry about. We should go back and see what that person wants from us. Oh yes. Master, please stay here for a while. I'll be back soon. Su Li nodded weakly. To be honest, he was indeed a little tired. This fatigue was completely mental. The long hours of mental activity had left him with a throbbing pain in his brain. The back of his head felt as if something hard had been stuffed into it, swollen and swollen. He lay in the shade against the wall, feeling the breeze. He couldn't even last 2 minutes before he drifted off into a deep sleep. However, instinctively, he didn't sleep too deeply. In a hazy state, he heard the sound of Han Hai returning. Only when the familiar smell filled his nostrils did he completely let down his guard. When he awoke again, it was to the sound of noise. Sunlight streamed through the window, and he could vaguely see the dust floating in the air. He didn't know how long he had slept, but he felt warm and a bit lazy, the kind that comes from not getting enough sleep. And as if he had exhausted his body so much, His limbs felt weak. Han Hai slumped over on the side of the bed, head tilted to one side, sound asleep. Ju Quan sat on the sofa, playing video games frantically, as if nothing had happened. Li Tianlong's hoarse voice boomed from the next room, deafening. Grandpa Zhang, that's a brilliant idea. Holy shit, I never thought it could work. Shoo! Flashing bright light can indeed blind people. But what about concentrated green light? Infrared light? Not only can it physically blind people, it can even directly burn out circuit components. Old Zhang was stunned for a moment. After a moment, he patted Li Tianlang on the shoulder and praised loudly, "Good boy. I didn't realize you're so much more talented than your Legion commander." "You're right. In this regard, I'm not exaggerating, you're definitely better than your master. I actually have more ideas about this series of tactics." "Expand? Aren't there inhaled laxatives?" "I tried them. Their special molecular structure can effectively bypass mecha filters. Just imagine, just load them into a cannonball and fire. Every pilot and mecha girl will be affected. The potency is strong, and the effects are immediate. Just imagine, if they inhale one breath, will they still be able to fight? By then, all their energy will be spent battling their own butts. Because no one dares to believe a single fart. Forget flying the mech. He wouldn't even dare to push the pedals. The pilot is fine at most, he'll just have to use a stool. But the pilot? That's like a scattering of flowers. The entire cockpit won't be spared." Old Zhang's eyes lit up. "Brilliant. The enemy won't expect this. And even if someone manages to survive, they'll question our logistics system when they return. This strategy kills two birds with one stone. Truly a brilliant one. You young people are so well versed. I, an old man, still can't keep up with the times. I'm a generation older." Li Tianlang grabbed old Zhang's hand and said, "Grandpa Zhang, please don't say that. You're the backbone of Long-O. What we, the younger generation, lack most is guidance from people like you." "Alas! My master, what can I say? Everything else is fine, but his brain isn't very practical." "You're right. How about this? I'll tell him, and from now on, you'll be my last disciple. Let's study this together." "No, he's my master. He calls you Grandpa. If you take me in as your disciple, isn't that a generation gap? It's okay. Let's discuss this separately." Listening to the discussion in the next room, Su Li felt the future was bleak. Well, I thought old John alone was enough to shock him. Turns out there's a real freak hidden within his own ranks. Controlling insects to fart is already unacceptable enough. This guy's even researching it. From the way he spoke, it didn't sound like he was just imagining things. How did he know the mecha girl could spray? Spray the entire cockpit? Su Li's lips twitched, and he suddenly felt like he couldn't look Yu Rong in the eye. She was clearly a queen-like Chongsam-wearing woman with a motherly aura, yet somehow, she made a cameo appearance in Splatoon. Hiss, he gasped. Or maybe some medicine would work. What medicine? I love a piece of firewood. Old Zhang stared blankly at Li Tianlang before him, his eyes blazing with light. The light was so intense that it made even the shameless old man feel ashamed. Watching Li Tianlang speak so eloquently, even gesturing with his hands to depict the curves of the mecha girl's body, old Zhang suddenly felt that he'd spoken too soon. He might not be quite qualified to be Li Tianlong's master. "I need the kind used for breeding livestock. I tried it, and it's incredibly potent." In the ward, Su Li finally lost his temper. This bastard? He's such a loose cannon, he just says whatever he wants. He silently found his terminal and turned on the recording button. Whether he should say it or not, he was already lying in bed in discomfort, resting. Why was Li Tianlang so energetic? Is this fair? Is this reasonable? Listening to the increasingly outrageous words coming from the other side, he looked at the recording progress on his terminal and smiled with some relief. He's a vengeful person, and he's especially prone to jealousy. Now he's jealous. Just wait. If you're capable, you better never return to Ling Sui Star. Otherwise, I'll let you experience the meaning of retribution in this life. I'm telling you, Grandpa Zhang, with my master's behavior, even making a bug fart is his limit. I'm different. Whoever messes with me, I'll make them fart. Su Li's forehead darkened. He decisively stopped recording, searched for Yu Rong's profile picture in his address book, and hit send. Chapter 546. A life of holding grudges is a life of ease and comfort. Revenge is taken on the spot. He waited quietly, clutching the terminal. A moment later, he saw Yu Rong reply with a question mark. Need express delivery? I can send Junwei. In seconds. In just over 10 minutes, two figures appeared in the ward. Yu Rong was wearing training clothes, clearly fresh from the training grounds. She hadn't even had time to change before she walked out the door, with a sullen look on her face. At this moment, Li Tianlang was still blustering in the next room. "Grandpa Zhang, just wait and see. Your 108 unique skills will only flourish in my hands. I'm not exaggerating, but only Qin Fong is on fire blue star right now. If I were here, the Enterprise Federation would be gone long ago." Old Zhang's face was taut, his usual scornful expression hidden. He grasped Li Tianlong's hand, as if exerting all his strength. "Good boy, you really are a good boy. When you get out, don't tell me I taught you. Aren't you Su Li's apprentice? Just use his name." "Su Li? ? Should I thank you again?" "No. Grandpa Zhang, Su Li gave me the skills to fight on the battlefield, enabling me to survive and achieve great things. And you? You're the guiding light on my path forward. I can forget anyone, but I can never forget you. I, Li Tianlang, am a man of 7 feet tall. If I forget you in a blink of an eye, am I still human? Wouldn't that make me a living beast?" "No, you're not." "I am. I'm a beast." Old Zhang was stunned. What he had was nothing to behold, but what about him? This move was like putting his entire family at risk. The ward door was violently flung open. The old man and the young woman clutched each other's hands tightly, their gazes adoring. Yuerong stood at the doorway, her lavender hair tied in a single ponytail, her graceful face now stern. "Lil Rongrong, why are you here? Are you here to comfort me, knowing I'm studying too hard? Come sit next to me. Grandpa Zhang, let me tell you, this is the girl I love since childhood." Old Zhang glanced at the girl before him, and suddenly remembered what Li Tianlang had said. He opened and closed his mouth for a moment, then forced out a sentence. This girl is truly a warrior. He was old, after all. The girls of their generation were as simple and honest as they could be. Unlike the android girls these days, each one is so unrestrained. Spray. Animal medicine? No. He simply couldn't bear to think about it. His android girl had been with him for so many years, and she never tried any of these things. It must be said, young people are really adventurous. What a shame! A android girl who looked so dignified and virtuous. You never stop learning. I learned another lesson today. Don't judge a person by their appearance. Yuerong narrowed her eyes and slowly walked over to Li Tianlong's side. She didn't sit down beside him, but lowered her head and grabbed Li Tianlong's ankles with both hands. The next second, Yuerong swung him up. With her actions, she showed old Zhang what a true warrior was. In the ward, hearing the screams from the next room, Su Li felt a wave of relief. This is how it should be. This has to be. You always talk, don't you? Why aren't you talking now? Are you still acting like a human? Oh. It seems she's only focused on screaming. 3 swings will crush your beastly soul. Madam, I'm a human, he cried, beaming with joy as he listened to the sounds from the next room. Then, he felt a pair of warm hands envelop his face. Jun Wei's expression was a little worried. Master, you don't look well. Didn't you say it was a physical? Why do you feel hollowed out? Her golden hair fell, and she freed a hand to reach down, but Su Li grabbed hold of it. It's not about that. It's mainly because I only gotten 1 good night's sleep so far. Is everything alright at home? Yes, it's just that the troop movements have been quite frequent lately. Our Dom Corps hasn't been active, but I heard something's happening on the front lines. Su Li frowned. Are the pioneering troops encountering interference from the corporate federation on the front lines? Jun Wei shook his head. No. It's the main fleet. They discovered they're being attacked by Zerd motherships during patrols. They're appearing more and more frequently, sometimes with 2 or 3 at a time. They reported these unusual incidents to their superiors. We initially thought the corporate federation was behind some action, but after investigation, we found nothing. So, many legions have been pulled out to deploy new outposts on the front lines. They also set up simple barriers to try to limit the Zerd mothership's presence. The after effects of forced learning were still evident. He felt a splitting headache just from thinking about it. Is there something on the fleet that's attracting the Zerd? Probably not. They're surging inland, and their desire to attack is extremely strong. The main fleet suffered losses at their hands, losing some of its warships. Su Li frowned deeply upon hearing this. Even some of its warships were lost? Extensive damage? Jun Wei gritted his teeth and shook his head slightly. The damage isn't significant. But Commander Gao feels this is just a test. It's very likely we'll face a devastating blow from the Zerd next. At this critical juncture? The Corporate Federation hasn't been completely defeated yet, and the infiltration effort is barely a third complete. If a large-scale battle with the Zerg breaks out at this juncture, those previously volatile planets might once again become a factor detrimental to Longzhou's stability. Commander Gao has already made the necessary arrangements regarding the planets within our sphere of influence. While it may be difficult, now that we established a firm foothold, there's no need to retreat again. Junwei smoothed his long golden hair, then, as if remembering something, he rummaged through his pockets and pulled out a beautifully wrapped small box. What is this? A gift from you? Is it a holiday? Junwei slowly shook his head, a hint of surprise on his face. Commander Gao said, "This is the Mechanical Island's token of allegiance. It's the best proof that both sides are truly standing side by side and fighting side by side." Su Li took the box with some suspicion, unfastened the ribbon with one hand, and opened it. A golden core lay quietly within the box. In the sunlight from the window, golden light and shadows streamed across it, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. I thought I told Governor Xia that I already have enough mecha girls. Besides, hasn't Mecha Island already stopped production? Junwei took a deep breath and said, "Yes, so theoretically, this could be the Master's last mecha girl. This is the Governor's core." Su Li's hand trembled, and the core fell to his knees, rolling along the sheets to the floor. "Tell me, whose core is this?" "The core of the current Mecha Island Governor, Eve." Chapter 547. This is a joke. I mean, you just put Eve's core in your pocket and brought it here? Su Li was shocked beyond words. Ensuring cooperation between the two sides and a united front, that's a good reason indeed. Theoretically, no man has touched Eve's leg in the past 200 years. Even if there was, he's probably dead. I'm most likely the only one still alive. The supreme ruler of that mechanical island, the governor who holds the power of life and death over the mecha girls, Eve, just so brazenly handed her core to Junwei and asked her to bring it here. What a joke. Such a momentous event, and there's no sense of ceremony at all? Yes. I found a box. Junwei shook the lid of the packaging box in his hand. The Candy Factory logo was still on it. As if wanting Su Li to feel a hint of sweetness, he hadn't emptied out all the candy residue in the box. I got the box from Lightning, and the ribbon from Hongying. Oh, and the cotton lining inside was taken from Xiao Shuguang's old pillow. Stop, stop, stop! You make it sound like we're broke. I mean, how did Commander Gao and Governor Xia come to this conclusion? I don't know. Junwei shrugged, a hint of grievance evident on his face. Commander Gao simply came to me and said he entrusted the future of Long-O and Mechanical Island to me. Then I found the box and came here. Su Li scratched his head, looking at his hands full of hair, sensing a faint sense of foreboding. Even if they wanted a contract, it shouldn't be now. Is the battle situation not going well? Or perhaps, with foresight, the two men had grasped some crucial information from the series of developments. A warm sensation washed over Su Li, and he instinctively covered his nose. The after-effects of overuse began to manifest themselves in all directions. Junwei quickly grabbed a tissue and blocked Su Li's nose, then hurriedly fetched a basin of water. Eve's core lay quietly on the floor, gleaming golden, as if protesting their indifference. Jun Quan glared at the core on the ground, quietly tightening his grip on the game console. A hit shouldn't hurt. After all, it's made of alloy, so it shouldn't break. Junwei returned, kicked Jun Quan aside, laid Su Li flat on his back, and placed a wet towel on his forehead. Master, do you want a contract? She picked up the core from the ground, even as she asked, wrapping the blood-stained paper around it. Blood flowed through the core, forming a subtle connection that simultaneously connected him to the Mechanical Island's mechanical tree. Although he lacked authority to issue commands to it, its knowledge was instantly shared with him. A replica of the mechanical tree appeared in his mind, standing side by side with his own. From another angle, it looked as if a celestial Dharma image had inexplicably appeared behind his own mechanical tree. The same radiant light, the same golden glow. The little tree was visibly excited, for it had only one companion in this world. Now, it could be played with at any time. The ward door slowly opened, and old Zhang walked in with a lingering fear on his face, his eyes repeatedly glancing towards Li Tianlong's room. Are you awake? I'm glad you're awake. This time, you slept for a whole night and half a day. But, you slept at a rather inopportune time. Old Zhang found a stool and sat down. His failing lungs made each breath sound like a worn-out bellows, rumbling and hollow. We sent someone to look for you that day, but your mecha girl took off running with you in her arms. A whole group of people chased you but couldn't catch up. Excuse me, Grandpa Zhang. So why are you so anxious to find me? Is there something? Old John waved his hand, a hint of dejection on his face. It's not that I need you for anything, but yesterday, old Lou and the other two were already on a warship bound for the front lines. I was thinking, after all, we're master and disciple, so I called out to you and said I'd see you off, but you collapsed first. Battlefield? Sully suddenly sat up. Their bodies are already in that state. How could you, him, or them even have the strength left to fight? This is ridiculous. There are so many generals and legion commanders on the battlefield. Aren't they incapable of fighting? You done so much for Long Joe. You trained so many generals. Isn't that enough? What's going on the front lines? Why are they being sent out on combat missions, even with such a strong background? Old John looked at Su Li's anxious expression, a flicker of relief on his face. We are also soldiers of Long Ho. He raised his arm and patted Su Li's shoulder. You'll understand, won't you? You grew up in this country too. You should understand. Su Li's eyes suddenly flushed. Should he understand? What should he understand? Old men, nearing death, needing assistance even to walk, are now rushing to the battlefield. Are all the commanders in Longzhou dead? What about the younger generation? If there aren't any young ones, there must be some older ones. Why can't those in their 60s and 70s fill in? Will he understand? No, he won't understand a thing. I'll call Commander Gao right now. I'll contact him right away. Drop after drop of blood dripped from his nose, splashing onto the white towel, staining it with bright red. Old Zhang's wrinkled hand rested on Su Li's. Though old, it was incredibly strong. Don't waste your energy. The battlefield situation isn't critical. We're just deploying as a preemptive force. Besides, holding Longzhou's final shift is our mission. You'll have that day too. He gently patted Su Li's hand. What tactics, what strategy? We're just playing games of strategy with the youngsters, relying on our age. That's all we have left in our old age. Why should all the resources be tilted towards us? This is what you deserve. So this is what we owe. We dedicated our lives to upholding our principles and shouldering our mission. Our greatest perseverance and persistence are for this final moment. Do you really think that what you learned here is all there is? No, it's not. We old hands all have a few tricks up our sleeves. Old John smiled mysteriously, grabbed the blood-stained towel from the bed sheet, and smacked Su Li in the face. Hurry up and wipe your nosebleed. It's time to sleep, so pack up and get out of here. Old Sun and Old Chi are leaving this afternoon. Oh, and that old Ba *** known as the Iron Wool. Look at the time. You have half an hour to clean yourself up. Don't run away from the East District's helipad. Su Li took the towel, dabbed his face twice, and then got up to search for his uniform. Old John glanced at Su Li, who was frantically packing, then slowly lowered his head and walked out with a staggering step. Chapter 548. By the time Su Li arrived, the East District's tarmac was already packed with people. The three elderly men's hunched figures stood out even in the crowd. For once, they, who had always worn only hospital gowns, were wearing their military uniforms. Their sparse hair was no longer left to grow freely, but now meticulously combed. Their straight uniforms straightened their hunched figures considerably. The stack of service badges on their chests was so thick it was hard to tell how many there were. The general stars on their shoulders gleamed brightly in the soft sunlight. Bright smiles adorned their faces, not a trace of fear about heading off to the battlefield. Instead, they looked genuinely happy, as if they had found their destiny. Beside them, the other elderly men grumbled and complained, wondering why they were not the ones going. But the three of them ignored the scolding, standing straight and facing the camera with the most serene smiles of their lives. Grandpa. Hey! Xiao Su's here. Come on, stand behind us and let's take a picture together. We'll develop it and hang it on your photo wall. I'm telling you, there are so many people who want to take a picture with this old man, and not everyone gets that privilege. Except you. Okay, then I'll stand behind you. Bring your daughter along. There's just one person behind each person. Hey! One extra person? No problem, everyone staggered. You know what? Young people look better in military uniforms. We old folks can't pull off that straight look. What's that? We're just wearing a uniform. You're different. You're the very soul of this uniform. You bastard, you're such a talker. Come closer to me, let me, an old man, borrow your straight-legged trousers. Su Li stood between Old Chi and Old Sun, causing Old Wang to grow dissatisfied. Give me another one later. One more, another. All of them. The cameraman stood in the distance, beaming. Leaders, Please look at the camera. As the shutter clicked, the elderly people's faces didn't betray a trace of impatience. Damn it, we take pictures every year, but this year we haven't cursed. Well, let's take individual pictures first. After that, take a family portrait. I can take a few more pictures with my most proud apprentice. Hurry up. Don't rush. Each person can only take 3 pictures. Remember the time. It's okay. I'll try to take as many pictures as possible for you leaders, and I won't waste too much time. The cameraman smiled, his camera in hand never stopping. He didn't just take 1, 2, or 3 pictures, he captured everything about the elderly man in front of him from every angle. Suli didn't waste any time. He felt he had never been so nervous. He kept a close eye on the cameraman's expression and movements, and even a glance from the other person would instantly register. The whole process didn't take too long. After taking the photos, the crew began to withdraw. A large group of medical staff gathered the elderly people and began to change their clothes. The Met girls were all squeezed out of the compartment, but Suli wasn't. He watched helplessly as his uniform peeled away, revealing the emaciated body beneath. This wasn't just skin and bones. Even the skin itself was beginning to become transparent, as if, after a while, he'd be able to clearly see through it and see his internal organs. Is that scaring you? It's nothing to be afraid of. I've seen the flashing swords and clashes of the battlefield. What's there to be afraid of in this old man's body? Suli didn't respond, simply staring blankly at the dense network of tubes attached to the transparent skin, his heart trembling. A medical staff member dressed the old man in a specially made uniform. The style of the uniform was somewhat similar to the Met girls' combat uniforms, also tight-fitting. However, those uniforms were riddled with holes. One by one, the tubes were pulled out, exposing the uniforms, and then the uniforms were made to fit the old man's bodies perfectly. 3 standard nutrient chambers were placed in the center of the compartment. They were filled with a pale blue liquid. Suli didn't know the ingredients, but he could imagine that they could maintain a certain level of vitality in the old man's body. However, all such potions come with a price. Regenerating a severed limb consumes vitality. Maintaining vitality consumes the body's potential. But do they still have so-called potential and vitality to waste? I never thought I'd be able to have my own apprentice send me off before heading to the battlefield. Honestly, that's a pretty good feeling. Old Lou and the others don't get that treatment. Haha, they'll be so pissed off when they get to the battlefield. Don't worry, Grandpa. Not only will I send you off, I'll also welcome you back in triumph. Suli's words cast a silence over the compartment. After a long pause, Old Chi suddenly burst into laughter. All right. Just because you said that, my apprentice's teachings weren't in vain. My spirits are instantly lifted. I'm not bragging, I'm invincible on the battlefield, unbeatable. When I return triumphantly, if I don't see you, I'll die in a second. I dare not. I will personally greet you. Old Chi smiled at Suli, then, with the medical staff's help, he slowly laid down in the compartment. The medical staff connected tube after tube, and then, under Suli's watchful eyes, sealed the entire nutrition compartment. Suli grabbed a medical worker's arm, pointed at the nutrition pod in front of them, and whispered, "Once the old man's body is over there, how will he command the battle?" The medical worker pointed to the port at the top of the pod and whispered, "Through that port, they can connect to their own Mechagirl consciousness to issue commands. This way, the burden on the body will be minimized." Have there been any breakthroughs in neural connection technology? No. That's why their nutrient solution is mixed with a large amount of anesthetic. Suli's heart trembled again. The door to the compartment opened again, and 3 Mechagirls entered, slowly approaching their respective masters. They gently stroked the nutrition pods, then slowly tightened their grip on the handles of the carts. The crowd automatically parted, watching them push their masters away, and slowly walk towards the transport ship docked outside. No one said a word, watching them quietly as they left, as if they had become accustomed to such partings. Even though each of them knew that this would most likely be their last. Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! That little Sue. Get some rest, and hurry back to the simulation room. We still have a bunch of people waiting in line. Yeah. Stop looking. You'll still have time to look when they send us off. Suli didn't even have time to reflect before he was pushed by hands, heading towards the simulation room. He could only twist his head with all his might, watching the hatch of the armed transport slowly close, and then, with the roar of its engines, it slowly took off into the air. Chapter 549. On Ling Sui Star, Gao Mingrui frowned slightly, as he looked at the frequent locations of Zerg motherships on the star map. It's possible this is due to Ruozi's impending upgrade. To be honest, We haven't even seen an Emperor-level being. But it's undeniable that it exists. If another Emperor-level creature is born within the sphere of influence of one, it's only natural that others would suppress it. He paced the room uneasily. The Zerg's early evolutionary system is constant. Only during the Zerg Emperor stage can it change. As for everything after that, we lack the corresponding information. Even the mechanical tree doesn't have any corresponding records. The possibility you mention is indeed possible. To verify its plausibility, we only need to send Rosie out, and we'll find out. But where should she be sent? To the Corporate Federation? Let's not even talk about that. It still belongs to the heartland of the human race. For example, there are still subsequent infiltration missions there. Those from the Enterprise Federation can all serve as reserves for Su Li's 2nd Legion. Such a valuable source of troops, it would be a bit hard to abandon them just like that. He pointed at the star map. Here. We deployed an outpost here. We were already making preparations after defeating Pride. The Crypt race there has already established some connections with us, and it serves as our weapons factory. If we're just trying it out, it shouldn't be a problem. After all, we planted some small trees there. If anything unexpected happens, Rosie can evacuate immediately. Gao Mingrui looked at the star map and connected the locations of all the Zerg motherships. If this is a Zerg uprising, or a general offensive orchestrated by some high-ranking Zerg, then we're facing a matter of life and death. Eve straightened her clothes and looked at Gao Mingrui with a raised eyebrow. Why are you getting more cowardly with age? Just do it. You defended it for hundreds of years, and now you can't? Gao Mingrui rolled his eyes. Let's not talk about that. Are you actually under contract? What? Are you afraid I'll run away with the mechanical island? That's pointless. Why do you care if I'm under contract? I'm telling you, Gao Mingrui. You're under contract now. Best not to mess with me. I already have a master. If I'm displeased, I can just whisper in your ear and use a little bit of trickery, and I'll kidnap all the military gods you trained. You mech girl, are completely unreasonable. You know? I can be even more unreasonable. I'll take Su Li's entire legion, and Ruozi too. I'll piss you off. You better contact Su Li as soon as possible. Try to transfer Ruozi out. If that doesn't work, I'm afraid we'll have to risk the entire Longo. He rubbed his chest, suddenly feeling a pang of suffocation. Those old men, each one of his predecessors, were now entering the battlefield in nutrient pods. It was just a precaution. But judging by the current situation, that precaution seemed inevitable. He suddenly realized that he had an unprecedented hope that the Zerg were attracted by Ruozi's promotion to the Emperor level. That way, they could keep the battlefield outside their territory. Eve, standing to one side, also had a grim expression. Joking around wouldn't solve any problems. She immediately contacted Su Li, and after receiving the desired response, her eyes fixed on the star map before her. The observatory still received the news no one wanted to hear. As if oblivious to Ruozi's presence, the mothership suddenly appeared in the starry sky, spraying streams of glaring acid at the densely packed space stabilizers. Countless space stabilizers were damaged, leaving vast swathes of space exposed. It was foreseeable that these vacant positions could be used by new Zerg motherships at any moment. Aboard the ships, personnel scurried to safety. Commands were issued, and the ships began to rapidly turn. Port 15 degrees, right muzzle open, weapons charged and ready within 30 seconds. Countdown now, 30, 29. Assault ships charge. Close. Close. At all costs, we must not let the Archer Zerg break through the defenses. One assault ship after another was launched. The immense thrust jerked the pilot's body backward. Immediately, a blinding blue light erupted from behind the assault ship. Following the mothership's energy beam, the assault ships, one after another, rushed into the battlefield. In terms of agility, the assault ships were inferior to the Archer bugs. However, their extensive weapon systems and defensive capabilities significantly narrowed the gap between the two. Ship after ship rushed into the battlefield in dense formations, each one bearing the determination to die. In the spacious mothership's cabin, each pilot sat in his own cockpit, accompanied by his pilot girl, silently awaiting orders. The mech girls aboard the ship were all elite soldiers selected from various legions. Their lowest rank was A-class. The ship shook violently, making everyone's heart leap to their throats. Each mech grasped the handrails beside them, doing their best to steady themselves. Through the portholes, one could clearly see the soft energy beams and glaring flames outside. The shields flickered constantly, but it didn't offer any comfort. Destroyed warships and the enormous silhouette of the enemy mothership were everywhere. Orders have been issued. A-class mech girls remain to man the naval guns. The rest of you, form up and follow me, charge. A yellow mech straightened itself, quickly walked to the catapult, and secured itself. Followed by the mech girls, each one mounted. The yellow mech glanced at the other mechs, saluted them, and then slammed the ejection button. As a glaring red light illuminated the cabin, the cold mechanical chime seemed to warm up at that moment. Ejection preparations are complete. In 5 seconds, ejection will be complete. Wishing you all good luck in your military endeavors. Above the mecha girls, hatches opened. They were pushed into the hatches by the catapults, and at the moment the countdown ended, they were launched into space. A dense swarm of mecha girls suddenly appeared around the mothership. Faint blue light emanated from their backs, carrying them like fireflies, charging towards the swarming archer bugs. What the assault ships lack in flexibility, they will make up for. Left and right vanguards, abandon your charge and prepare. We'll lure them out. Order the mothership to recover power and reverse the thrusters. We'll retreat while fighting, encircling them all. This time, not a single one of them will escape. If they fail to deliver, or fire even a single shot, we'll face court-martial. Chapter 550. The fierce battle in space was silent and heroic. Every vibration of the ship sent tremors through everyone's heart. Ships sailing in space were, in essence, iron coffins. They were cold yet scorching, possessing immense dimensions that were difficult to grasp, yet possessing an incomparable heat. But when they completely lost power, they would become a drifting speck of dust in the vast universe, carrying countless heroic souls as they began their journey to oblivion. This was the fate of all the sailors, and the aspiration of their hearts. They had spent most of their lives with their ships, and would remain so for the rest of their lives. But their journey would only truly begin once the ships were powered down. And now, the cabin was filled with the commander's shouts and commands. One command after another was precisely conveyed and executed, and the vast fleet began to creep slowly towards the rear. The mechas and assault ships that soared into the sky were like abandoned pawns. On the central mothership, Old Lou lay quietly in the nutrition chamber. The chamber was tightly connected to the mecha mistress, carried on her back. The massive mecha mistress sat in a specially designed seat, methodically sending commands one after another. In the nutrition chamber, tiny bubbles rose. Old Lou had never felt so relieved by his physical condition. 10 years, 15 years, or 20 years, for the first time, his body, plagued by illness, felt a sense of lightness he had never experienced before. If this was the end of his life, he would accept it. Deploy the 3rd Squadron to the designated location and conduct a targeted ambush. As long as the Queen doesn't fall for it, it means there's a hidden commander behind it. As long as they're willing to enter the encirclement, this battle is still viable. Amidst the starry sky, a small number of ships, shielded by a large number of ships, broke up into smaller groups and quietly began their warp. They headed to the 2 flanks to reinforce, preventing the enemy from encircling them if high-level queens were present. Bursts of artillery fire, blinding beams of light pierced the Zerg swarm and poured down on the Zerg positions. The mothership's main guns easily pierced the layers of archer Zerg defenses, piercing the Zerg mothership. But such an attack was clearly not enough to inflict any serious damage. As long as the king core within was intact, the Zerg mothership would have countless opportunities to repair and recover. Whether on the ground or in space, the fearless Zerg are equally formidable. The only difference is that on the ground battlefield, the mecha girls are the absolute main force, while in space, humans are the core of the entire combat system. Attack! Forward! Not a single step back. Push back the archer bugs offensive. Just 4 Zerg motherships are running wild on our Longzhou territory. Chase them down. Close in. Get close. The assault ship's advantage is speed. Push them to maximum speed. What? You can't stop? Then ram them. How did the Dawn Legion sail their ships? That bitch Ewok can do it, so why can't you? Remember to empty your energy before ramming them. One archer bug after another exploded in midair, their bloated bellies bursting open, sending dots of orange acid dancing through space like sparks. The acid splashed onto the ship's shield, immediately causing corrosion. The broad hull crushed through one archer bug after another, its momentum unwavering. A torrent of steel plunged into the swarm, the energy beams from the guns never stagnating. Mecha girls hovered beside the assault ship, shielding the ship's progress and helping it eliminate any half-dead enemies along the way. Under the glaring firelight, the resolute faces in the cockpit were illuminated orange. The acid corroded the exterior armor, burning shallow pits into it. The wreckage of archer bugs and mecha girls floated in the air. The massive mecha passed over the crowd's faces, its cockpit completely pierced by the acid. The burning metal glowed a faint orange, and the mecha girls and pilots within had long since been corroded to death. War always brings death. A mecha girl raised her hand, grabbed the corpse of her companion, and held it before her, charging at the archer bugs ahead. Tears streamed from her eyes, her teeth nearly gnashing. Yet, she still swung her great sword with all her might at the archer bugs ahead. With one blow, she decapitated the beast, and the massive body struggled and drifted away through space, its long legs moving involuntarily, as if playing its final elegy. A cacophony of voices rose and fell on the communication channel. Cries of surprise, calls. Some voices stopped abruptly, only half spoken. Attack! We must attack! Only by staying close to the Zerg mothership and displaying a fearless spirit can we withstand the vast swarm. Protect the assault ship's advance. All ships, prepare your main guns. Bombard the coordinates on both flanks, leaving the center clear. The soldier manned the gun, its temperature rising visibly with the constant fire. The coolant was no longer effective. The rising heat singed the hairs on the soldier's face. The gun is overheating. Keep firing, and it'll explode. Fire even if it explodes. Will the enemy stop their attack just because your gun explodes? The captain of the assault ship pulled the joystick, and the entire ship spun rapidly around its central axis, dodging the acid spray from the shooter worms. The shield's light flickered twice before extinguishing completely. Through the porthole, the gunner could clearly see the trajectory of the acid spray. He paled, kissed the photo in his pocket, then donned his thick heat-insulated gloves and gripped the gun's trigger handle. The gloves sizzled from the heat. The gunner struggled to align his aim, bringing his face close to the sights. Captain, we're at our limit. I'm leaving. He pressed the fire button, and the cannon, barely cooled, unleashed a final blast of energy. The energy block in front of the soldier instantly shattered, shattering into countless fragments, blasting the soldier to pieces. A blinding red light flashed across the ship, and the decompression alarm rang throughout the vessel. However, the assault ship was short-staffed to begin with. One captain, 2 gunners, and a maintenance technician were the maximum capacity. Seal the cabin! Comrades, we arrived. None of the remaining men moved. The cabin no longer needed to be sealed. Their bodies twisted in an instant, and blood spurted from every part of them. The assault ship forcibly broke through the Archer Zerg's encirclement, and slammed heavily into the Zerg mothership, hundreds of times larger than itself. The flashes of secondary explosions flashed. A large portion of the ship's hull began to break apart. Under the fearless charge of the assault ships, the balance of the battlefield shifted for the first time. A Zerg mothership sustained severe damage, its remaining fragments beginning to tear through space. Ripples of light rippled through the air as more B-class frigates closed in, their blinding beams of light completely disrupting the air, thwarting its attempts at escape. Since we're here, we'll stay. In this battle, no Zerg mothership can escape. Chapter 551. Tianshu Star Ward. Why aren't you letting me join the battle? Su Li's eyes flushed slightly, as he stared at the virtual old man before him. Why are those old men allowed to fight, but I can't? Do you know how many people I sent away these past few days? No sooner had they taught me strategy than they were loaded into nutrient tanks. I bet you don't know. What the hell are those nutrient tanks? They're coffins. Gao Mingrui remained silent. He simply sat quietly at his desk, fingers crossed, watching Su Li's hysteria. Su Li resented this expression. When he first stormed the parliament, he had acted so high and mighty, sitting in the speaker's chair, his eyes cast down at him. And that calm old face made it impossible to tell what he was thinking. Speak up. Why? Why does the Dawn Legion have to stay on Lingsue Star and carry out some ridiculous rear-line cleanup plan? We're the strongest force, aren't we? Why leave our strongest forces unused and cause unnecessary sacrifices? Gao Mingrui frowned. He hadn't expected Su Li to ask such a foolish question. But considering that his emotions were already suppressed to a certain extent, he chose to explain. The war has just begun. This battle should have been fought long ago, or rather, we've been waiting for it to begin. We've been preparing since the day the Zerg arrived. If you were at the poker table, unable to see the other side's cards, would you throw out a trump card? Besides, the Dawn Legion isn't exactly a trump card. Their high strength is needed more. They need enough battles to grow. As for you, your first priority is to complete your studies. He looked at Su Li deeply, carefully considering his words, and slowly spoke. I heard many say you're the most gifted student they ever met. That's a good point. You know, each of them is over 100 years old, forcing themselves to live despite their frail bodies, firstly for the sake of the inheritance, and secondly, because they've been waiting for this moment. It's you've given them hope for the inheritance. That's why, After teaching you, they resolutely set out on the battlefield. Not just you. All the high-ranking commanders currently serving, at least those above the rank of Legion Commander, have been temporarily relieved of their duties. On the front lines, we old hands are all that matter. You'll have your chance to fight. If even we can't hold our own, even if you show up again, it's still too late. There's still time. Study hard. The battle on the front lines has already begun. If I were you, I sit quietly, watching their active performance in battle, and further ingrain the application of strategy and tactics into my mind. Instead of yelling like a fighting cock, I stick my neck out and shout. I'm not a high-ranking commander, let alone a Legion commander. I'm just a Legion commander. But you're the commander of the Dawn Legion. You're also the commander of the Bionic Mecha Division. You're the only thing holding Ruozi NE back. I can make an exception and allow Ruozi to join the battle. At least her queen can effectively divide the fleet. But you, until you complete all your studies, are forbidden to leave Tian Shu-Star. Violators will be subject to military court. Su Li clenched his fists upon hearing this. This was the first time Gao Mingrui had spoken such harsh words to him. Study? The bodies of his comrades on the front lines were blown to the sky, and he could only sit here and study? They are the true foundation of Long-O. Do you want them to leave, unwillingly and unwillingly? Su Li heard this, and his heart trembled slightly when he thought of the relieved smiles on the faces of those elders as they left. I will study. As long as I finish my studies, I can go to the battlefield. Gao Mingrui glanced at Su Li and nodded slowly. The call was disconnected. Eve walked up to Gao Mingrui, looked at the star map before her, and whispered, "You should have let him come back. The core aboard the Zerd mothership is a valuable asset. It can help him rapidly increase his personal strength. It's the most essential energy source for building the mechanical island." But what if the Zerd mothership is just a decoy? At this point, we don't even know who our opponent is or where they are. We're going to let him die in the dark. But the problem is, what's the point of delaying him for a few days? He still has to return to the front lines. You imposed too many new constraints on him these past few days. These constraints will make him work harder, but the problem is, everything is too much. All these constraints are on the battlefield. How can he survive alone on Tian Shu-Star? Moreover, if all of you are gone, what's the point even if a new generation takes over? Eve looked at Gao Mingrui. She understood that he wanted to preserve the flame. But she disagreed with his current strategy. We don't have to stick to our old ways. We now have 2 mechanical trees, and Su Li's small tree has contributed a large number of species. The battle line doesn't have to be right at home. As long as we gather the entire Dawn Legion, we can pull the Zerg out to fight. Drag them out to fight? Yes. Let Su Li lead the Dawn Legion, and I'll join him. As long as we're fast enough, we can hunt down a large number of queens on the outskirts and plant the tree seeds on those planets without queens. That way, we can quickly establish a buffer zone leading to Longzhou. We were all wrong, thinking the tree seeds would provide shelter. But they can serve far more than just a shelter. Black Feather's research has yielded great results. Small tree species can also evolve in multiple directions. Gao Mingrui narrowed his eyes. He searched through the report in front of him, but found nothing about Black Feather. This hasn't been put into writing yet. However, the little tree she nurtured with Arrogant's body does possess some of Arrogant's powers. Perhaps this is just a disguise. If it truly evolves the corresponding abilities, it might even be able to command the Zerg. By then, all the Zerg that have landed on the planets in the quarantine zone will become our strongest barrier. Gao Mingrui glanced up at Eve. All of this is just theoretical. How sure are you that it's going to work in practice? Eve narrowed her eyes and held up a finger. About 20%. Then let's do it. Prepare the troops and recall all the Dawn Legion. Once he finishes learning from the veterans, we'll launch our operation. We'll shoulder all the fighting in the rear. But the construction of the quarantine zone outside will be left to you. Chapter 552. Armed transports rose and landed one after another. Citizens on all the planets sensed a different atmosphere. Most of the Longzhou teams began to retreat defensively, and even the mechs on duty on the streets took on a distinctly solemn air. The perceptive public immediately sensed something was amiss. Especially with the announcement of a postponement for the upcoming competition. This undoubtedly gave even more people a whiff of something unusual. Currently, the most crowded locations on all the planets, besides the airports, were the recruitment centers. The Dawn Legion mechs, brimming with blood and iron, were fighting in the war zone one moment, only to receive orders to return to the nearest airport the next. The Dawn Legion had only a few members scattered outside. Those who had just finished competing had just finished rotating out their personnel, and before they had even spent 2 days on the battlefield, they received orders to return. Amid the chaotic crowd, the Dawn Legion mecha girls huddled together, perched on their backpacks, waiting for the ship to dock. 537 glanced at the commands on the military terminal and nudged 534 with her shoulder. Girls, it's time for a war. Hasn't it been going on every day? I mean, this time it's going to be a tough one. Has any of the previous battles been tough? 537 suddenly realized that her eloquence wasn't enough in front of 534. She couldn't help but frown as she watched her clutching the terminal, playing games. Yes, that's fine. Did you hear the Legion commander return from Tianshu Star? After we get back, do we have time to visit Sister 038's shop? I was thinking of buying a couple more dresses. 534 raised her head, a look of disbelief on her face. You're still buying skirts? Why are you buying so many? If you buy more clothes, don't stuff them in my closet. Of course I'm wearing them for the commander. Otherwise, why would I buy them? Was it useful? Of course it was. Every time I wore a new dress, the commander always took a few extra glances. TSK, if you were wearing a sack, he'd even be interested in you and your mental state. Do you believe it? 537 nodded in agreement. I believe it. Because I done it. 534 paused, her mouth slightly parted, her eyes wide. Are you serious? Yeah. I was wearing a sack with flesh-colored stockings, white socks, and small leather shoes. You didn't see how the commander's eyes went blank. He dragged me into the room. Just when I thought he was going to touch me. 534's ears perked up involuntarily. He patted my head and asked if I was feeling down lately. I was silent for a moment, and then he gave me a box of candy, telling me that eating it would make me feel better. I tell you, he kept giving me candy for a week straight, patting my head every time. 534 was speechless. Look at your outfit, aren't you straight? Forget the Legion commander, who would be straight. After such a huge sacrifice, all you got was a few boxes of candy and a pat on the head. She stared at 537 in front of her. Sister, you gone astray. Have you forgotten how you used to give advice to others? Now, when it comes to yourself, you're taking a completely different approach? Upon hearing this, 537 became irritated. Am I trying to be different? Don't you even look up? The mecha girls around the commander are all dressed up in all the most glamorous outfits. With so many mecha girls, anyone who dares to dress even slightly revealingly will be attacked. I don't understand. We all have the same goal, yet we insist on forming a strategic alliance and wearing the same clothes. What's the point? I just want to ask, what's the point? The Cheongsam is beautiful, and the maid outfit is cute. But the problem is, they're all the same. How can we show our individuality? I'm wearing green hair, and yet I call others goblins. Everyone knows it. Who wouldn't want to impress the commander and hug him? 534 frowned. Seeing 536 approach from a distance, he covered 537's mouth with his hand. What? Am I wrong? It's obvious everyone has their own agenda. If that's the case, why don't we just work together to protect the commander? As for everything else, we'll naturally figure it out. I'll wear it when I go back this time, and I'll even switch it up. Hey! Whoever dislikes me can just follow suit. I'm just a fairy, so what? You, aren't you afraid of being ganged up on? Of course. I wear it because I want to. I'm trying to make sure the commander is in a good mood. The video says that looking at beautiful women makes men feel good. If the commander is happy, then we're happy too. 534 pondered for a moment, then suddenly realized she made sense. Well, then I'll wear it when I go back. I recently learned a new way to tie my hair that makes me look more mature. Really? Teach me. I'll teach you, no problem, but I only bought one set of props. What props? Yeah, the prosthesis. Oh, thank you. I can't use it. 534 narrowed her eyes, suddenly wanting to materialize her massive cannon and shove it behind 537. Did that woman just give her a sidelong glance? 536 finally approached the two of them, still in her immaculate uniform. Her combat boots were always polished to a gleam. Even when she sat on a backpack, she would immediately lower her head to polish her boots. The two mecha girls stared at her mirror-like boots and tactfully shut their mouths. What were you talking about just now? Something about something useful or not? 534 glanced at 530's chest and rolled her eyes. Nothing much, just some tactical equipment. She had no idea what this thing was good for. Besides interfering with her movements, it just kept dangling. If a man saw this, he have to use his extra hands to hold onto it. Wouldn't that be cumbersome? 536, upon hearing this, said nonchalantly, then take it with you. It doesn't matter if it's useful or not. It's better if it's useful than not having it when you need it. 534 was stunned. It felt as if she had heard it, yet it also felt as if she hadn't. Outside the waiting room's vast glass walls, a series of armed transports slowly came to rest beside their landing gear. In the hall, a mechanical voice, devoid of any emotion, began to roll. Transport ship K34587 has docked. Mechanic girls, please board within 10 minutes. 537 lifted her standard suitcase with one hand and her backpack with the other. Seeing the Dawn Legion mechanic girls stand up, the crowd heading toward the relevant passageway instinctively parted, clearing a path for them. She glanced at 534 and lowered her voice. I suddenly remembered what I'm missing. What do you think of a high-slit nun's uniform? I have fair skin, so it would look great in it. 534 glanced at the parting crowd, picked up her suitcase, and bowed slightly to the crowd. I think you should go back first. Also, don't discuss this in public. It's easy for someone with ulterior motives to find out the Legion commander's sexual preferences. 536 frowned at this. What sexual preferences? What did I miss? What's wrong with the Legion commander? Besides big breasts, a slim waist, long legs, skirts, stockings, and pouty lips, what else does he like? 537 stopped in his tracks and turned around. Pouty lips? You said the Legion commander likes pouty lips? I was just out on a few missions. What did I miss? Chapter 553. Looking at the vibrant mech girls before them, the crowd that had silently parted ways couldn't help but sigh. They watched them pass by, listened to them discuss their clothing and liveries, and suddenly realized that these mech girls, with their extraordinary combat prowess, were just ordinary people, their daily lives no different from theirs. They, too, loved to apply beautiful makeup and enjoy delicious food. They also coveted vacations, and complained about the intensity of their training. They were beautiful and energetic. Though they carried a stern aura, when they smiled, the entire hall seemed brighter. Wanted? Alas, the Dawn Legion never recruited new soldiers. They only recruited from the grassroots ranks, selecting the best of the best. Many people were content to see these mech girls up close and personal. They saw these mech girls with such bright smiles, conquering cities and territories for them, conquering planet after planet. Most victorious. A frail-looking little girl looked at the mecha girl passing by and whispered her best wishes. She couldn't even muster up enough courage, so her voice was low. But everyone present, even those nearby, felt a tremor in their hearts. The trembling voice, like a ray of light, shone into the crowd. After warming a few, the warmth spread throughout the hall. Most victorious to the Dawn Legion. Come back alive. Everyone must come back alive. The crowd paused for a moment before resuming their forward movement. They formed an orderly line. Though their steps were still brisk, the cacophony of footsteps made everyone feel a sense of heaviness. The sound wave followed their steps, and behind them, people gathered again, silently watching them leave. In the crowd, a man who had already decided to return to his home planet with his parents stopped walking and said, "Dad, I don't want to go back." The parents glanced at their child, silent. They knew what their child wanted to say, but they only had this one child. "You're still young. You can have another child. No, maybe 3, 4. But my life, even if it's willful and irresponsible, I feel I should go." Just as the mother was about to step forward, the father grabbed her arm. Looking at his son's determined expression, despite his immense reluctance, he suddenly realized that the child before him, who used to always beg for money, had suddenly grown up, become a man. For the first time, he saw seriousness on his child's face, his unwavering resolve for his future. "Go! Don't bring shame to our family on the battlefield." The mother couldn't hold back her tears. The man, carrying his luggage, didn't even glance back. He swiftly left the waiting room, hailed a hovercraft, and headed straight for the conscription office. The conscription office building was already completely jammed. The staff could only stand on the platform, shouting into the crowd with loudspeakers, "Everyone, everyone! This is just a regular recruitment. We don't need too many people. Please don't wait here. After filling out the forms, if you meet all requirements, we will contact you. Please don't block the conscription office door." "What do you mean by regular recruitment? Do you take us for fools?" "That's right. They already started fighting the bugs. How do you clerks actually do things? Do we have to wait until the troops are heavily reduced in numbers? Can't we just join the reserves first? Everyone listen to us. We have our own reserves. All veterans who have been retired within 10 years are our first choice. Bullshit. Why? Why should they defend our country again when they already done it once? Why can't they give us the chance? What? They touched a gun? Is that a reason? Then, these are all traditional skills. Not to mention men, how many women need to learn them these days? What's wrong with tattoos? Do they keep me from killing bugs? Or are you afraid the bugs will mistake me for their relative? I care for fallen girls, so much so that I have a criminal record. My dad's debts. What does that have to do with me? Sir, I'm a shaman, not an alien. This is a family passed down from ancient times. Forget it, I can't explain this to you. I'll just shave my head, okay? The overcrowded conscription office blocked 2 street corners, forcing a large number of mobile troops to be deployed to maintain law and order. Such scenes were played out on almost every planet and city in Longzhou. The battlefield never belongs to individuals. At least in the eyes of most Longzhou people, life and death concern each individual. It's great to be young. I'm old, what else can I do? A trembling old man surveyed the bustling scene before him, smacking his lips. His partner was undecided, pondering his move for nearly 5 minutes. Finally, he decided to take a gamble, betting that his opponent hadn't seen the move that would surely kill him, and reluctantly, he placed his knight right in front of his opponent's mouth. What can you do? Can you smoke 2 more packs of cigarettes? Think of it as military support. That's right, a cigarette is like alcohol. The more you smoke, the more you have. One when you wake up, a puff before bed. Yeah. That's it. Otherwise, you'll live to be 99. I'm not kidding. After today, I'll be 99 tomorrow. Checkmate. You old bastard, I better get rid of you today. I gave you the horse to eat, and you insisted on checking me. TSK, chess character reflects character. My wife is absolutely right. I can't play with you anymore. You old bastard, your chess character is terrible. Even if you want to play with me, I won't. The 2 old men paused, then raised their eyes simultaneously, looking at each other's old faces. Shocked, speechless, then a look of uncertainty between laughter and tears. The 2 men said in unison, "You're going back too? That's great. When did you leave? Back to your original unit? The old marshal has retired. So what's wrong with me, the Legion commander, going back?" The old man who won the game grinned, a wry smile on his face. "Your 7th Legion is still here. You can have that kid Lin Tian and as your deputy. It's perfect for you to lead him. But my Legion was wiped out by the disaster. Isn't the 76th Army still here?" The old man's hand trembled slightly as he gripped the chess piece. After a moment he said, "It's still here, but its spirit has changed." Chapter 554. Lingsue Star, Large Conference Room. Gao Mingrui sat at the head of the table, spreading the entire star map across the conference room. Over 200 virtual avatars of elderly people appeared at the seats in the conference room. Behind each of them, a series of virtual avatars appeared. They were younger, but even so, they must have been in their 60s, if not their 70s or 80s. Looking around, there wasn't a single young person in the entire conference room. The space battlefield will be assigned to Marshals Lu Hongtao, Zhang Jinyu, and Li Jianguo. Each will command 2 fleets. Surviving officers from their former fleets will directly fill the corresponding command and combat positions. The current commanders will be dismissed. If you have any objections, you may appoint them as deputies. 3 marshals, this battle is of grave importance. We must not only defend it to the death, but also buy sufficient time for our allies and our hopes. Lu Hongtao smiled calmly, expressing his resolve in just 4 words: death. As for the remaining marshals, the military has assigned you battlefields best suited to your strengths. Each of you will have 10 conventional legions at your disposal. However, we must admit that this Zerg attack was so sudden that our pilots' adaptive training has only just begun. The number of pilots capable of reaching the level of the Dawn Legion is limited. Therefore, we have strengthened our artillery regiments accordingly. Thanks to the unconventional metals provided by the mechanical island, the service life of our current artillery cannons is more than double that of previous ones. Commander Gao, I have a question. Marshal Wang, please speak. Do we have sufficient ammunition this time? Gao Mingrui nodded his head emphatically. With enhanced coordination among all departments, conventional ammunition should be enough to sustain the current legion for a year. With high-level weaponry, it's enough to sustain the campaign for 3 months. As for star destroyers, Longzhou still has 3,768. Hiss. A gasp echoed in the meeting hall. This level of resources was truly beyond their imagination. Even during the Coalition era, the number of conventionally recorded Star Destroyers was only a few hundred. Over 3,000 rounds hidden from the corporate Federation. 6. If they can't win this battle, their ancestors will burst forth from the earth and slap them in the face. If they can't fight, how can they not perish together? Does Longzhou have 3,700 planets under its command? Nonsense. Even if you divide 3 of each planet, there's still some left. This wasn't just so-called foundation. It was the ultimate source of confidence for all the generals present. Gao Mingrui blurted out the long-held secret. First, to confirm that none of these veterans were spies. Second, to reassure them, to let them truly feel that Longzhou is no longer what it used to be. Do you have any questions? The purpose of this combat meeting is to answer your questions. We don't have much time. Once the necessary deployments are complete, you must rush to the battlefield and take over command. Li Jianguo raised his hand. The Outer Isolation Zone mission. Does he have to go? I mean, this little BS **** promised me he escorted me back victorious. The skin on Gao Mingrui's face trembled, and he nodded gently. It has to be him. His competition has been cancelled too. What a shame. I still want to see who is the strongest fighter in the Dawn Legion. It doesn't matter. We can still watch after the battle. Let him compete again then, that's all. That's right. I'm definitely not going to die, but that kid's competition is really exhausting. Watching the extremely abrupt and unnatural change of topic in the meeting room, Gao Mingrui fell silent. He simply stood up straight and gave a standard military salute to the elders before him. Masters, everything is up to you. Lu Hongtao turned away first. Get out of here, you droopy face. Who are you, Su Li? I only accepted one disciple in my life. Ditto. The unanimous voice of over 200 people, and the silent turning of their heads, made Gao Mingrui lower his head. The virtual scene suddenly dissipated. When Jing leaned over to his side and handed him a handkerchief. What are you doing? I'm not crying. I know you're not crying. Wipe your nose. It's all dripping on the table. Gao Mingrui's shoulders trembled slightly, and he remained silent for a long time. As the highest leader of Longzhou, he had only spent a very short time on Tianshu Star before fleeing to Lingsue Star. Ostensibly, it was to teach Su Li a lesson. But in reality, it was because he couldn't stand a single day on Tianshu Star. The Qianlong project was a unanimous decision made by all the top leaders, and he personally signed and approved it. For all those years on his home planet, he could feign ignorance, pretend he couldn't see. But he could deceive others, but not himself. Especially every day on Tianshu Star, when he saw these elderly people so often, he wanted to slap himself. Family happiness? The sanatorium was filled with the desperate cries and groans of the elderly. The pain tormented them constantly, yet they persevered. Every time they saw Gao Mingrui, they raised their hands and cursed, their expressions betraying the fact that they were holding on. After all, how could an old man of his age experience the same things as a normal person? There were no such things as medical miracles in this world. So every evening, he quietly slipped away to the sanatorium. Because the nights here were the most real, those violent gasps, each one threatening to kill him, and the agonizing groans, could crush even Gao Mingrui, the steely will. Seeing Gao Mingrui remain motionless for a long time, when Jing took a handkerchief and pressed it against his eyes. Sure enough, even at his age, he still cried like he always did. They fought their entire lives, never having a single day of peace. I know. All their suffering is because of me. I signed that damn document, forcing them to endure so many more years of pain. It's not your fault, it was their choice. But that's because they didn't know they have to endure so much suffering after agreeing. But they never complained, did they? Gentlemen, they have such noble ideals in their hearts, and you're judging them with worldly eyes? What are you doing now? Are you using your cowardice to deny the meaning of their existence? Are you denying their long-standing perseverance? Gao Mingrui, where are the high principles you used when you lectured Su Li? Raise your head. Look at the empty seats before you. If they're destined to remain empty, then as the commander-in-chief, please give them the meaning of their existence. Gao Mingrui raised his head, revealing his red eyes. Then, fight to the death. Chapter 555. Fire Blue Planet, Human Parliament. In the Parliament Hall, all the council members were whispering among themselves. Longzhou is making another big move. They're engaging the Zerg. Isn't this our best opportunity for a counterattack? If we deploy troops in certain key locations, we can easily break down their defenses. With such a large-scale Zerg attack, they shouldn't have the resources to deal with us. The council member had barely finished speaking when he noticed many of the people around him staring at him. Their sinister gazes were chilling. He raised his head, glanced at the tip of the flagpole piercing the ceiling, swallowed, and closed his mouth. Don't act blindly. If you have any ideas, please discuss them carefully and submit a proposal. If you insist on your own way and disregard everyone's opinions, then next time, this flag might not only fly over the parliament, but might even be planted in the home of one of you. The speaker calmly looked at the parliament, now half in his control, and gently adjusted his collar. Even for a Zerg, facing this fattening food every day, even he felt greasy. The chaotic meeting room fell silent, and the next moment, everyone's eyes turned to the speaker's seat. It must be said that this speaker, who once served as director of the Environmental Protection Agency, was extremely qualified. Not only did he maintain his current position, but he also used extremely skillful rhetoric to calm public anger and silence riots. While these legislators didn't care whether the people were rioting or not, people were demonstrating in front of the parliament every day, and they might have to send in the army to suppress them. It was very annoying. Everyone, please think carefully, find your friends, and once you developed a detailed plan, we can present it publicly and address any gaps. We must strive for perfection. This is the purpose of our council, and the purpose of your existence. If we continue like the previous military counselor, the consequences we face next time may not be as simple as sacrificing a few lives. He tapped the table lightly, as if pondering something. After a moment, he proposed a plan. I'll outline a plan, and we'll discuss it based on that. I plan to send a troop to Longzhou, under the guise of providing assistance. This will allow us to better gather information from the front lines, and alleviate the concerns of the military personnel regarding the previous military counselor's erroneous orders. Suspicion. You know, whether it's a full-scale retreat or abandoning our defenses and retreating en masse, in the eyes of the military, we're acting unjustly. The only way to dispel this mindset is to blame certain council members for these mistakes. Our soldiers come from various planets. Although they followed us to the Fire Blue planet, their roots aren't here. So letting them go back might not be a bad option. What's more, having already been stigmatized by the council, once they realize they're not accepted by Longzhou, their centripetal force towards us will be unprecedented. They might even bring their families to help fill the labor shortage we face. As he spoke, the council members' frowns gradually relaxed. As long as they weren't actual reinforcements, it was fine. They had 1,000 schemes and tricks for doing things under the guise of reinforcements. The speaker couldn't help but laugh at the gurgling eyes of the crowd below. Scheme. The sooner he finalized the plan, the easier it would be for him to begin infiltrating the space fleet. Mother had been a bit irritable lately, seemingly due to the Lord's mood, causing her to have a slightly decreased appetite. She was so lazy. An emperor named Lazy was actually working out in her lair? Was the Lord putting some pressure on her? He couldn't figure it out, but he had no direct way to contact the Lord, so he could only worry about it himself. But it should be soon. As soon as he completed infiltrating the space fleet, he could send his own team to subtly report to the Lord about Mother's condition. He gathered his thoughts, and began to think about the infiltration of the Divine Grace sect again. This support operation must be rationalized in every possible way, including the deployment of a portion of the infiltrated Special Forces Division. At least with oversight from the Divine Grace cult, these counselors' concerns will be completely dispelled. After all, the Divine Grace cult is the culprit behind this ongoing trouble. However, no one present could have imagined that the infiltration of the Divine Grace cult is almost complete. Mr. Speaker, in addition to the benefits you outlined for this operation, could we also make a few requests? What requests? Remove the Dawn Legion flags from our heads. The speaker smiled. I will carefully consider it. Once I see your detailed plan, I will submit a letter of intent to their leadership. That's fantastic. This battle flag, standing here, feels like a knife at my throat. Honestly, I haven't had a proper rest in a while. I can't even eat. I lost over 10 pounds in just a short time. The speaker scanned his sturdy frame, unable to discern any weight loss. Even with his insect senses, he thought the man before him had gained 20 pounds. Humans are truly liars. Essentially, the only thing you need to trust in a sentence is the punctuation. At least this pause won't lie. Everyone, get your plans ready as soon as possible. Once Longzhou's defense perimeter is fully deployed, we'll lose our chance to negotiate. After all, there's an old saying in Longzhou, adding icing on the cake is never as good as sending charcoal in the snow. Upon hearing this, the council members hurriedly gathered together to discuss. But they didn't realize that half the people in the hall were completely motionless. Not only didn't they join in the discussion, but they were actually scanning the conversation with interest. Every time they looked at each other, their gazes would exchange, like looking at chickens in a coop at the market, their gazes filled with criticism and inquiry. If it weren't too abrupt, they might even want to pluck every feather from them, just to see for themselves how much they truly weighed. This was probably the last glory of the human council. No, their future would be even more glorious. At the very least, the bionic mecha army composed of them would become the second most powerful force under the Lord, renowned throughout the world. He truly wondered what title the Lord would bestow upon these tireless, growing warriors, capable of fighting again even after losing their bodies. If possible, he hoped it would be destruction, the antithesis of hope. Chapter 556. On the southern front, the day after more reinforcements arrived, waves of Zerg descended from the sky. The sound of gunfire and the smoke of gunfire immediately spread across the battlefield. Their arrival was sudden, but thankfully, the humans were not unprepared. They had long planned for a protracted war, transforming all their frontline outposts into fortresses armed to the teeth. The perimeter of the base was filled with countless flamethrowers. The trench, more than 10 meters wide, was densely packed with red-hot steel plates. Soldiers were pouring asphalt mixed with a special material onto it. Buckets of the black, viscous liquid burst into flames as soon as it entered the scalding trench. The pipes for this asphalt refueling were buried deep underground, allowing for replenishment of the burned-out asphalt at any time. Any Zerg passing overhead would be entangled in the thick asphalt and burned to death in the tunnel. Even if they struggled to crawl out, the inextinguishable flames would continue to sear their bodies. The scale of the tunnel was enough to inflict a heavy toll on small and medium-sized species. Everyone, wear your gas masks. Although the wind blows normally from the north, if a large number of flying Zerg species emerge, we could still inhale the toxic mist. Yes, squad leader. Sweat streamed down the young soldier's neck as he filled bucket after bucket of fuel without a single complaint. The roars of the Zerg outside were, for him, the greatest comfort. In the narrow tunnel, pairs of bright eyes stared at the Zerg trapped in the sea of fire. Even from a distance, their hideous and terrifying appearances were still terrifying. You know, a small species requires only a low-level mecha girl to deal with. At least 10 power armors must be sacrificed to complete the kill. Normally, the instructors taught the soldiers how to self-destruct with all their might after being knocked down by the Zerg, achieving a one-for-one exchange. But now they discovered that the once invincible Zerg were surprisingly vulnerable. A long tentacle fell to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Then, the enormous head of the longhorn beetle appeared in front of the observation window. The head had been broken in two, and its misshapen brain compartment made it difficult to observe. A mecha girl landed in front of the observation window, locked onto her target, and soared again. Squad leader, this is an A-rank mech, right? She's equipped with more equipment than any other mech I ever seen. Don't talk nonsense, she's S-rank. A-rank mechs, aside from those in the Dawn Legion, can't single-handedly fight creatures like the longhorn beetle. The green acid they spew is powerful enough to corrode through a mech's armor. It seems the longhorn beetle isn't as formidable as imagined. If all Zerg attacks were like this, wouldn't this battle be easy? After all, our legion is now mostly S-rank. The squad leader turned and glanced at his soldiers. Once upon a time, he had been just as naive. Until he witnessed a true Zerg swarm. Just focus on your own work. He didn't explain too much, because for a newcomer with little combat experience, there were many things he needed to see with his own eyes to believe. On the horizon, a dense, continuous swarm of insects swarmed like a rapidly approaching black cloud. The squad leader, with a single glance, discerned the forms of numerous large species. He didn't know if the insect swarm had completely surrounded them from all directions. But the sheer mass of them, just from the direction he was observing, was enough to send shivers down his spine. Report. Quick! Report this position. We can already see the insect swarm. Before he could finish his words, bursts of blinding fire erupted in the center of the swarm. Broken limbs flew everywhere, and the oncoming swarm of insects suddenly faltered. This was partly due to the artillery fire, which had greatly helped, and partly because the poisonous mist created by the added asphalt had begun to take a toll on the Zerg. Squad leader. Long ago has been established for so many years. Haven't those scientific research experts developed any insecticides to combat the Zerg? I mean, specialized insecticides. Human imagination is boundless. But they can also overlook the essentials. That's because, against the Zerg's massive size, a tiny dose of toxin wouldn't have any effect at all. If the mecha girls were to spray the insecticide from high altitude, the human soldiers might collapse before the insects were poisoned. Isn't that what we're doing? He glanced at the soldier, who was feigning composure, and couldn't help but grin. He hadn't been so calm back then. He nearly wet his pants. Yes, Sergeant, you're right. The recruit braced himself, feeling his bladder contract violently. He was far from as calm as he appeared. As the overwhelming Zerg swarm approached, he wanted to crawl into his power armor countless times. Only then did he realize how ridiculous his boasts in school had been. Forget about fighting the Zerg in battle. Even the woodlice crawling about among them were almost as tall as himself. Even the home planet had its own native insects. But those tiny creatures, so tiny, would curl up into a ball when frightened. But these before him. He watched helplessly as a woodlice rolled into the asphalt, its countless short legs paddling frantically as the flames burned. The gleaming cold light on its legs left no doubt about the sharpness of its toes. Just as he was utterly shocked, a torrent of steel burst out of the fortress, merging with the swarm of Zerg. They kicked the woodlice at their feet, sending them exploding in the air. The powerful kick even reduced the woodlice to a stream of watery light. The hissing cries of queens echoed from the fortress, instantly throwing the vanguard of the Zerg swarm into chaos. Seizing the opportunity is essential for every qualified warrior. They seized this opportunity and plunged into the Zerg swarm like steel knives, forcibly slicing the once continuous Zerg swarm into countless fragments. The queen's hissing cries echoed from within the Zerg swarm as well. For a moment, a fierce struggle ensued between the two sides for control of the Zerg swarm. However, because the enemy queens were too far back, their own queens easily seized control of the Zerg vanguard and launched a counterattack against the Zerg swarm. Captain Su is truly a genius. Thanks to him for finding a way to tame the queens. Otherwise, facing a Zerg swarm of this magnitude, we have been forced to forge ahead in our power armor. Now, we can focus on our deployment. Even our artillery positions are much more secure than before. Squad leader, do you think I have a chance of joining the Dawn Legion? The squad leader patted the back of the new recruit's head. Want to join the Dawn Legion? You better strengthen your fundamentals first. Chapter 557. In space, Zerg motherships leaped out of the space nodes one after another. They advanced with such force, seemingly determined to give the human fleet no chance to breathe. The commanders had already reached the point of exhaustion. The operators' fingers began to stiffen. Energy weapons began to overheat, and the subsequent explosions of assault ships effectively struck the enemy motherships, but no one knew how long this battle would last. After one ship was destroyed, another appeared. The newly emerged Archer Zergs didn't even attack the warships, instead focusing on clearing the space stabilization devices, laying the foundation for the subsequent ships. Such high intelligence clearly exceeded the Archer Zerg's inherent intelligence. In space, a fierce battle for a space node raged. One side boasted a vastly superior force, while the other had only 3 aging veterans and 6 dwindling fleets. Yet these 3 old men, commanding 6 fleets circling in space, pinned 12 Zerg motherships to their death. The dense swarms of Archer Zergs frantically assaulted the ships' positions, but were constantly outmaneuvered. Despite their repeated attacks, they remained unsuccessful. Even Gao Mingrui, with his vast experience, was stunned. Repeated tactical deductions, repeated replays. The 3 old men had risked everything they had, burning their last breaths. You have to understand that the 2 fleets of the Corporate Federation couldn't withstand tens of thousands of Archer Zergs. Yet, 3 marshals and 6 fleets withstood most of the Zerg pressure. What the ground forces faced was only the beginning. Gao Mingrui felt a pang of anxiety as he looked at the fleet's current state. Although he had long anticipated the possibility of a Zerg attack and had made corresponding preparations, it now seemed that even the most extensive preparations were insufficient. Humanity was no match for the Zerg. They lacked their thick armor and their stamina. If this intense fighting continued, the fleet's demise would be inevitable. But the problem was, he had no more capable troops. All the remaining ships were transporting armies from various planets to reinforce their own defenses. The only consolation was the arrival of Ruozi with her army of Archer Zerg. This undoubtedly gave the human fleet a chance to catch its breath. He slumped down in his chair, watching the battle unfold on the star map. He instinctively glanced at Eve's desk, only to find it empty. Not even the pile of documents he had piled up was visible. Only then did he realize that he and Wenjing were the only ones left in the office. Call the staff. Call those people, the old man said back. Have them learn how to fight a war. Have them analyze the current situation and predict the marshal's next move. Wenjing obeyed and left, leaving Gao Mingrui alone, his neck craned, observing the entire battle. In space, in the mothership's bridge command room. The tall mech sat motionless, its somewhat old-fashioned exterior armor giving it a distinctly heavy feel. The originally blue liquid in the nutrition capsule she carried was slowly fading. When the old man first lay down, it was still dark blue. But as time passed, it gradually turned a lighter blue. The old man inside, his eyes tightly closed, watching the battlefield through the sight of his mecha girl. In the nutrition capsule, blood oozed from the old man's mouth. However, the blood did not dissolve in the liquid, it simply floated in front of his mouth and nose, appearing unusually bright and dazzling. That little guy, Suli, is quite something. He even managed to snag such a treasure. If we'd been able to tame high-level queens back then, the war wouldn't have even gotten to this point. Thanks to his queens, we old guys finally have a chance to catch our breath. That's great, we can hold on for another 2 days. Stop the discouragement and coordinate with the archer Zergs to block the enemy. The simultaneous appearance of so many Zerg motherships isn't a good sign. We're all old men now, so we won't be so naive as to think that's all they have. That's not the case. If it were, they wouldn't have bothered clearing the space stabilization device. Those are 12 Zerg Queen motherships. It's hard for me to imagine what rank a being capable of commanding such a force simultaneously. Whatever rank she is, at worst, we'll all perish with her. At this point, can she still break through the defenses? As they spoke, their gazes involuntarily turned to the exterior of the ship. Ruazi has revealed her complete body, with the pointed horns on her head glowing dark purple. Every flash of her eyes can send the Sagittarius bug to the most appropriate place. The three marshals watched, their brows furrowing involuntarily. No matter how they looked at it, they felt that whenever Ruazi deployed her troops, she always had their presence in the mix. Were they all aiming for the same end? Or was someone stealing her skills? In space, the fluctuations in space began to tremble once more. The observers who caught the signal immediately sounded the alarm, but then they saw the massive form of the mechanical island appear behind the numerous fleets. The immense mechanical island, always hovering overhead, revealed its true form for the first time. The countless massive energy cannons made everyone gasp. Even the mothership's top-of-the-line main guns had several of them. The dark muzzles rapidly turned, revealing their full form as beams of energy shot out, instantly wiping out the opposing archer bugs. A slight sense of relief washed over me. Reinforcements have finally arrived. Even the lone arrival of the mechanical island gave the soldiers a sense of reassurance. A streak of golden and red light flashed from the mechanical island, followed closely by the glow of thousands of thrusters. Like moths to a flame, they sped along the gap created by the mechanical island, heading towards the Zerg mothership. This movement instantly captured the attention of most. When they finally rubbed their eyes and saw who was coming, their joy was palpable. It's the Dawn Legion. They're here too. They're here to support us. At this moment, no one questioned their utterances. For in the hearts of all the soldiers, the Dawn Legion had long been omnipotent. Victory! Victory! Victory to the Dawn Legion! Even though their voices were hoarse, they couldn't help but shout. Even though those advancing figures couldn't hear their blessings, their hearts were with them. In the nutrition chamber, Lu Hongtao's eyelids twitched. Through the mecha girl's perspective, he saw for the first time the true Dawn Legion. On the battlefield, this wasn't just some simulated data from the simulation room. What he saw before him was the true manifestation of the Dawn Legion's combat power. His intense curiosity made even the mechas, sitting still, involuntarily lean forward. This was the team he had personally trained as a disciple. Chapter 558. Black and red figures swirled forward, nimbly dodging streams of acid. Ruazi roared, and thousands of archer bugs caught up with the Dawn mecha girls, carrying them towards the Zerg mothership. 537 couldn't hide her excitement. She had long wanted to try riding a bug. But on Lingzue Star, most of the bugs she could satisfy her craving were used for feeding. Even in the vast insect breeding center, there were no rideable bugs. Stove horses could be ridden, but their fragile bodies couldn't withstand the brunt of the damage. Their long tentacles could easily lift a skull apart with the slightest force. It was unknown how Suli had managed to charge on a stove horse back then. Now, with a bug as massive as an archer bug, even with her massive frame, sitting on one wouldn't slow it down at all. On planets, due to gravity, archer bugs couldn't outrun mecha girls. However, in space, while they lacked agility, they were still quite fast. This sudden move stunned Sun Hongtao. Except for the giant red-gold mecha girl charging in the front, every mecha girl behind her was riding an archer bug. The occasional thruster blast was only for mid-air directional adjustments. Thousands of archer bugs unleashed a barrage of acid, clearing the mothership's perimeter once again. A flash of red lightning slashed down, ripping a 100-meter-long breach through the ship's hull. Teams 1 and 2, follow me in. The rest of you, each on your own, will fight to eliminate the archer bugs clinging to the rest of the bug ships. Yes! The mecha girls from both teams leaped into the air, diving headfirst into the mothership. Su-Li, piloting Lightning and the combined June sisters, didn't join them in the fight. Instead, he instantly locked onto the core's location and teleported to its side. With a single swing of his sword, the tissue connected to the core was severed. A ton of slime cascaded down, and the core, glowing faintly, was directly collected by the small tree. A visibly crumbling section of the massive Zerg mothership began to form. The once solid hull instantly crumbled to dust, dispersing into space. Several mecha girls turned and flew towards a compartment that hadn't been reduced to dust. So, this is where the Legion commander once visited. 537 twisted abruptly, dodging the archer bug's attack. With a slight swipe of the hilt, a massive head tumbled to the ground. She struck the hilt with her sword, and it pierced the vessel, a vessel resembling an energy pipeline. A massive foot struck the hilt fiercely, tearing a massive gash through the inner wall. The vessel's walls writhed and contracted as if alive, a stream of orange-yellow blood gushing out, attracting a swarm of archer worms. Kill them all, and help relieve the pressure on the Legion commander. A long spear pierced the mandible of an archer worm. 536 swung the spear's tail, and the tip instantly pierced the Zerg's mouthparts. With a single swing, it pierced another archer worm's mouthparts. The dancing spear light resembled a dragon, its silver light flickering and dazzling against the passage filled with orange-red light. She held her spear, each one holding a spear, and blocked all the Zergs coming from one direction. The passage wasn't very spacious. 2 archer Zergs standing side by side were wide enough for her to swing her spear completely wide. While the space limited her mobility, the same restrictions were placed on the archer Zergs. 537's eyes lit up. Incredible, sister. Your spearmanship has a bit of the Legion commander's charm. I advise you to focus on the battle. Forget the time you were wrapped in bandages, lying on the hospital bed, crying. You're already an SS rank mecha girl. Do you think the Legion commander can get you an SSS rank upgrade module? Are you addicted to beating people? 537 moves sideways with her, firmly protecting her from behind. If you can't chat, why don't you just shut up? Shut up? If I shut up, who's going to remind you to stop getting carried away? Have you forgotten who dragged you out of the acid dump in the first place? If you dragged me out here just to remind me constantly, you might as well not have done it. 537 ripped her sword from the tunnel wall, wielding both blades in a flash of light, shielding herself. Quiz time, sisters. Guess where we are in the Insect King right now? 536 glanced discreetly at the ship's interior and frowned. We penetrated the Insect King from the waist. After entering the tunnel, we moved about 200 meters toward the excretion outlet. Can you please stop being so disgusting? What if we're in a place where life is born? It's well known that the organs that nurture life are independent. Did you learn that in anatomy class? 537's face paled as he looked at the dense mass of bumps at the end of the tunnel. She had originally thought they were insect eggs, but now it looked like they might be the Zerg King's hemorrhoids. Before merging into the Zerg mothership, this guy must have had a heavy taste. 530SIX's hand trembled slightly, and he tilted his head, somewhat confused. She followed 537's gaze, then slowly turned back. Don't overthink it. He might be like EE, sitting down rather than standing. It's common knowledge that office clerks are at high risk for hemorrhoids. Are there clerks among the Zerg too? Since they're highly intelligent beings, why would they sacrifice themselves to form the Zerg mothership? Aren't they supposed to devote their lives to their own evolution? 536 swept his spear across, abruptly retracting it and leaning back. The spear grazed 537's ear and pierced a shooter worm attacking from behind. You beast of a bitch. Don't worry about the lives of other beasts of a bitch. At best, you're SS rank. Whether you can reach SSS depends on the Legion commander's mood, and this is even more obvious with these Zerg Kings. You think SS rank modules are rare, but for the Zerg, advancement is probably even more difficult. Then why is the Legion commander collecting these Zerg King cores? They don't provide upgrade modules, do they? But they can help us condense our own mecha islands. 537's twin swords flew out, piercing the charging archer Zerg. The next second, the hooks at her waist shot out, firmly grasping the hilts of her 2 swords. She flicked the retracting mechanism, and the 2 long swords instantly retracted. She held them in her left and right hands, spun around, and slashed again at the inner wall of the passage. Even though transformed into inanimate objects, these Zerg Kings still possess physical instincts. The wall rapidly contracted, as if coming alive, and began to spasm violently. But the spasms quickly ceased. The entire interior wall turned an iron-gray color, completely devoid of any signs of life. The corpses of the archer worms, which had blocked the entire passage, convulsed and followed the pulverized hull of the ship, drifting into space. Hooks shot out one after another, and the members of the two teams climbed onto the remaining parts of the ship and resumed the cleanup operation. Chapter 559. Aboard the fleet's mothership, all the soldiers erupted in excitement. Even Lu Hongtao, the commander, stood up straight within the ship. The massive size of the mecha girl nearly reached the ceiling of the bridge. Amid the exclamations of the officers and soldiers, Lu Hongtao sat down somewhat awkwardly. Fortunately, he had only stood upright. If he had jumped up in excitement, the entire mothership's crew would have been instantly sucked into space, becoming space junk. As expected, digitized combat power is always just data. If a real battle came to fruition, he believed Su Li's Dawn Legion could hold its own against any team in the world, at least one he knew of. Su Li's seemingly bizarre actions during the battle finally found their solution at this moment. If he had such an army at his disposal, he would undoubtedly make the same choice as Su Li: decapitation, exploit the mecha girl's mobility to its fullest, then charge into the enemy formation, forcefully break through, and decapitate. He had the confidence, and his army even more so. Forget a mere 12 Zerg motherships. If he had a larger fleet to support him, and clear out the surrounding archer Zergs, he, a single mecha, could single-handedly defeat the enemy and pierce every Zerg mothership. For an old believer in Legion warfare, such combat power undoubtedly challenged his faith. 7 ins and 7 outs? Faced with superior enemy strength, he remained unfazed, his army moving unimpeded. Is such combat power truly justified? He finally understood the specific structure of the Dawn Legion. To put it bluntly, these nearly 10,000 mecha girls were all built around him. Soldier against soldier, general against general, king against king, everyone had an exceptionally clear division of labor. They concentrated their superior forces to defeat the enemies within their reach. Therefore, in the eyes of both their enemies and their own people, they appeared so invincible and unstoppable. But even this didn't mean their combat effectiveness was weak, for they always took on the toughest foes. Even mecha girls without pilots could easily take on the elite king-level species. It could be said that the combat power of the Dawn Legion mecha girls was approaching that of the elders of the mechanical island. Lu Hongtao felt a pang of itch. He had never before considered the possibility of a human-Zerg alliance. The fact that Su Li tamed a queen and deployed her in frontline battles was enough to astonish him. But who could have imagined that he actually assembled nearly 10,000 cavalrymen in space? Watching a group of mecha girls silently raise their spears, he felt his heart gripped by the flashing cold light. As the cavalrymen spewed acid and marched forward, for a moment, he even thought he was inside a ship, watching an epic blockbuster. Fuck. For the first time in my life, I regret choosing a naval profession. Cavalry. That's cavalry. If anyone had told me before that capable cavalry still existed in this day and age, I would have cursed them out. Now, if anyone dares to tell me there aren't any, I'll pounce on them and smack them in the face. So, it's actually possible. I have a question. Does the Zerg armor hurt when you sit on it? What a consistent legacy. This is killing me. Back when Commander Su competed, he and Lightning rode their stove horses across the arena together. Now, the entire Dawn Legion has been infected. This thing is absolutely poisonous. The atmosphere on the ship remained tense, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that it had taken on a distinctly different meaning. If the previous moment had been a resolute embrace of death, then at this moment, everyone's hearts were revived. Lu Hongtao observed the atmosphere on the ship, and couldn't help but give Gao Mingrui a thumbs up. Creating a key figure is no easy task. Especially when it comes to making him live up to public expectations, it's even more difficult. Su Li isn't perfect, it's fair to say he's inherently paranoid. Whether it's arrogance or minor flaws, once he's suffered losses and learned his lesson, he'll eventually mature. It's precisely because every step of his growth has been under the watchful eyes of others that he's more empathetic. And this, coincidentally, was something no one else possessed. He suddenly understood why Gao Mingrui had chosen him. Times and heroes often complement each other. A sudden burst of intense cheers erupted from the cabin. Gone! It's gone! The Zerg mothership is gone. It couldn't even escape. God, Su did it. He really did it. Slap me right now. I need to make sure I'm not dreaming. Not only Lu Hongtao, but even the other two marshals watched in shock as the scene unfolded. The Zerg mothership quietly crumbled to dust, and countless archer Zergs fell from it, struggling and twisting their bodies. But before they could recover, they were torn to pieces by the sudden oncoming cavalry. As Ruazi pressed forward, more archer bugs rebelled, turning their heads and charging towards the remaining motherships. In the cockpit of the mecha girl, Sully closed his eyes tightly. In his mind, 6 cores swirled around a pale golden core, the overall structure of the Insect King mothership. Seeing the little tree trying to steal them again, Sully immediately frowned. The battle is imminent. If you try to trick me again, I'll tear out all your roots. The little golden tree shuddered, waving 2 branches, gathering all its roots and hiding them beneath its body. A soft voice rang out, I get it. I'll condense a mechanical island for you. But if possible, the more cores, the better. Sully opened his eyes upon hearing this. In space, the remaining 11 motherships were still struggling to advance. He gently placed his palm on Lightning's back, and with a slight tremor, the entire mech transformed once again into a stream of golden-red light. Counterattack. Sound the full broadcast. Fight back relentlessly. This is clearly our own battlefield, yet we're left to watch our reinforcements fight on their own. I, Lu Hongtao, don't have the nerve to do that. I don't care how tired you are, or how long you've been fighting. All I know is that reinforcements are right here. As long as we're still human, we can't let them fight alone. We must take back control of the war. Full-scale assault. I want these 11 motherships. Not a single one can be withdrawn. Full-scale assault. Full-scale assault. Commands began to be issued one after another. The ships that had been rotating suddenly stopped their retreat and once again charged forward, bearing down on the Zerg pressure. Their main guns haven't cooled yet, so let's use our shields to ram them. Countless mech girls poured out from the various compartments of the ships. After obtaining Ruazi's consent, they excitedly boarded their archer Zergs. The communication channel belonging to the mecha girls was completely filled with the chaotic sounds of the charge. They shouted slogans learned from various movies and TV series, brandished their long swords, and clamped their legs around the necks of the shooter bugs, their excitement beyond measure. Chapter 560. Team 7, charge with me. Yi Hua excitedly squeezed her legs together. Even the well-trained archer bug couldn't withstand her squeeze. Its eyes bulged out, and a mouthful of acid lodged in its throat, nearly killing it. Yi Hua's archer bug was sprayed with a vibrant black. The originally brown carapace had been painted black, and with various invisible glare coatings, it looked rounder, resembling a dung beetle. Its abdomen remained orange, however, because no matter how she camouflaged it, it couldn't change its inherent hardware. De Lang, charge and swing. She grasped the soft armor around the bug's neck with one hand, and twisted it to the left, sending the entire archer bug drifting through space. The acid from its tail spurted out as it spun, seemingly dispersing through space. Changzi sat in the cockpit, covering his face with one hand, feeling a sense of suspense. Others' movements were as smooth as flowing water, like a fairy scattering flowers. But when it came to Yi Hua, it wasn't that he disliked Yi Hua, he simply felt she was genuine, unpretentious. She had even named this move herself, Smash Your Face. She had already decided that the next time she went to the Human Council, she would perform it in front of her old acquaintances, the mecha girls of Team 7 paled. Yi Hua's apprentices were either mad or teetering on the brink of madness. They felt they should have a normal side. For example, when piloting a ship, they could be a little crazy. After all, their names weren't engraved on the ship, but their mechas did have serial numbers. They didn't want to stand on the podium one day and have everyone pointing and joking, see? Those are Yi Hua's crazy men. Don't they want to be normal? It's not that they don't want to, it's that they simply can't, because in a crazy life, there's really no need to worry too much. Just do your best and go crazy. A dozen mecha girls grabbed the soft armor around their shooter worms' necks and, following Yi Hua's lead, performed precise positioning drifts and near-perfect venom sprays. It was obvious who was getting smeared. Corrosive smoke rose from the faces of at least the dozens of shooter worms on the opposite side. Extremely fast charge, 15 degrees, sideways, hover, and launch a blanket bombardment below. According to the feedback from their soft armor around their necks, a dozen or so shooter worms spun rapidly in the air, arched their bodies into shrimp-like shapes, and sprayed acid downwards with all their might. To prevent the acid from accidentally injuring their own comrades, the archer bugs, trained by Yi Hua, were forbidden from spraying acid from their mouths unless authorized. The archer bugs were all devastated. While they didn't have a particularly high IQ, they were still elite kings, possessing the intelligence of a teenager. They could tolerate these odd evasive maneuvers, but this constant escaping, and the various tricks involved, was something they found unpleasant even with their intelligence. On the training ground, that was fine, but out in space, before the eyes of so many of their own kind. Why were they so showy, and their escaping was so unique? Just as the two archer bugs were about to retract their venom glands, the two mecha girls clamped their necks tightly. Their tails loosened, and another large puff of liquid erupted. The mecha girls had discovered that training bugs was easier than training dogs. This was because the elite species' intelligence was still high. So, despite only a brief period of adjustment, they were already able to precisely control them. They could even discern some of their thoughts. Awkward? I don't know where my face was buried. We weren't embarrassed, so why should you bugs be embarrassed? Squad 7 was undoubtedly the most impressive force on the battlefield, aside from Su Li's 200 guards. The 200 guards had fought alongside Su Li on the mothership, drawing considerable attention. But Yi Hua's Squad 7 was no less impressive. Half the eyes of the entire fleet were fixed on them. This is the Dawn Legion, the elite of the elite. I think so. Aside from the 200 mechs charging in behind the Legion commander, this squad has the most impressive movement on the entire battlefield. Look at the archer bugs they're riding. Their patterns are different from the others. This is the first time I've known that black can be colorful. Is it a new breed? I don't know. I heard there are Zerg breeding farms on Lingsue Star, but I never seen one. Perhaps this is a new breed they bred. Hiss. So, Commander Su is also researching Zerg genetic mutations? What can't he do? This guy's been using his umbilical cord as a joystick since he was born. Do you think it's possible that this is the template for the next unit the Dawn Legion is still experimenting with? Shoo. It's possible. I have to admit, this stunt is giving me a fright. Honestly, I used to have quite a bit of experience with horseback riding. Do you think there's any chance I could join in? Horseback riding? When have you ever ridden a horse? We have a month off every year, and we drink every day. I never seen you ride anything. Bullshit. Aren't ocean horses horses? Oh, so, according to you, I'm also quite good at operating tanks. Then, since I'm particularly fond of gun mounts, could I apply for the Dawn Legion's artillery regiment? I hear the food is good, with insect meat for every meal. As the conversation veered off topic, the leader explained and covered his mouth. The entire 7th squad had unknowingly found themselves encircled by the Zerg. Without a glimpse of the situation, they naturally couldn't see how deeply they were surrounded. The drawbacks of stunts were beginning to show. If it were a larger warband, this kind of stunt wouldn't be a problem. Unfortunately, there were only a dozen or so of these talented individuals. Is there no hope for them to escape? With their current speed, it's highly unlikely. Unless they... The soldier observing the battle hadn't finished speaking when the dozen or so mecha girls clamped down hard on the archer bug's neck, and a massive spray of acid erupted from their tails. This time, however, the sheer volume clearly exceeded the archer bug's normal discharge capacity. Watch our 7th squad's ultimate move, unleash unbridled force. The archer bug's abdomen visibly shrank, as if completely hollowed out. Yet, their speed suddenly surged to its limit. Under everyone's stunned gaze, the dozen or so mecha girls, riding their rocket-like archer bugs, soared into the sky, punching a hole in the encirclement that hadn't yet fully closed. So, acid can be used as propellant. Shrimp. Let's go! On the mechanical island, Hanhai watched the battle footage from the 7th squad and couldn't help but cover his face. What was going on? It was clearly a scene of utterly heroic battle, but once Yi Hua appeared, the entire atmosphere of the battlefield changed. She felt like she wasn't fighting a battle. It was Yi Hua leading the entire 7th squad, demonstrating to everyone the self-discipline of a group of lunatics, famous, greatly famous. This tragic and indignant battle to stop the enemy had been forcibly tarnished with an indelible stain. If they all had a future, how would history record this battle? Chapter 561. For the first time, Eve felt that her decision to stay out of the battlefield was a brilliant one. Especially after seeing the utterly awful actions of a dozen or so archer bugs, she was completely stunned. Why, after all this time of Su Li's training, was she still so reckless? Hasn't she already found her own pilot? Didn't she even consider the slightest bit of restraint in front of her own pilot? Her pilot must be truly in love, or else he's just a blind man. And then, there are the other dozen or so mech girls in the team. You truly have no scruples. Like master, like disciple. It's one person going crazy, but a dozen of you are going crazy with her. She has a blind man to back her up, do you? You don't want to contract pilots anymore, do you? No, there might be other blind men. After all, Longzhou has plenty of blind men, and maybe many people would like your kind. What's that saying? Yes, times have changed. This is the perspective of the times, a generation gap. Perhaps young people prefer your kind, which is quite good, letting you nibble on tender grass. Hurry, hurry and help me in. I can't stand her smug look. I'm itching to do it. Han Hai quickly supported the closed-eyed Eve, a look of uncertainty on his face. No wonder Yihua trained more than one insect. It was obvious that after using the unleashed skill, these insects needed a long period of rest before they could rejoin the fray. This method of pushing the limits of the insect race is a good one, but it's a bit of a waste. Erlang, come quickly and replace your brother. It's dying. With a heart-stopping cry, a dazzling archer bug rushed from the Zerg formation, soaring into the sky with Yihua and landing firmly beneath her. A mech's palm gripped her neck, and the archer bug trembled from head to toe. She pinched the bug's neck, and after seeing that the personnel behind her had all been transferred, she tore out a military flag from somewhere, placed it on the tip of her spear, and yanked the archer bug's neck, sending the entire bug upright in space. Squad 7. Charge. Han Hai also closed her eyes. Ever since she'd seen Yihua's boastful demeanor and heard her bravado on the communication channel, she could imagine Yihua's expression now. Han Hai realized her hands were itching. She was commanding a small team of 12 people with the might of a mighty army. Should I report this to my master? She can pull off such a feat with a single squad. If she could actually train a whole squad, wouldn't she be on top? See? She's so afraid that no one would know she's affiliated with the Dawn Legion that even the squadrons are charging forward with their own flags. The fleet mech girls, who had caught up from behind, watched Yihua's maneuvers, their eyes sparkling. They slapped their archer bugs hard and pointed in Yihua's direction. Needless to say, they were all trying to get the archer bugs to imitate them. But the archer bugs simply glanced up and silently pretended not to notice. Do you dare to imitate? At best, it could be fatal. Even more unacceptable was the prospect of social demise in front of their own kind. At least since they reached adulthood, they hadn't gathered to compete in the farthest spray. Now asking them to compete on the battlefield? What for fun? A series of mutterings echoed through space, and Ruozi frowned. For the first time, she realized how difficult it was to be in a superior position. It was also the first time she realized that subordinates could complain too. At that moment, she deeply understood the difficulties faced by the Lord. Lord, there's considerable resentment among the Zerg. They seem to be extremely resistant to the orders of the mecha girls. Objectively speaking, the orders from those mecha girls are tantamount to letting them shed their pants and run in public. Su Li, who was digging into the core of the situation, was stunned, and his hands involuntarily paused. What did he hear? Let the Zerg take off their pants and run. He switched to the video shared by Ruozi, and at one glance, the veins on his forehead began to throb. What are they doing? Riding on a bug in public is one thing, but you're also tilting your heads to touch its butt. How could he not know that the mech girls of the major fleets have such peculiar fetishes? What fetishes do you have? Can't you just hold it in? What are you doing now? This is war. Providing you with Zerg rides is to provide you with long-term endurance and save energy. But who can tell him what the situation is? How can you all be so seductive while piloting mechs? Your Majesty, the main reason is because of Yihua. In the successive scenes, the entire 7th squad marched unstoppably. Yihua, in his black and red mech, rode ahead, its cold armor reflecting a chilling light. He brandished a brilliant silver spear, leaving streaks of blood on the insects wherever he passed. The waving military flag radiated a heroic spirit. Just a few scenes had Su Li's blood boiling. He was a little confused as to why, but he simply found Yihua more pleasing to the eye than ever before. Not bad. Her spearmanship is quite proficient. She advances and retreats with precision, and has a natural command of distance. Ruozi shook her head helplessly, retrieving a fragment from her memory, and sharing it with Su Li. After reviewing it, Su Li again gave her high praise. It seems she's mastered the art of communicating with the archer bugs. If her method can be replicated within the Legion, our team's combat effectiveness will be elevated to another level. Your Majesty, it's her behavior that's inappropriate. I investigated the archer bugs her team has communicated with. It's clear their minds are disturbed. It's like an adult urinating in the street in human society. They're not crazy, but they're clearly not far off. Su Li's compliments faltered upon hearing this. Did those Zerg protest? I mean, those archer Zergs from Team 7's communication training. In his mind, Ruozi sighed deeply. This is what's most disturbing. They only offered a little resistance at the beginning. But now, not only are they not ashamed, they're even eager to try. Their brainwaves of joy are already spreading across the battlefield. Su Li frowned, putting himself in their shoes. Suddenly, he realized that if he were willing enough, such indulgence. Oh, It's truly thrilling. Chapter 562. The entire battlefield was completely disrupted by the Dawn Legion's powerful incursion. One by one, the Dawn Legion's mech girls followed suit and raised their own banners. Behind each banner stood not only the Dawn Legion's mech girls, but also numerous mech girls from the main fleet, following closely behind them, and launching a massive counterattack against the Zerg. The figures scattered across space, with a hint of madness, fiercely pounced on the opposing Zerg swarm. Mouthparts bit each other. Broken mandibles floated around, and the flesh and blood between their fangs splattered. Most Zerg attacks were direct, and imbued with an aesthetic of extreme violence. But when they merged with the mech girls, they suddenly discovered how easy it was to deal with their own kind, similar in size and combat power. Every swing of their mech swords, every thrust of their spears, could accurately take the life of a single archer Zerg. In the fierce battle, both sides quickly adapted to each other, and in a remarkably short time, they had already formed a considerable fighting force. Lu Hongtao watched in amazement as everything unfolded before him. He had thought he had already given the Dawn Legion a high enough regard. But he had never imagined they possessed such charisma. Each squadron led their own men in a charge against the Zerg mothership and the swarm. A team with such a united force would inevitably be the center of attention wherever it went. And a single call would resonate with 100. This was no longer simply a powerful force. At least on this battlefield, they had become a true symbol of faith. The Dawn Legion's flags had become a true beacon on the battlefield. Wherever they waved, others would instinctively follow. Lu Hongtao's heart was moved. If he weren't an old man, with a limited lifespan, he would have taken Su Li's team. Even if it meant sacrificing his dignity, he wanted to experience the feeling of commanding such a team for himself. With high combat power, obedience to command, and a wide range of tactical equipment, they were practically almighty. The light blades generated by particle agitation gleamed in space, and the rapidly shooting grappling hooks could pull enemies directly in front of them. Originally, the most discouraged thing on the battlefield was fancy equipment and tactics. But now, it seems, these so-called fancy tricks have become ingrained in every Dawn Legion mecha girl, becoming their instinct. And this fancy tricks have given them greater mobility and combat power. 038 took a deep breath and flew off the Archer bug, closing in on the Zerg mothership at breakneck speed. Her thrusters ignited, giving her even greater speed. The sword light reflected the black and red mech. She wielded two swords, spinning and swinging, harnessing the power of her waist to bring them down fiercely. The Archer bug's head flew up, its body twisting violently as it crawled in an unknown direction. She stood on the mothership's deck, staring at the oncoming Archer bugs, and slowly exhaled. The entire mech's center of gravity instantly dropped, and before she could react, a sword appeared, centered between the Archer bug's eyebrows. Without time to draw her sword, she dodged and grabbed the Archer bug's head. Using its forward momentum, she dove back, using her thrusters to adjust her direction and dodge the acid spray from the remaining Archer bugs. A spear pierced the air and pierced the Archer bug's neck. 038 grabbed the handle and pulled hard, using the spear's curved arc to instantly launch herself towards another Archer bug. Her sword was swift, so fast that any bug she encountered was killed. Among the SS-class mecha girls on the Mecha Island, her combat power wasn't top tier, but her combat experience was the most extensive. She had fought on the battlefield before being transferred to the home planet to defend it. Her entire life involved either Zerg or vicious bandits. Therefore, whether battling Zerg or humans, she had never been at a disadvantage. The first thing people noticed was her beautiful face, and the button on her shirt that always hung loose. But if those things led to overlooking her true strength, Su Li would have been severely punished. Her back was bent, her legs bent, and she held her sword against her shoulder. Watching the Zerg attack, which was unable to dodge, she leaned back and charged forward. The mandibles snapped, the broad spine of the sword acting like a shield, shattering the Archer worm's jaws. The immense force even sent the charging Archer worm sliding over 10 meters. Its entire head was completely trapped in its neck, its lifeless state evident. A single error could lead to two completely different outcomes. Whether it was selecting the point of force or adjusting the angle, every detail required precise control. Even the external armor of an SS-class mecha girl couldn't withstand a direct impact from a shooter worm's mandibles. Seeing the enemy still struggling and writhing, 038 didn't let her guard down. She turned and drew her first sword from the Zerg corpse, pinning the elite to the ground with a single swing. A dozen figures descended beside her, forming a regular battle formation. "Captain, that's impressive. Is this the secret technique you and the Legion commander learned in the small room? With this strike, I'm afraid the Zerg's brains will scatter." 038 blushed slightly at the words. Secret technique from the small room? She knew there would always be eavesdroppers. Luckily, she covered her mouth tightly, otherwise, who knows what the girls in front of her would have spread. She turned her mech around, watching the gold and red mech burst forth from the ashes of the Zerd mothership once again. Hope flickered in her eyes. But the next second, a flicker of panic crossed hers. The swarm of archer Zergs descended upon her, clearly realizing that he was the one who could decide the outcome of the battle. Be careful. Her cry was ultimately a little too late. Seeing the overwhelming swarm of archer bugs had already closed in, even if she rushed forward now, it would be of no use. Dare to surround me, my Legion commander? Erlang, my ultimate secret technique, scattering flowers. Yi Hua arrived with his team. Under everyone's astonished gaze, the archer bugs struggled to tighten their tail jets, frantically wavering between releasing and not releasing. The surging sensation washed over them in waves. Under the intense contraction, the acid, like a high-pressure nozzle, poured down on the encircling archer bugs. 3 shields spun together, closing tightly around the golden red mech. Junsho gritted his teeth, watching his shields corrode bit by bit, feeling unwell. You say she didn't save the situation. She did, but you say she did. It always leaves one feeling a little uneasy. The plume of acid showering down from the sky actually made Junsho nauseous. Chapter 563. Sister, are you pregnant? Shut up. Jun Quan pouted in grievance and shut his mouth. Junsho wasn't the only one finding it hard to accept. Jun Wei even closed his eyes. Heresy. This Yi Hua is a heretic. She's violating the king's authority. She's actually commanding her insects to crawl over our heads. Ugh. Sister, can you please stop imagining things? I, the one responsible for synesthesia, have to endure the combined effects of your senses. And Sister Lightning, can you please stop drooling? These conflicting feelings are driving me crazy. Jun Quan couldn't help but cry out. On one hand, she felt like feces and urine, retching like crazy. On the other, she felt like it was falling like fruit candies, crystal clear and tantalizing. She felt like her little head was being torn between 2 emotions, nearly going into a split personality. But what frightened her even more was that Lightning's obsession was simply too strong. Neither Junsho nor Jun Wei's senses could suppress her. Master Yu, please take care of this. Su Li's head was spinning at this moment. The cores of the 3 Zerd motherships were all in his head. These cores were unlike those of higher-level Zerd motherships. While they felt bloated, they didn't have many other effects. Beyond the dense energy, these cores actually contained wisps of consciousness. This was one of the main reasons why Su Li had plunged headfirst into the encirclement. Those consciousnesses swirled in his mind, repeatedly influencing his sensory judgment. Why didn't I feel this way last time when I absorbed the mothership core? The small tree waved its branches slightly. That's because the core we collected last time wasn't complete. The most crucial part escaped. This wisp of consciousness, according to the genetic sequence, possesses a portion of the laws of the Emperor level. It's just a tiny trace. Emperor level laws? You mean the kind Ruozi needs to break through to the Emperor level? There's a huge difference between the two. Ruozi can directly ascend to the Emperor level with the help of our laws. But it takes endless years for these tiny traces of laws to grow to a certain level. Rather than a hope for emperorhood, it's more like a shackle placed on these insect kings. Shackles? Yes, suppressing their inherent consciousness. Over the years, their consciousness will completely dissipate, leaving them as breeding machines, reduced to only instinct. Master, don't you know? The secondary core is used to produce archer worms, while the main core is used to produce and distribute egg cases. Su Li fell silent. The chaotic thoughts racing through his brain made him miserable. Those faint whispers were completely incomprehensible. Add to that the voices of the Jun sisters, and the flurry of battle reports pouring through the communication channel, and his brain was completely overwhelmed. Can't you just gather these thoughts? I can. The next second, Su Li felt his mind clear, his thoughts becoming lucid once again. He didn't have time to question Xiao Shu. He simply stared at the Zerd mothership in the distance, shaken by the news he heard. So, what is the purpose of the Zerg's constant efforts to evolve and become increasingly powerful? For this tiny glimmer, would they sacrifice their entire consciousness, giving up their hopes of becoming an emperor? Arrogant once said he wanted to erase Ruozi's consciousness and transform her into a Zerd mothership to roam space. He didn't know how many such motherships there were, but he knew the immense price it took to ascend to the rank of Zerg emperor. Whether it was an ordinary queen or a high-ranking queen, their advancement wouldn't be easy. Xiaoshu's casual remark about endless years illuminated the price these queens would pay to advance further. Back then, Rosie had spent over a decade at the outpost, yet she was only at the king level. Such an advancement rate was already rare among the Zerg. As for Arrogant, it was unknown how many years she had lived. And the other Slaanesh they encountered had lived for at least 1,000 years. Gazing at the massive warship formed from the bodies of 7 insect kings, he couldn't help but glance at Rosie behind his own fleet. I'm afraid most of the queens will suffer the same fate as the queens forming the giant ship before them. Clinging to illusory hopes, they sacrificed their own consciousness, unaware that the very glimmer of hope they embraced would be the final straw that broke the camel's back. They didn't even have the chance to witness the growth of this tiny law. They could only passively become machines for the reproduction of their race, wandering through space. The law might indeed grow one day, but they were destined to become a tool for others. It turns out that this race's way of survival is so cruel. What about you? How do you achieve rapid advancement? Sully stared at the tree as it swayed its branches and whispered, I need energy, lots of energy. The more the better. I will thrive. So for your species, are your life stages divided into different levels and have a ceiling? Yes. For example, I'm currently at the Emperor level, and above that it's... Sully's mind suddenly lit up with garbled text, and his brain went haywire. He could clearly hear what the tree was saying, but he couldn't understand a single word. The harder he tried to listen, the more hazy his mind became. He subconsciously stopped the tree from continuing its chatter, and only then did he feel the hazy feeling in his head begin to ease. I can't hear. He could still hear clearly up to the Emperor level, but after that, he couldn't catch a single word. Oh, I forgot. Master's life level is too low to recognize high-dimensional information. It's a good thing I didn't say much, otherwise, your head would have exploded. Sully felt a cold sweat break out on his back upon hearing this. Although he knew his little tree was unreliable, he had never imagined it could be so unreliable. So the question is, if my life level is too low, how did you find me? I mean, why would you, a high-dimensional being, be living on the body of a low-dimensional being? Isn't that putting the cart before the horse? The little tree shook its branches. Big trees grow in the soil, and flowers grow in cow dung. Isn't that common sense? Sully was stunned. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether the little tree was stating the truth or being sarcastic. Captain! Stop being in a daze. Get out. If you wait any longer, I'll run out of Zerg. Yihua's voice suddenly broke through the communication channel, and Sully's mind once again echoed with the complaints of the numerous mecha girls. Bearing a shield that had been corroded by a third, he aimed his sights and rushed out of the Zerg encirclement. In his field of vision, the Zerg motherships, seemingly sensing something, began to retreat. Chapter 564. In Sully's mind, the small tree trembled suddenly, as if sensing something, and suddenly twisted itself in his mind. A ripple, invisible to the naked eye, rippled, its voice instantly taking on a sharp edge. The branch lashed vigorously, rapidly saying, It's a late-stage insect emperor. And more. There's even a late-stage insect emperor. In this small place, I captured 2 late-stage insect emperors. Keep her, I must keep her. In his mind, a location became crystal clear. The brilliant point of light had originally overlapped with the core of the insect emperor mothership, making it completely invisible. But now, for some reason, she had the audacity to reveal her presence. The appearance of a high-level late-stage insect emperor queen was somewhat unexpected. Her authority has been challenged by Rosie. Her frequent recruitment of archer insects has angered her. Sully paused briefly, about to launch another charge, and immediately contacted Eve. He hadn't yet upgraded the numerous mecha girls. I had originally intended to give out upgrade modules as prizes for winning the competition. But now, facing the rapidly changing situation, it seems that upgrading the mecha girls as quickly as possible is the top priority. The ice blue mecha rushed over. Rosie, evidently aware of its presence, roared and charged forward with a swarm of archer bugs. She was cautious and accustomed to playing before acting, but now, with her lord right under their noses, she couldn't afford to conserve her strength. This fighting style is fury. Capture her alive. A fury that has surpassed the queen stage. Once subdued, my strength will increase by another 5th. A dazzling long blade suddenly appeared, and Eve slashed with it, slashing fiercely at the Zerg mothership. Behind her, countless energy beams from the mechanical island swept over, clearing the Zerg mothership of its archer worms. A single horn pierced the ship's hull, and came firmly against Eve's blade. The ice blue mech flew back, landing beside the golden red mech. In the cockpit, Eve's face paled slightly. The horn carried a faint vibration of force, and after the blow, she could barely hold her blade. The long blade gleamed like new, But Eve knew that if it hadn't been reforged with the weapon of arrogance, it would have shattered at the first blow. The sharp horn pierced the ship, followed by a pair of hands, with nails gleaming with orange light. They violently tore through the Zerg mothership, and the next moment, a massive figure emerged from it. Unlike the fury of destruction on Guanghua Star, she was even larger, her heavy armor shimmering with a brown glow. Her carapace, shrouded in mysterious arcs, made it clear at first glance that no ordinary weapon could penetrate it. As she appeared on the battlefield, the enemy's archer bugs let out a series of silent hums. On her fiery face, her orange eyes held unspoken emotions. She glanced at Ruozi, and a hint of scorn flashed across her face. A mere Slaanesh, a creature that only knew how to toy with people's hearts, dared to challenge her for control of the Zerg swarm. Even if she hadn't released her own pheromones, this would have been an unforgivable sin. It's not easy to fight. Fury's destructive power is the highest among the Zerg. A shock field surrounds her horn, affecting all enemies that come close. She can't use lightning. Her speed is of little use against such a foe. Even if she could blitz, her fragile external armor would fail once within the field. Eve's explanation made Su Li frown involuntarily. If the 6-in-1 mecha couldn't defeat the enemy before him, then he truly didn't know how to kill him. Forget capturing him alive. Even killing him was now incredibly difficult. The massive form seemed riddled with holes, but if that force field wasn't limited to the unicorn's range, it would be a nightmare for all mecha girls. The shockwaves would not only destroy the mecha's sensitive components, but could even carry the pilot in the cockpit away. Some archer bugs approached Fury, but within less than 20 meters of her body, their intestines ripped apart, spraying acid. This discovery undoubtedly confirmed Su Li's suspicions. However, it was clearly too late to upgrade the mecha girls at this point. Drive me. The only option now is to drive me. Su Li didn't hesitate, allowing the mecha to disintegrate. In space, a pale blue light enveloped all the mechs, and they instantly appeared in Eve's cockpit. As the only SSS-rank mech on Mech Island, her cockpit was undoubtedly significantly more spacious than the others. Even 6 mechs could stand behind the cockpit with ample room. Jun Shou, strengthen our endurance. Jun Wei, unleash your domain. Jun Quan, share the damage. Jun Zhe, monitor the governor's health and make adjustments immediately. Su Li said nothing more, simply making quick arrangements. He then plopped down in the cockpit and pulled on his protective gear. In his view, Eve's figure was exquisitely curvaceous, her ice blue combat uniform gleaming with light. Her slender waist was even thinner than when she normally wore military uniform. Her blue hair, tied in a single ponytail, fell to the side. Su Li, ever observant, spotted her immediately. Her right hand was trembling slowly. In his eyes, Eve's attributes and the mecha's characteristics were instantly deciphered. Sure enough, after her right hand had been subjected to the violent shock, half of the mecha's right arm began to tremble to varying degrees. Can you overcome this? Su Li knew Eve was referring to the trembling in her right arm. He nodded without hesitation and put on his helmet. No problem. Vision connection activated, mind sharing activated. Su Li gripped the joystick with one hand and began issuing commands through the mind link. Jun Quan clenched her teeth, knowing this was no time for jokes, but she couldn't help but curl her lips. She didn't understand why she had chosen this compromised skill attribute in the first place. Now, not only do I have to build a spiritual connection for others, I even have to share their pain. What's the difference between this and buying condoms for my boyfriend and sending him to someone else's bed? Providing comfort is fine, but also sharing their pain. Junyu steadied the cockpit with a tragic expression, staring straight ahead, silent. Everyone knew she wouldn't play any role in this battle. But she wanted to make a difference, so she stood very straight, acting as a decorative element in the cockpit. Lightning, who had suffered the same fate as her, scanned Eve's body. Her legs are shorter than mine. Her breasts are smaller too. TSK, no wonder she's unpopular. Without big breasts, how can you win people's hearts? Chapter 565. The archer bugs of both sides clashed fiercely. Commands were issued one after another, and the mech girls consciously avoided the main battlefield, clearing out the surrounding Zerg. Yihua switched to another bug again, turning his head to stare at the angry figures on the battlefield, a flicker of fear in his eyes. Oh my goodness! The Legion commander and the governor always tackle these massive beasts. They're truly skilled. Xiao Chong was slightly taken aback. Are you talking about handwork or special skills? Yihua was startled, and after a moment, her face flushed slightly. You're annoying. Xiao Chong scratched his head, suddenly realizing that girls were truly difficult to understand. Whatever he said made him annoyed again. Handwork refers to the Legion commander's hand speed, and special skills refer to the skills of both. He knew the difference perfectly. It was probably because he hadn't been flying mechs for too long, otherwise, he would have mastered both special skills and handwork. It's okay. I only just joined the Dawn Corps, but the commander said I'm very talented. I can learn any job you like. Yihua's expression straightened. Then let's start with how to use the spear. That woman, Yirong, relies on her spear skills, explaining things in a simple way. Every duel puts me in a state of embarrassment. Think of a way to break the deadlock. Xiao Chong frowned, pondered Li Tianlong's usual spear techniques, and immediately offered a plan. She's highly compatible with Li Tianlang, and has been greatly influenced by him. The next time she approaches with her spear, all you need to do is block once, and then quickly close the distance. Just like the commander did with this attack. Yihua, upon hearing this, was completely stunned. No, what's going on? Where's Lightning? Where are the June sisters? Why is our governor fighting alone? My commander, are you getting carried away? Wearing those shoes is so uncomfortable, I tell you. I used to wear them so many times back then. Su Li's voice rang out from the communication channel. Hasn't it occurred to you that I'm in the governor's cab? The communication channel fell silent. Yihua was like a hen with its neck strangled, completely silent. She had tried to flatter someone, but not only did she end up not flattering anyone, she also offended everyone. No, when did the two of them get together? Who is the governor? Can anyone just open a contract? I vaguely remember the last council member who wanted to contract the governorship was so badly criticized that he went home and hanged himself. The governor couldn't tell whether the thing on his neck was his brain or a tumor. He even suggested that he urinate and look in the mirror. His urine was so yellow that he was blocked by a kidney stone midstream. In agony, he committed suicide. For this reason, the parliament launched a campaign against Eve. But it ultimately came to nothing. Years would pass by like this. I never thought this old thing actually liked the young. Hiss. She glanced in the direction of the ice blue mecha, not wanting to learn any more agility techniques. What the hell was that about somersaults? Some bullshit about a gun blast like a dragon, parting the clouds to reveal the moon? Now all she wanted was to get closer, or put her ear to the communication channel. That was the governor's secret. She had to savor it. She quietly turned on the recording button. Admittedly, this was a happy marriage between the two of them, so a witness was necessary. If there were any rumors of a treacherous plot, she'd have a fallback. After all, she already offended everyone, so she couldn't just walk away. Ruozi swung the scepter in her hand, smashing it directly at Fury. The heavy scepter struck Fury's carapace, sending a visible shockwave. The immense force caused Ruozi's grip to loosen instantly, and the enemy wrenched her weapon away, striking her hard. The massive body flew backward, crashing directly into a nearby planet. The continuous concussion made it difficult for her to even speak. Su Li had clearly not expected that, despite being of the same rank, Ruozi would be so vulnerable. He leaped in pursuit, his mech teleporting several times, and finally saw where Ruozi had been injured. The carapace shattered, and flesh and blood were a blur. The blow, struck at the tail, hadn't significantly impacted her mobility. But if Ruozi had been a little slower to dodge, and been struck in the waist by the enemy, she would have been killed instantly by the enemy's relentless pursuit. Rage followed, and Ruozi's figure rushed into the planet, breaking through the atmosphere. A small shower of light fell, covering Ruozi's wound. Amidst her painful groans, a vast purple poisonous mist began to fill the air. Ruozi's eyes were filled with rage. After twisting her body upon touching the ground, she suddenly launched herself up again, meeting the rage that was swooping down upon her. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Su Li roared. This behavior was completely out of character for Ruozi. She's poisoned. The poison of anger. It can unleash the most intense rage within a person, transforming it into combat power. I've seen it on the battlefield before. Her poison is colorless and odorless. Every high-level Zerg has its own unique characteristics. Anger is no exception. What about us? Why aren't we poisoned? Eve's body trembled slightly. She turned her head, a wry smile on her face. Perhaps we are already poisoned. Su Li stared into the blue eyes, only to see a hint of orange quietly emerge within them. Turning to look at the people beside him, he saw a faint glint of anger in their eyes. It turned out they weren't immune to the attack, but rather that Jun Quan was sharing the damage. In his mind, the small tree swayed again and again, analyzing the composition of the venom, and quickly injecting the antidote into Su Li's body. The ice blue mecha soared into the sky, rejoining the battle. If she had her wits about her, Ruozi wouldn't have been defeated so quickly, but now it seemed like everything had happened too suddenly. We need to detoxify Ruozi. It can't be cured. If it could be cured, Ruozi would have done it herself. She's too large now, and detoxifying it would require an immense amount of energy. Then use our little water droplet and give it a hard blow. Su Li's remaining poison had clearly not been completely eliminated, and he was easily swayed by his emotions. But even after cleaning it up, he couldn't bear to watch Ruo Zixiang perish. The moment the golden droplet appeared, it immediately caught Fury's attention. The faint trace of an imperial aura made her instinctively turn her back and quickly turn her face back. The golden droplet vanished in an instant, and when it reappeared, it was already behind Fury's head. The golden luster was dazzling, but its size was incredibly small. This was the first time Su Li had used it since it condensed. He had assumed that something as massive as the Zerkor would become extremely small after being stored in the brain, and that his droplet would only appear smaller. If it could be enlarged, it would be a powerful weapon. What he never expected was that the droplet did indeed enlarge, but its size was still about the size of a basketball. Even if it pierced Fury's head, it would be like a needle piercing her at her current size. And judging by her expression, it was clear that the attack hadn't had much of an impact on her. Chapter 566. Don't you think you owe me an explanation? This is called an extreme one-for-one exchange? Poisoned or not, Su Li was truly furious this time. He knew that a small tree that hadn't grown would be useless in many situations, but this was truly useless. Luckily, he didn't use the small water droplets during the Guanghua Star War, otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. Anger stared at the insect before him, roaring to the heavens. She didn't understand what it was, but she knew it had easily pierced her armor. At that moment, her murderous intent for Su Li far surpassed Ruozi's. A massive scepter struck head-on, and the ice-blue mecha spun and dodged, scraping against the edge of the scepter and tumbling, slicing into Angry's body. He grasped the massive Tang horizontal sword and swung it 3 times in a remarkably short period of time. The shockwaves were neutralized by Jun Shou's fusion, causing her face to pale slightly. A golden mecha shadow appeared behind the ice-blue mecha, and the next second, golden ripples spread out. Angry's body paused slightly, and the ice-blue mecha had vanished from its original location. When it reappeared, the sword had already pierced Angry's chest. Little Tree said nothing, simply steering the little water droplet around, rapidly circling Angry. Puffing sounds echoed one after another. In front of the little water droplet, the carapace seemed like tattered leather, easily pierced by the little water droplet. However, the basketball-sized bloody hole was indeed not enough for the massive creature before him. As long as the creature remained conscious, Little Tree had no way of forcibly extracting her core. Su Li was anxious, but it was equally anxious. As commands flowed out, Eve finally experienced the perfect fusion of limbs and commands. She could feel herself as an extension of Su Li's body. They fought from space to the planet, and with leverage, her movements became even more agile. She had expected her uniqueness to cause Su Li to fluster for a while. But she hadn't expected that Su Li was even more familiar with adjusting attribute points than she was. After all, every change in attribute points meant the other party was controlling a new version of himself. But in this situation, not only did the other party not lag in following the commands, but he even continued to operate them with ease. This feeling was simply amazing. It was so great that even though she was poisoned, she still enjoyed it. The lag she used to feel when controlling the mecha was gone. Although she could also control the mecha in combat, the smoothness and variety of her movements were far inferior to Su Li's. The other party was proficient in various methods of dissipating force and attacking. Facing the sweeping giant leg, he dodged it with a simple sideways movement. The entire mecha's center of gravity maintained a delicate balance at all times. This allowed them to easily shift positions at any moment. Returning to the surface, Su Li was like a spirit dancing on the edge of a knife. Each seemingly utterly perilous predicament was easily avoided. To others, 1 or 2 such encounters might seem like sheer luck, but only Eve, with her heart clenched in her throat, could understand the meaning of a hair's breadth. The mecha's 3-meter blind spot was obvious, but in Su Li's hands, it became his body. No one knew his own body better than he did. Blind spot, even a single hair could sense the world for him. If he couldn't kill with one strike, he'd have to resort to fancy moves. He had completely forgotten Xiaoshu's desire to capture him alive. But in his current state, he certainly couldn't kill Fury. Every vibration caused the mecha to tremble slightly. This was only after being weakened by Jun Shoujuan's might. Even so, Su Li's body was struggling. It felt like someone suddenly pressing on your chest while you're breathing heavily. The oxygen you just taken in was squeezed out, and the constant feeling of suffocation made his face flush. The mecha dodged and darted out of the force field. After several deep breaths, it returned to the battlefield. Eve's relentless slashing of the blade had severed 3 of its 6-legged legs. Its massive trunk began to tilt, and Ruozi finally seized the opportunity, coiling her entire body around her, tightly restraining her. The legged legs pierced the body, and as the venom infused it, Fury's body began to radiate a faint purple hue. Fury struggled again and again, followed by a violent roar. The shockwave, once bearable, suddenly intensified by more than 5 times. In the cockpit, Jun Sho's face flushed red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone was internally injured by the blow, and Jun Quan's face turned pale, and he fainted in the cockpit. Jun Zai's healing glow spread throughout them, and Jun Yu immediately activated Void Teleport, carrying everyone away. Green blood gushed from the cracks in Ruozi's shell. Clearly, the fierce blow had inflicted immense pain on her. As Slaanesh, the second to last of the 7 deadly sins, she had exerted all her might to achieve this. Xiaoshu diligently manipulated the small water droplets, fiercely blasting the eyes of the enraged being. Another deafening roar. The expansion of the shockwave field became visible to the naked eye. "Let go! Let go! Run!" A fierce roar, but Ruozi pretended not to hear. She simply closed her eyes tightly, tightly restraining her opponent. Green tears of blood streamed down her pretty face. As the shockwave field expanded, blood gushed from the cracks in her shell, as if it were free. "Stop playing around. Kill her! I tell you to kill her!" Xiaoshu ignored the roar and continued to manipulate the small water droplets, weaving through the enraged being. The next second, Su Li was furious. Even the smallest drop of water, ignoring the opponent's defenses, if it repeatedly passed through the brain, it would always destroy the angry neural connections. But the little tree still had its wishful thinking, still thinking it could tame and capture it alive. In his mind, his suddenly enlarged image grabbed the little tree's crown and forcibly pulled it away from the puddle. "You want to subdue her? Then go on your own. Neither I nor my people will ever be your tools." He tore at the little tree's roots, ripping off large chunks. What high-level life! He was just dirt. He refused to serve. This crappy system, this crappy mechanical tree, besides providing him with snacks and acting as a live radar to locate the Queen's coordinates, didn't serve him the purpose he desired. Even the cores of the production module Zerg were retrieved by him at the risk of his life. A mechanical island? What a bullshit mechanical island. If it wasn't one that obeyed his orders, then he didn't want it. He couldn't bear to watch Ruozi die like that. The ice blue mecha rose again, but this time, it wasn't her tank sword, but a golden mechanical tree with its roots split open. Jun Yu activated Void Teleport without a word, and the ice blue mecha appeared above the angry figure. Su Li, filled with resentment, swung the mechanical tree in his hand and smashed it down. Chapter 567. By the time Eve realized what she was holding, it was too late. The extreme impact of the command had left her mind blank. The golden figure collided with the wrathful head, and as expected, there was a cracking sound. For a moment, Eve's face paled. She didn't even dare to look at the scene outside, only turning back to look at Su Li in disbelief. She could never have imagined that the other party would actually bring out the mechanical tree to fight. That was the hope of Mechanical Island. The hope of all humanity, everyone's last resort. Although they had already collected a large number of tree species, no one knew if they could survive without the mechanical tree. If not, then the defensive perimeter they had established would become a complete joke. Their strategy of attacking the outside and establishing a quarantine zone would be impossible to implement. You're crazy." As soon as she said that, she saw Su Li's red eyes. Jun Sho spat out blood, Jun Quan collapsed unconscious, and the remaining mecha girls all had blood on their lips. Even though Jun Sho could no longer hold on, she still placed her hands firmly on Su Li and Xiao Hua, releasing blue energy. For the 2 people before her were her master and her governor. Stripes of blood streamed from her short, white hair. Jun Wei struggled to maintain his domain, his golden hair fluttering as his mouth and nose were covered in blood. Even Su Li himself began to weep tears of blood. His face was grim, his eyes filled with rage. "Am I crazy? I am. A rotten tree that only knows how to parasitize others. And you really think you are the master? You swallowed my energy, but you don't do anything for me? You must spit out as much as you take in. If you can't, then you will die with me." An immense surge of telekinesis suddenly emanated from the cockpit. The special skills possessed only by Super S-Class pilots were finally unleashed at this moment. This wasn't an inherent attribute of the combined mecha girls, but rather a property developed to better align with Su Li. Eve's mecha instantly disintegrated. Junlin's shadow suddenly grew in size, and the 5 mecha girls hovered in midair. A golden light shone in his eyes, and the combination was instantly complete. Eve felt her body being held firmly by a tremendous force. She tried to struggle, but couldn't move an inch. The next second, she sensed that all too familiar mental force. Her tense body instantly relaxed, and she felt herself and Suli completely merged. Lightning's mecha instantly disintegrated, spinning around the massive mecha before transforming into an immense red blade, which Junlin grasped in his hand. You thief! You need my mental power to even locate the queen, you piece of trash. You even need my mental power to control the little water droplets. How dare you? How dare you watch my people die? Eve's heart trembled at Su Li's resounding words. This was the first time she had seen Su Li like this. Junlin's mighty hand swung again, lifting the entire mechanical tree and lashing it fiercely across his angry face. The little tree in his mind was a complete liar. From the moment it revealed those ridiculous core fragments, he wanted to smack it in the face. It was a tree that needed to pull its roots even to move. It had a small brain, but a lot of cunning. Is it so vulnerable? To kill the queen, do you need to use small water droplets and a mechanical island? Did you see that? The rhinoceros beetle's giant horn shattered the moment it collided with the mechanical tree. Mechanical island? Perhaps the mechanical island has been a joke from the beginning. It turns out it's not that it lacks the energy to condense the mechanical island. It's simply using all that energy to reinforce itself. Even its soft, mushy voice couldn't mask the arrogance in its tone. Why should you, a parasite living in someone else's mind, demand such complaisance? The system doesn't act like a system, it always delivers your leftover garbage. As a tree, you haven't fulfilled your role. When you were in deep danger, when your genes were crumbling, it was the mechanical girl who stabilized them, and it was Eve who found the potion for you. Clearly, for the mechanical tree, it could have done it simply by moving its roots. Yet, it always stayed out of the way. You like staying out of it? Then he give it this chance. A vast telekinesis transformed into a giant hand, gripping the angry figure's neck with a firm grip. Under her incredulous gaze, the 100-meter-tall Junlin, carrying the giant tree, inched closer. As the mechanical tree's roots were ripped from his mind, waves of overflowing mental energy spread throughout Su Li's body. It turned out that it wasn't that he lacked strength, but rather that some entity had been suppressing it, constantly blocking him. He could clearly sense that the source of his power came from his past life. Those traces of unwillingness and stubbornness formed his greatest obsession. That obsession settled into the deepest recesses of his memory, forming a luminous point. So, what he called the true system was actually himself in his past life. He finally remembered something he'd done before his death. He found 2 melon seeds in the corner of his cockpit, and the mechanical tree he now held in his hand was one of them. It was rooted in his very essence, absorbing it for so many years. As waves of power surged, he truly felt his body. For so many years, he believed that sense of separation was due to his rebirth. But now, it seemed, it was this thief who had been restraining his soul, preventing it from fully merging with his body. A surge of telekinesis erupted, gently shifting Ruozi's blood-spurting body to the side. Emperor? How could the little tree, now deprived of its true essence, still possess a trace of an emperor? You are the king. You shouldn't be here. No. This isn't true. How could the king be a human? Anger twisted her body desperately, but the telekinetic grip tightened even tighter. A wave of energy emanating from Junza enveloped Ruozi. Observing her faint breaths, a faint golden energy surged into her body. Feeling the surging vitality, Ruozi's body subconsciously began to absorb and heal itself. Su Li's sense of separation dissipated. The consciousness of this life and the memories of the previous one merged completely, indistinguishable from each other. A faint golden rune illuminated Ruozi's forehead. The next second, Su Li sensed something and looked into her eyes. On the planet, the escaping purple mist rapidly began to recede. As the mist completely receded, Ruozi's body began to transform. The breakthrough, originally scheduled to take a month, was accomplished in an instant. The purple shell on her body slowly faded, taking on a faint golden glow. Infuriated, her eyes widened in disbelief, the king before her allowing her own kind to complete their evolution in his presence. Chapter 568. The golden color spread, causing all other colors to retreat wherever it passed. The golden color spread with incredible speed, visible to the naked eye as Ruozi's entire body was stained with gold. The blood oozing from her carapace turned a faint golden hue. A powerful pressure from a superior emanated from her body, and the golden centipede's body completely transformed. The purple lines on her abdomen, originally outlined in gold, now subtly changed shape and color, appearing even more complex and alluring, with a subtle hint of holiness. The mark of submission on her forehead flickered. The original tree-shaped mark transformed into a diamond-shaped one, resembling an arrowhead, gleaming with golden light. Her eyes, tightly closed in pain, slowly opened, their formerly purple pupils completely transformed into gold. With Ruazi's successful advancement, everything on the battlefield came to a halt. The archer bugs froze in their places, motionless. Even the Zerd motherships were completely shut down, their engines completely silent. What happened? Governor, what happened there? Why has the entire battlefield come to a standstill? Lu Hongtao asked anxiously, but the next second, countless archer Zergs reversed course, hurtling towards Ruazi's planet. To prevent any accidents, he had no choice but to order a portion of his fleet to accompany them. The remaining Zerg motherships remained suspended in space, staring at them from afar. No need to come. Ruazi has made a breakthrough. At least for now, the situation has stabilized. The massive Zerg body suddenly reversed, lashing out fiercely at the angry figure. Ruazi's form hadn't changed much, but the immense force of her ascension, a single blow, shattered half of Anger's body into a heap. Anger, who had once easily subdued Ruazi, now seemed vulnerable before her. Ruazi's insect form lay between the mecha and Anger, her arms outstretched, firmly protecting the mecha behind her. Eve swallowed, suddenly regretting her careless words. The overwhelming swarm of archer bugs swarmed in, clearly to celebrate the birth of the Emperor, yet they dared not venture beyond their bounds. They simply stopped at a distance and lowered their heads. Surrender, or die. A cold voice rang out from Ruazi's lips. Anger's face was tinged with pain and suffocation, and she no longer had the strength to struggle. I surrender. The massive telekinetic palm showed no sign of loosening its grip. The raging shockwave had no effect on Su Li's telekinesis. She didn't look at Ruazi, but instead, pleadingly, at the mecha behind her. But the king within the mecha seemed oblivious, gradually tightening his grip on her throat. The sound of her neck snapping echoed, the bones finally buckling and cracking under the strain. Her face, visibly furious, had turned a deep purple. Her head tilted to the side. On the field, besides the shattering of bones and anger, there was no sound. Even Eve didn't dare to offer any advice. When you were killing us, why didn't you think of surrendering? My teachers have all embarked on a path of no return because of you. Why should you surrender? Su Li's eyes were filled with anger, his words devoid of any emotion. Those red eyes raged with surging emotions, and the bark of the mechanical tree in his hand shattered from his fierce grip. He lowered his gaze, glanced at the mechanical tree in his hands, and sneered. How ridiculous. Ruazi, at the end of the Insect Emperor stage, only needed a ray of his energy to ascend to the Emperor level. Then, everything before him could actually be prevented from happening again. But what about the mechanical tree in his hand? It held on to what was its own, so tightly that it was unwilling to give up even a single drop. Perhaps, from the beginning, it considered itself the master of this body. Everyone, including Long Zhou, were merely tools for its growth, nothing more. Too high a life level? This crooked, misshapen thing, mixed in with the bag of melon seeds, I had once despised its appearance and refused to eat it before I died. Yet it had curled up in its own brain, devouring itself for so many years. Su Li ignored the angry pleas for mercy. He simply held the mechanical tree in one hand, and the lightning-formed giant blade in the other, bringing the blade down upon the mechanical tree. Jianmu? Wudong? Sacred tree? If its existence consisted of sucking human bone marrow to grow, then what was the point of its existence? Don't hurt me. I'm doing this for your own good. I can't let you leak your imperial aura. It would invite aggression from other emperors. The blade seemed enchanted. The tree trunk that had stood head-on against the angry unicorn without a scratch, under the giant blade wrapped in telekinesis, was sharpened as easily as a simple pencil. Su Li remained calm. Just like the anger before him, the mechanical tree bore an indelible responsibility for everything before him. He himself bore a great responsibility. If he had discovered this earlier, perhaps none of this would have happened. I wasn't kidding. If it were the Purple Emperor, it would have also drawn an attack. They're so close, if you don't have enough strength, you'll be attacked by a large group. With one cut, the bark ripped open. Su Li was surprised to discover that even the inside was golden. Golden bark, golden sap. Perhaps he should collect it in a container, at least to use it to repair the mechanical girl the next time she was injured. He didn't even bother to pay any attention to the mechanical tree's hoarse words. Next came the second cut. He trimmed the excess branches. Perhaps, if he shaved it thinner, it could serve as the shaft of a spear. In mythology, what handle did Pengu's axe of creation use? They're coming. They're really coming. I'm not lying to you, and I'm not intentionally taking your energy. I simply want to grow up and hold an umbrella for you. Ha! Su was so angry he laughed. My son wouldn't even be so brazen about spending my money. You've been absorbing it for so long. Do you even know the name of my power? Su paused his knife and stared at the small tree before him. Its branches trembled madly, as if sifting through chaff. A friendly reminder, my ability isn't telekinesis, nor is it simply mental strength. It's control. The little tree trembled even more violently within the mecha's grip. Tell me, why should someone with the power of control be controlled by others? Don't worry. I won't kill you. Do you know why? Because from your actions, I can tell that those scattered seeds are your substitutes. If you die in my hands, you can transfer your soul at any time, anywhere, to any spot where the golden seeds have been scattered. How did you detect that? The little tree was stunned. It suddenly stopped trembling. For the first time, panic lingered in its voice. Chapter 569. How did he know? For a being so daring to survive, so dedicated to strengthening itself, Su wouldn't be surprised by any number of methods. How ironic, those beings, considered humanity's hope, the hope of the mechanical island, and constantly being nurtured, have always been treated as mere tools. They're indeed on their way. But aren't you the one who attracted them? How do those small trees, standing tall on the ground, repel the Zerg invasion? Just with simple pheromones? No, it's because they contain a wisp of imperial aura. Suli's words were met with endless silence from the small tree. Seeing the small tree's silence, he couldn't help but realize that his conjecture had once again come true. To achieve the imperial rank, every wisp of imperial aura is extremely precious. Once it appears in large numbers, it will undoubtedly signal to all high-level Zerg that there is an opportunity for evolution here. Low-level Zerg naturally wouldn't dare act rashly, but those who reach the end of the Zerg Emperor stage, eager to become emperors, would naturally take the risk and explore. The more Su thought about it, the more he felt that this thing before him couldn't be left behind. Even if the future might be difficult, the best approach was to eradicate it completely and prevent future trouble. But what made him a little troubled was that he couldn't guarantee complete extermination. Eve's heart was deeply moved, and for a moment, her faith wavered. A faint wave reached her, like a mother's gentle hand caressing her head. The mechanical tree on the mechanical island sensed the fluctuations in her thoughts, soothing her again and again. The massive mechanical island slowly descended, revealing a golden light that caught Suli's attention. He narrowed his eyes slightly, a bit undecided. He had no right to criticize the mechanical tree on the mechanical island, for it had led the mecha girls in centuries of war, never once compromising with the Zerg. At least in aiding humanity in its fight against the Zerg, it was a worthy ally. Thick roots spread down from the mechanical island, firmly anchoring the mechanical tree in Suli's hands. The extra roots gently touched the mecha, inviting him. Su glanced at the mecha tree, which he wished he could kill immediately. After a moment's hesitation, he loosened his grip. He piloted the mecha, grasped the outstretched branch, and followed it onto the mechanical island. For some reason, he felt the mechanical tree before him was worthy of his trust. Perhaps it was because his mecha girls all came from this mechanical tree, unlike his own, who relied on stealing everything. He followed the branches closely, heading towards the breeding room. Gazing at the golden tree within, its branches curled up, gently pushing open the door to a dark chamber. Eve was stunned. She involuntarily unfurled and disintegrated from the rain, for this was the first time she had seen a mechanical tree open its dark chamber to a human. Seeing Eve's stunned expression, Su stepped out of the mech. A branch gently curled around his waist, placing him in front of the dark chamber door. As the golden lines within emerged, he saw the mech he had once been so familiar with. Surprise? Surprise? Incredible. He suddenly realized that his body began to tremble violently at the sight of the mech before him. Ling Xiao? At that word, all the mecha girls were stunned. The truth they had been searching for so long lay within that small dark room. Junwei leaned out from behind Su and immediately spotted the mecha sitting on the floor, lifeless. It was an old-fashioned mecha, similar in design to the training mecha Su had designed. But it was incredibly old. Judging by the rust, it must have been at least hundreds of years old. But how old was Su? He took trembling steps forward, stumbled, and kicked against a metal plate, landing flat on it. He pushed aside Junsho, who tried to support him, and stared blankly at the plate before him. The symbols on it were characters he and Ling Xiao had created for fun when they were bored. Master, Ling Xiao misses you so much. Master, Ling Xiao has been searching for you for 200 years. Master, Ling Xiao created a race based on your preferences. Hee hee, I'm amazing, aren't I? Master, you'll be thrilled when you see these flesh and blood mecha girls. After all, you always despised me as a cold, stone lump. Master, 300 years. I still haven't found you. I don't know where this is, but I found a civilization that closely resembles our former world. Master, they have Chinese characters too. Tell me, have I traveled back to the past, or into the future? If it's the past, then all I have to do is defend them against the Zerg attack, and I'll have another chance to see you again? Master, my joystick is rusted. I may never hear you call me a stone lump again. In theory, mechanical life can achieve immortality, but why did you endow me with emotions? This loneliness makes immortality a burden. Perhaps I should have acknowledged your death long ago. Although your body vanished mysteriously, the search has been too long. So long that I reach despair and am beginning to contemplate death. I'm so unwilling. Even in death, I still want to hear you call me Ling Xiao. Master, farewell. Who could have imagined that the iron plate that Mechanical Island had studied for so many years was actually a diary where Ling Xiao had recorded his own journey, one entry after another. Time is the most terrifying thing in this world. So terrifying that it even makes a mechanical life form with immortality give up its own existence. No, time is not terrifying. Emotions are terrifying. Tears of blood and tears fell from his blood-red eyes. Trembling, he stroked the words on the iron plate, raised his gaze to the rusted mech before him, stumbled forward 2 steps, and touched her cold armor. Ling Xiao? Iron lump? His voice trembled as he gently stroked Ling Xiao's armor, letting his tears of blood drip. Without a word, he climbed to the cockpit and deftly pressed the manual valve. However, due to a lack of power, the manual valve lost its hydraulic thrust. With all his might, he finally opened the valve completely. With a rusting sound, the cockpit was revealed. The leather seats had long since become nothing more than skeletons. The densely packed dashboard was covered in dust. In the corner, his worn military canteen had a completely shattered lid. Judging by the fingerprints on it, Ling Xiao had obviously fiddled with it so much that it was completely deformed and unrecognizable. The cockpit didn't have many traces of his own. The various posters he had displayed in the cockpit had all vanished over time. His spare military uniform, the box of tobacco, and the large iron box he had hidden behind the cockpit to prevent hypoglycemia. He didn't know what the point of searching for these things was. But he just kept searching in the cabin. It seemed that if he kept searching, he would find the meaning of his past life. Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao got the reply. Iron lump. If you had been a little later, I would have become a bug's poop. Ling Xiao, do you know what's most important to a woman? Softness. Softness. And it has to be just the right amount of softness. It's not just stuffing cotton into the cockpit. Don't do these things anymore. Your big hands only know how to stuff things in. I'm the one who has to do the tidying up. You're so unlucky. I really should upgrade you to a mouth. At least then you could taste the instant noodles I make. Su Li's figure suddenly stopped, as he seemed to hear his own voice echoing through the cockpit. Chapter 570. A branch reached out and gently touched Su Li's forehead. A memory belonging to Ling Xiao emerged, filling his mind. It was her past with the mechanical tree. A melon seed, which Su Li had placed on the console before her death, was carefully removed from the cockpit by her massive, iron-clad palm, filled with lubricant, and carefully watered, until a tiny seedling sprouted. She attached the seedling to her body, carrying it wherever she went. It seemed as if it had become the only memory Su Li had left her. The mechanical tree grew day by day, gradually revealing its extraordinary qualities. The mech and the tree remained on an unnamed planet for many years. It was not until they joined forces to kill a high-level Zerg that everything slowly began to change. 2 beings from different races, nestled together, embracing each other for warmth. To the mechanical tree, Ling Xiao undoubtedly existed as a mother figure. She protected it, weak and powerless, giving it space to grow and the nutrients it needed. She gave it everything she could. The long years flew by. From Ling Xiao's repeated tales of her and him to the mechanical tree, it could sense her deep loneliness. Century after century, the erosion of time erodes some memories, destined to fade. But some unforgettable ones, bit by bit, are deeply engraved in the heart. Looking at Su Li, curled up in the cockpit, completely relaxed as if at home, the mecha girls fell silent. They were all his contracted mecha girls, so they could naturally feel the deep pain he was feeling. Although she was filled with endless questions, now was clearly not the right time to ask them. Eve stared at the blood and tears splattering on the iron plate, her heart filled with indescribable emotions. For so many years, she hadn't known that Ling Xiao's cockpit could be opened from the outside. Yet, Su Li had actually opened it right in front of her and stepped right in. Her newly born self had requested countless times, curious for years, but Ling Xiao had never once let her into her cockpit. But what about Su Li before her? She seemed so familiar with the place, as if she had returned home. All of this was inexplicable, but for some reason, everyone felt that Ling Xiao and Su Li were incredibly familiar with each other. Even after hundreds of years, these two beings shouldn't have had any contact. What's going on? Eve turned to look at Lightning, who had followed Su Li the longest. The latter had just pulled a chicken drumstick from his pocket, ripped open the packaging, and froze in his tracks upon hearing this. Here, can't we eat here? Sorry, I never been here, so I don't know. Eve stared at the chicken drumstick she tried to hide, veins bulging on her forehead. Is that what I'm asking about? I'm asking about him. Him? Isn't this the mechanical island? Your own place you don't know. Besides, the owner is right there, you should just ask the person involved. Eve's eyes widened in disbelief. Can't you see Su Li's expression? Can't you sense his emotions? Is this the right time to question him? She suddenly remembered how Su Li had restrained his anger with his telekinesis alone. Even though the venom of anger was swirling violently around his neck, his masculine aura assaulted her. And not to mention the mechanical tree he forcibly pulled out. Oh, that mechanical tree. She anxiously tried to run, but after taking a single step, she froze in her tracks. What subsequent strategy? What solid defense? If everything Su Li had said was true, then both Long O and the mechanical island were merely tools for the little tree in his mind. For a moment, she felt as if she were trapped in an icy cave. If everything was a hoax, then all the attacking Zerg were attracted by the planted trees. Rage wasn't the beginning. Perhaps old Zhang, who had appeared on Ling Sui's star, had gone there to investigate the trees. After all, that one tree had the most astonishing growth. Slaanesh suspected a trap, and old Zhang's death only confirmed this realization. That's why she took a different approach, choosing Guanghua Star as her battlefield. The mechanical tree on the mechanical island also possessed the might of an emperor, but she knew in her heart that it didn't actually possess that level of strength. And now it seemed that the little tree didn't either. It was just a fraud, a complete liar, using the power of a powerful force to its own advantage. In the cockpit, Su Li opened his eyes. Why are you telling me all this? A woman's voice, somewhat raspy and seasoned, echoed. It was a voice very similar to Ling Xiao's. I simply ask that, for Ling Xiao's sake, you grant my people a chance to survive. Respected Lord, I have no intention of offending your majesty, but your authority is control. If I keep it, I can undoubtedly do more with it. Even if it's just to separate the core's energy. As you can see, my journey is almost over. Even for these children, they must have a place to rest. Su Li glanced at the anxiously waiting mecha girl outside, and closed his eyes again. Perhaps I should call you Dad, someone I never met. What? Eve was stunned. So, she contracted her father? For so many years, she considered Ling Xiao her mother, and the mecha tree her aunt. But now, the mecha tree aunt had told her that the one she thought of as her aunt was actually her daughter. And the mecha master she considered her father? How could he be my father? Lightning took a bite of a chicken leg and glanced at Eve in confusion. What's so strange about this? Ask everyone here, who isn't his daughter. You're really surprised by something unusual. Jun Shou blushed. At least when she called him Dad, her voice always trembled. The already somewhat melancholic atmosphere suddenly shifted. Eve pulled at her hair, struggling to face reality. Had she lost her mind after being fired? Why was it so difficult to reason about a simple relationship? What had she been doing all this time? She pressed her legs against his, letting him touch her. Using the toxicity to ride on him, she rode on him, holding his head. She even used the pretext of securing a stable battle line to sign a contract with him. If nothing unexpected happened, after he piloted her a few times, she'd be able to collapse into his arms. But now, what was she supposed to do? She pointed her slender fingers at everyone present, even the floor. Can anyone give her an explanation? The mechanical tree's branches supported Eve, and a kind voice rang out, Don't worry. You're just my creations, and have nothing to do with Ling Xiao. Eve was stunned, and suddenly felt even more heartbroken. How could it be? It doesn't matter. If I were to argue with you, wouldn't I have to call Su Li Grandpa? The mechanical women present, except Lightning, were all stunned. She stuffed a whole chicken leg into her mouth, and when she pulled it out, it was just a bare bone. Lightning scratched his head nonchalantly, and said nonchalantly, "So you're changing the name?" Chapter 571. Her red hair swayed, and her upright figure exuded a sense of valor. But who knew her well enough to know she was a hottie? Ever since she was seriously injured at the outpost, she'd been officially certified as having suffered brain damage. But was it truly brain damage? Junyu glanced at Lightning's back. It seemed that no matter how things changed around her, Lightning always stood by Su Li, unwavering. She wasn't clueless, she was simply accustomed to following Su Li's orders. She had never considered his changing status. From the beginning, he had been her master. And still is. He treated every bite of food with care, every battle with heart. She devoted all her attention to the little details of daily life, while she and others were the only ones caught up in deep self-determination over trivial matters. Lightning quickly approached Su Li, stared at his face for a moment, and carefully wiped the blood and tears from his cheeks with a handkerchief. Feeling someone's touch, he looked up and saw Lightning's concerned gaze. Those large eyes were filled with worry, and he couldn't help but reach out and touch her head. "Is the concussion feeling any better?" Lightning nodded and pressed Su Li's hand against his. "Master, I never thought I could become a knife." "A knife? So cool. And a knife with jet acceleration. For the first time in my life, I'm peeling the bark of a mechanical tree. I'll remember that feeling forever." "Then you have a lot to remember in your lifetime." Su Li smiled weakly. From her first bite of instant noodles and her first sip of lubricant to the braised pig's trotters and fruit candy she later eaten, she promised to remember every single thing. The little notebook in her suitcase was probably already filled with everything she needed to remember. "Not really. Honestly, I just need to remember how good Master has been to me." She squeezed into the cockpit and nuzzled his chest affectionately. Her large eyes scanned the cockpit. "Master, this cockpit only has your control seat. Where's Ling Xiao?" She curiously tapped the back panel. "Is she in the back?" Su Li carefully stroked the instrument panel and whispered, "She's here. She's a virtual program, an intelligent combat steward who assists me in combat. She's also the core of this machine. She was once my most reliable combat partner." "Is she still here?" "No. It doesn't matter, Master. I still have you. I'm here. I'll always be here." She gently hugged him, offering him all the warmth she could offer. Feeling the body in his arms, Su Li felt for the first time the sense of proportion that came from Lightning. He didn't have the strength to hold you to death, and he actually found it a little unbelievable. "Your Majesty, the fleet outside is attempting to land on the planet." Ruozi's thought interrupted Su Li's thoughts. He grabbed Lightning and jumped out of the cockpit. After closing the hatch completely, he glanced at Ling Xiao before him again. "After the battle, I'll come back and give you a thorough maintenance." He smiled, as if she had never left. Their bond began with companionship and ended with separation. It seemed like most relationships in this world were like this. In the beginning, she was the one missing him, and in the future, it would be his turn. Su Li glanced at the mechanical tree before him and said in a deep voice, "I promise. I'll spare its life." Without looking back, he walked out until he reached the edge of the mechanical island, then leaped down. Invisible telekinesis surged wildly, controlling the air beneath his feet and the force of gravity. Though unfamiliar, after repeated attempts, he finally stood steadily dozens of meters above the ground. Rage continued to struggle. Even though her neck was completely broken, the vitality of a high-level Zerg was undoubtedly strong enough. Spears of telekinesis appeared, and with a wave of Su Li's hand, they pierced into Rage's body, pinning her to the spot. The mech girls, who had caught up, were stunned by Su Li's soaring presence. They had seen many Super S-class pilots with awakened abilities. Some could control speed, granting mech girls immense explosive power in a short period of time. Some could forcibly increase their levels. It could be said that most of their abilities required the cooperation of mech girls to be fully utilized. But their masters, without relying on them, could also wield their own abilities. Domination? Lightning gazed at the endless sea of insects in the distance. Even the Golden Emperor-level Ruozi bowed his head before his master. At this moment, the image of the king was instantly materialized. His entire body seemed to be covered in a layer of twisted ripples, making it impossible to see. Su Li pointed at the half-barked mechanical tree on the ground. Though it still shone golden, it no longer had the lushness of its former self. Broken branches, bare trunks, and even the roots had been largely ripped off by Su Li. The main root system was now bare, and golden sap seeped into the ground, forming a shallow golden puddle. A mark slowly emerged on its trunk, as if innate. The small tree remained silent, seemingly aware that surviving was already a very good outcome. Especially since the Fury before it had surrendered, yet was violently annihilated, it wished it could shrink its body, minimizing its presence to zero. The Fury's core burst forth, circling Suli twice before being handed to Ruozi. Go to Red Flame Star. Capture the Fury there. If she surrenders, give her the core. If she doesn't, bring back her core as well. Ruozi nodded, and her golden figure vanished in a flash. Contact the fleet, and have them stand by in space. Things here are over. Regroup and proceed according to the original plan. Original plan? You mean, we still need to establish a quarantine zone? Using its tree species? Faced with Eve's questioning, Suli nodded. We were afraid because we didn't have the Emperor class. But now we do. And more than one. Let them come. We'll be waiting for them on the prepared battlefield. Looking at Eve before him, his lips suddenly curled up slightly. Governor Xia, when you were driving just now, did you feel? Are we there yet? Eve's face suddenly flushed, her gaze becoming evasive. Feel what? It was too fast. I didn't even have time to feel it. Suli frowned. No. Well, now that everything's settled, let's try again. Here? How can you be so mean? How can you say something like that in front of everyone? Haven't you always wanted to experience what it's like to be above SSS level? What's wrong with this place? Do you have to go to the mechanical island to experience the increase in strength? Eve was stunned, her face flushing even more. Chapter 572. She wanted to refuse, but the sensation of fusion made her unable to stop. Seeing she was a little embarrassed to speak, Suli landed on the ground and gestured to her. There are still Zerg motherships left in space. Let's deal with them as soon as possible. At Suli's request, Eve finally gave up her hesitation and unfolded her ice blue mech. The June sisters were eager to try, because the unprecedented feeling of power made them yearn for it. It turned out that not only could they adapt to a mech, but even other mech girls could materialize. Lightning was the first to come over and placed his head next to Suli's hand. Master. Quick, grab my neck. Suli was slightly startled before realizing that the hilt of the long sword was actually Lightning's neck. Hanhai stood at the edge of the mechanical island, watching Lightning's massive mech transform once again into a dramatic long sword, and couldn't help but clench his fist. To this day, she had never merged with the June sisters, so naturally, she hadn't experienced that kind of energy surge and explosive strength increase. Beside her, Yu, with dark circles under his eyes, gazed intently at the icy blue machine below, his eyes gleaming with hatred undimmed. Ha! It's all a conspiracy. What so-called battle needs, what so-called plentiful experimental materials. Why are you giving me everything I want? How long have I been in the lab? Huh? How long? She grabbed Hanhai's shoulders and began shaking him frantically. Tell me, what the hell did you orchestrate? My family is gone. My home is gone. The experimental project didn't produce any significant results, and my home is gone. Give me back my master. Give me back my resonance. Give me back my fusion. Hanhai's chest bounced up and down, and when it hit Heiyu's chin, she went even crazier. Heiyu? That's enough. I haven't even merged. But you resonated. I saw it with my own eyes. Your inherent skill, the one that looks like thorns, blooming roses. I saw it all. Hanhai adjusted her glasses and struggled, only to find the other person's hand was like a steel clamp, unmovable. She let out a wry smile. Sister, if you just want to vent, you got to find the right person, right? Heiyu sneered, his smile forced. Do I dare? Hiss. Hanhai gasped, realizing she had no way to refute this. How about you? Try to learn from Jun Quan and win over the people. Heiyu looked at Hanhai, a cold glint in her eyes. Hanhai, you changed. You're just giving me the cold shoulder. I'm not giving you the cold shoulder. At least in the current situation, Jun Quan is probably the only idiot capable of resisting. Maybe Yihua, but her goals aren't aligned with yours. So how did I, a researcher, end up paired with two idiots? I need an explanation for this. Hanhai, She understood. Hey, you didn't really want to explain herself. She's simply been pent up in the lab for too long, and her emotions desperately needed an outlet. But it was obvious she had no desire to accompany Heiyu on his mischief on the mechanical island. She adjusted her glasses and calmly pulled a small notebook from her pocket. Remember when you said a while ago you discovered a huge secret? Something that could advance the experiment. Heiyu was stunned. You mean, after I accidentally inhaled the combined venom of pride and Slaanesh? Yes. You said you were bursting with inspiration, but after recovering, you couldn't remember anything. So? So, during your second attempt, I gave you a pen and paper so you could record your findings while in a trance. Really? Show me. My experiments have been stalled for a while, and I desperately need new ideas. Hurry flashed across her face, and she grabbed Han Hai's arm, reaching out to pounce on her. No, I'll give it to you. But you have to promise that once you read the records, you won't bother me again. Okay, not to mention not bothering you. Even if you ask me to bother Eve, I'm not afraid. I'll throw the results of my experiment in her face, and show her what confidence means. Sister, I'm not bragging, but if my current research project succeeds, then I can say, Master, I can sleep as long as I want, even if the gods come and stop me. Yu waved his hand, exuding dominance. Han Hai produced a small notebook, but before handing it to Yu, he subconsciously took a step back. Yu clearly didn't notice Han Hai's anomaly. She simply stared at the notebook in Han Hai's hands. The brown leather cover, at that moment, took on a hint of antiquity. The fragrance of ink emanating from it made her smell the sweetness of truth. That's the smell. That's the smell of her own special ink. When she thought about how she had used it to write down a truth that would be passed down through the ages, she couldn't help but take a deep breath, and her body actually began to tremble slightly. This inner fervor had last surged forth on the training ground, when she saw the trajectory of lightning. The curved lines and jerks across the field pierced her heart, a machine girl. And now, this fragrance meant the door to truth had finally opened to her. It wasn't just a piercing pain, it was ripping out her arteries, pumping them furiously. For the first time, Suli hadn't even opened it, and she already had a fever. The brown cover was like a complex and heavy door. Just imagine, in the pursuit of truth, which scientific researcher hasn't endured countless hardships, countless twists and turns, tormenting themselves to the point of being unrecognizable, just to lift the skirt of truth and glimpse what lies beneath. Even if it's full of nasty things, they have to read it first before calling it a bitch. The notebook in Han Hai's hand seemed to carry an unimaginable weight. She watched Yu staring intently at the notebook, like a seasoned foot and leg fetishist gazing at a perfectly formed leg clad in silk stockings. Her heavy breathing, as if about to have an epic lung-bursting orgasm, was unnerving. Han Hai took another step back. Well, don't rush into this. Regarding some important discoveries, I think you better clean yourself up to show respect for the truth. Yu finally raised her eyes, nodded solemnly, took the notebook from Han Hai's hand, and sprinted towards the lab. Han Hai finally breathed a sigh of relief, but the next second, she had sprinted to the breeding room and hidden herself in Lingxia's dark room. She wouldn't go out. With the master and the governor fighting outside, she wouldn't be needed for anything. At least not for a while. Yu returned to her bedroom and bathed, and changed her clothes at breakneck speed. So fast that even the water droplets on her body couldn't catch up to her. Looking at the notebook lying quietly on the table, she knelt down cautiously in her bathrobe and kowtowed 9 times. Her heart was pounding, her hands were trembling. She slowly flipped open the covers, and on the first page, written in irrefutable truth, if the banana is big, the peel is also big. Chapter 573. The excitement froze on her face, replaced by utter madness. Ah! Damn it! Damn it! A series of screams echoed across half of the mechanical island. Even Han Hai, trapped in the secret room, couldn't help but shudder. The after-effects were too great. Could she still withstand it? It had to be said that extreme screaming was also a form of catharsis. Although she wasn't good at psychological counseling, had she seen pigs run before? Aren't methods and approaches developed by others through practice? Once the catharsis was released, it would be fine. The method wasn't important, the result was what mattered. Of course, before that, I need to give my own ideas a thumbs up. Yu was completely mad. She had never imagined that, in the darkness of her experimental career, the one who would stab her would be another version of herself. Why? Why was reality so cruel? She flipped through her notebook frantically, only to see the words written on page 2. Before a person dies, he must be alive. Page 3. What happens tomorrow will be known the day after tomorrow. Yu's eyes widened, and she tore off the notebook in front of her with a swish, yanking frantically at her bathrobe. Isn't this the truth? Do you have any objections? Her sharp gaze darted around the lab, and finally, the moment she caught sight of the scalpel, her gaze regained its composure. What a big deal. In this world, if even an experiment stuck is acceptable, what else is unacceptable? Returning to her little nest, she looked at herself in the mirror, her eyes full of dark circles, and sat down in front of it. Yu dried her hair, styled her face, and tied a beautiful bow on her head. Looking at her increasingly perfect self in the mirror, she suddenly smiled. There was something strange about that smile. What should I do? This embarrassing side of mine has been discovered. There's no other way. I can only silence them. She put on her miniskirt, tied the scalpel to her leg ring, and then let it down. She smiled sweetly at the mirror and walked out. The researchers instinctively dodged to the side, at the mere sight of her eyes. It wasn't until "Hey, you" disappeared from the lab that everyone started whispering. "See, she's dressed up beautifully. She went to see the commander, right? There are always those days every month. Don't you think she looks a little off this time? What's wrong? She's still the same old thing. If you put it that way, you're not wrong." They chatted for a few minutes before immersing themselves in their experiments again. There were simply too many projects to handle. Besides, they didn't have the same freedom to wander around as Hayu. The entire lab was their only area of activity. Little Han Hai? Voices, like soul calling, echoed from every corner of the mechanical island. Hayu could be seen near the trash cans, in the breeding rooms, and even in the weapons production workshops. A large number of the Royal Guard mecha girls came and went on the mechanical island, and each wave of them was stopped and questioned by Hayu. Hidden in a dark room, Han Hai experienced for the first time the persistence of the dark, Busta lowly. She came to the breeding room 7 times alone. That's 7 times. Is this thing born in the year of the dog? The mechanical island is so big, why not look elsewhere? Little Han Hai? I smell you. Come out. I need your approval records for lab supplies. Oh, you have a terminal with you, right? Look, how foolish I am. I could have just called and found out where you are. Han Hai was startled. She frantically pulled out her terminal and frantically pressed the power button. As the screen went black, she leaned against the darkroom door and breathed a sigh of relief. Oh my! It's turned off? That's great. You lost your only chance to ask the master for help. Bang! Hayu stomped heavily on the floor, her eyes narrowed slightly, sniffing the lingering scent in the air. In the breeding room, the mechanical tree shifted its roots nervously. 10 out of 10 mechanical girls like this, bred from human brain cells, are bombs. It would have been fine if it hadn't moved, but the movement instantly caught Hayu's attention. Master Mechanical Tree, may I ask, have you seen Han Hai? The one with the short blonde hair that had a golden ponytail. That damn cow with glasses. The sinister gaze made the mechanical tree tremble. As the branches swayed, Hayu's disappointment was visibly evident. No! But I could clearly smell her right here. Was it just my imagination? She turned her back and stepped steadily towards the dark room. The heavy footsteps made Han Hai cover his mouth tightly. Only as Hayu's footsteps receded did she dare to release her grip and breathe heavily. Perfume, huh? If she sprays it again, she won't be a mech girl. God bless you, Mech Tree. There were only a few Zerd motherships left outside. At least for Sully and Eve, they shouldn't be difficult to deal with. He's almost back. The master will be back soon. Just a little longer, just a little longer. You're not lying to me, are you? The sudden voice startled Han Hai, causing him to gasp. Even the mecha tree shuddered, for it had clearly watched Hayu leave, yet it hadn't realized she suddenly returned. A wave of thought was transmitted, instantly received by Eve. The next second, the mecha, having completed its battle, suddenly appeared in the breeding room. Eve's face flushed, and she stumbled as soon as it disintegrated. What happened? It's nothing. I just hit a bottleneck with the experiment, and I missed my master. Hayu happily ran to Su Li's side and affectionately took his arm. Master, can I have you accompany me? Su Li glanced at Hayu and immediately put his arm around her waist. Others might not understand, but as a master, how could he not understand his mecha girl? His large hand, oblivious to the others, reached down, and just as it was about to touch her thigh, Hayu grabbed his hand. Master, don't be so anxious. I'm anxious, you idiot. Lift up your skirt. Hayu bit her lower lip lightly, her large eyes misting with tears. A faint blush rose to her cheeks, and even the corners of her mouth tinged with a hint of spring. Her slender fingers rested on the hem of her skirt, her middle finger slightly raised. The June sisters were stunned. When it came to seduction, all the mecha girls combined couldn't match Hayu before them. Those slender fingers gently pinched the hem of her skirt, lifting it up a little at a time. The pleated skirt visibly rose at the center seam, revealing long, beautiful legs clad in black stockings. Su Li slapped her hand away in anger and lifted her skirt. If she had to lift it so slowly, anyone would have thought they were about to perform a sex scene. As the skirt rose, Hayu let out a surprised gasp. But no matter how innocent she pretended, everyone still saw her leg band and the 7 or 8 scalpels strapped to it. Tell me, who messed with you again? Chapter 574. Su Li's words immediately transformed the grievance on Yu's face into a bright smile. No one else, Master, is the best. I'm just having a little bit of a problem with my experiment, and I haven't made any progress. Su Li glanced at Yu suspiciously. He's seen Yu stuck in an experiment before. She only gets impatient and stays up all night. Why would she strap a knife to herself? There's only one possibility for this situation. Su Li felt a slight pain in his teeth. Although he hadn't been harmed yet, this predetermined victim was inevitable. But who is it this time? Why are you so stubborn? You have so much free time. Why mess with Yu? Isn't his kidney a kidney? If he doesn't get out of this mess this time, you will definitely not let it go. Since when did I become a life of toil? Experiment? What experiment? Tell me about it. Maybe we can give you some direction. It's the nurturing of golden tree seeds. After reaching a certain stage of growth, they will become somewhat inert. Even if you apply more force. Even more fertilizer won't do the trick. It's like it's been thwarted by a growth constraint. We don't need to research this anymore. Yu was stunned when she heard this. No more research? Jun Quan cautiously glanced at the hem of her skirt and shrank back. Sister Yu, Master has discovered a new use for the mechanical tree, so we can stop the alternative cultivation of the tree species. Su Li nodded and ruffled Yu's black hair. Our current research results are sufficient. Do you have enough of the Insect King's corpse? Yes. Then, according to the existing method, we'll head to a place far from Long-O and stimulate the growth of some golden tree species. A hint of doubt crossed Yu's face. She felt as if she had missed something important during her days in the lab. So what exactly had she missed? A project she'd been working on for 6 months, and it was halted just like that. No more isolation zones? Produce a whole batch of tree species? So many. For what? A massive figure suddenly appeared in the breeding room and collapsed to the ground with a flutter. She folded her wings, struggled forward, and took 2 steps, transforming into a human form, waving the antennae on her head. Lord, I'm here. I received your order and rushed here without stopping. Hurry, her face drooling with anticipation. If Z had become an emperor, even though she was far away on Fire Blue Star, she would have sensed it through her connection with Su Li. Furthermore, the surge in her lord's energy was so intense that she couldn't ignore it. The thought of achieving the same emperor level as Ruozi, if she performed just a little better, made her whole body tremble with excitement. Aside from laying eggs, this constant trembling was arguably her only intense activity. Her heartbeat was so much faster than before. Go outside. Another wrath might appear soon. By the way, how's the infiltration of the corporate federation going? The existing fleet is halfway complete. As for the Divine Grace cult's leadership, 2/3 have already been replaced. The same goes for the entire council. We estimate that the infiltration will be complete in a week. Your Majesty, will we still proceed according to the original plan? We'll discuss this later. Because of a series of sudden changes, future strategic plans may need to be adjusted. Eve took over, the lingering sadness still lingering on her face. Her mind felt completely blank. She clearly needed to contact Gao Mingrui immediately to confirm the next course of action, but right now, all she wanted was to lie down. Has it been so long since she'd driven a mech this intensely? She felt her legs tremble involuntarily just standing there. This damn young grass, so much stamina, is it because she's old? No. For a mech girl, even 200 years old is still in her prime. Perhaps, before discussing the next battle plan with Gao Mingrui, she should change the gear oil. Let's do as the governor says. The group left the breeding room and found the only open space on the mech island. Yi excitedly approached Su Li, watching him remove a scalpel from Yu's body, slash his fingertips, and drip blood into her mouth. Bright red blood stained her lips. A strange feeling of fullness made her squint involuntarily. As her throat moved, her entire face suddenly turned pink. The 2 tentacles on her forehead stretched straight out, and her hair, starting from the roots, slowly turned golden. The lines on her plump thighs also began to transform. She curled up, gradually transforming into a golden cocoon of light. It looked exactly like when she was first tamed. Ruozi didn't recocoon during her transformation, perhaps because she had reached the late stage of the Insect Emperor and didn't need a lot of energy infusion, only a little guidance from the Emperor's aura. But Yi was different. The energy she lacked needed to be supplemented by Su Li's own energy. Gazing at the golden cocoon before her, Su Li instinctively knew she would still need some time. A wave of space rippled, and Ruozi's figure flashed into view, her skirt swaying slightly, revealing her slender legs. Yu's eyes narrowed instantly. She surveyed Ruozi's high-slit nun's robe, the fullness of her bust threatening to burst forth, and suddenly felt that she was still dressed too conservatively. Ruozi was truly a slut. Even standing still, this nun's robe exuded a sense of allure. The look between her eyebrows, at first glance, was enough to stir arousal. But when you truly scrutinize her, you find her incredibly dignified, and you can't help but feel ashamed of your own lustful thoughts. A tall woman stood behind Ruozi, surveying the crowd with a curious gaze. Then, she slowly walked over to Suli, knelt on one knee, and bowed her head. "Your Majesty, she has already swallowed the core of fury, but it will take time to fully digest it." Ruozi's divine sense reached Suli's mind. He squeezed his fingertips towards fury before him, releasing another drop of blood. He wrapped it with telekinesis and brought it to her lips. Fury opened her mouth and swallowed the blood. The next second, she couldn't contain her breath, and red energy began to dissipate wildly. Ruozi's skirt rustled in the force. In Suli's slightly narrowed eyes, fury before him, like EE, transformed into a golden cocoon of light. On the planet's surface, a mechanical tree with broken roots lay quietly, feigning death. The next second, dozens of cores crashed into it, splashing a shower of golden sap. Suli's voice was cold and indifferent. "Get out of here and condense my mechanical island. I can spare your life." The tree's broken branches swayed slightly, pulling the entire core beneath them. New roots grew, enveloping the entire core. Chapter 575. In the dark room, Hanhai quietly opened the door and tiptoed out. After completely restoring the door, she cautiously walked behind the others. She clung to Suli, not daring to stray a step, her gaze fixed on Heiyu. It must be said, some people's strange behavior is truly terrifying. Heiyu's nose twitched slightly, and her neck suddenly twisted, frightening Hanhai so much that she almost jumped up and quickly grabbed Suli's arm. Feeling the strength of her arm, then observing her expression, Suli understood. The victim had brought this upon himself. A number of mecha girls had already gathered on the platform. They gazed curiously at the giant cocoon before them, while some also looked towards the partially peeled mechanical tree on the ground. They covered their mouths in shock, seemingly having never imagined that the mechanical tree they revered as a deity would be treated so harshly. But after they heard the whole story from some insiders, everyone fell silent. People aren't all good, and how can all trees be good? In this world, who among all living things isn't selfish? As the power within the cores was released, golden rays began to intertwine in the air. One core after another soared into the air, hovering around the small tree. At this moment, it no longer had the courage to steal Suli's energy. Without Suli's telekinesis to assist, the cores hung in the air, trembling slightly. 12 massive cores formed the core of the entire mechanical island. The remaining cores slowly rose, one by one, transforming into streaks of golden energy as they ascended. Those golden threads, those golden globs of liquid energy, gradually filled the fixed frame. Runes and energy from the mechanical tree continuously poured into it, attempting to shape it, but it remained frozen for a long time. Branches extended from the mechanical island and reached into the golden energy. Suli could sense that it was the mechanical tree on the mechanical island, using its own mechanical laws to help the little tree complete the island's construction. The thought of being deceived by the little tree for so many years filled him with rage. But for the sake of Ling Xiao and the mechanical tree on the mechanical island, he chose to spare the little tree's life. However, he owed an explanation to the mechanical island, to Longzhou, and to his teachers. The new mechanical island gradually emerged before everyone. None of the mecha girls present, including Eve, had ever witnessed the birth of the mecha island. The mecha island, with its added cores, was destined to be different from the mecha girls' mecha island. The old mecha island was a war fortress, built to its exacting specifications. But the new mecha island resembled an uncultivated, barren island. Mountains and rivers rose upon it. Though not fully constructed, at first glance, it was dozens of times larger than the existing mecha island. Remember, the existing mecha island only had 6 cores, of which only one was the main core, constructed from the bodies of 6 Zerg kings. But the new mecha island, just for the Zerg mothership's main core, had 12. And the remaining cores were a whopping 72. This mechanical island didn't even utilize the insect king's body. Everything was filled and constructed entirely by the energy of the core. This meant that even with 2 mechanical trees building simultaneously, the speed was still far too slow. The fleeting golden lines, merely outlining the overall shape, were already breathtaking. This was a massive island suspended entirely in midair, large enough to accommodate the current mechanical island. It's so huge. Why is it this shape? Shouldn't a mechanical island be a warship? It looks like a massive floating island. That platform over there is almost as big as the mechanical island. Is it possible that this is just for docking our mechanical island? The mecha girls chatted, their anticipation brimming with anticipation for the new island before them. They watched as mountains and rivers rose from the ground, and a mesmerizing golden lake slowly took shape. To please Su Li and atone for his mistake, Xiaoshu had clearly given it his all, even recreating the beautiful scenery from his inherited memories on the mecha island. The mecha girls watched as golden saplings burst through the soil, climbing over the peaks. They watched as golden waterfalls cascaded down from the heights, crashing into deep pools. The splashing water was none other than their precious mecha tree sap. Comparing people can only lead to death, and comparing goods can lead to discarding them. For a moment, the mecha girls of the royal guards felt unbalanced. They looked at the mecha island before them, then at their own mecha island. The narrow beds there could only accommodate one person lying flat, and even turning over was difficult. Then, they looked at the other mecha islands, beautiful mountains and rivers, waterfalls and deep pools. There's no clamor from mechanized factories, no scorching heat from weapons workshops. There aren't even roads or signs running in all directions. More importantly, there are no tall, cramped dormitories. Can we stay here? I want to sleep on the floor. We should be able to. The governor ran off with someone else, so we're considered his wife's family. Can his wife's family live on his son-in-law's mecha island? We should be able to. If he had just one mecha girl, that wouldn't be appropriate. But he has more than one. And they owe us so much dowry, so they should be able to live there. These days, who contracts a mecha girl for free? The pilots of the Dawn Legion, right? They don't seem to have given any dowry to our people. Hush. That gives us even more reason. I want to go to the East Hill. I want to go to the pond. There's so much sap, even if I don't drink it, I can smell it. Look at your lack of ambition. I'll ask the Legion commander for 2 cups. Eve stared in amazement at the mecha island before her, gradually taking shape. Her mouth dropped open. 12 main cores, plus 72 auxiliary cores. This was a massive undertaking she had never seen before. She even suspected it was simply because 12 Zerg motherships had arrived. If there were more, Su Li would have used it all. He wasn't known for his extravagant spending. Judging from his upbringing, he always hoarded goodies, spending every penny wisely. But this time, he spent it all. Looking at the mechanical island before her, built entirely from the Zerg core, her heart trembled slightly. Eve glanced at Su Li beside her, suddenly realizing that he probably already made plans for the future. Craving the beauty, the pleasures? No, she saw only a divine kingdom with countless divine soldiers descended from the sky. Chapter 576. The upper echelon of the communications tower on Lingsue Star. Gao Mingrui hadn't smoked in a long time, but now, he lit a cigarette. A deep frown furrowed his aging face. Was this a wrong move? The Qianlong project, in the end, was only implemented because the mechanical tree, which they had always trusted, was completely untrustworthy. It couldn't be said to be a complete fraud. After all, the golden tree, possessing an imperial aura, did have the power to drive ordinary Zerg away and suppress the birth of new queens. But the high-level queens it provoked also forced Longzhou to draw out his last remaining resources. However, Gao Mingrui had no regrets. The complex emotions mingled within him were mostly a feeling of regret. When this storm passes, the elderly will find complete and eternal relief. They will finally no longer have to drag their ailing bodies through this painful suffering. This matter is top secret. Apart from you, me, Eve, and a small number of mecha girls, no one else has the right to know. Gao Mingrui looked at Su Li's virtual image and spoke slowly. They are still working hard at their posts, and so are you. Everything should proceed according to the original plan. The isolation zone needs to be built, and the rest is left to us. Su Li was silent. He didn't rush to refute Gao Mingrui's words. Instead, he nodded and said, I will keep EE and the newly conquered Anger. With 2 Emperor-level beings, we can guarantee the survival of our territory even if the Zerg invade. Watching the ash fall from Gao Mingrui's fingers, Su Li hung up his phone. Eve, standing to the side, glanced at Su Li and said, they can't retreat. Once they enter the nutrient chamber, they'll have no way out. They'll have no choice but to go all the way. Just follow Gao Mingrui's instructions and execute the established battle plan. But they sacrificed their all for Longzhou, for humanity, and that's all. Even if there were reasons, when they stood on the battlefield, all their efforts had one and only one meaning. It's not your fault. It's just fate, that's all. Eve looked at Su Li's mini mecha girls, and said word by word, block the news. Keep all information about the mecha tree to yourself. All the mecha girls were stern, and seeing Eve's serious expression, no one spoke again. The new mecha island was still under construction. With the temporary end of the space war, many mecha girls from the Dawn Legion had rushed back. They stared at the new mecha island in front of them, each one dumbfounded. Oh my goodness! This battle was worth it. The new mecha island is ready. Looks like you're planning on building a city here, brother? Are those two bumps on the edge an airport for docking ships? Yihua poked his head out of the archer bug, took a quick look, then leaped onto the mecha island in his mecha and unfurled it. Beneath his crisp uniform, his long legs clad in standard leather boots, he quickly landed on the edge of the mecha island, gazing down at the massive new island below. The airport was enormous. It looked like it could even accommodate several S-class motherships at once. 038 slowly walked to Su Li's side, his brow furrowing as he gazed at the mechanical island being constructed below. The mountains, rivers, and lakes were indeed beautiful, and the golden trees covering the hills were even more pleasing to the eye. However, the plains and the foothills were barren, their scattered golden trees serving only as embellishment. Another major project. Although the new island wasn't yet complete, it was clear that while buildings and other structures could be constructed using energy, the abundant resources on board would require a significant amount of manpower and resources. Lung Chui Star had taken her over 6 months to tidy up, and even the landscaping was progressing steadily. Her younger brother had decisively built a mechanical island. And it looked like this island, too, needed some work. She pulled Han Hai across, and the two of them huddled together, whispering to each other. Su Li glanced at the terminal, gritted his teeth, and dialed Marshal Lu's. As a burst of mechanical sounds emanated, he felt a slight unease in his stomach. Excellent, worthy of being my disciple. You're even giving us old hands in the simulation room. I can see your Dawn Legion has put in a lot of effort. Keep it up. And be sure to focus on the diversity of the Legion's arms. The Zerg cavalry is a great idea. At least it greatly enhances the mecha girls' endurance in space combat. However, regarding the Zerg cavalry charge, both the formation and their coordination require your continued attention. Never rush a new unit's combat effectiveness. You must remember that only sufficiently mature units can be used in actual combat. These are the principles we learned, and you must deeply absorb them. Let them fight more often, and you'll see the survival of the fittest among the new units. Oh! I'm rambling again. Don't be offended. Once you get older, you always want to talk nonsense. I forgot that when it comes to combat, your Dawn Legion is the expert. Don't worry, go on. Your words are golden advice, and I'm listening to every word. Lu Hongtao pondered for a moment, then said, go for it. Whether the barrier is built or not, you must return alive. You, the governor, are our most precious assets, and neither of you can be missing. If it's impossible, turn around and run back. The faster the better. I need you to know that your home is here. Your family, your master, everyone who cares about you and loves you, are watching from behind. It's not shameful to lose. We'll come back, and we'll have your back. Su Li nodded heavily. I remember. If we can't win, I'll come back. That's right. Little bastard, we're still waiting to see you off. The Milky Way is too vast to become fat all at once. We have plenty of time, so we can take our time. Su Li listened to the old man's rambling without a trace of impatience. Instead, he listened with a certain greed, wishing he could just dive into the terminal. But he couldn't go to the mothership where the old man was, fearing he might see something from his expression. Both Su Li and Eve knew there was no need for a quarantine zone. They now had only one course left. Attack, not to stop the incoming powerful enemy, but to charge straight into the heart of the Zerg. They wanted to plant their flag in the enemy's heartland, striking fear into all enemies. Let all Zerg know that within this star field, there was one, and more Emperor level. Chapter 577. The Dawning Legion welcomes another expansion. With the completion of the new Mecha Island, all the Mecha girls of the Dawning Legion have moved in immediately. This city is a fusion of diverse elements. It features both ancient garden-style buildings and urban areas bursting with technology. The entire city is divided into 5 main districts. It is spread out in a long and narrow pattern. The 4 urban districts surround the central mountain range, and above the mountains lies the Dawning Legion's garrison. Below, within the 4 urban districts, the eastern district encompasses a series of supporting facilities, including the Officers' Academy. The western district is filled with various factories and military barracks. Numerous production lines for bionic mecha parts and weapons for the mecha girls are concentrated here. The remaining northern and southern districts are filled with residential buildings and commercial streets, providing housing for the entire Dawning Legion and Mecha Island personnel. As the number of recruits increases, The entire island is filled with people. The influx of armed mecha girls and reserve pilots has brought a significant surge of popularity to the newly constructed floating island. Above the vast airport, a main fleet slowly completed its docking. Pale blue guiding shadows in the air guided the ship operators through repeated adjustments. Qin Fong stood on the bridge, watching as thick anchor piles stabilized the ship. He rubbed his eyes and gazed in disbelief at the vast and majestic island before him. They say hometowns change rapidly, a different look every year, but how long had he been away? Less than a month later, and a new mecha island had already appeared. Military hovercrafts were parked around the naval port. Tens of thousands of Royal Guard mecha girls maintained order, directing one bionic mecha after another to form up according to their assigned formations below. What's wrong? Are you shocked by the Lord's generosity? Sui, observing Qin Fong's wide-open mouth, couldn't help but tease. Look at you now, you look like a country bumpkin entering the city. Yeah, right. I'm a country bumpkin entering the city, as if you, a mere bug, are so knowledgeable. Qin Fong rolled his eyes in annoyance, and after taking just 2 steps outside the port, he rubbed his eyes again. What did he see? He actually saw the Mecha Island not far away. The Mecha Island, forever visible from afar, untouchable, that wasn't just the dream of the human elite, but also the dream of the pilots themselves. What pilot hasn't dreamed of visiting their Mecha girl's family one day? But the Mecha Island always adhered to the principle of a married daughter is like spilled water. Forget about going to the island. Even asking about it would make you roll your eyes. But now he saw it, and saw it very carefully, because a large number of mecha girls were transforming into industrious little bees, loading boxes of supplies onto trucks and transporting them to unknown locations on the island. TSK, worthy of your majesty. He's even got the Mecha Island. Sui stomped the ground firmly, looked at the Mecha Island, then at the well-disciplined Dawn Legion, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. If you ask me, we're already invincible. In a week at most, we'll have completely infiltrated the top echelons of the Enterprise Federation. It's safe to say that every overt and covert strategy of the Enterprise Federation will be under our control. Add to that the all-pervasive Divine Grace cult. Why not just let our Insect Emperor claim the throne? Then, we'll seize the Enterprise Federation one by one. With Ruozi controlling Longzhou, we'll all be one family, peacefully serving the Majesty together. Oh right, didn't we just recruit a new One Fury? She can handle the remaining minor details. Qin Fong didn't listen to Suyi's words. He simply spotted his former subordinate in the crowd. He was wearing the uniform of the Dawn Legion, and was running towards him at a rapid speed. Captain, you're back. The mission was tough. I told you so many times, I'm no longer your commander. Your commander is now Su Li. That's not true. Commander Su has already appointed you as deputy commander. Our team has been assigned to you and fully integrated into the 2nd Legion, which you now command. Qin Fong heard this, but he wasn't as happy as he imagined. As his revenge plan progressed, his obsession faded. Honestly, he no longer wanted to lead the army. Perhaps he could make a request to Su Li. Finding a place to live and fishing for the rest of his life would actually be quite nice. These past few years, he'd been constantly busy fighting again and again. It seemed like he hadn't lived a normal life in ages. The old subordinates were still chattering beside him. He could understand their excitement, but he couldn't empathize. As one enemy after another lost all trace of life before him, he felt like a puppet, drained of life, his entire being empty. The two followed him into the military vehicle, speeding towards the mountains. The mountains were completely shrouded in golden trees, giving the impression of entering a golden city. As the vehicle continued to move forward, it finally stopped at the main gate of a manor. After verifying their identities, the three, led by the Dawn Legion mech girl, entered the manor's interior. The lush greenery obscured the corridors and walls, so that if one didn't get closer, one couldn't even see the distant rooftops. Having just experienced the bustle of the city, the three felt an instant sense of peace upon entering such a quiet place. A continuous curtain of water dripped from the patio, its impact on the puddles creating a crisp and melodious sound, like pearls falling into a jade dish. Following the mech girl's steps, the three passed through one distinctly different landscape after another, each beautifully complementing the courtyard, before arriving at Su Li's daily office. To Qin Fong's surprise, the person sitting at the main seat wasn't Su Li, but Gao Mingrui, who was supposed to be on Lingsui's star. He sat solemnly at the main seat, holding Su Li's cup and sipping the tea inside. His lips moved from time to time, as if savoring the tea's fragrance. Before the three of them could even approach, Su Li's somewhat unwilling voice emanated from the house. No. Can't you just stay on Lingsue Star? The security there is already the strongest in all of Longo. What the hell are you doing on my island? Gao Mingrui glared. The whole land belongs to the king, and your name is engraved on this place? As the highest official in Longo, I can go wherever I want. Why do I need to file a report with you? Yes. You're the leader, you're the king. You don't need to ask for permission when you enter someone else's house. That's right. Eve adjusted her skirt, her eyes blazing with anger, wishing she could devour Gao Mingrui alive. She finally found a moment for them to spend some time together, but just as she stretched out her legs, he pushed the door open. Why does this brat get more and more annoying the older he gets? Chapter 578. He sipped his tea leisurely, his mind racing. What did he see the moment he pushed open the door? Wow, this young man has a bright future. He's really planning to become a leader. They say young people are full of energy. In broad daylight, in public, if I hadn't arrived at the perfect time, I would have walked right into the old man's mouth. Is it true? I still lack a bit of reserve. How can someone who wants to achieve great things be held back by an old man? Don't you know why I'm here? I have no objection to you going deep into the enemy's territory alone, but ensuring communication is a major issue. That's not a problem. I can communicate with Yi at any time. She'll stay by your side, firstly to coordinate the Zerg coordinated operations in the Longzhou area, and secondly to ensure your safety. Gao Mingrui paused, even sipping his tea. Eve glanced at Gao Mingrui impatiently and stood up. Are you alright? I think you're doing this on purpose. Although the first wave of the Zerg's main attack has been repelled, the fighting continues on the ground. Why don't you go back to your headquarters and come here just to piss me off? Do you know how much money this beautiful face of mine costs every year? With coins? Eve was stunned for a moment before she understood Gao Mingrui's meaning. Are you saying my face is covered in pits? She stood up with a jerk, and with a tap of her foot, the floor exploded. She was determined to tear Gao Mingrui's mouth apart, but when she turned around and saw Su Li standing to the side, she suppressed her anger. If your glasses are useless, you can just take them off. With my looks, standing next to Su Li, everyone would say we look like a perfect match. TSK. No one called you his grandmother. It's all because of your heavy makeup. After Gao Mingrui finished speaking, he froze. He had just been contemplating the battle situation, never expecting his tongue to slip and spill his guts. Su Li swore he could clearly hear Eve's knuckles cracking. He had considered making a token gesture to stop her, but after a moment's thought, he frowned and gave up. There was always a price to pay for being mean. He was both his leaders, and practically speaking, he preferred Eve. After all, she was his core contracted mecha girl. He could let her indulge her desires while he pretended to be blind, when Jing sighed softly and slid sideways, blocking Gao Mingrui's way. Governor, that's not what he meant. You know he's old, and he's a little confused. He's already showing signs of Alzheimer's. It would have been better if when Jing hadn't stopped him. But when she did, Eve became even more furious. What did she know? What was she supposed to know, knowing that her brain wasn't working well with age? Her brain was perfectly fine. Who is she implying? She wanted to know who is she implying? Get out of my way. I'm going to tear his mouth off today. Ahem. Qin Fang coughed softly, and instantly felt several gazes from across the room fixed on him. He shouldn't have spoken, but the two top leaders were arguing in the room, and seeing him approaching, he couldn't pretend to be deaf. After all, he couldn't just turn around and walk away. Faced with those piercing gazes, he suddenly regretted interfering. Gao Mingrui had Wen Jing to protect him, but he didn't have his own robot girl with him. Eve's furious glare sent a chill down the spines of even this battle-hardened legionary. Suddenly, he recalled the dashing, heroic figure whipping around in the council hall. However, her conversation with Gao Mingrui had completely shattered his image of her as a decisive, unrivaled figure. Eve now possessed a certain kind of popularity. Though furious, she possessed a touch of approachability. This feeling, seemingly paradoxical, was a true reflection of his inner self. The tense atmosphere between the two men suddenly ceased, offering a true glimpse into the calm before the storm. You're back. Su Li smiled as he ushered them into the room, only to find there were only two chairs, one occupied by Gao Mingrui, the other overturned. Awkwardly, he tugged at them, then walked to the tea room, separated by a screen, and offered them a seat. Qin Fang slowly settled down on the stool, feeling uneasy. The eerie silence in the room made him even more uneasy. His calm mind stirred once more, and his eyes suddenly lit up, thinking this might be the perfect opportunity to retreat. As the old saying goes, you don't punish the diligent or the lazy, but only the blind. His behavior was a clear example of being blind. If either of the two disliked him, they could just give him a simple punishment and send him home with a sinecure. Sui didn't have Qin Fang's thoughts. If the Lord asked him to sit, he sat. If he asked for water, he drank. Looking at the small tea set in front of him, he picked it up and drank it all in one gulp, smacking his lips twice. The quarrel between the two outside had nothing to do with him. After all, neither of them was his superior. Behind the screen, Gao Mingrui slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Let's get down to business. I'm taking little Qin with me. Besides that, I need the 3 clones you created on Guanghua Star. Qin Fang, whose butt had just touched the stool, stood up. Although separated by the screen, he could almost feel Gao Mingrui's gaze on him through it. Can't someone else do that? Su Li frowned slightly. He had originally intended to hand over the legion he had brought from Guanghua Star to Qin Fang. They were a group of reckless war machines, and for them, Qin Fang was undoubtedly the most suitable leader. This team didn't need any special qualities, all they needed was sufficient ruthlessness towards the enemy. And this was precisely Qin Fang's characteristic. For now, no. Since he's fully involved in the infiltration of the entire Fire Blue planet, he has a significant advantage in maneuvering personnel. While you're heading to other star regions, I need their cooperation to further integrate the Enterprise Federation and the Divine Grace sect, and fully transform them into our own combat power. Only in this way can we minimize our casualties. What are you thinking? If you take everyone with you, how will we command these teams? Su Li could see that, regardless of whether Gao Mingrui's proposal made sense or not, Eve was determined to go against him. He glanced at the screen. The figure didn't seem to have considered that they would one day become the target of competition. He was heartbroken. If that was the case, why not let him go back and let others inject some new ideas into him? Chapter 579. Su Li's influence on the team must not diminish in the slightest. Gao Mingrui said solemnly, many veterans are on the battlefield. They will burn their lives to build the strongest possible wall for humanity. At this critical moment, a team from the Dawn Legion must participate. Eve glanced at Gao Mingrui upon hearing this and instantly understood his intention. So, you want to expose the other legion? Yes. We need to let them see Su Li's confidence and support. If it weren't for the perilous nature of your expedition, I would even consider leaving some of the Dawn Legion's mecha girls behind. He hadn't made many of his words clear, but seeing Eve's pensive expression, he knew she understood. When there are external enemies, Longzhou will be more harmonious and unified than ever before. These elders are not just old men. They all have complex forces behind them. When they were alive, they could naturally suppress everything, but the mindset of the next generation is far less pure. Don't go too far. You must remember what you said. They are your masters. When they have completed their mission, you must come and see them off. Gao Mingrui stared directly into Su Li's eyes until he nodded firmly. Then let's swear an oath. After this farewell, Long O and I await your triumphant return. He stood up straight, grasped Su Li's hand, and rested half his weight on him. The governor and I will witness your oath-taking ceremony. Su Li glanced at the old man before him and instructed the pilot at his side to sound the signal for everyone to mobilize. As shrill alarms echoed across the island, fleets of mecha girls took to the skies, and military vehicles were ready to go. Everyone dropped their work and began to converge on the central city square. Above the sky, red beacons flashed, marking the routes the teams needed to follow. By the time Gao Mingrui and Su Li arrived at the square, it was already densely packed with troops in solemn military formations. They stood at attention, looking out over the neat formations. After further expansion, they had already surpassed the 10,000 mark. Adding the urgently recruited armed mecha girls and the guards from the Mecha Island, the force before them now exceeded 100,000. Of these, there were over 10,000 pilots alone. They gazed intently at the figures on the platform, silent and solemn. The breeze rustled their skirts, but the resolute expression on their faces remained unmoved. A drawn-out shout echoed from one side of the formation, piercing the sky. Attention! Commander, the Dawn Legion, the Guards Legion, and the Bionic Mechanical Division, a total of 123,632 men. 123,632 men are expected to be present, and 123,632 men are present. Please address us. Su Li stepped to the front of the stage and saluted the sea of men below. Stand at attention. A uniform voice echoed through the ranks. Su Li looked at the group before him. The resolute faces standing at the front were the very people who had followed him all the way from his home planet to Lenji Star. Further back were the original crew from the Lenji Star outpost. In a short time, He had assembled an entire legion. No, more than one legion. Everyone looked up at him, quietly awaiting his next words. Comrades, please allow me to call you comrades. Many of you have followed me on this journey. We tired, cried, laughed, experienced glory, and even failed. I can't forget how we charged into the enemy lines, bringing glory to our army. I also can't forget how we penetrated deep behind enemy lines, only to be chased and driven everywhere. That was our shared experience, our deepest bond, and our eternal memory. Some of you elders know that on the mountain walls of Lingsue Star, names are carved one after another. They are all heroes who sacrificed on the battlefields of development, our pioneers. I have never forgotten my oath, and I will always keep it in my heart. We are the sharp blade of Longzhou, and as a sharp blade, we have one and only one mission, to strike the enemy with all our might, to show them our sharpness, and to instill fear in them whenever they think of us. Comrades, raise your swords. Take up your heavy artillery. The journey is imminent, and I don't like to waste time on nonsense. Please follow me. Follow me, and let the enemy witness our sharpness, and let them see our unstoppable power. It's the same old saying. Behind us is our home base. Therefore, we will fight to the death. Su Li suddenly raised his palm, and saluted the formation below again. In the formation below, rows of soldiers stood at attention in unison, the sound of their heels clacking deafeningly. Dawn Legion victory. A tidal wave of cheers washed over Gao Mingrui, forcing him to silently step back. At this moment, he and Eve stood behind him. The mountain-like military might was perfectly demonstrated in this moment. The repeated cries of victory bolstered everyone's confidence in victory. This was the first time in human history that an expeditionary force had been sent out, breaking out of their own sphere of influence and heading into the Zerg heartland to conduct expeditions and explorations. No one knew what difficulties and obstacles this team would face. Because they had no backup, they advanced alone deep into the Zerg's territory, even using themselves as bait to minimize the possibility of high-level Zerg gathering in Longzhou. Therefore, they had scattered small tree seeds on the high peaks, allowing the golden trees to spread across the entire mountain forest. Unbeknownst to Su Li, a live broadcast was simultaneously activated, broadcasting the entire oath-taking ceremony. He paused, waiting quietly for the roar to fade before continuing. If sacrifice is a soldier's destiny, then I tell you, that's bullshit. In the Dawn Legion, your destiny, besides striking fear into the enemy's heart, is to be remembered by everyone. Always remember your achievements. Some will forget, but that's okay. As long as the Dawn Legion exists, your names will be on our path, etched on every planet we pass through. Remembered not only by our own people, but also by our enemies. As long as our flag and our name remain, the Dawn Legion will be immortal. In the meeting hall, Gao Mingrui's hands trembled slightly. In space, the hands of the veterans trembled as well. They could hear Su Li's tragic and heroic words. While the elders fought bravely and stood firm on the battlefield, Su Li, the only young general among the younger generation, resolutely stood on equal footing with them. He lived up to his words. He'll take on the tough nut to crack. The Dawn Legion, which he single-handedly built, will take on the chore. As Longzhou's sharpest spear, he has an unshirkable responsibility. I promise you, no matter how far we go, I will bring you home. Now march. Chapter 580. The audience in front of the television was moved to tears. Each veteran could hardly conceal their excitement. How many years? How many years had they fought the Zerg? This was the first time a team had taken on the heavy responsibility of an expedition. He was Longzhou's sharpest spear, and his team was recognized as the strongest fighting force in Longzhou. At this critical juncture, a young general with a bright future was leading the army. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the expedition had become imperative. They were not seeking more Zerg-occupied planets and lands, but rather to penetrate the Zerg's heartland and relieve the pressure on the existing defenses with their presence. See? There's a new change in the Dawn Legion. Behind them are bionic mechas. Aren't those things only found in the Corporate Federation? Maybe we have them too. Their livery isn't the Corporate Federation's. That white and gold heavy armor is incredibly eye-catching. Have they really considered battlefield concealment? Stop arguing. They all been discharged, and yet you're still not quiet. Su Li is the Legion commander. Doesn't he understand better than you? What a pity. He said he'd take them home. But how many will actually come back? With that, the entire ward fell silent. No one understood better than them what it meant to march alone deep into the enemy's territory. There will be a miracle, right? After all, he's so strong, and so are his troops. Yes. There will be a miracle. He himself is a miracle. So, showcasing our military might and crushing the Zerg as possible. It's best if we don't have to sacrifice a single soldier. Even heaven would probably cry if he heard that. After all, he's not some idiot in a wishing well. Watching the enormous island slowly ascend, everyone felt a sense of shock and emptiness within them. What a shame! We haven't even finished watching the game yet. There will be another one. There will. The elders looked at each other, each trying to straighten their hunched hands, and saluting the TV in unison. The commanders of each theater of operations, as well as the veterans who remained on the front lines, watched the massive island slowly ascend with a bittersweet feeling. They had already left the battlefield, yet they were still letting a junior take risks. At that moment, everyone felt a sense of shame. But deep down, they couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. Because that was their apprentice. Even if they had chosen to defend themselves, they could have solved the problem, but he had chosen a more difficult path. A path they had dreamed of in their youth, but had never taken a single step. See? This young man, calling him a military god is perfectly justified. You share the same surname as me, Lu. Do you have the courage? Under the mech, a middle-aged man expressed his dissatisfaction. Of course I do. Just give me the Dawn Legion, and I can do it. Lu Hongtao scoffed at this. Get out of my command room. From today on, you are no longer a member of the Lu family. Grandpa, why? I just said one thing. What's wrong with that? You're just getting confused. He's only in his 20s, and you accepted him as your last disciple. He's a generation superior to me, for no reason. He's just a Legion commander. He hasn't even reached the rank of general. And I was a general 5 years ago. How can someone like him be worthy of your respect? The mech's palm swung, and in the next second, the middle-aged man was slapped aside, blood spurting from his mouth. The cold, mechanical voice was devoid of emotion, as if the person he had slapped was just an insignificant figure. Why? Just because you openly demanded someone else's legion, you're complete trash. Others are strong because of themselves. Where were you when he was training diligently, honing his craft? What were you doing when he had only a few mech girls around him? When he revolutionized pilot training methods and produced many Super S-class pilots, you were still forming cliques. Give you back the Dawn Legion? You don't deserve it. You piece of shit. How could my Lu family have a scourge like you? General? The military merits I earned could have given the Lu family dozens of generals. What's the point of one general? From today on, you're no longer a general. The mech's head swept across the dozens of virtual images before it, and spoke coldly. Since. Check it out. Trash like this must be expelled from the family tree. This is my final advice to you, a dying old man. Get rid of these bastards as soon as possible, so they can at least keep their lives. Otherwise, when I'm gone, everyone will be purged. He may not return, but when he does, he'll definitely be bringing with him countless achievements. What commander? What admiral? Gao Mingrui will show you what he's mastered, having endured all these years. Lu Hongtao glanced sideways at his so-called grandson. I'll give you a quarter of an hour to get this out of my sight, or I'll throw him off the ship and make him the garbage of the universe. Lu Hongtao looked at the hatred in the middle-aged man's eyes with indifference. What good could hatred do? A person who doesn't realize their own mistakes is ultimately a pitiful creature. He himself, a dying old man, could manage things, and he didn't have the energy to do so. If they obeyed, fine. If they didn't, Gao Mingrui would handle it. He would devote all his limited energy to the ongoing war, to stand guard for Long O for the last time, to protect the family chosen by his many old friends, to ensure a complete and intact home. Everyone has selfish desires. But the problem is, he has too many grandchildren. Did he call them grandchildren out of kindness? No, it's because he had completely forgotten the name of the one before him. The family needed to survive, but it had to stand in the right place. When everyone chose to side with Gao Mingrui and Su Li, the entire Longzhou no longer needed any additional voices. As the island shattered the void tunnel, Lu Hongtao's consciousness even faded. That island seemed to hold everyone's hopes and direction. He sincerely hoped that this young man, so like him, would live up to his words and remember to return home no matter how far he ventured. The hatch opened, and two pale-faced old men dragged their sons off the deck like dead dogs. Facing the mecha sitting there, they didn't even dare to call him father. They didn't know how their children had become what they were now, or when it all started. They actually lost sight of themselves because of jealousy and arrogance. The saying the camp remains, but the soldiers change is true. But the Dawn Legion was an exception among exceptions. That incredibly loyal team could be considered Su Li's private army, not just in Longzhou, but in the entire world. Who wouldn't want the Dawn Legion? But the question is, if it were given to you, Would you be able to handle it? Chapter 581. The bright red mecha shimmered with dazzling light. Su Li stood atop a high-maintenance rack, slowly inserting an upgrade module into the mecha's groove. As the module and mecha began to slowly fuse, he watched the changes in Lightning's mecha, watching the fluctuations in its values. She hadn't developed the ability to fluctuate data like Eve, but, as always, she had made significant progress in her speed, once again pushing her limits. This time, if she faced Greed again, she believed she could match Greed's speed solely on her own. If the June sisters were added to the mix, surpassing Greed's speed would be a piece of cake. Watching Lightning complete her upgrade, the June sisters' faces were filled with impatience. Of course, with the exception of June Yu. Aside from the occasional hum, her face always held the resolute determination of facing death. We don't have enough cores, but thankfully we're out now. If we encounter another queen-level queen, we'll prioritize upgrading you. We also need to accumulate some upgrade modules to further enhance our team's strength. Su Li watched the June sisters unfold their weapons, and suddenly caught a whiff of something strange. He sniffed and looked up at June Quan before him. Little Shuguang also leaned over and sniffed gently, then took out her own notebook and began to write down. I suspect it's from eating too much junk food. She raised her little face and asked bluntly, have you been having trouble with your exhaust recently? Please answer honestly, because before upgrading, it's best to get your body adjusted to the proper level. After all, you don't want to delay your upgrade because of a fart. I didn't. You, don't talk nonsense. How could a fairy exhaust? Xiao Shuguang frowned and mercilessly exposed her. Then why are the thruster flames occasionally flaring when you're thrusting? Well, that's the glare caused by my deliberate acceleration. TSK. Xiao Shuguang smacked his lips, looked up at Su Li beside him, and shrugged helplessly. See, master, this is the specific problem I'm talking about. They're hiding their illness and avoiding treatment. This is a common problem faced by mech girls. I told them their exhaust isn't working properly, and they said they never exhaust. I told them their steering hardware is badly worn, and they told me they shouldn't wear high heels all the time, and they said it's called style, an appreciation for the beauty of looking down from above. They all have pelvic tilt. And they still say they have comic book figures. Can you issue a military order so that these mech girls will seriously address their own problems? Su Li opened his mouth, his teeth aching at the thought of the pile of complaints on his desk. Compared to issuing military orders for the mecha girls to adjust themselves, his order for little Shuguang to return to Lingsue Star was probably what everyone wanted. How did she get to the mechanical island? How did such a tiny person manage to hide in a supply crate and get on the island? He glanced at little Shuguang before him, and suddenly felt it was a good idea to bring her along. Otherwise, if she were left on Lingsue Star, she'd be constantly being attacked. Guang! You mustn't go out alone. Listen, just play in this little mountain place. This is a battlefield, and war could break out at any moment. If I ever need you, I hope I can find you first. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shuguang nodded emphatically. Master Su Li, I'm not going anywhere. I'll be staying in the maintenance shop. You'll definitely be able to find me. Yes, in the maintenance shop up there on the mountain. We're the only 200 mechs who rely on the two of us, master and disciple, to maintain them. You'll have to pay close attention. Xiao Shuguang patted his chest loudly. Don't worry. By the way, master, I suggested to those mechs that they stop wearing high-slit cheongsams. The air on the mountaintop is a bit damp and cold, and it's a little hard on their joints. Su Li covered his mouth with his hands. Xiao Shuguang said sternly, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Our Dawn Corps is relatively free to do what they please when it's not wartime. They have the freedom to dress as they please. Forcibly interfering is disrespectful to others. Then, they're disrespecting our maintenance division. No, that's precisely why we have work to do. It's a mutually beneficial relationship, understand? Xiao Shuguang nodded, half understanding, then switched to a new notebook and wrote down Su Li's words. Seeing she finally fell silent, Su Li quickly climbed onto the maintenance rack and inserted the upgrade module into Jun Shou's slot. With a soft hum from Jun Shou, her shimmering golden neck grew a little heavier. In the cockpit, Jun Shou's face flushed slightly as she sensed Su Li's gaze roaming over her. Every time his mech upgraded and its exterior armor changed, he always wanted to dismantle it piece by piece to study it. The point is that it would be fine if he was just studying the external armor, but he was still lying on the naked body, observing it inch by inch, which always made people feel embarrassed. Of course, given their relationship, she could let her pilots do what they wanted. But when you're observing, with a minion taking notes, it's a little uncomfortable. Thankfully, Su Li also realized this problem, so he didn't disassemble the mechas in front of Xiao Shuguang. He simply installed the upgrade modules for each one, then carefully observed the changes in their bodies. Hilarious! With the mechanical tree pulled out of his head, he no longer needed to see. A single glance of his telekinesis revealed everything. Combat effectiveness must reach the target level as quickly as possible. After you complete your upgrades, visit the academy more often. First, to hone your skills as a pilot girl, and second, to get used to your own mechas. Han Hai, hold off on your upgrades for now. Keep an eye on Yihua. Don't let her constantly teach the bugs nonsense. From now on, they'll be the main force in space combat. Han Hai pushed her glasses up upon hearing this. She longed to get away from this troubled place. Because Hei Yu's dark eyes were fixed on her back, unblinking, as if searching for a place to strike. Suddenly, an observer's report came over the communicator, reporting to the Corps Commander, a planet with signs of life has been discovered ahead. Please direct the further action plan. The expressions of the women present all turned serious. The next second, Su Li picked up the communicator, notify the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd battalions to assemble. The island is adjusting its course. Approach the planet. Comrades, our first stop has arrived. All departments are ready for battle, and alert level 2. With the command given, the island quickly completed its turn. Su Li stood on the mountaintop, gazing at the approaching pale yellow sphere, and slowly clenched his fist. The lightning bolt unfurled. Standing behind Su Li, he watched the approaching planet, and tore open the wrapper of a candy. Chapter 582. People often say that remembering the hardships of the present is the only way to appreciate the hardship of good times, and the true meaning of peace. But for most creatures caught in imminent danger, the first priority is survival. Across the wilderness, beasts ran like mad. Their large tongues dangled from their mouths, as they struggled for air. Stiff hairs bristled from their massive bodies, and their tails, which usually swung with such composure, were now tucked tightly between their thighs. Watching their panicked flight, Su Li realized that animals don't rely solely on their tails to maintain their balance. They kicked up clouds of dust in their wake, and their massive, muscular claws, each with its sleek lines, seemed to dig deep craters into the ground, a way to achieve absolute speed. But they only had 4 legs. Large, medium-sized species followed them at a leisurely pace, their sheer size giving them a clear advantage. As the island slowly descended, the golden trees dotting its surface emitted wisps of aura. The Zerg chasing the herd in front of them halted in their tracks, panicking and fleeing away from the island. They feared this aura, instinctively terrified of it. Ruozi, dressed in a pristine white dress, stood at Su Li's side, restraining her aura. Your Majesty, a terminally angry Zerg is due south of the planet, approximately 300 kilometers from us. Su Li nodded, and waved his hand downwards. 3 battalions of mechas leaped from the airfield, fully deployed in midair, and plummeted toward the ground. 2 divisions of bionic mechas, aboard B-class frigates, also raced downwards, protected by the mecha girls. Dozens of meters above the ground, bionic mechas leaped from the ships, blocking the path of the vast insect swarm and halting its advance. Holding their serrated, hideous iron weapons high, with heavy, powerful footsteps, they established a defensive line, plunging their blades fiercely into the enemy's bodies. These bionic mecha divisions, absorbing the combat experience of their fellow soldiers and learning from each other through brainwaves, unleashed a fighting power beyond Su Li's wildest dreams. Even small species reaching over 10 meters in size were no match for them. Swinging their great swords, the massive figures were not as unwieldy as expected, but rather extremely agile. It looked like humans clad in 6-meter-high heavy armor fighting. The moment the longsword pierced the enemy, the switch on the handle activated, and the high-speed saw blades on the sword's spine effectively ripped through the carapaces of small species, pulverizing their flesh and blood into a pulp. Thus, their battles were far more bloody than those of the mecha girls. The white and gold paintwork, the moment the teams met, was dyed a deep green. The heavy shield swung, smashing skull after skull to pieces. Between swings of the great swords, the bionic mechas, arranged in 2 rows, filled in for each other, steadily advancing inwards. A large insect nest, while not the primary target of this voyage, was the perfect target for the Legion to quickly align and prepare for combat. The combined strength of 3 battalions, nearly 1,000 mechs, plus the bionic mechs of 2 divisions, against a single massive Zerg nest. Su Li had never fought a battle this lavish. Watching the battle formations below, where companies interspersed and harassed each other, the black and red torrents swiftly sliced through the Zerg swarm like sharp blades. Each flying species completely lost their ability to fly. Even a single swarmer, the moment it leaped, would be dragged back by a grappling hook. They could surge forward, but they had no permission to leave. On the periphery, bionic mechs blocked the Zerg's retreat, while within, 1,000 mechs were a meat grinder. During their daily sparring sessions on Lingsue Star, everyone's skill level seemed similar. But once deployed on the battlefield, they finally experienced the exhilaration of chopping melons and vegetables. Slow. So slow. The Zerg's reaction speed is truly too slow. Compared to the captive Zerg on Lingsue, these wild Zerg are even unworthy of the name. Which pilot hasn't piloted a training mech against the Zerg during their final exams? Compared to the Zerg on Lingsue, these Zerg can't even effectively exploit their own strengths. Seeing the opponent's mouth open wide, biting at their sharp blades, most pilots' instinctive reaction is to thrust their swords forward. But with this thrust, the blade pierces directly through the opponent's skull. The massive mech swept across with its back sword, using inertia to completely swing the blade wide open. Like a storm, it rushed into the Zerg swarm, sending limbs flying in its wake. A series of shrill hisses echoed. The Zerg, accustomed to dominating the planet, had never imagined that someone would attack their base and launch a genocidal massacre against them. The vast island emanated a terrifying aura, causing them to instinctively flee, but the mechas before them completely blocked their escape. There was no way to retreat, and no way to advance. In terror, they could only rely on their instincts to pounce on their enemies, but it was a futile act. One after another, woodlice were crushed to pieces, and one after another, iridescent spiders spun out their massive webs, only to be completely incinerated by flamethrowers. The entire team, without even the slightest intention of deploying artillery, strangled the existing Zerg swarm in just 20 minutes. Not long ago, even a medium-sized species required at least 2 A-rank mecha girls to fight it. But now, any mech girl in the team could single-handedly take on large Zergs. For one thing, their skills had vastly improved, and for another, the rotation of their weapons and equipment had given them even greater strength. As they killed more and more high-level Zergs, their equipment would become increasingly sophisticated. Mechs roamed the battlefield, their long spears precisely piercing the bodies of one Zerg after another, finishing off the enemy. They had long lost the excitement and fear they felt when they first entered the battlefield. For the mech girls of the Dawn Legion, these were merely the daily necessities they had to deal with. Only elite species or king-level creatures could make their eyes light up. Those king-level queens were no longer formidable figures, but rather living military merits and upgrade modules. SS level, once an unattainable dream, was now within reach. Chapter 583. Could you please be more careful and not be so bloody? Kuling piloted the mech, looking at the insect corpses before him, then looking up at the bionic mech in front of him, trying to reason with the others. You can't stab the blade too deep. It'll pierce their venom glands. The flesh of their entire body will become disgusting. We're fighting alone. Do you understand what it means to fight alone? This means we have no support, so we can't miss any part we can harvest. If your bionic mech division continues to act so recklessly, I will reduce your supply. Jay scratched his head, an apologetic smile forming on his shiny black head. Yes, Chief, we'll be careful about this later. As you know, our structures are somewhat different, so when we kill an enemy, it's easy to overlook their edible qualities. Kuling looked at the corpses scattered on the ground, and he clutched his chest with a look of distress. Do you, the bionic division, have any dietary restrictions? No, anything is fine as long as it's edible. While we were parasitic, we already modified our bodies with our own genes, so even this flesh damaged by the venom glands can be converted into our own energy. That's great. Move it all. You're all big eaters, eat as much as you can. From now on, the food you hunt will be given priority to you big eaters. I'll approve 40 cold storage facilities for you, so hurry up and process the food. Jace cheerfully shuffled through the Zerg corpses on the battlefield, hefted a small, over 10-meter-long species onto his shoulder, and headed towards the B-class frigate. After a battle, the mech girls might not have gathered much food, but for their bionic army, it was a huge bargain. They could eat anything the mech girls didn't want. Even their shells could be used as dipping sauce. Each Zerg knows that crunchy feeling. Sully stood atop a high mountain, watching the bionic mech slaughter one another, and his last remaining worry vanished. The brainworms he had somehow managed to circumvent the rank restriction. Even facing Ruazi's silent interference in the battlefield, they could remain oblivious. This way, they wouldn't have to worry about being subverted when encountering other Zerg. The aura of the laws emanating from the battlefield was absorbed by the two mechanical trees. The sapling's bark was slowly healing. This time, it didn't focus solely on strengthening itself as before, but instead used a vast amount of energy to accumulate upgrade modules. It wasn't that it had learned its lesson, but rather that it had fully recognized its place. Su Li built a massive cement pond for it. Not even a speck of soil, let alone water, was inside. The bottom was even coated with energy, preventing it from breaking through the cement and taking root. It had clearly understood this treatment. This pond was, in fact, just for show. On paper, it was a tree with a pond, but in crucial moments, it was a manipulator wielded like a hammer. And yet, it dared not resist, because at the slightest disagreement, the other party would strip it of its clothes, pull out its fur. Su Li's eyes swept across the pond, and the small trees within it trembled slightly, subconsciously flinching. The governor will command the next battle. Lightning and I will go check on that wrath. At this, Lightning instinctively crouched down, stretching her slender neck. Su Li was stunned for a moment, then helped her up. He hadn't expected the other party to become addicted to using her as a sword. What are you doing? I'm already SSS rank. Are you planning on letting me fly with my sword? Lightning glanced at Su Li suspiciously and whispered, Is that okay? Su Li's lips twitched. Is that okay? No. I'm not that thick-skinned. I can't withstand the wind pressure. Deploy? The bright red mech unfolded, and Su Li tapped on it a few times before leaping into the cockpit. Sitting in the fully enclosed red leather cockpit, he buckled his helmet onto his head. Having upgraded to SSS rank, Lightning's mental connection was even better, finally reaching Eve's level of connection. As vision sharing was activated, Lightning let out a soft hum. No matter the time, this contrasting hum could easily send a shiver through Su Li's heart. The mech soared into the air, reaching a certain height before suddenly disappearing from view with a roar. A moment later, a strong gust of wind, brought on by the negative pressure, staggered the mech girls. Ruazi held down the hem of her skirt, her pale golden eyes gazing at the direction the two men retreated, and she bit her lower lip lightly. The small tree in the pond, with its roots exposed, was completely defenseless against the strong wind. It spun around in the pond, its already fragile golden leaves blown away in large swaths, leaving its bare branches standing there, looking as pitiful as could be. But its miserable state doomed no one to pay attention. If Su Li wanted to improve, he could, but one source crystal a day was the limit he could accept. In the cockpit, Su Li felt the entire world go silent. Lightning's speed was so fast that even the roar of the wind couldn't catch up to him. The only sounds in the cockpit were his and Lightning's heartbeats. He didn't rush to the source of the wrath, but instead piloted the red stream of light, soaring freely across the sky. Lightning received each command, responding swiftly. Her adaptability and tacit understanding were even higher than Eve's. Basically, once a command was entered, the machine would instinctively follow and complete the preparatory steps. This extremely low lag felt like controlling her own body. She hadn't suffered core damage and growth lag, as the elders had predicted. Instead, because she didn't think about it, she minimized the lag. She never considered whether she could complete the next move. Her unconditional trust in Su Li had lifted her beyond the ethereal wind, beyond sound, and infinitely closer to light. This is a metaphor. Don't take it personally. Angry raised her head in surprise. She vaguely felt something affront her, darting past her head, but when she looked up, she saw nothing. She glanced suspiciously around, but aside from her own insect swarm, nothing seemed unusual. Was it the sudden imperial aura? She gazed in the direction of the floating island, feeling a boundless allure there. But she knew full well that free lunches don't come easy. Behind her, a bright red mech suddenly appeared, its spear piercing through with a swift thrust, and the figure vanished once more, leaving only a deafening sonic boom in its wake. Chapter 584. Anger shuddered and instinctively turned around. But behind him was nothing, save for his equally shocked subordinates. He saw nothing unusual. The Zerg, basking in the sun, raised their heads and surveyed their surroundings in astonishment. Silent brainwaves echoed throughout the hive, causing a commotion. Every Zerg heard it. The blast that echoed in their ears was like someone setting off a firecracker. Such a loud noise was impossible to ignore or dismiss as an illusion. A trickle of blood flowed down. Angry raised her hand, only to discover that a hideous wound had appeared on her side. Her fiery red eyes focused, and a vibrating force field instantly spread out. But she noticed nothing unusual. In terms of pure combat power, Lightning was no match for Eve, but her single attribute completely surpassed the limits of Eve's ability to coordinate them. Even Fury, a powerful insect king at the end of his power, couldn't catch sight of her. Fast. So fast. Master, I love this feeling. If there's another greed, I'll definitely outrun her. A stream of red light emanated with abandon. Lightning's delighted laughter echoed, as she spun in a wide circle before charging at Fury once more. Control your speed, using inertia and rotation to reduce the force. The tip of the spear passed so quickly that even the vibrating force field had no time to react. As the bright red mech spun, the numerous Zerg finally spotted her figure, looming in midair. But before they could react, with a roar, the figure vanished once more. A range of over 300 meters was the limit of Su Li's ability to compress. Thin lines of bright red suddenly appeared around Fury, each brief pause leaving a shadow in the air. Her speed was almost as fast as Hong Ying's flash. The wave of commands finally hit again, and for the first time, both men realized their own limits. No, it wasn't their limits, but the limits of their brains' reactions. In a split second, a turn and a charge had to be completed. Adjusting the tip of the spear, calculating the force. The interweaving layers of commands caused white smoke to quickly rise above Lightning's head. That's it. This way. Her white teeth chattered slightly, and white steam began to form from her slightly open mouth, looking like a floating soul. Master, too fast. Slow down. It's too hot. Bloodlines burst from Fury's body. Red energy dissipated, but it couldn't touch the bright red mecha in the slightest. A transparent membrane of telekinesis enveloped the mech, completely shielding her from the poison of anger. She was like an annoying fly, darting aimlessly around the enraged creature. In midair, shadows gradually solidified, the afterimages left by her excessive pauses. The sharp horns of anger swung wildly, roiling the surrounding air. The shadows shattered, yet they couldn't reach Lightning's body. Stop for a moment. Master. Su Li didn't stop, for he could clearly sense that Lightning hadn't reached its limit. The Zerg in the field were bewildered. Each one tilted their heads back, trying to predict the other's movements, but their movements were too random. Their speed was so great that it surpassed the limits of their vision. It wasn't that they didn't want to protect their master, but how? The Zerg Emperor's majesty subconsciously kept them at arm's length, for the Emperor was the Emperor, supreme and inviolable. In contrast, the king-level queens within the swarm began to call upon their minions, building fortresses of insect flesh above them. It wasn't that they didn't want to hide underground. But in the Emperor's presence, a single thought could determine their life or death. Amidst the stunned gazes of the Zerg, they watched their Emperor's skin being torn apart, piece by piece. Su Li gripped the joystick tightly. The fear that had once dominated him, due to the Zerg's superior attributes, was slowly dissipating. The deep-seated fear of insufficient firepower was slowly being healed. Whether in his past life, piloting Ling Xiao in bloody battles, or in this life, steering a mecha girl against the Zerg's attacks, time and again, he had teetered on the brink of life and death. Today, he finally possessed a fighting force he could demonstrate. He finally had power over the Zerg. He could use his lightning speed to subdue all Zerg Emperors except pride. With the fleetness of his red tassel, he could subdue all Zerg Emperors except greed. If he added the June sisters to the mix, he would have the confidence to battle even a quasi-emperor. Adding himself to the mix, even an emperor wouldn't even have a chance to lift a small tree. The rage grew ever more violent, and the gushing toxin infected all the Zerg. Their eyes gradually filled with a rich crimson, and each one grew furious and furious. As brainwaves spread throughout the hive, the sky was filled with Zerg figures. If they couldn't accurately intercept her, then the Zerg would fill every possible opening where she might appear. For the first time, they finally caught sight of the red light's trajectory. The straight line cut through the swarm of Zerg in the air, only slowing her down slightly. With each swing of the spear in hand, the tip of the spear left a shadow. Su Li's vision wasn't as strong as the Zerg's. He could no longer see the spear's trajectory. All he had to rely on was telekinesis. A diamond-shaped shield appeared in front of Lightning, absorbing all the impact from the Zerg's bodies. Charge. Just like when they first met, she should charge forward with all her might, and without hesitation. This was the path most suitable for Lightning, as her braking had been minimal to date. Shift your center of gravity forward. Get down a little. Master, are you talking about the machine or me? You still have time for such a rant? Looks like you can go even faster. Stop rushing. It's getting any faster. Any faster and you'll be unstoppable. Su Li slapped Lightning in anger. When have you ever been able to stop? Lightning ahead finally released herself completely. The intense heat from her core completely unleashed her computing power, even taking up the space reserved for rants. She could only open her mouth and gently flutter her eyes. In the cockpit, the body clad in the tight-fitting combat suit tensed instantly. Lightning's mind was left with only one thought. Next time she fights, she'll better wear a skirt. At least it provides better heat dissipation. Chapter 585. Blood suddenly oozes from beneath her skin, the thick green flowing across the enraged insect's body. Her proud armor and massive horns, far from having any effect on the enemy, actually make her question it for the first time in her life. Is a massive body still a symbol of ultimate strength? She clenched her palms, the unleashing force squeezing the insect in her grasp into a gushing mass. She clearly still possessed strength, yet she had no effect on the red fly before her. The whirring sounds became a demonic sound that trapped her, making her increasingly irritated. The skin on her back had completely peeled away, revealing a white and green vein. The spear that pierced her chest, blood flowed along the blood trough. With each roar, it transformed into streams of blood. She vaguely resembled the idiot fountain in Link to a Star Square. The surrounding Zerg grew increasingly furious. Like incompetent husbands, they circled and chased desperately in one direction, but could only watch helplessly as the red light darted in and out of the swarm, unable to stop it. Sully felt the burning heat before him. As the Mecha Girl's performance increased in level, it could perform increasingly complex operations, but these operations required a significant amount of core computing power. The lightning's rapid heating had already made him feel the burning heat. Her fair cheeks had turned a crimson red. As her body tensed completely, the zipper on her back slowly slid down, revealing skin that was visibly as red as a crab in a frying pan. From his perspective, her load factor had reached 150%. This was already a historic high. Before, she would experience signs of exhaustion when the load factor reached 80%, but as she experienced more and more combat, her tolerance increased significantly. In the cockpit, even the air she breathed was searingly hot. Sweat streamed down his spine. In that moment, he felt as if he were back in Ling Zhao's cockpit, the air conditioning and ventilation systems completely malfunctioning. He could only rely on his willpower to combat the intense heat. He repeatedly increased the airflow into the cockpit, but for Lightning's current form, this cooling was clearly insufficient. Sully tore open Lightning's protective suit. Her tight back was a brilliant red, and the spot where her heart was faintly visible, a dazzling golden pulse pulsing at an extremely fast pace. He knew she was nearing her limit. Long spears pierced the enraged form, severing her neck in half. Zergs frantically spat slime at her neck, trying to staunch the bleeding, but were always interrupted by Sully and Lightning. Save? How? You say the enemy has no moral principles, but he came alone. You say she has moral principles, but the Zergs can't even see her. They could only watch helplessly as the enemy ripped the skin off her angry back and pinned her to the spot like a specimen. The spear piercing her skull from behind completely silenced her roar. A massive body, as massive as a hill, stood still in the hive, only the Zerg's body still trembling slightly from nerve reflex. She hadn't released it in time, or perhaps she didn't possess a repulsive field. The scarlet mech finally revealed itself. Its 50-meter-tall frame perched atop its arrogant head, its proud horn clenched as it coldly gazed down upon the insect swarm below. The heat of the mech distorted the surrounding air. An imperial aura was instantly released. The insect swarm in the air instantly lost its ability to move, tumbling downwards. Those on the ground simply lay prostrate. The king-level queens cowered and trembled, not daring to raise their eyes to the red mech before them. As the mechanical arsenal opened, spears appeared before their eyes. As the scarlet mech swung its hand downward, they pierced the air with a sharp, piercing sound, pinning each queen to the ground. The king-level elites curled up, their mandibles pressed firmly against the ground. The majesty of the emperor was unquestionable. Although they had never seen an emperor-level being, the mere glimpse of its aura froze them, leaving them unable to move, only to wait for the steel spear to pierce their bodies. Sully didn't annihilate them completely, he simply eliminated all the queens, and then snatched out the core of rage. The island slowly followed the team forward. Teams of mechas rushed into various hives, and began to encircle and suppress the Zerg. Sully glanced at Lightning, panting heavily in the driver's seat, and retracted his own aura. Even though she could already exert 150% of her normal strength, how to make her last longer was the core challenge of the future battle. Piloting the mecha back to the island, Sully grabbed Lightning's limp body and landed it steadily on the ground as the mecha was deployed. At one glance, Eve involuntarily turned her head. Isn't this ridiculous? How far does one have to go in a mech to be so exhausted that even white salt stains dot their faces? That wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was, while operating the mech, the combat suit was on? That large expanse of snow-white back was exposed. Was it just for fun? TSK, TSK, TSK. She smacked her lips and forced herself to look the other way. Junze trotted over and began to pry open Lightning's mouth and eyes to examine him. It's a high temperature, but fortunately you're not exhausted. You just been upgraded to SSS class, so you're probably not quite acclimated yet. You should rest for a while. We'll do routine maintenance in 2 hours. Suli nodded, carried her sideways into the room, and laid her on the bed. Her red hair hung down, and her face still flushed with excitement. Even though she was completely exhausted, she clutched his sleeve, unwilling to let go. Without the threat of the queen, Suli wasn't eager to focus on the battle. He sat down on the edge of the bed, freeing one hand to gently stroke her hair. After upgrading to SSS rank, her appearance remained unchanged, as usual. Feeling Lightning's reliance on him, he gently wiped the white spots from her forehead with his fingers. Looking at the white salt particles covering her body from the intense sweating, he couldn't help but feel a pang of distress. He immediately picked her up again and walked towards the bathroom. Lightning tilted her head to glance in the direction they were heading, her pretty face flushing even more. Junze followed all the way to the room door, and seeing them heading towards the bathroom again, he couldn't help but stop. Just as she was about to leave in a hurry, the bathroom door opened again. Suli shook the water off his hands and strode out. Watch her. Let her soak for a while to cool off. Chapter 586. Suli strode out of the room, but this time, Junwei followed him. The battlefield is always a test of the team's performance. The sooner you become familiar with the upgraded status of each mecha girl, the better. No one knows when a formidable enemy will arrive, so being fully prepared is the only way to be prepared for any eventuality. Master, is this skirt a little too long? In the cockpit, Junwei, dressed in a long dress, adjusted the hem of her skirt. Her bright golden eyelashes fluttered, as if they could see straight into a person's heart. Suli would never forget the astonishment he felt the first time he saw Junwei. But that cold beauty, though stunning, faded as quickly as it came. At this moment, she lay on the driver's seat, twisting her body and subtly lifting the hem of her skirt, revealing her slender legs beneath. The shoes on her feet made her ankles appear even more slender, barely manageable. But Suli never doubted the power of her kick. It's definitely longer. Suli removed 2 hair ornaments from her golden hair and lifted the hem of her skirt, securing it around her waist with them. He also unzipped her back. Junwei's face flushed slightly. Although she was filled with surprise at Suli's actions, she couldn't help but shift her body back. Looking at her clearly raised butt, Suli patted it, fighting. I just felt the position was a little off. I don't have any other thoughts. Junwei lowered her head, suddenly feeling that explaining such a thing was unnecessary. But how could she not think about it? A perfectly fine mecha girl was carried down with her clothes disheveled. That rosy face, that dreamy gaze, that slightly open mouth, did she really think she couldn't see the whites of her eyes twitching slightly? Got it. A sage. She suddenly felt enlightened. Men never admit they're incompetent, so whether they were straightening her skirt or unzipping it, it was all for further sensory stimulation. But some people were just too stubborn. As Suli's mecha girl, what else could she do? She could only half-heartedly cooperate. Junwei thought for a moment, lowered the straps of her skirt, revealing her full shoulders, and then slumped down in the driver's seat, focusing half his attention on constantly monitoring Suli's movements behind him. Without any other movement, he donned his helmet and gripped the joystick. The golden mecha swooped into the void tunnel, reappearing in the very center of the battlefield. This time, there was no lightning speed. Junwei's domain was a skill that suppressed enemies over a large area. But he had no intention of using this skill to amplify his imposing power. He simply controlled the mech, starting with the simplest thrust, and began weaving through the insect swarm. No flashing, no stepping into the void tunnel. Strands of telekinesis, like gossamer threads, connected to one spear after another, swirling rapidly around him. A mech of extremes requires extreme activation. Since Junwei's attributes could not be fully revealed, she could only draw upon her inherent telekinetic attributes as much as possible, forcibly straining her spirit. Empty. In a single moment, Junwei felt hollowed out. She hadn't been new to manipulating dozens of spears with telekinesis, but manipulating them along different trajectories was her first experience. Her mech's inherent skill was its domain, essentially amplifying her spirit power to contain and suppress the opponent. The overwhelming pressure was a sustained, powerful output of her abilities. Essentially, it was a rather crude task. And the emanation of her telekinesis simply formed strands of force, propelling her spears forward or rapidly retracting them. But now, she felt as if her mind had been split into a dozen parts, each controlling a spear for a nimble attack. Not only her brain, but even her eyes were a bit overwhelmed, unsure where to look. Suli immediately recognized the June sisters' weaknesses. Even when they were S-rank, their shortcomings were obvious. While they possessed mental power, their use was extremely crude. Junyu was the most representative example. He was a complete loser, completely out of mana after using his ultimate. Even after further training, he could now split his ultimate into several bursts, but it was still severely insufficient for combat. While everyone else besides Junyu could use it, honestly, it wasn't much better. Just like Junwei right now. Her multitasking had completely deprived her of the ability to control the mecha. Master Yu, I can feel a dozen of you in my body. No, that's not right. We merged together, and then split into a dozen. Junwei felt Su Li's spirit surge violently into her. Before she could even fully appreciate it, it was completely absorbed by the spirit. It was all over. She felt as if a dozen straws were stuck in her head, and above them, a dozen Su Li heads were sucking on them, devouring her brains. Not enough brains, so they started burning fat. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she even felt her breasts deflate a bit. Her golden eyes darted around, unconsciously looking in different directions. If she grinned and drooled, she would look like a complete idiot. Su Li immediately noticed Junwei's strain and instantly retracted her spear halfway, causing Junwei in front of her to shudder and instinctively swallow his saliva. For a moment, she felt like she was going to shut down. Sweat began to drip down her cheeks. She tried to focus her eyes again, but she found she still couldn't focus on the spears moving around. Feel with your heart, control with your mind. Don't focus your mental energy on the spears, always keep your eyes on your target. Following Su Li's guidance, Junwei finally regained her composure. She looked down at her still full chest, breathed a sigh of relief, and once again tried to perfectly merge her mind with Su Li's. This time, she finally understood everything Su Li felt. The trajectory of the spears resonated in her mind. The figures of her targets appeared one after another, and as she gazed, all the spears danced with her will. Every thought that whirled through her mind meant the end of a Zerg life. The feeling of controlling every strand of telekinesis in her hand was almost irresistible. This was another level of perfection. If she could master Su Li's methods, then her domain could even be targeted, released simultaneously, or within the same domain, using different powers to restrict each target. Previously, perhaps due to insufficient mental reserves, she couldn't perform such detailed operations. But after becoming an SSS rank mecha girl, she felt she only used a 10th or a 12th of her strength. She could be even stronger, the kind of strength that requires more than just a split eye. Chapter 587. The golden mecha passed through the void tunnel, stumbling as it stepped out. Junwei, disheveled, looked in different directions, a strange smile playing on her lips. Her usual coolness and serenity were gone. She looked like a squinting fool, drooling profusely, as Su Li held her sideways. Su Li said nothing more, and headed straight for the bathroom. Luckily, he had the foresight to build a larger bathtub. In the spacious bathroom, Lightning lay on the edge of the tub, wrapped in a towel, her head resting on the stone steps. Junzei squatted by the pool, watching the two enter, and instinctively stood up. Su Li carried Junwei into the stall, and when he came out, he had already wrapped her in a towel. He lowered her graceful body into the pool, nodded to Junzei, and hurried out again. Lightning turned her head to glance at Junwei's face, then slowly turned away. She fought to suppress her laughter, her shoulders shaking violently. Without noticing, she slipped under the water, exhaling a stream of bubbles. Juanza quickly pulled her out and resumed her position. Stop laughing. You still haven't recovered. Still laughing. Lightning took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. After a long pause, she whispered with uncontrollable amusement, Juanza, your sister's been driven mad. Juanza rolled his eyes, thought for a moment, and while Junwei was unconscious, he quietly took out his computer and took a close-up of her face. TSK. Send me a copy of the photo, or I'll snitch. Juanza bit her lower lip, glanced at Lightning, and nodded gently. It wasn't that she meant to discredit or threaten her sister, it was simply that the current scene was so rare. Didn't they say they were adapting to the upgraded machine? What did the master do? Why are you, your sister, back like this? Don't. I'm not like her. I'm smart. I don't have a crooked mouth, squinting eyes, or drool. By the way, Juanza, could you please move your sister over? She's drooling all over the pool, and honestly, I'm a little disgusted. Juanza smoothed the white hair that fell by her ear, glanced at Junwei's eyes, reached out, and tugged her head, moving her to the other side of the pool. To be honest, she felt a little disgusted too. Blue eyes glanced from Lightning to Junwei on the other side. She clenched her hands slightly, and leaned in toward Lightning. With one or two of them in this state, one could only imagine the kind of battles they endured on the battlefield. Weren't they supposed to kill the Insect King? But there was only one on this planet, and it had already been slain by Lightning. Why was Lightning, who had killed the Insect King, merely exhausted, while her sister looked so idiotic? Is it because her master cared so well for Lightning, or did Junwei's attire increase her attack speed? She hurried to the dressing room and immediately spotted the lace t-shirts. Junza narrowed his eyes, walked to the pool, and slowly squatted down beside Lightning. Sister Lightning, would you like some candy? Or something else? How about chocolate with a liqueur filling? You've been sweating so much, you must be lacking salt. How about some boneless chicken feet? Okay. First, a lemon candy to cleanse your palate, then a liqueur-filled chocolate to get you a little tipsy. For the boneless chicken feet, I'll have pickled peppers to counteract the alcohol. Finally, a glass of milk to balance the spiciness. Otherwise, it'll be hard to stop eating, and you won't be able to finish dinner. Junzei nodded, peeled a lemon-flavored candy, and popped it into Lightning's mouth. He then gently massaged Lightning's shoulders. Sister Lightning, what on earth did you do on the battlefield? Killing bugs? What else? Just killing bugs? Yeah. Then what else? Lightning smacked her lips twice, and the next second, 2 liqueur-filled chocolates were stuffed into her mouth. As the rich aroma of sweet wine filled her mouth, her blush deepened. Here's a piece of advice. Wear as much as you can. Junzei's little head was filled with a question mark. Wear as much as you can. She glanced at Lightning, then at Junwei, and suddenly understood. It's been a while since the master had indulged. So, after holding back for so long, he's become so eager. Lightning's one-piece combat suit makes his blood boil, and regal skirt and sexy lingerie double his attack speed. No wonder his eyes are unfocused. Facing a master like this, even she can't focus at all. No, how could I, with only a few short centuries of life, leave such an impression on my master? This is a lifelong stain on my life. Thank you, Sister Lightning, I understand. She tore open the package of boneless chicken feet, and brought each springy foot to her lips. After finishing the bag of chicken feet, Lightning contentedly drank her milk. At this moment, Junwei's eyes hadn't even focused yet. Su Li reappeared, this time carrying Jun's show. Her petite figure was most likely to arouse a man's desire for pity. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that she was in a state similar to Lightning. Junzei considerately offered his elder sister a glass of electrolyte water and helped her relax. Jun's show narrowed her eyes, looking across at Junwei, and couldn't help but frown. This thing is a bit embarrassing. If she were to appear in front of Su Li like this, she might never have the courage to face him again. 10 minutes later, Jun Quan collapsed into a pile of mud, identical to Junwei, and was also brought in. Junzei's heart trembled slightly. This one must have been experiencing the shock for the first time, and therefore couldn't fully withstand it. Before she could finish her thought, she saw Su Li carrying Junyu and placing him in the pool as well. Junza, get ready. I'll have Hongying take over. Junquan, don't worry about her. I told you so many times not to activate empathy so easily. She didn't participate in the battle, so she doesn't need any care. Just lie down anywhere. Junza was startled. Is this finally my turn? She remembered Lightning's words and hurried to her bedroom. She wore stockings, leggings, safety pants, jeans, and even 2 sets of underwear. She even put on the down jacket she wore on Green Sword Star and wrapped her scarf around herself several times before stepping through the void passage to the courtyard, awaiting Su Li's arrival. The familiar sound of footsteps made her body tremble slightly. Su Li raised an eyebrow, looking at Junza, who was almost tying himself up into a triangle, with a look of surprise on his face. Are you craving Zongzi? Chapter 588. Above the battlefield, a captain stood proudly in the air, gazing at the fully deployed formation below. With a twirl, he charged towards the oncoming elite. The massive steel blade slashed down with such force that the elite was forced to shift its legs for support. However, the immense force still caused them to slip, leaving deep grooves in the ground. The mecha girls' bodies and inherent strength were no match for the Zerg. But by leveraging their rotating bodies, they could exert power far exceeding 3 times their own. Eve stared blankly at the troops below, clenching her fists. Every time she watched the Dawn Legion's mecha girls fight, she learned a great deal. This was one of the main reasons she gave up her permanent residence on Mechanical Island and moved to Lingsue Star. The changes Su Li brought to the mecha girls were more than just subtle, they could even be described as complete transformations. Small changes in movement often determined the outcome of a battle. She stood quietly at the edge of the island, overlooking the battlefield below. The most direct images of war made her blood boil. SSS rank, indeed, wasn't the limit for a mecha girl. She glanced at the mecha island within the airport. If the stored source crystals were enough to advance to the next level in the mecha tree, then was it possible for her to reach even higher? Emperor rank. This rank, once unimaginable, was now before her, seemingly within reach. Su Li had done it. Although she didn't know how he'd done it, his surging telekinesis, able to easily contain the rage of a late-stage insect king, was enough to demonstrate the vast difference in strength between the two. Even if he wasn't Emperor rank, he should be close. So what changes would occur to her mecha after reaching the Emperor level? Well, the attributes, she could have just indefinitely approached their maximums. She had a vague suspicion in her mind, but no one could give her an answer. Want to experience it for yourself? Su Li's figure slowly approached behind her. The Eve of the past had seemed so unattainable. But after shedding the aura of leadership and the title of commander of the mechanical island, she was just a mecha girl. A mecha girl yearning to develop her attributes to the fullest. Her light blue hair danced in the wind, her eyes filled with longing for the future. Unlike Xiao Shuguang's eyes, which were always filled with curiosity, hers always held a calm and resolute look. Su Li had always assumed she would remain like this until now. He actually saw a hint of hesitation in her eyes. Since when did I have to hesitate before going to the battlefield to kill the enemy? Since you're here. She was weighing her words, but before she could finish, Su Li grabbed her hand and leaped off the island. An ice blue mecha unfolded in midair, attracting the attention of many mecha girls. TSK, the Legion commander is here again. Shoo! Are you trying to make things difficult for me? What are you talking about? That's right. King versus king, general versus general. Pawn versus pawn. But he killed the king, then the general. How many times has this happened? I spun my grappling hook and pulled back a corpse. Why would I bother? And that Yi Hua. What are they doing with her apprentice? These Zerg aren't enough for the sisters to eat for half a year. Their ships were reduced to pulp in a flash. How can they even eat that meat? Even if it's pumped into meatballs, it still reeks of venom. The glorious virtue of thriftiness is completely unattainable in her hands. As the mecha girl finished her words, the ship flew right past, colliding fiercely with a large species in the distance. A bone-crushing sound rang out, and the ship's momentum continued unabated, swerving past the cluster of bionic mechas with a terrifying flick. See? That's how you drive a ship. Eyesight! Eyesight! I told you 100 times, the most important thing about driving a ship is eyesight and coordination. Hold on tight to those joysticks and steering wheels. Anyone who accidentally injures a friendly force by adjusting the steering wheel half an inch too far will be court-martialed. The violent shaking and tremors made most people lose their footing. A group of mecha girls, most of them newly recruited soldiers, swayed from side to side on the ship. Swing with all your might. This is true passion. Can you feel your heart pounding? This is the first lesson the Dawn Legion is giving you, the new recruits. If you want to participate in ground combat, you'll have to get half your life lost on the ship first. The mecha girls and pilots clutched the handles at their sides, struggling to control their bodies, their faces pale. Yi Hua smiled beautifully, his white-toothed grin making him look like a demonic demon ready to devour anyone. Hold it. Anyone who pukes on the deck will have to clean it for a month. As a pilot and a mech girl, resisting dizziness is the most important lesson. If you can't even do that, how can you become a member of the cavalry regiment? My cavalry regiment doesn't want any cowards or wimps. Why, look at your eyes, are you all unconvinced? Do you see those elite corps members charging down at the front? Those mech girls all disembarked from my ship. Do you know how the Dawn Legion suffered its greatest non-combat casualties? It was me. It was me. I made history for the Dawn Legion. Now that you're in my hands, you truly seen the dawn of hope. Dizzy? As you continue to dizzy, you'll finally see what the dawn of life means. Everyone rolled their eyes. They weren't sure if they ever see the dawn. They only knew that if they kept wandering, they might not be far from seeing their own grandmother. In the brilliant white light, faces could be faintly discerned. Almost done. Han Hai clutched the armrests of the chair tightly, her face pale. She kept Su Li's words in mind and stayed close to Yi Hua. But the key problem is, this person is incredibly impulsive. She never plays by the rules, causing non-combat casualties. Only she had the nerve to bring that up. Yes, she truly made history for the Dawn Legion. She transformed half of the lightly wounded into seriously injured, and because of it, the entire expansion plan for Ling Sui Star came to a standstill. Alright? That's it. On the battlefield, There's no such thing as almost nothing. Only by striving for excellence and achieving the best can we advance. Without constantly pushing our limits, how can we improve our combat effectiveness? Do you really think that swinging your sword again and again, falling again and again on the training ground, can make you the ace of aces? That's too easy. An ace is one who overcomes every possible obstacle in a remarkably short time. Yihua stood up, looked at the flash of icy blue light outside, and extended a finger. See? That's the ace. Who are you? You new recruits are just recent graduates, the so-called elites of the various regiments. Please remember, your past glory and everything you have is worthless in our eyes. Adapt to our pace. Or die on the battlefield. You are the lucky ones, because you don't have to endure the inhumane trials of the previous batches. But you are also the unluckiest, because they still have the chance to be rejected. But you can only sacrifice yourself on the battlefield of the future. Pay the price for your ignorance with your own lives. Chapter 589. Yihua nonchalantly spoke the harshest words, repeatedly undermining everyone's confidence. It wasn't that they hadn't seen the battle outside. The fierce battlefield was far beyond anything they had experienced on the front lines. A blanketing swarm of insects. Under the cover of the artillery regiments, a large number of smaller species would prioritize the baptism of fire before appearing on the front lines. And they were truly the elite of each legion, their rank of colonel on their shoulders signifying their status as mobile squads. But in Su Li's legion, anyone could be captain of a mobile squad. What they faced was never a so-called swarm of insects, but an endless sea of insects. Most of the new recruits' legs were trembling, whether from the scene before them or from the violent shaking of the ship. They had only seen the Dawn Legion's combat power in promotional videos and competitions, but had never had the opportunity to truly appreciate it. After all, not everyone had witnessed the Dawn Legion's combat firsthand, as Lin Tianan had. Those massive, invincible species, so massive in their eyes, were practically driven to retreat by two mecha girls. Huh? Is that shocking? Back then, the Legion commander, piloting an S-class mecha girl, single-handedly held off most of the large species and one elite species from a massive insect hive. How did he do it? In every battle, was he not determined to die, taking on the toughest challenges? The Insect King is dead, yet he continues to pilot his mecha girls through the battlefield, honing his and their combat skills. And you? All you do is hold onto the handles, your legs trembling, and your pale faces feigning pity. TSK. I feel so sorry for myself. If it weren't for watching over you bunch of trash, I'd be galloping off into the battlefield. The ship flew past Fury. Her motionless form remained vivid, its lingering might still lingering. In the cabin, everyone held their breath, fearing their own breathing would awaken the slumbering Emperor. When the ship passed by and everyone saw Fury's back, they all gasped. If the wounds from the weapon piercing her front were horrifying, the scars from her skin back etched themselves deeply into everyone's hearts. That was the Insect King. Her body alone was as massive as a B-class frigate. And yet, even this enormous Insect King, so imposing that it evoked no resistance, knelt there silently, without a single ray of life. No, she still had life. Every tremor of those insected limbs sent a shiver through the hearts of the new recruits. Han Hai frowned as he watched the new recruits' performance. The elites of each legion had varying degrees of military prowess. Though active on the battlefield, they couldn't even effectively fight against a queen, let alone a king-level queen or a king-level elite. A team like this would be instantly destroyed if it clashed with them. Yihua was right. At least when it came to leading troops, she was never wrong. Yihua was merely a little crazy, her methods a little extreme, but her charisma remained unwavering. Because, at all times, she always adhered to the same principles as Su Li. Whether it was her first arrival on Lingsue Star, or the subsequent battles, she was always on the front lines. She couldn't stand her companion's slow improvement in combat power, nor could she tolerate their idleness and lack of purpose. She never indulged in idle talk, but instead used practical actions to expose the bloody truth to them, allowing them to experience and see for themselves. Those who understood and understood would survive on the battlefield. Those who couldn't understand, even if they died, would have no psychological burden. To die in battle was not a yearning, not a fate. In this interspecies war, defeat often resulted in nothing more than an empty box wrapped in a military flag and bearing a name. Even the soup and water went into someone else's mouth. So what were you covering? The ice blue mecha flew past the ship again, its dazzling brilliance galloping across the battlefield, seemingly having a blast. Unlike other mecha girls, she didn't rely on the inertia of her body parts to defeat her opponents. Instead, she deftly wielded her sword, each time pinpointing the enemy's neck, using their momentum to dispatch them with deft force. Wherever she passed, ferocious heads flew up behind her. A sideways turn, a bent leg, each seemingly unconnected movement always yielded unexpected results. Even a simple tap of the toes could deflect a passing jaw. Perfect timing. Such a delicate maneuver required not only absolute control of timing, but also the ability for the mecha girl to respond precisely. She gave the impression of not being piloted by a human. Rather, she was a living, breathing being. Human-machine integration? The phrase couldn't help but pop up in everyone's mind. Their eyes sparkled with a radiant longing. Except Eve. She alone knew clearly that there was no such thing as human-machine integration. She was merely a being manipulated. Ever since Suli entered her body, she had been merely a part of him, an extension of him. Her teeth clenched, her face flushed slightly. The powerful core computing power allowed her to allocate an extra portion to control her mouth, preventing even a whimper. So embarrassing. The thought of letting loose in front of a man made her involuntarily tighten the muscles in her legs. He never once asked for her opinion amidst the constant barrage of commands. He never once considered whether she could perform the movements he envisioned. No, he had thought about it. Although the instructions were simple and crude, he still broke them down as much as possible, guiding her through them. For some reason, she suddenly felt she was enjoying this brutality. Perhaps her entire life had been spent guiding others. Now, finally, someone had appeared who could guide her. The tip of the blade glided across the insect armor, creating dazzling sparks. The slight friction slowed the mech slightly, allowing it to dodge another insect's attack. He pressed the armor with one hand, leveraging the momentum to leap upwards, and with a flying kick, crushed the insect's head. Above the blazing battlefield, the thumping of the heart seemed to ring in her ears. Eve could no longer hear anything. She felt as if she could only hear the powerful throbbing and the gradually increasing panting. A strange feeling spread through her chest, her core burning, her entire being nearly on fire. The computing power was finally failing. A soft humming echoed, causing Suli's hand to pause slightly. So, even the leader could hum. In the reflection of the dashboard, he stole a glance. In the reflection, Eve's pupils began to twitch upwards amidst her tumbling hair. He breathed a sigh of relief. It was only a slight twitch, so it shouldn't have much of an impact. Even if he drove for another 10 minutes, his eyes wouldn't twitch upwards like the Regal. Chapter 590. Eve finally understood why the mecha girls before her were in such a state. She simply didn't have a chance to free her hands. If she could, she'd just strip off her clothes. It was too hot. Sweat soaked her combat uniform, only to be evaporated dry by the heat. This repetitive cycle made her feel like she had a taste. She no longer had the extra computing power to control her mouth. She hummed softly, one after another, as her attributes were rapidly adjusted. She felt her strength slowly dissipate. No, don't adjust too quickly. She expressed her wish for the first time, but Suli didn't accept it. I need to understand the full limits of each mecha. Based on my current monitoring data, you can probably increase the attribute adjustment speed by 20 percentage points. To what? 20 percentage points. Then I'll scream. Eve's cheeks flushed completely red. It was hard to tell if it was due to the high core temperature or embarrassment. Suli frowned. Don't worry. There's no one else in the cockpit. Eve tightened her grip and glanced back at Suli, only to find him looking serious, his face covered in beads of sweat. Clearly, the intense maneuvering, coupled with the high temperature in the cabin, was making him extremely uncomfortable. His clothes, already soaked with sweat, clung to his body, clearly revealing the contours of his muscles. She noticed her own somewhat awkward posture, and her blush deepened. But then she thought of his seriousness, and she became angry that he could remain so calm in the face of her. Are my legs not long enough? Or are my socks not shiny enough? The last person who said his proportions weren't perfect was, I vaguely remember, blind. Ha! You're the only one who can say it, so I'm going to scream. Go ahead. Scream your throat out, no one will notice. The void arsenal opened, and the mech's left hand reached inside, pulling out another broadsword. With both swords in hand, he swung a flourish and charged into the swarm of insects. Aboard the ship, the recruits couldn't help but gasp. No matter how powerful one is, charging into battle alone is highly taboo. Especially for the highest commander of a team. Why did he charge in? Alas! In a battle like this, all we need to do is advance steadily. Yihua couldn't help but sneer. There are always those who think the Supreme Commander doesn't know how to fight. Suli might have been slightly lacking in commanding large armies before, but after training with veterans, he had already integrated numerous strategies and tactics into his own command system. On the front lines alone, Over 3 regiments were engaged in the dismantling of the Zerg swarm. 6 regiments charged across the flanks, forming a series of meat grinders, crushing the Zerg with grinding force. Without the command of the Zerg king and a host of queens, these Zerg, operating solely on instinct, posed little threat to the Legion beyond their intimidating size. Not only did these individuals lack strength, they even lacked the foresight to excel. Couldn't they see that most of the troops were no longer focused on killing the enemy, but were instead using their opponents to hone their own skills? Improvement is never a one-night stand, it's a constant process. She turned to look at Han Hai and nudged her shoulder. Sister, can you tell my brother if you can? I want to go down and practice too. No need to tell me, you can go now, I approve. Yehua's eyes lit up, and he patted his apprentice's shoulder. He grabbed Xuqiang and ran out of the ship. It was clear she was getting impatient. Han Hai breathed a sigh of relief in her seat. Finally, they were gone. Even if she could adapt to Yehua's ship, she didn't want to increase her tolerance. If it weren't for avoiding Heyu, she wouldn't be willing to board Yehua's ship. A faint murmur suddenly echoed through the headset's communicator. Han Hai frowned and checked the channel her location was connected to. It was an encrypted channel connected to Su Li, a special channel created specifically to receive his last-minute commands. Don't be so rude. Han Hai raised an eyebrow, and for a moment, she thought she misheard. But then, an even louder scream echoed through the channel. The shrillness of the sound nearly pierced her eardrums. Ah! You're so mean! You really didn't lie to me? No one else could know. Slow down, adjust slowly. I'm trying so hard. I told you, not so fast. Han Hai's cheeks visibly turned from pale to pink. This voice. Why was it so familiar yet so strange, this mecha girl with this tune? Why had she never heard of her before? But if she didn't know, why did it feel familiar? The sharpness in the voice was something she had never heard before, but the calmness of the whisper was familiar. Sweating? Not so fast. What were they doing? The ice blue mecha charged ahead. Han Hai stared at it intently, feeling as if he were dreaming. It's impossible. The governor is so calm. And how could his voice be so alluring? And their sword swings weren't fast. Even if the movements were more complex, they wouldn't scream like that. At least, if I were to perform them myself, I wouldn't scream like that. Don't move there. My right leg is numb. Eve felt all her braking properties being stretched to their limit once again on her right hand to adjust the angle of attack. Her whole body trembled. Her legs instantly lost feeling. Thankfully, the properties were released and restored within 0.2 seconds, but she had already spoken, so she simply persevered and finished shouting. It must be said that Su Li was not affected at all. This suddenly gave her a joyful outlet. As a governor, she had so many things and people she wanted to complain about, but nowhere to vent. But now, she had her chance. You're a jerk. You're a tyrannical egoist. You never consider anyone else's feelings. I'm your leader. How could you be so? Su Li frowned slightly, wanting to shut the mecha girl up. Verbal reprimands never address the symptoms or the root cause. As experience tells us, there's nothing a barrage of damage can't solve. As the stats continued to tug, Eve finally shut up. She rolled her eyes fiercely, and white steam began to rise from her body. As the ice blue mecha soared into the sky, Han Hai silently removed the communication device from his ear and crushed it in his hands. This is it. She always seemed to know things she wasn't meant to know. Since when did I start to go further and further down the road of being silenced?